Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51 Mining Expedition, a 2-day journey. In truth, it was Zhongli and Xiao who summoned Cloud Retainer to assist. The two of them, however, chose not to accompany her directly to avoid suspicion. Upon arriving at Jueyun Karst last night, Zhongli conducted an inspection and discovered that Mountain Shaper and Moon Carver had completely vanished. Judging by the state of their abodes, it seemed they had been gone for 3 or 4 months already. This discovery left Zhongli somewhat uneasy. He promptly sought out the only one still remaining reclusive Cloud Retainer. After much questioning, he finally learned the truth. Mountain Shaper and Moon Carver had ventured off together to Sumeru for training. And why didn't Cloud Retainer join them? Their official reasoning was that someone needed to stay behind and inform Rex Lapis. Put more bluntly, in a way Zhongli could easily grasp. This bird doesn't talk much, so we're not taking her with us. With no other choice, especially since Xiao had already declared on Zhongli's behalf that a flying expert would be brought along, Zhongli explained the situation to Cloud Retainer. As expected, she was instantly overjoyed upon hearing about Ryan's mysterious cubicle world, clamoring to go there immediately. Had it not been for Zhongli and Xiao restraining her, Ryan might have been ambushed in the dead of night by an overly enthusiastic crane. It took a good half-day of calming her down before she finally settled. Zhongli also repeatedly warned her countless times, in fact not to reveal her true identity in front of anyone except Ryan. He repeated this advice no less than 100 times. Yet, from the moment Cloud Retainer heard about that magical block-based realm, her mind had wandered elsewhere. Zhongli wasn't entirely confident she had remembered his instructions and could only leave with a heart full of unease. This morning, Ganyu and Keqing had arrived rather early. However, upon reaching Ryan's front door, they found Cloud Retainer standing before the massive, intricately built gate made entirely of MC materials, studying it intently. Thankfully, Cloud Retainer seemed to have retained Zhongli's instructions and explained that it was Xiao who had summoned her here. Thus, the group met up without issue. Unfortunately, while Ganyu received an unusual amount of care and concern from Cloud Retainer, the crane merely gave Ningguang a curt nod, clearly not a fan of her gold-driven personality. And Keqing. The fact that Cloud Retainer refrained from arguing with her outright was already an impressive display of restraint. After all, Keqing's actions during last year's Rite of Dissension had essentially trampled on the faith of the Adepti. Later, when Ningguang ordered breakfast from Liulai Pavilion, Keqing suddenly had the idea to use the provided materials to replicate one of the tables from Ryan's villa. Using only her memory, Keqing managed to reproduce it fairly quickly. Naturally, Cloud Retainer, who was deeply intrigued by these mysterious block-based materials, put aside her usual animosity toward Keqing and grudgingly asked for some wood. What Ningguang and Keqing didn't expect was Cloud Retainer's apparent mastery of crafting. After briefly skimming Ningguang's recipe book and observing the materials, she flawlessly assembled several chairs without a single mistake. Then, in her usual lofty tone, she left behind a simple comment: "This isn't difficult at all." With that, she soared away to gather some King's Inn flowers for Ganyu. It must be said, Ningguang couldn't help but think, if not for the Adepti's strained relationship with humans, particularly Keqing's overt hostility toward them, she would have loved to formally request Cloud Retainer's expertise in construction for Laya. Having someone skilled in crafting and mechanisms would be far more beneficial for developing this world than mere fighters or businesspeople. As they ate their breakfast from Liulai Pavilion, Ningguang casually praised Cloud Retainer while introducing her talents. Ryan, with a touch of sentiment, remarked, "So, as I've mentioned to you all before, the key to developing this world isn't numbers. What truly matters is opening your minds, daring to imagine, and boldly experimenting. Our resources are essentially infinite. There is no need to worry about losses from failure. Furthermore, most materials, even if misplaced, can be salvaged and restored using tools. Let your imaginations run wild. Whether you wish to replicate Laya Harbor or Jueyun Karst on a 1-to-1 scale, or even recreate the entire land of Laya itself, so long as you have the vision and perseverance, it can be done." Pausing for emphasis, Ryan's tone grew serious. "Always remember, in this world, imagination matters far more than resources. Creation is the only true theme here." This impassioned declaration left the group deep in thought. Cloud Retainer, on the other hand, nodded repeatedly, looking deeply satisfied. Clearly, she was thrilled about this wondrous world and excited at the prospect of showcasing her crafting talents. Meanwhile, Zhongli silently ate his breakfast, refraining from speaking. Cloud Retainer was still too excitable at the moment, and Zhongli dared not engage her in conversation. After all, if she blurted out something like, "As Rex Lapis has decreed," all his careful efforts to remain incognito would be for naught. Ningguang, having mentally catalogued everything Ryan said, glanced at Cloud Retainer. Her eyes sparkled as she smiled elegantly and said, "Ryan is absolutely correct. However, the ability to create using such unique materials is rare. Moreover, it's not yet the right time to publicly announce our collaboration regarding this world, and skilled artisans are in short supply. Considering the dangers of that realm, all things considered, only Cloud Retainer could handle such responsibilities." Her subtle flattery hit the mark, and Cloud Retainer looked quite pleased, her gaze toward Ningguang softening significantly. Noticing this shift, Ningguang immediately followed up. "For example, if Cloud Retainer resided permanently in Laya Harbor, we would ensure all her daily needs were met. With Laya's current development and the exploration of that world, only Cloud Retainer is capable of shouldering such an important role. Flattery has always been effective." Ningguang's words quickly swayed Cloud Retainer. Of course, even without Ningguang's request, Cloud Retainer had already been tempted to stay and explore this mysterious world. Who knew what incredible creations she might be able to craft using those extraordinary resources? Creating wonders from the simplest of materials had always been her passion. And now, an entire world was available for her to study. It didn't take long for Cloud Retainer to nod decisively. Since the Tianquan is so sincere in her request and it's for the betterment of Liu, this immortal will not refuse. Ningguang's eyes lit up with joy, though she maintained her composed elegance and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Cloud Retainer. From now on, Laya's exploration and development of that world, as well as any pioneering constructions, will depend on you." Ningguang's eloquence, honed from her rise to Tianquan, was undeniably impressive. Even Cloud Retainer had to admit her words were persuasive. Though Cloud Retainer still harbored some discontent about Ningguang's fixation on Mora, she began to acknowledge her competence as Tianquan. Ningguang, however, was less concerned about personal opinions. Her goal was to strengthen the bond between Laya Harbor and the Adeptino, solely relying on Rex Lapis. It was one thing to say the Adepti protected Laya Harbor, but in truth, they acted on Rex Lapis's behalf, safeguarding the city only because of his dedication to it. Thus, successfully securing the support of an Adeptus like Cloud Retainer brought Ningguang great satisfaction. Zhongli had indeed found a proper flying Adeptus, which made Ryan quite pleased. After quickly finishing the rest of his meal, Ryan accepted the napkin Ganya handed over and wiped his mouth clean. "Have you all settled the matters you needed to handle over the past 2 days?" Ryan asked. Hearing this, Ganya blinked in surprise before cautiously asking, "Ryan, are we going to be staying for a long time this time?" Ryan nodded decisively. "Previously, we had fewer people and less strength, and you were unfamiliar with things, so I didn't dare to take you deeper into the world. This time, now that you've gained familiarity and our numbers have grown, not to mention we're still in dire need of materials like iron ore, I plan to lead you all deeper into the mines for an extended exploration. We might step out occasionally to drop off materials, but overall, this will be a sustained mining operation. So, if anyone feels they can't handle it, let me know in advance." Keqing and Ganyu exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Their last mining expedition had left them feeling unfulfilled. This was the perfect opportunity to dive deeper, and they couldn't be happier about it. Ningguang felt the same. Though they were few in number, the yield from their mining efforts easily rivaled what hundreds of workers might produce over a span of 10 days or more. "I'm fine with it," Ningguang said, nodding first. "I had anticipated this outcome before leaving, so I arranged for Baifeng and the others to handle administrative duties temporarily. Granny Shan is also on hand to supervise things." Keqing chimed in, "Same here. There isn't much pressing work on my end right now. Honestly, nothing compares to the excitement of mining in your world." Ryan turned to Ganyu last, who was smiling sweetly, her eyes narrowing in delight. "Don't worry, Ryan," she said cheerfully. "Yuehai Pavilion recently expanded its team, so I no longer have to oversee every little thing. I'm completely free for this." With everyone confirming their availability, Ryan felt reassured. As for Zhongli and the others, there was no need to even ask. Cloud Retainer, being a recluse, would probably be thrilled to stay in the MC world full-time. Xiao only needed to purify lingering evils occasionally, which wasn't a time-sensitive task. Moreover, Xiao had mentioned to Zhongli yesterday that the MC world had something that could suppress karmic debt. Zhongli likely wished he could keep Xiao in that world indefinitely for the sake of his well-being. As for Zhongli himself, if he disappeared for 2 days, Hu Tao would probably be ecstatic. After all, during his absence, the funeral parlor would rack up bills again. Hu Tao would likely need to sell a few more coffins just to break even. Once everyone confirmed their readiness, Ryan snapped his fingers. In an instant, a shimmer of starlight began to gather behind him. Cloud Retainer, witnessing the creation of the dual portal for the first time, was utterly captivated by the sight. The others, however, were already used to it. "While the portal finishes forming, let me quickly explain something," Ryan said, turning to the group with a smile. "When we get inside, Keqing, your first task is to harvest the crops from the Manor's farm and the Sky Island garden. Zhongli, I'll need you to butcher 4 pigs and 4 chickens. Ningguang, your job will be to craft some stone tools, mainly pickaxes. We'll need plenty of them. As for Xiao, the usually Eri on lava duty. These were tasks they'd already grown familiar with the day before, so everyone agreed without hesitation. However, Ganyu looked at Ryan expectantly. What about me, Ryan? She asked softly. Of course, I haven't forgotten you, Ganyu, Ryan said, smiling as he reached out to pat her head affectionately. His tone softened as he added, there's a special job only you can handle, accompanying me to clear out the monsters in the mob farm. With your luck, I'm sure you'll help me collect some amazing loot. WL. Ganyu's ears turned a shade of red as she lowered her head slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. It's not that special, but I'll do my best and go with you. Having assigned Ganyu her task, Ryan noticed Cloud Retainer gazing at him with anticipation. After a moment's thought, he spread his hands and said, as for you, Cloud Retainer, you'll accompany everyone and observe for now. With your abilities, I'm confident you'll quickly master the crafting recipes and survival skills. Also, let's see if you can actually fly in this world. Being able to fly would be quite important for us. Cloud Retainer, clearly pleased with Ryan's praise, lifted her head proudly. Oh, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Suddenly, Ryan clapped his hand against his forehead. Under the curious gazes of the others, he said lightly, I've unlocked a few new special features. Once we're inside, I'll explain them and let you all test them out. Special features. Zhongli's curiosity was piqued. He had a feeling something truly fascinating was about to unfold. Could you elaborate? By this point, the dual portal had fully stabilized. Ryan motioned for everyone to follow him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. It's nothing too extraordinary, he said, his tone teasing. Just communications, teleportation and a new mod, that's all. A mod. 52, human-shaped Cloud Retainer. Hearing Keking's sudden exclamation, Cloud Retainer let out a disapproving hum. Such loud, improper behavior, how unbecoming. Keking paid no mind to Cloud Retainer's words. After all, the Adepti's dislike of her was nothing new. In comparison, both Keking and the others, including Zhongli, were far more concerned about the mod that Ryan had just mentioned. They had only just learned yesterday about the overwhelming power of mods through Ryan's explanations. Industries capable of mass production, the mushroom bomb capable of untold destruction. Every single mod seemed to defy the laws of nature. Even the weapon in Ryan's hands was a product of a mod, the Yanmo blade, infused with the power of space. Keking and the others had always envied it. The power of the Yanmo blade spoke for itself. Up until now, Zhongli and the rest had assumed that mods such irrational, law-defying creations were something they would only encounter later, after deeper exploration. Yet here they were, not even fully settled after breakfast, and Ryan was already talking about activating a mod. Keking couldn't help but feel stunned. So much so that she even ignored the earlier mention of communications and teleportation. Ryan, what kind of mod is it? What does it do? Ningguang, having collected herself, fixed her gaze on Ryan, her tone serious. Well. Ryan scratched his cheek and spread his hands in a helpless gesture. It's hard to explain verbally. You'll see for yourselves soon enough. All I can say is that this mod has no combat capabilities, but in terms of functionality, it's top tier among all mods. Especially in the early stages of our exploration, this mod can easily save us 10 times the amount of time we'd otherwise need. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged astonished glances but refrained from pressing Ryan further. Although their curiosity was practically clawing at their hearts, they were already inside this world. They'd find out soon enough. Is this your world, Ryan? At this moment, Cloud Retainer spoke again, her tone filled with awe. This marvelous. Truly marvelous. This immortal doesn't even know how to describe such a world. Her avian eyes scanned the surroundings in sheer wonder. Compared to the reactions of Keking and Ganyu during their first visit, Cloud Retainer appeared even more shaken. She examined everything: the sky, the earth, the lakes, and even the soil with boundless curiosity. Watching her, Ryan couldn't help but see a resemblance to those early Redstone pioneers, captivated by discovery. As for the experiment to test whether Cloud Retainer could fly in this world, well, that was no longer necessary. After all, just moments ago, everyone had watched her flap her wings and soar into the sky like an ordinary crane. Though she lacked some of her usual ethereal grace, it was clear that her ability to fly had merely been stripped of any support from adeptal energy and elemental power. Regardless, the fact that she could fly at all was a significant advantage. Ryan silently activated the system to synchronize their physiques. For Ningguang and the others, who had already experienced this yesterday, the sensation was familiar. They simply clenched their fists, marveling once again at the strength coursing through their bodies. However, Cloud Retainer was visibly startled. She immediately descended from the sky in a rush, mindful of Zhongli's earlier advice not to fall from great heights. Lord Ryan, Mr. Zhongli, great sage, did you feel it? Did your strength suddenly surge? Ryan cast a subtle glance at Zhongli, noting the slight awkwardness in his expression. It didn't take long for Ryan to realize that Zhongli hadn't explained this detail to Cloud Retainer beforehand. Cloud Retainer, there's no need to be alarmed. Unable to watch her adoptive mother overreact so seriously, Ganyu spoke up in her gentle voice. Ryan synchronized a portion of his physique with us. Without it, we wouldn't even be able to hold tools or handle materials in this world. Cloud Retainer froze for a moment, giving Ryan an odd look. Just a portion of your physique, is this much of a difference? This immortal even feels capable of lifting her entire dwelling. Haha. Ryan laughed it off and said casually, well, one has to have some means of self-preservation, right? Cloud Retainer nodded in agreement. Indeed. While we Adepti will do our utmost to protect you, it is always better for you to have your own strength. After all, human hearts can be unpredictable. She didn't linger on the topic of Ryan's strength. After all, with him bearing the essence of an entire world, it was only natural for him to have unique abilities. Suddenly, Cloud Retainer chuckled and said, now, this immortal understands why the tools in this world felt so heavy. It's another of this world's peculiarities, isn't it? Ryan neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he closed the portal and called out, all right, everyone, let's get moving. The sooner we begin, the sooner we can gather more resources. With that, the group responded enthusiastically before scattering to their respective tasks. Cloud Retainer took off into the air, heading straight for the Sky Island, eager to explore its mysteries. Ryan turned to Ganyu, paused for a moment, then reached out his hand and said with a smile, let's go, Ganyu. Ganyu hesitated for a moment. Then, noticing that no one was paying attention to her, her cheeks turned slightly red. She cautiously extended her hand, letting it rest in Ryan's palm. Seeing this, Ryan smiled, his lips curling with amusement, and then turned around, gently pulling Ganyu along toward the floating island. He had initially planned to head back to the manor to fetch some torches and other essentials. However, considering that Cloud Retainer had already flown up to the floating island, Ryan figured it would be wise to follow her there first to ensure she didn't accidentally cause any trouble. The monster spawning tower still needed to be dealt with, and leaving it unattended might lead to chaos. With the climbing experience from yesterday, it didn't take long for Ryan and Ganyu to scale the floating island this time. Once they reached the top, Ryan took a moment to scan the surroundings. Cloud Retainer stood nearby, examining the cobblestone generator with an expression of curiosity. Not far away, the monster spawning tower was densely packed with creatures, including several creepers, their eerie green forms standing out. Ryan gestured for Ganyu to stay back, signaling her not to approach the tower just yet. Instead, he walked over to Cloud Retainer's side. This is what you call the cobblestone generator. Cloud Retainer's eyes sparkled with a strange excitement as she leaned closer to examine the device. If Ryan had to describe it, it seemed reminiscent of the famed craftsman's spirit filled with intense curiosity and awe. Ryan nodded and began to explain the cobblestone generator's principles. It wasn't particularly complex, just a clever application of water and lava mechanics within the rules of this world. As he spoke, Cloud Retainer's expression grew increasingly radiant, her enthusiasm evident. When he finished, her eyes were practically glowing with wonder. Amazing, truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. For millennia, I have never heard of such a peculiar phenomenon. Who would have thought that water and fire could coexist in such a way without merely producing steam? Cloud Retainer circled the cobblestone generator, her movements brisk and inquisitive. At one point, she even crouched down to peer at it from different angles, looking as if she might crawl inside to examine it more closely. This ingenious use of world principles combining intricate materials to construct an elegant, functional design is nothing short of extraordinary, she declared. Compared to the mundane chairs and tables crafted from mere wood and stone, this is innovation at its finest. As she spoke, Cloud Retainer's gaze remained fixed on the generator. Then, with a sudden gleam in her eyes, she turned to Ryan and asked eagerly, "May I try mining the cobblestone myself? I wish to experience this marvel firsthand." Ryan blinked, momentarily at a loss. He glanced at Cloud Retainer's crane legs and wings, his mind struggling to picture how she might even hold the necessary tools. Noticing his hesitation, Cloud Retainer chuckled softly, a knowing smile gracing her face. As a celestial adeptus, taking on a human form is but a trivial matter. However, I've long chosen to live in the mountains and remain in my natural state, close to the rivers and peaks. With that, she raised her head slightly, and a soft azure light enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, Cloud Retainer's form shifted, revealing a tall, elegant woman standing in her place. Her complexion was a warm, sun-kissed brown, exuding a scholarly yet poised demeanor. She wore a long robe with patterns somewhat resembling those on Ganyu's attire, though her outfit bore distinct teal markings on her arms and shoulders, reminiscent of Xiao's designs. A delicate tassel earring adorned one ear, and her hair was styled into a crown-like updo. Despite her classic beauty, she wore a pair of red, half-rimmed glasses curiously without lenses which added an intellectual flair to her overall appearance. However, Ryan found himself distracted by an odd question that arose in his mind: was Cloud Retainer, in her human form, still considered poultry? Cloud Retainer Genjun Ganyu's voice interrupted Ryan's musings. She had been quietly observing Cloud Retainer's transformation, her eyes now brimming with a mix of nostalgia and fondness. "It's been so long since I last saw you take this form." Cloud Retainer turned to her and smiled warmly, a maternal tenderness softening her features. "Little Ganyu, come here. Let me hold you." It's been ages since I hugged you like this. Ganyu blushed slightly but obediently approached, allowing herself to be embraced by Cloud Retainer. The Adeptus held her tightly, her eyes brimming with affectionate memories. The last time I held my dear Ganyu like this was 1,000 years ago, Cloud Retainer murmured wistfully. For a moment, the two shared a serene moment of reunion. But then, Cloud Retainer tilted her head and added with a playful tone, "You've certainly grown slimmer since then." Ganyu's expression darkened. Whatever warmth she'd felt shattered instantly. Without a word, she wriggled free from Cloud Retainer's arms and retreated behind Ryan, clearly refusing to engage any further with her adoptive mother. Cloud Retainer merely sighed and shook her head. Ah, children, they grow up and start keeping their distance. How tiresome. Ryan chuckled, handing Cloud Retainer a pickaxe. Why don't you try out the cobblestone generator? From the way you've studied it, I imagine you've already figured out how it works. Cloud Retainer accepted the pickaxe with a prideful tilt of her chin. Naturally. While it is indeed a marvel, it is, at its core, a simple mechanism. Understanding the principles is enough to replicate it. She began mining, her movements deliberate as she tested the generator. Meanwhile, Ryan observed her with a faint smile. Having someone as sharp as Cloud Retainer take an interest in this world was a welcome development. After all, the sooner everyone adapted, the sooner he could delegate tasks and stop bearing the full weight of their infrastructure projects alone. Leaving Cloud Retainer to her exploration, Ryan turned to Ganyu. With a reassuring smile, he led her toward the monster-spawning tower. He handed her a bow and quiver filled with arrows, clearly preferring ranged combat over having her wield a stone sword. After all, the tower was teeming with unpredictable threats like creepers and witches, and he didn't want Ganyu putting herself at unnecessary risk. Besides, Ganyu's serene and pure demeanor made it difficult to imagine her engaging in close-quarters combat. Archery suited her far better. It was precise, elegant, and just as effective. With plenty of arrows stocked up from yesterday's efforts, they began clearing out the tower. Each arrow found its mark, and as the creatures fell, their spoils, resources and treasures scattered across the ground. As the tranquil manor and floating island once again bustled with activity, everyone threw themselves into their respective tasks with renewed enthusiasm. They were all preparing for the upcoming expedition into the mines, eager to uncover the secrets and resources hidden within. Meanwhile, back in Teyvat, outside Ryan's modest yet heavily guarded house, a figure stood silently. At the base of Mount Tianheng, a tall silhouette lingered by a small pathway, gazing into the distance, their eyes fixed intently on the house. 53, a courtyard of secrets. That figure stood silently, gazing into the distance, separated by several kilometers, yet the vast distance did nothing to hinder his vision. His eyes penetrated the space between them, locking onto the seemingly ordinary courtyard that lay ahead. Suddenly, flames flared up behind him, no more than a step away. Emerging from the fiery glow was a man shrouded in a hooded cloak that concealed his entire figure. Lord Harbinger. Child, turned his head slightly. The mountain breeze tousled his short, tawny hair, but the gusts brought a shiver to the man behind him, a debt collector. Before him stood a figure that seemed like a radiant, cheerful young man. But this youth was none other than the 11th Fatui Harbinger, the bottom ranked among the Fatui's terrifying executors, yet an unfathomably powerful figure nonetheless. Though his title marked him as the last of the Harbingers, his power far surpassed that of ordinary mortals, even those wielding vision. While Child's sunny demeanor seemed approachable, anyone serving under him knew better. Among the Fatui Harbingers, an assembly of madness and cruelty, he was, perhaps, the most amicable. But that friendliness had a limit. Beneath that veneer of warmth lay a ruthlessness that had earned him his position. For Child, his family was the sole reason he retained even a sliver of his humanity. The debt collector, perhaps sensing this dichotomy, remained hesitant to speak. Child's face retained its pleasant, light-hearted smile, but his soft chuckle pierced like a blade. What's wrong? Do I need to invite you to speak? A suffocating chill spread through the air as the man fell to one knee, sweat cascading down his face. Forgive me, Lord Harbinger. I've uncovered some information regarding your query. Some. Child turned fully to face him, his gaze dropping to the kneeling man. The weight of the Harbinger's attention made him tremble, and sweat dripped audibly onto the ground. Yes, my lord. The Fatui's activities in Liu are heavily restricted by the Kixing's oversight, particularly under the watchful eye of Lady Ningguang. It has been incredibly difficult to expand our information network. Child said nothing, his smile vanishing. The silence was a sword hanging by a thread, ready to fall. Ningguang wealth incarnate, he mused aloud, his voice tinged with amusement. No wonder she gives that glutton of a Harbinger headaches. He waved a hand dismissively. Fine, tell me what you've learned. The debt collector exhaled shakily, thankful for the reprieve. Yes. The courtyard in question is registered under the name of Lady Keqing, the Yuheng of the Kixing. Beyond that we've found no additional information. An ordinary courtyard? Ha! Child chuckled, shaking his head as if amused by the absurdity of the statement. In an instant, he moved. The next moment, he stood before the debt collector, one hand clamping around his throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Child's expression remained friendly, even as the man struggled for air. You're telling me, Child began, his tone light but laced with menace, that a normal courtyard is guarded by 5 squads of elite Millilith. A normal courtyard warrants visits from Ningguang, Keqing, and that mythical half-adeptus Kixing secretary for days on end. A normal courtyard saw the arrival of a genuine adeptus this morning, Xiao, the vigilant Yiksha himself. How very interesting. Anyone who didn't know better might assume that courtyard belongs to the Geo Archon himself. The debt collector's face turned red, veins bulging, but he didn't dare claw at Child's arm. If he resisted, the Harbinger's next move would turn him into nothing more than a bloodstain. Lord Harbinger, there's more information. Child released his grip, allowing the man to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. My patience is running thin. If what you say next doesn't intrigue me, he gave a chilling smile. Well, the doctor is always in need of fresh test subjects. Why yes, of course. The debt collector scrambled to respond. A few nights ago, strange occurrences were reported on Mt Tianheng. It wasn't just us, the locals heard it too. The mountain quaked throughout the night as though some colossal beast was tearing through the land. At dawn, witnesses described a clear path carved through the clouds, stretching from the mountain's summit to the sea. It was as though someone had punched through the heavens themselves. Additionally, the moment the first tremor struck, a large contingent of Millilith immediately set out for Mt Tianheng. But on the way, they were intercepted by Lady Keqing and the Kixing secretary, who ordered them to stand down and forbade anyone from approaching the mountain. The next day, rumors spread that the Kixing convened an emergency meeting aboard the Jade Chamber. After that, we could uncover no further details. Security in Laya has tightened, and many of our informants have been captured. Child listened intently, his playful demeanor giving way to a contemplative stillness. He turned his gaze back to the distant courtyard, his blue eyes sharp and calculating. So, it all ties back to that courtyard, or rather, to the person residing within. A spark of curiosity ignited in Child's eyes. He had heard the rumors of the strange phenomena on Mt Tianheng but hadn't expected the scale to be so immense. And if it truly was the work of a single person or adeptus, well, no matter what they are, as long as they're alive, they'll make an excellent sparring partner. His grin returned, sharp and eager. Still, he knew better than to charge in recklessly. Child might love a good fight, but he wasn't a fool. Suppressing his battle lust, he spoke calmly. And what of Mondstadt? How is my esteemed colleague faring there? The debt collector hastened to reply, Signora has settled in without issue. Our operatives have ensured her presence remains hidden. However, he hesitated before continuing. A few days ago, Mondstadt faced a crisis involving the Storm Terror Dragon. A traveler from a distant land managed to drive the creature away. Signora didn't arrive in time to intervene and was displeased. Child scoffed, lazily waving a hand as he began descending toward Laya Harbor. That madwoman? She'd be upset even if someone entered Mondstadt with their left foot first. But I'll admit, I'm surprised she didn't immediately bury the city in ice and demand Barbato's head. I suppose that's progress. Leave her to her tantrums. Redirect all our efforts toward investigating that courtyard. Be subtle. It's too early to clash with the Kixing openly. The debt collector nodded fervently. Understood, Lord Harbinger. As Child strode away, his smile remained, though his thoughts were anything but light-hearted. Just who or what are you, mysterious inhabitant of that courtyard? As the two figures disappeared into the distance, their presence vanished without a trace. Not long after their departure, an aged, weary sigh echoed through the mountains. Ah, what a troublesome time this is. A few fresh green leaves fluttered down from the trees, and the forest quickly returned to silence. Zhongli was still the same as ever, even after thousands of years. He always left himself a backup plan, not because he doubted Ryan, but because he feared external forces might interfere. Ryan himself was not in danger. But if Ryan were ever enraged enough to punch with full force, wouldn't that split Teyvat cleanly down the middle? After all, Zhongli still vividly remembered the contract he had signed with the Tsaritsa to end all contracts. And Laya Harbor was crawling with Fatui operatives these days. Ryan, meanwhile, was blissfully unaware of the vortex of schemes and complications his existence had begun to stir. Not that it would have mattered to him if he had known. Fatui? Other forces? They were irrelevant to him. There was no conflict of interest. And with Ryan's body so powerful it could be called one-punch man material in Teyvatani, potential danger seemed laughable. But Laya was different. Right now, Ryan was in a honeymoon phase with Laya. They were working together, developing plans, and having the time of their lives. For the sake of his construction ambitions and for the sake of his dear friends. Anyone who dared to mess with Laya was messing with Ryan's progress on his grand world-building plans. And if anyone hindered his progress, Ryan would not be happy. And when Ryan wasn't happy, well, let's just say a single punch might be all it would take to resolve centuries of grievances. For those who disagreed, they could try surviving one of his punches first, then share their opinions. After clearing out the monsters, Ryan urged Ganyu to rest. Meanwhile, he busied himself gathering the loot dropped by the defeated creatures. The drop rate was exceptionally high today, likely due to Ganyu's incredible luck. Nearly all the items were premium quality loot. And yet, Ryan felt no excitement. Without a hopper, collecting the items was a tedious chore. Ryan was already itching to get back underground and start mining iron as soon as possible. After organizing the loot, Ryan glanced up at the sun to check the time. Roughly half an hour had passed since they entered the Minecraft world. He called out to Ganyu and Cloud Retainer, signaling that it was time to head back down. Cloud Retainer cast a lingering glance at the cobblestone generator and the monster farm not far away. Then, with a sigh of reluctant farewell, she transformed into a crane and leisurely flew downward. Ryan and Ganyu, however, had to climb down the old-fashioned way, one step at a time. This prompted Ryan to silently vow that he would unlock flying abilities as soon as possible. Below, Keqing, Ningguang, and the others had been busy. Seeing Cloud Retainer descend, they stopped their tasks and headed to meet at the base of the floating island. Their timing was perfect. They arrived just moments after Ryan and Ganyu landed. Without needing any prompts, everyone began enthusiastically reporting their progress to Ryan. "Ryan, I made 21 stone pickaxes, enough for everyone to have 3 each. That should be plenty, right?" "Ryan, I've harvested all the crops, 27 potatoes, 18 carrots, and I also went out and collected some wheat to bake 30 loaves of bread. I've cooked all the chicken and pork into cooked meat. This should be more than enough food. The lava is ready, and I've gathered 5 stacks of cobblestone." Listening to their updates, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Everyone had been diligently preparing. Well, almost everyone. Cloud Retainer stood silently, holding 2 stacks of cobblestone. She remained quiet, her expression complicated. She couldn't shake the feeling that while everyone else had been working hard, she had been slacking off. If she admitted she'd been playing around, the Geo Archon was right there watching her. She couldn't afford to lose face. But staying silent would make her seem suspicious. Did she think she deserved special treatment? Cloud Retainer was caught in a dilemma. Fortunately, Ryan clapped his hands together, breaking the tension. "Great work, everyone. We've cleared out the monsters above, and we've also brought 3 stacks of torches and a few other useful supplies. Now that everything's ready, let's head down and start mining." Suddenly, Keqing raised her hand, a conflicted look on her face. "Wait, Ryan. I still want to know, what exactly is this mod you keep mentioning?" Hearing this, Ryan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "You'll find out once we're in the caves." 54 MC's first landmark, the Kixing's Mine Expedition. 54 MC's first landmark, the Kixing's Mine Expedition. Keqing was still trying to pry the secret out of Ryan about what the mysterious mod was, even as they left the village boundaries and trekked through the jungle toward the mine. Her persistent questioning bore no fruit, and by the time they reached the jungle's edge, her initial enthusiasm had waned. This time, she wasn't nearly as excitable as during her first trip to the mines. Back then, she'd stripped every passing tree of bark and leaves, as though determined to scavenge every resource in sight. Ryan chuckled quietly to himself but didn't let Keqing's lackluster attitude sway him into spilling the secret. Their familiarity with the route and direction this time made for a much smoother journey. Despite having more people in the group than before, they reached the mine entrance in just 10 minutes. Unlike the previous expedition, where the mine had loomed like an ominous void, the soft, flickering glow of torches now lit the way. "Guess this counts as reaping the rewards of someone else's labor," Ryan joked, a teasing smile on his face. Keqing raised an eyebrow and shot back, "But didn't we do all the labor both times? I don't think that really counts." "Fair enough," Ryan conceded with a shrug, all the while discreetly activating the chain mining mod in his system. While incredibly efficient, the mod came with its own set of drawbacks. It burned through pickaxes at a ridiculous rate, and leaving it on carelessly could easily result in accidentally demolishing an entire base. Because of that, Ryan only ever activated it when inside the mines, where it was both practical and relatively safe. After a quick check of his inventory to confirm they had enough supplies, Ryan was ready to enter the mine. "Hold on, Ryan," Xiao suddenly interrupted, stepping forward with a serious expression. "Let me take the lead and scout ahead." Ryan hesitated for a moment. The front section of the mine had already been explored thoroughly, and he doubted they'd run into any trouble this early on. Still, Xiao seemed insistent, and Ryan wasn't one to dampen someone's eagerness. "All right," Ryan said, pulling out a shield and handing it to Xiao. "Take this. It'll help." Xiao took the shield, weighed it thoughtfully in his hands, and nodded. He could already tell the shield's durability was exceptional, and he silently made a note to craft something similar for himself later. "I'll bring up the rear," Zhongli offered, activating his jade shield to give everyone in the group an extra layer of protection. Keqing handed her own shield to Zhongli, and as he took it, he couldn't help but marvel. Even with his vast experience, Zhongli found himself quietly astounded by the shield's resilience. Compared to his current, weakened state in this strange world, the shield's toughness might even surpass his jade shield. How extraordinary, he thought to himself. Ryan glanced at Cloud Retainer, who was still in her crane form, and suggested, "Cloud Retainer, wouldn't it be better if you transformed? We'll need everyone gathering resources later." "You're quite right," Cloud Retainer admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. She was so accustomed to her crane form that she often forgot about practicality. A flash of light later, she resumed her human form. Keqing blinked in surprise. It was her first time seeing Cloud Retainer's humanoid appearance, and she couldn't help but murmur, "You look so elegant and intellectual, Cloud Retainer." Cloud Retainer, however, was unmoved by the compliment. She shot Keqing a sidelong glance and said nothing. Flattery about her appearance didn't interest her in the slightest. If anything, she'd have preferred praise for her mastery of mechanisms. Zhongli and Xiao exchanged nostalgic glances. It had been centuries since Zhongli last saw his old companion in her human form. The last time must have been during one of their rare reunions after the Archon War. As memory surfaced, Zhongli found himself lost in thought, his ancient demeanor practically radiating the weight of time. Ryan, observing Zhongli's reflective mood, inwardly sighed. For someone trying to maintain a low profile, Zhongli's behavior constantly screamed, "I'm the Geo Archon." It didn't help that Ningguang had been scrutinizing him with a thoughtful look earlier. She was probably starting to piece things together. To prevent Keqing from making a similar connection and diving headfirst into a debate about governance with Zhongli, Ryan quickly redirected the group's focus. "Alright, let's get moving. Xiao, you take the lead with the shield. Zhongli, you're at the back. Keqing and Ganyu, keep your torches ready." Ryan clapped his hands, emphasizing, "We'll do this the same way as last time. Xiao and Zhongli handle threats, while the rest of us focus on observing and collecting ores." "Got it." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Good, let's go into the mines." With that, the group followed Xiao into the dimly lit depths. The first stretch of the journey was uneventful. The torches left from their last visit kept the area well lit, ensuring no monsters could spawn. Keqing and Ganyu took the opportunity to recount the thrill and dangers of their previous expedition, filling the once silent mine with laughter and conversation. Soon, they reached the coal vein they had discovered before. Keqing's eyes lit up, and she pointed excitedly at a section of the wall that had been heavily mined. "There, that's where we found the coal last time." Her enthusiasm was cut short by a sudden whistle of air. Thunk! A trident pierced the wall near where she'd been pointing, the impact echoing sharply. Xiao, standing at the front, silently tightened his grip on his weapons and glanced at Keqing. "I was just pointing out the coal. Did you really need to be that tense?" Keqing said awkwardly, pressing her lips together in a sheepish smile. Xiao said nothing. He simply walked over, picked up the trident, and tested its weight. He seemed to enjoy its heft and had already decided to collect a few more to use for himself. Ningguang approached the wall, her eyes scanning the area with care. "This section has indeed been mined extensively," she said, running her hand along the surface. The realization that so much coal had come from such a small vein left her momentarily awestruck. Then she paused, frowning slightly. Somewhere within the wall, she could hear faint noise, slow growls and snarls, just barely audible. She stepped back cautiously and moved closer to Ryan. "I think there's a monster nest behind the wall," she whispered. Ryan pulled Ningguang back into the group with a calm smile. "Good catch. There probably is a nest in there, but it's sealed behind the wall, and we don't know how far away it is. Let's not bother with it and move on." Xiao remained on high alert, gripping the shield and trident tightly as he positioned himself protectively in front of the group. Ryan gave him a reassuring wave. "No need to overthink it. The monsters can't reach us from there. Let's just keep going." The others nodded in agreement. There wasn't anything worthwhile in this section anymore. Better to save their time and energy for deeper areas. "This mine could become a cultural landmark someday, once our development here becomes grander," Ryan remarked with a grin as the group ventured further into the cave. "The first base for Laya's expansion into an alternate world, the Kixing Mines," he declared with a dramatic flourish. The group continued deeper into the mine, following Ryan's instructions to examine every nook and cranny. They checked beneath their feet and above their heads, leaving no stone unturned. Unfortunately, this stretch of the mine was devoid of anything valuable. Before long, they arrived at the rest base Ryan had constructed deep within the cave. Even though Ganyu and Keqing had already told everyone about it, seeing the base with their own eyes left the group momentarily speechless. One person, in just 10 or so minutes, had built such a large and well-equipped base. In the chasm back in Teyvat, this would have cost the lives of several miners and taken months to complete. Yet, no one felt disheartened by the comparison. After all, it was widely understood that once development in this alternate world progressed, 90% of the miners from the chasm would likely be reassigned here to work in these mines. Zhongli, looking around with a faint smile, spoke with an air of approval. "From a practical standpoint, the mines of this world will indeed benefit the miners of Laya. Here, they can enjoy a safer and more efficient environment. Even deep underground, they'll have secure resting areas and suitable accommodations." He walked around the base with a contemplative expression, observing it as though studying a model to improve future designs. As Zhongli wandered, his sharp eyes caught sight of a peculiar passageway. The entrance was deliberately blocked with earth, making it stand out against the rest of the base. Frowning slightly, he turned and asked, "Ryan, what is this? Why have you sealed this passage?" Hearing Zhongli's question, the others also turned to look. Ryan had just finished spreading fresh soil on a patch of ground and was pouring water over it to plant seeds. At Zhongli's inquiry, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and casually replied, "That passage. It also leads deeper into the mine, but it's a bit dangerous. I thought it'd be better to explore the other side first before dealing with it." Zhongli nodded thoughtfully, his expression calm. "No wonder I could hear the sounds of monsters growling from that direction. This part of the mine may not be suitable for miners to explore." Ryan chuckled and placed his hands on his hips. Don't worry. I'll find a much safer mine for the miners. Or maybe if they have enough manpower, we can try something even more ambitious. What kind of ambition? Keking asked warily, sensing that Ryan was about to say something outrageous. For example, Ryan's eyes gleamed mischievously, digging from the mountain's peak and hollowing out the entire thing. His words were met with a collective silence, followed by expressions of disbelief from the group. You're joking, right? Ningguang asked with a raised eyebrow. Ryan didn't explain further. Instead, he smiled knowingly to himself. It might seem impossible now, but with the chain mining mod and a workforce of 1,000, hollowing out a mountain in just 2 days was entirely feasible. It would be a spectacular sight, one that Ryan planned to let Ningguang and the others witness in the future. Once they saw it for themselves, their understanding of the Minecraft world would surely deepen. Ryan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Do any of you need to rest? Standing before the dark, unexplored depths of the mine, he posed the question casually. Everyone immediately shook their heads in unison. We've been walking since we got here. We haven't exerted ourselves much, Keking said, shrugging with a faint smile. If anything, I'd prefer we hurry up and start mining resources from the deeper areas. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Alright then, let's move on. He gestured for Xiao to take the lead, handing him a shield as a precaution. With a serious expression, Ryan then motioned for everyone to ready their torches. His smile faded, replaced by a determined look. The rest of this mine is unexplored. Stay alert, and keep an eye out for resources. And most importantly, he added, his tone stern, watch your step. Don't fall into any hidden pits. No one found his reminders excessive. They all nodded earnestly, committing his warnings to memory. Ryan gave Xiao a firm pat on the shoulder, and with the dim torchlight guiding their way, the group ventured into the uncharted depths of the mine. Xiao held the shield up at all times, leading the way with cautious precision. Ryan stayed close behind him, ensuring the path ahead was clear. The layout of this section of the mine was vastly different from the earlier passages. Previously, the tunnels, though narrow, had been straightforward enough to navigate. Here, however, the terrain was chaotic. Uneven piles of rocks formed jagged pathways with steep drops, and gaping holes led to seemingly bottomless pits. Even after 10 minutes, they had only managed to cover about 500 meters. But no one complained. Even Zhongli, who had always been composed, tread carefully. Stripped of his divine powers and weakened significantly in this strange world, he couldn't afford to be reckless. Suddenly, Ganyu let out a startled cry and grabbed Ryan's arm. Ryan, I think I see coal. Her words instantly lifted the group's spirits, banishing the weariness from their faces. Following Ganyu's gaze, they spotted it about 10 meters to the left, a whole wall of black coal, glistening faintly in the torchlight. This. Ningguang stared in disbelief. She recalled Ganyu and Keking's earlier stories about the abundant resources here and murmured, are we rich now? 55, chain mining terrifying power. 55, chain mining terrifying power. Ryan remembered that when they previously discovered coal and iron mines, it was Ganyu who had spotted them. Now, upon entering this tunnel, it was once again Ganyu who had found the coal deposit. Ryan couldn't help but feel that Ganyu's importance in this world was comparable to a Lucky Charm mod. However, hearing Ningguang's words, Ryan could only chuckle bitterly and say, it's just some coal, not exactly a treasure. If it were all iron, then we'd really be rich. Hearing this, Ningguang couldn't help but laugh. Her soft, fair hand lightly nudged Ryan as her tone betrayed an irrepressible joy. You don't set your expectations so high. While iron ore is indeed important, having this much coal could fetch a fortune if we took it back to Teyvat and sold it. Ryan shrugged. You know, I've never handled Mora. I'm not interested in Mora. Ningguang and the rest were momentarily speechless at Ryan's unexpected and peculiar remark. But on second thought, they realized it was true. Ryan really hadn't touched Mora before. While the original person who once made this statement might have been showing off, Ryan wasn't. With all his needs taken care of, and living under Ningguang's care, Ryan genuinely didn't care for Mora. Besides, people often said that Mora was created from the flesh and blood of Morax. The mere thought of this made Ryan uneasy whenever he looked at Zhongli or Mora itself. It always felt like earning Mora was akin to collecting fragments of Zhongli's skin. Pretty gross. Mr. Ryan, I'll go take a look. Xiao, holding a shield in one hand and a torch in the other, quickly moved toward the coal deposit. Ganyu, standing beside Ryan, had already drawn her bow and nocked an arrow. If anything went wrong, her pinpoint precision would buy Xiao enough time to respond. Thankfully, this area was quite safe, with no signs of monsters. After observing carefully for a while, Xiao planted 5 torches into the ground, lighting up the area. Once he had finished, he turned around and waved to the group. It's safe, come on over. Hearing this, the group walked over to the coal deposit. After closely examining it, Keking gasped audibly. This scale, it's far bigger than the coal mine we found before. Keking wasn't exaggerating. Judging by what was visible, the wall in front of them, approximately 200 square blocks, was mostly filled with coal deposits. The ground beneath them and even the ceiling above were also dotted with coal veins. Even Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the richness of this coal mine. If he had been here alone, he probably wouldn't have paid much attention to the coal deposits, but, in Ningguang and the others' eyes, this was all ready-to-go treasure that could be directly converted into more invaluable bounty. They had to dig it all out. Ningguang and the others exchanged glances and immediately pulled out their pickaxes, ready to get to work. It had been less than 2 hours since they entered the Minecraft world, and they'd already struck a huge profit. Ningguang couldn't even begin to imagine how much they'd earn if they mined for 2 whole days. Her estimation of the importance of Ryan's world inched even higher. Ningguang and Keqing started discussing how to divide the mining areas. Suddenly, Ryan clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Hold off on the mining for a moment. Do you remember me mentioning a mod that can boost efficiency by 10-fold or more? Keqing's eyes lit up as she looked at Ryan with anticipation. So, does this mod only work when we're in mines? Ryan nodded, then shook his head. This mod is called chain mining. It's not just for mining, it can be used in other scenarios too. As for its effects, Ryan smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense under their expectant gazes. What do you think? How long would it take me to clear out all the coal here? The group glanced at the coal deposits again. Ganyu hesitantly raised her hand, her tone uncertain. 2 hours? It's not that I don't believe in you, Ryan. I trust you must have your own special techniques. But there's just so much coal here. It's on the ground, on the ceiling, and there might even be more deeper inside. Even if we all worked together, it'd probably take over an hour to finish. The others didn't say anything, but their expressions clearly showed they agreed with Ganyu. What if I said 5 minutes? Would you believe me? Ryan grinned mischievously, but the group simply shook their heads in amusement. Ryan didn't argue. He just shrugged, took out a stone pickaxe, and gave them a meaningful look. Watch closely. He turned to face the coal deposits and began striking the blocks leisurely with his pickaxe. Ningguang sighed, stepping forward and saying, Ryan, you can demonstrate that mod or mining technique later. We trust you, but there's just too much coal here, and we still need to go deeper. Why don't we all work together? Before she could finish her sentence, the sharp sound of the pickaxe breaking filled the air. Then, in an instant, coal rained down like a downpour, scattering across the ground and covering it entirely. From Ryan's perspective, invisible to the others, the green glow of experience orb surged wildly into his body. The coal-filled wall in front of them had already been cleared by a quarter. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the missing section was precisely where the coal blocks had been connected to each other. The remaining coal deposits were separated by stone blocks, preventing the chain reaction. But clearly, the group was already stunned by this utterly outrageous mining method. One by one, they stared at Ryan in shock, completely forgetting to pick up the scattered coal. Tisk, chain mining sure wears out pickaxes fast. Ryan shook his head, walked to another section, and pulled out another pickaxe to face the coal deposits. Wait, Ryan, wait. Ningguang quickly stepped forward. At this moment, the always elegant and dignified Tianquan of Liu appeared to have lost some of her composure. She repeatedly turned her head, looking at the scattered coal on the ground, then back at Ryan with an incredulous expression. I know it's surprising, but... Ryan rested the pickaxe on his shoulder, grinning as he teased. With how flustered you look right now, Ningguang, if your 3 secretaries saw this, they'd be heartbroken. Ningguang stared at Ryan with a complicated expression, as if she had just witnessed a ghost. And it wasn't just Ningguang. Even Zhongli and the others remained dumbfounded. Now, the more important thing should be this, right? Ningguang took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This is the chain mining you were talking about. Ryan nodded with a smile. Having already demonstrated chain mining once, there was no need to keep it a mystery any longer. He decided to explain directly. Chain mining means that when using tools to collect resources, you'll simultaneously collect adjacent blocks of the same type of resource. Chain mining greatly enhances the efficiency of resource collection. It's not just for special ores like these crops, trees, stones, etc., all fall within the scope of what can be chain collected. As he spoke, Ryan paused, picked up a pickaxe, and walked over to a nearby stone wall. Just like this. After a few swings, with one stone block broken, a large section of surrounding stone blocks also fell to the ground. Before the group could fully marvel at this, a bone-crunching sound came from behind the pit. Ryan froze for a moment, then muttered in a strange tone, "Got lucky." As soon as the words left his mouth, a trident shot through the air, directly pinning a small white creature that had just emerged. Ganyu quickly followed up with an arrow, turning the little white creature into 2 pieces of bone. Xiao remained calm, stepping forward to collect the bones and trident before returning to the group, ever vigilant. It was just a small creature, so Ryan didn't think much of it. After all, there were plenty of powerful figures hidden in his team. Just take Zhongli, who silently followed behind, only responsible for holding the shield. Though his powers had been greatly diminished in the MC world, that didn't mean Zhongli had lost his combat abilities. At the very least, Ryan felt that Zhongli could still easily take down a zombie spawner without getting hurt. As long as they didn't run into little black creatures or sound-sensitive guardians, they should be fine. Glancing at the pickaxe in his hand, which was already cracked, Ryan casually tossed it away. Turning back to the group, he spoke softly. You see, Chain mining isn't something you can just use recklessly. It also comes with dangers. One wrong move and you might accidentally summon a monster. Or, if you're digging beneath you, you could fall into an endless abyss or lava. So, before we begin mining, I must emphasize. Ryan's face became serious as he swept his gaze over everyone. Absolutely do not under any circumstances dig beneath yourself or anyone else while chain mining is active. In fact, unless necessary, don't mine downward at all. If you break this rule, I won't bring you on mining trips again. Understand? The group didn't find Ryan too harsh. They knew he was looking out for their safety. After all, who knew what was beneath their feet, stone or lava? Moreover, even if there was nothing, digging too deep could still cause someone to fall and get hurt. Everyone nodded in agreement, also showing that they would supervise each other. Only then did Ryan's expression soften again. As for chain mining, words can't really do it justice. You'll understand it better once you see it for yourselves and try it out. Also, make your own crafting tables and craft stone pickaxes. While chain mining is great, it consumes tools quickly, so keep that in mind. Hearing this, without needing further prompting, Keking and Ganyu quickly put away the iron pickaxes they had just taken out. After all, these were the only 3 iron pickaxes available, and as Ryan had said, the iron pickaxes should be used for mining diamonds. Keking, Ningguang, and Ganyu eagerly set up a crafting table, while Cloud Retainer stood watch nearby. They began discussing and assigning mining areas before finally starting the official work. Zhongli and Xiao didn't join in the excitement, although they were quite curious about this special mining method. I have to admit, this mod of yours is truly astonishing. Zhongli murmured softly. Despite his calm demeanor, there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. From a rational standpoint, with a mod like this, what you previously mentioned, digging through mountains in search of ore, truly becomes a possible future. Ryan smiled and shook his head slightly. It's just an idea, after all. How we proceed still depends on Ningguang and the others' plans. Besides, I'm not too keen on granting chain mining permissions to all the miners. 56. Achieving coal through chain mining. Ryan's words caused Zhongli to glance at him slightly, though he quickly understood and nodded in quiet agreement. Indeed, this may not necessarily be a good thing for them. Chain mining, on the surface, seemed like a method to make mining efficiency skyrocket, one person performing the work of dozens. If 1,000 people were equipped with chain mining tools, it would be like a swarm of locusts passing through, leaving nothing in its wake. The sheer volume of resources obtained would far exceed anyone's imagination. But, while chain mining was an efficiency mod, it didn't mean it came without risks. As Ryan had mentioned earlier, what if someone suddenly harbored malicious intent and mined beneath someone else's feet? In the MC world, unless you're a naturally flying creature, no one, not even Zhongli, could fly. Without a feather-falling enchantment, falling from a great height would mean certain death, even for someone like Zhongli. This world's mechanics were undoubtedly well suited for resource acquisition and exploration, but for powerful individuals, it was an equalizer that erased the distinction between the strong and the weak. In the MC world, the gap between strength and weakness was infinitely minimized, a reality that demanded vigilance. Of course, Zhongli had confidence in his people. He loved them deeply, and he knew they loved him in return. But precisely because of this, even in the act of mining resources, their safety had to come first. If chain mining were activated for too many people, it would become difficult to monitor everyone effectively. Zhongli couldn't bear the thought of losing even one of his citizens, not in a fight against monsters, and certainly not in what should have been a safe and controlled mining expedition. Even a single loss was unacceptable in his eyes. Thus, he fully agreed with Ryan's decision not to make chain mining permissions widely available. However, to restrict it to just a handful of people, like their small group, also seemed like a waste. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli suggested, what about training a specialized, highly efficient, professional mining team? Members who are united, who understand the nuances of this world, and who possess enough compatibility to handle the monsters lurking in caves. As Zhongli spoke, Ryan's thoughts instinctively drifted to Mondstadt's 2 famous mining experts, Dailuk and Kaya. Back when Ryan played the game, his roster had grown increasingly large in the late stages, but resources became scarce. He had no choice but to rely on the ever-reliable Master Dailuk and his sworn brother to accompany him on mining trips. He wasn't sure how things played out in other players' worlds, but in Ryan's experience, Dailuk and Kaya had long been his top-tier mining duo. Snapping himself out of his daydream, Ryan nodded in agreement with Zhongli's suggestion. I'm sure Ningguang has already considered this. She'll take charge of it. As for you, a 6,000-year-old retiree about to step down, you should focus on mining for me like a good worker, Ryan teased, giving Zhongli a hearty pat on the shoulder. If you perform well, I might even grant you a plot of land to build a one-of-a-kind Geo-Archon retirement home. Hearing this, Xiao instinctively glanced at Zhongli, surprised to see that the usually stoic Archon had the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. This rare sight unexpectedly lifted Xiao's mood as well. If you don't mind, build it next to your home, Zhongli replied in a serene tone. That way, I can drop by for tea when I'm free. Ryan chuckled knowingly but didn't say more. he turned his attention back to Keqing, Ningguang, and Ganyu, who were excitedly experimenting with chain mining. Even Ningguang, known for her poised demeanor, had abandoned her usual elegance. She swung a stone pickaxe with childlike glee, happily chipping away at a coal vein. If the merchants of Laya Harbor could see her now, they'd probably think this was some sort of business strategy to earn even more mora and might even pick up pickaxes themselves to try it out. Ryan understood their enthusiasm all too well. He thought back to when he first played Minecraft. At the time, he didn't even know what a mod was. All he did was start a new world, mine, build, slay the dragon, mess around, then delete the save and start over again. That monotonous cycle had nearly driven him to quit the game altogether. Then, Ryan discovered mods, and everything changed. Twilight Forest, Industrial Age, Modern Furniture, Lucky Blocks, Titan Creatures, Pokemon, Katana mods. The introduction of mods was what truly kickstarted his Minecraft journey. And chain mining? It had been the very first mod he ever used. No matter how many mods he installed afterward, chain mining remained a staple and absolute necessity. It was only after experiencing chain mining that Ryan realized, so this is how mining is supposed to be. The joy Keqing, Ningguang, and the others felt now must be 100 times stronger than what Ryan had experienced back then. After all, just yesterday, they had spent an entire day mining by hand. They knew firsthand just how absurd and unforgiving this world was. Here, no matter what you mined, you just had to swing your tool a few extra times to obtain processed materials. Take the coal Keqing brought back, for instance. Without any secondary processing or repeated refining, all it took was a bit of dismantling, and the coal was ready for sale. And it sold exceptionally well. Ningguang had initially believed that this was the most outrageous quirk of this world's resource system. But today, with the activation of chain mining, even the absurd had been outdone. Gone were the days of mining a single ore in a few seconds. Now, one person, one pickaxe, a few seconds, and dozens of coal could be obtained. A miracle maker. That was the only way Ningguang could describe it. Ryan's claim that he could mine out the entire wall in 5 minutes had sounded absurd at first. Yet, under the somewhat clumsy efforts of Ningguang, Keqing, and the others, it was less than a minute before the entire wall was stripped clean. If it had been Ryan doing the mining, Ningguang figured he would have finished the task in under a minute all by himself. The power of chain mining was so overwhelming that Ningguang started to think resources might soon become as common as dirt. Now, she fully understood why Ryan had repeatedly emphasized that, in this world, resources were the least valuable asset. With chain mining enabled, anyone could find a cave, spend a day or two inside, and emerge as a resource mogul, wealthy beyond imagination. For Ningguang, this revelation was liberating. Her focus on exploration shifted entirely to creation and innovation. She even began entertaining bold visions of economic warfare, dumping resources at rock-bottom prices to destabilize entire nations, even Snezhnia's financial system. Of course, Ningguang wasn't reckless. She knew such tactics would likely provoke retaliation from the Fatui, or worse, a response from the Harbingers or an Archon. But still, the possibilities left her imagination running wild. Resources were no longer a concern. What mattered now was gaining power to protect what she'd build with them. As for the idea of equipping Laya's miners with chain mining capabilities and sending them into caves en masse, Ningguang briefly considered it before dismissing the thought. As both Ryan and Zhongli had warned, it was far too dangerous. While she outwardly appeared to prioritize Mora above all else, Ningguang's greatest concern had always been the people of Laya. She would never trade the lives of her miners for fleeting efficiency. If needed, she'd simply train a dedicated team of specialists to handle chain mining. As these thoughts filled her mind, Ningguang didn't notice that her pickaxe was about to break. Finally, after clearing another string of connected coal deposits, the tool shattered. Ningguang snapped out of her thoughts and instinctively looked behind her. She realized she'd ventured deeper into the cave than anyone else, as the coal veins she'd been mining extended far into the rock. Ganyu and Keqing had finished their respective mining tasks and were now standing nearby, keeping a watchful eye on her. Ningguang even noticed a faint glow emanating from Keqing's vision, and Ganyu was holding her bow at the ready. It was clear that if anything went wrong, the two were prepared to spring into action to protect her. A warmth filled Ningguang's heart as she glanced back at the spot she had just mined. The coal above and beneath her had been fully excavated, and the veins to her left and right had also been cleared. Only 3 pieces of coal remained directly in front of her. However, Ningguang decided against mining them. The monstrous growls coming from deeper within the rock were unnervingly clear, and she didn't want to risk it. Besides, with chain mining in her arsenal, Ningguang now felt like she was practically swimming in wealth. 3 pieces of coal? Not worth the trouble. Returning along the path she had mined, Ningguang rejoined Ganyu and Keqing. The 3 chatted and laughed as they retraced their steps, double-checking to ensure no loose coal was left behind. It didn't take long before they were back at Ryan's side. Seeing the cheerful expressions on the 3 women's faces, Ryan couldn't help but smile as well. Looks like you had quite the haul. Of course. Keqing blurted out eagerly, her eyes sparkling as if daring Ryan to ask her about her mining results. Amused, Ryan conjured a few wooden steps to serve as makeshift seats. Alright, you've been mining for a while. Your hunger bar is probably starting to drop. In a cave like this, you need to stay in top form. Let's take a break, grab a bite, and tally up the coal we've collected. None of them paid much attention to appearances at this point. Even Cloud Retainer, normally so composed, sat on the steps with an uncharacteristically casual air. Her expression remained neutral, but the curious gleam in her eyes betrayed her excitement. Ryan handed everyone an apple before producing his own share of coal. I've got 48 pieces of coal here, he announced. Before he could say another word, Keking chimed in eagerly, I have 74 pieces. Ryan nodded and turned to Ganyu. I collected 63, Ganyu said with a hint of regret. But as she thought about how those 63 pieces had only taken her about a minute to mine, her mood quickly brightened. Everyone then looked expectantly at Ningguang, who smiled knowingly. For a brief moment, the prideful competitiveness she thought she'd long outgrown resurfaced in the dimly lit cave. Lifting her chin slightly, Ningguang declared, it seems I've mined the most 97 pieces. It would have been a perfect 100 if not for the 3 pieces I left behind near what I suspect is a monster-infested cave. Hearing this, Xiao, who had been silently observing from the side, spoke up abruptly. I'll mine them, he said flatly, grabbing his pickaxe and weapon as he strode toward Ningguang's previous location. No need, Xiao, Ryan quickly stopped him, shaking his head with a chuckle. 3 pieces of coal aren't worth the risk. If we really want them, we can grab them on our way out. In truth, Ryan's main concern was avoiding any unnecessary encounters with the cave's more dangerous inhabitants. Digging into a monster-infested area might bring out zombies or skeletons, which would be manageable. But if an Enderman were to appear and someone made the mistake of looking it in the eyes, things could get messy. For starters, Ganyu's bow attacks would be useless. Ningguang's catalyst-based attacks probably wouldn't fare much better. And given the Enderman's ability to teleport and throw blocks, the group would likely struggle unless Ryan went all out with his blade techniques or Zhongli revealed his true identity as the Geo Archon. Ryan could already envision the chaos an unprepared group would face against an Enderman. Reluctantly, Xiao returned to Zhongli's side but then, almost awkwardly, moved a little closer to Ryan, as if trying to blend in. The subtle act of shifting his position was so clumsy that Ryan nearly laughed out loud. Fortunately, Ganyu and the others were too busy tallying their coal to notice. In total, we've gathered. Keking did a quick mental calculation before glancing back at the now pockmarked cave wall in disbelief. 282 pieces of coal. 57, traces of the Enderman deeper into the abyss. 57, traces of the Enderman deeper into the abyss. 282 pieces of coal. Is it really that much? This mine is unbelievably rich. Ningguang, Keking, and Ganyu exchanged delighted looks, their faces alight with joy. For a brief moment, they seemed to forget their lofty identities. Deep in the mine, the trio's expressions were filled with a pure happiness reminiscent of the days when they had yet to ascend to their current positions, chasing their dreams with unburdened hearts. On the other hand, Cloud Retainer glanced at the 3 of them with a somewhat peculiar expression. Shaking her head slightly, she remarked, such small-mindedness. Nearly 280-some pieces of coal, and you 3 are acting as if you've unearthed some priceless treasure. This amount pales in comparison to the COR lapis I collect in Jueyin Karst. Hearing the somewhat proud remark, Keking's face twisted slightly in annoyance. She opened her mouth, prepared to retort, but Ningguang subtly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to hold back. Instead, Ningguang, ever the diplomat, smiled warmly at Cloud Retainer. Cloud Retainer, you misunderstand. The uniqueness of this coal lies not in its quantity but in its properties. It's a distinct feature of Ryan's world. Even if it's just 200 pieces, the implications are profound. Cloud Retainer's first instinct was to refute this claim outright, but after pausing for thought, she hesitated. This world was full of mysteries. She had already seen the strange phenomenon of floating islands producing endless stone and the miraculous chain mining mechanism. To make a hasty judgment might expose her to ridicule. After a moment of contemplation, her expression softened, and she asked in a gentler tone, then, Lady Tianquan, what exactly makes this coal so remarkable? Ningguang's smile deepened. Mentally, she cursed the informants who had painted Cloud Retainer as impulsive and easily provoked. What nonsense. This ancient adeptus, having lived for millennia and weathered the Archon War, was far too shrewd to fall for petty provocations. If she were truly so hot-headed, she wouldn't have survived the chaos of the past eras. Although disappointed that she couldn't bait Cloud Retainer into a wager, Ningguang found some comfort in knowing that having a calm and rational adeptus ally was undoubtedly advantageous. She gathered her thoughts, then elegantly picked up a piece of coal, offering it to Cloud Retainer with a serene smile. I'll admit, when I first learned about its properties, I was equally astonished. But after repeated measurements conducted by Ganyu, we've confirmed the truth. As soon as the coal touched Cloud Retainer's hand, her expression froze. Ningguang's smile widened slightly. Indeed, this unassuming piece of coal weighs a staggering 160 kilograms. Cloud Retainer fell silent, her gaze fixed on the coal in her hand. It was no larger than her palm, yet it felt dense and impossibly heavy. If someone had told her this before today, she would have assumed they'd taken leave of their senses. Even the finest cor lapis or crystal chunks couldn't possibly weigh this much at such a size. But the weight in her hand didn't lie. This was no trick or illusion. The coal was as mundane as it appeared, just an ordinary piece of coal, save for its astonishing density. Taking a deep breath, Cloud Retainer looked back at Ningguang, her tone laced with disbelief. So, 282 pieces of this coal weigh 46,800 kilograms, Ningguang replied smoothly, her voice carrying a note of pride. Nearly 47 metric tons. Keqing, unable to resist, added dryly, in Teyvat terms, that's about half a day's output from a small-scale coal mine. And we. Cloud Retainer's eyes shone brightly as she interrupted, her tone now urgent. You mined this in under 5 minutes, with miners who have no prior experience or training. The cost was merely a few easily crafted pickaxes. Ningguang, finding it increasingly difficult to suppress her grin, nodded. Indeed, with the chain mining ability in Ryan's world, our actual costs for this batch of coal are effectively zero. If we were to sell it, considering its superior quality, nations like Snezhnia or Fontaine, which have a high demand for coal, would pay a premium for it. And the net profit? Cloud Retainer pressed, her voice now tinged with genuine curiosity. Ningguang chuckled, her tone light yet full of satisfaction. 30 million mora. Silence descended upon the group. 30 million mora. That was no trivial sum. Even in Liu, it was enough to purchase a luxurious property within the harbor. What's more, this profit wasn't earned through a grand, elaborate operation. It was achieved in mere minutes with minimal effort and resources. For someone like Ningguang, who had scaled the heights of commerce, the notion of earning such a fortune so quickly and effortlessly was nothing short of mind-boggling. Cloud Retainer remained quiet, her head bowed as if lost in thought. After a long pause, she suddenly turned her sharp gaze to Zhongli, her tone carrying a peculiar weight. Zhongli, the conqueror of demons, once praised your unparalleled wisdom, calling you the most learned individual he has ever known. Tell me, what insights do you have about this seemingly insignificant coal? Keqing and Ganyu exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't understand why Cloud Retainer was suddenly seeking Zhongli's opinion. Despite his undeniable knowledge, Zhongli had kept a low profile throughout their journey, his presence often fading into the background. Still, Cloud Retainer's respect for him suggested that his answer would be worth hearing. But neither Zhongli nor Ningguang shared the same perspective. The question posed by Cloud Retainer almost confirmed Zhongli's identity in Ningguang's mind. If that were the case, then the question couldn't merely be about coal. It was about Liu, or more specifically, Liu's future. Zhongli, in his capacity as the Geo-Archon, had entrusted Ningguang to fully oversee cooperation with Ryan. This was something Cloud Retainer was well aware of. Cloud Retainer was clever. Seeing Zhongli accompany the group as a mortal and explore this strange world alongside them gave her a glimpse into what was happening, even if she didn't want to admit it outright. Now, though, the truth could no longer be ignored. Cloud Retainer had seen the immense potential of this world, its wealth, and its frightening possibilities. She finally understood what it meant for Zhongli to allow Ningguang, as a representative of Liu and its people, to work with Ryan. The Liu of gods and Adepti would gradually fade into history. From here on, Liu would thrive under human governance, basking in a glory all its own. Cloud Retainer was asking Zhongli how he viewed what was to come. Once she pieced this together, Ningguang's palms began to sweat, despite her composed demeanor. She cast an inconspicuous glance toward Zhongli, who was casually chatting with Ryan. Hearing Cloud Retainer call his name, he paused momentarily, but quickly understood her intention. With his usual calm and steady voice, Zhongli replied, "This coal is indeed a remarkable resource. But regardless of what it is, if it can aid in Liu's development, nothing else matters." Cloud Retainer sighed softly, as if burdened and relieved at the same time. Her expression shifted, a faint smile now lingering on her lips. Her gaze swept over Keqing momentarily, her once critical stare softening into something gentler. After a pause, she spoke again, her tone quieter now. "Ningguang, may I take a share of this coal for myself? I wish to study its peculiar properties further." Hearing Cloud Retainer directly address her as Ningguang instead of the more formal title Tian Quan, Ningguang immediately understood that Cloud Retainer had come to terms with Liu's chosen path forward. Her heart lifted, and she replied cheerfully, "Of course, true lord. Take as much as you need. If you do uncover anything, I'd be grateful if you'd share your findings with us." Cloud Retainer nodded, her composure as calm as ever. As it should be. Keqing and Ganyu, unaware of the subtle exchange that had just occurred, didn't notice that it marked a pivotal moment in Liu's future. However, both of them could sense that Cloud Retainer's attitude seemed gentler somehow, her usual sharpness replaced by a softer demeanor. Not that Keqing cared much about such subtleties. With the last bite of an apple quickly swallowed, she glanced at her fully replenished hunger bar, then urged eagerly, "Ryan, let's keep moving. We still need a ton of iron ore, and didn't you say you were looking for redstone too?" Ryan gave her an exasperated look, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Alright, I get it. But can we at least take a break first?" Ganyu timidly raised her hand, her voice soft but clear. "Actually, since we've been here, including the mining, we've only spent about an hour. Ryan, with your shared stamina boosting us, we're not going to tire out so easily. Ryan shot her a playful glare, reaching out to gently pinch the base of her horns. I'm giving you a chance to rest out of concern, and this is how you repay me. Fine, no need to be grateful. Stretching his arms with a dramatic sigh, he called out, Xiao, lead the way. Zhongli, bring up the rear. Let's move out. The group chuckled and bantered as they rose to their feet, each gripping their weapons and torches as their gazes flicked cautiously around the dim tunnels. No one noticed the faint blush creeping up Ganyu's ears, her flushed cheeks hidden by the flickering shadows. Her head remained lowered as her fingers fidgeted nervously. See concern for me. The darkness of the cave became the perfect cover for the delighted smile spreading across her face, happiness brimming in her gentle gaze. To be fair, Ryan hadn't thought too deeply about his choice of words. Ganyu was simply one of his closest friends, someone he naturally cared for. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the mysteries of the mine. Logically, such a deep and resource-rich mine so close to a village should have at least one abandoned mineshaft. Ryan was particularly eager to locate such a place. After all, abandoned mineshafts came with pre-laid rail tracks, cobwebs, and often chests filled with treasures. The rails could save significant resources, doubling as essential components for future automation projects. And the cobwebs? Perfect for crafting bows and other useful tools. Not to mention, any chest he stumbled upon could hold enchanted books or gear, a potential jackpot waiting to be claimed. However, judging by the layout of this mine, the likelihood of stumbling across a mineshaft seemed slim. Which begged the question, could the area with all those monsters hold a mineshaft? Ryan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought for now. Better wait until we've got some defensive gear before heading there, he muttered to himself, shelving the idea for later exploration. With that, he refocused his efforts on thoroughly excavating the current tunnel. As the group pressed on, placing torches to light the way, they soon left the now empty coal deposit far behind. The faint orange glow of the torches cast long, flickering shadows across the damp cavern walls, making the atmosphere feel even heavier. No one could say how long they walked before it happened. A shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the spot they had left behind. It was tall and gangly, its entire form jet black save for its glowing white eyes. With a tilt of its elongated head, the creature stared in the direction the group had gone, emitting strange guttural noises. Without warning, it vanished in a burst of purple particles, only to reappear beside the wooden staircase they had constructed earlier. Long, claw-like fingers wrapped around the staircase, lifting it effortlessly. With another burst of violet light, the Enderman disappeared, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of scattered particles, silent proof that it had ever been there at all. 58, Xiao, did I just eat a bone meal accelerated carrot? The depths of the mine were immeasurable. This section was a vast, hollow cavern. Scattered throughout the empty space were veins of coal and other various ores, glinting faintly under the flickering torchlight. The group had just finished placing torches everywhere to ensure that no monsters would spawn in the darkness. After a quick estimation of the time, Ryan clapped his hands together and called out to everyone, "Alright, let's stop exploring for now. We'll set up a temporary second base here." This time, it wasn't Keking who was the most excited. Cloud Retainer immediately raised her hand, gripping her pickaxe enthusiastically. "Ryan, we can keep going. This little bit of work doesn't tire us at all." Before Cloud Retainer could rally the others to join her, Ryan rolled his eyes in exasperation. I know you're not tired, but we've already gone quite deep into this mine. It's about time we took a break and set up a small base here. At the very least, let me organize this area for restocking supplies. This will make it much easier to continue mining later. Relax, it'll just be a simple setup, nothing too elaborate, he added. At first, no one disagreed with Ryan's logic. After all, this area was rich in resources, so splitting up to gather and then regrouping here made sense. However, the words that followed sent a chill down both Ganyu and Keking's spines. Simple. Just a small setup. That's all. Those were the exact same words Ryan had said when they first ventured into the mines together. And what happened then? In less than 20 minutes, Ryan had constructed an entire underground survival center, complete with living quarters, storage, and workstations. Exchanging uneasy glances, Ganyu and Keking watched nervously as Ryan began inspecting the surroundings, clearly already planning how to proceed. Ganyu quickly stepped forward and grabbed Ryan's arm. Don't overdo it, Ryan. There's no need for anything grand. Once we've mined everything here, we'll be leaving anyway. Building something too complex would just waste resources. Ryan paused, looking surprised for a moment, then laughed. What are you imagining? Of course, we don't need a massive base here. This mine is only temporary. I was thinking we could plant some crops since our food supplies have been running low. I brought plenty of soil with me, so it's the perfect chance to set up a small farm. If Ryan had suggested farming in a mine just a few days ago, Keking and Ganyu would have been utterly shocked. But after everything they'd experienced with him recently, this sort of minor idea barely registered as surprising anymore. Ryan pulled out a stack of dirt blocks and glanced at Zhongli, who seemed eager to get involved. Smiling, he handed over half the stack. Here, let's do this together. Remember to leave one row open for water. Zhongli nodded calmly, adding, like the farm in your estate. Exactly. Without another word, Zhongli began placing the dirt in an orderly manner, his movements steady and precise. Meanwhile, Ryan turned back to the others. Well then, I'll leave the mining to you all. Collect every bit of ore you can find, but remember to stay safe. When mining walls, listen carefully for any unusual sounds, and when mining overhead, make sure your footing is on blocks that don't align directly with the ore. You don't want gravel or sand collapsing on top of you. He glanced at Cloud Retainer. I'm counting on you to look after them. Cloud Retainer waved a hand dismissively. Don't treat them as defenseless maidens. Focus on your own tasks, we'll handle this swiftly. Ryan chuckled, watching as the four women confidently headed off with their tools. Ryan, what about me? Xiao asked, standing nearby with his trident in one hand and a battered shield in the other. The shield bore scratches from arrows and dents from zombie attacks, evidence of the dangers they'd already faced. Ryan rubbed his chin thoughtfully before replying, all right, once they're done mining, we'll need to process the ores. We've got a lot of iron that hasn't been smelted yet. Xiao, could you build about 20 furnaces along that wall over there? After that, keep an eye out for any threats in the mine. Xiao didn't mind what tasks he was assigned. Whether it was slaying monsters or helping with construction, he found everything in this world oddly intriguing. Nodding in acknowledgement, he immediately turned to gather the materials needed for the furnaces. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the farm, only to find that Zhongli had already finished laying out the soil and even added water. Now, Zhongli was calmly tilling the ground with a hoe, looking every bit like a seasoned farmer. Ryan burst out laughing at the sight. Well, I've got to hand it to you. 6,000 years of experience really pays off. OVE already set up a perfect little farm without me saying much at all. At this rate, you'll be building your own retirement villa in no time. Zhongli tilled the final patch of soil, then straightened up, his gaze calm as he glanced at Ryan. With a serious tone, he remarked, from a rational standpoint, there's certainly merit in the idea. Living in a home you've built with your own hands, inviting friends over to discuss life's philosophy, such a lifestyle would be ideal for retirement. Though, when the time comes, I might need to consult you on some design ideas. Ryan grinned and gave a firm nod. Deal. No problem at all. I mean, knowing you, you're probably planning to settle down right next door to me anyway. If your place ends up being an eyesore, it'll totally ruin my vibe. Zhongli's lips curved into a faint smile. He genuinely appreciated Ryan's casual banter and the ease with which they conversed. It was refreshing, a stark contrast to the rigid respect and formality he often received from others. With Ryan, there were no walls, no pretenses, just simple camaraderie. This kind of light-hearted interaction reminded Zhongli that he wasn't entirely alone. While he held great affection for comrades like Xiao, their reverence for him often created an invisible chasm. Perhaps this was the unique burden of one who had stood at the apex of power for centuries. Breaking his musings, Zhongli asked a question, his tone thoughtful. A small concern, from what I've observed, even in this world where logic is often defied, crops still require at least a full day to mature. Were you planning to leave this farm and return tomorrow to harvest? In truth, Zhongli found Ryan's foresight commendable. Despite their current ample supply of provisions, bread alone amounted to a full stack. Ryan's proactive decision to cultivate fresh crops was a practical choice, ensuring they wouldn't run low on essential food during their expedition. Before Zhongli could finish expressing his approval, Ryan turned toward him with a peculiar look, his expression caught somewhere between amusement and incredulity. Are you kidding? Who's got the time for that? By tomorrow, we'll probably be so deep in the mine that we'll hit diamond veins. When that happens, we'll just teleport straight back to the mansion for a proper break before returning to Teyvat. If I were planning a second trip here, I'd go all out and renovate the place into something a bit more comfortable. Zhongli wasn't offended by Ryan's bluntness, though he was admittedly intrigued. Then what's your plan for this farm? Before he could get an answer, Zhongli's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught sight of Ryan's next move. In a few swift motions, Ryan had crafted a workbench, pulled out a sizable bundle of bones, and casually tossed them onto the table. You're thinking too hard about this, Ryan said with a grin, picking up a pile of bone meal. We've got fertilizer, don't we? Why wait for nature to do its thing when we can speed it up? Without hesitation, Ryan began scattering bone meal across the field. Crops that had barely sprouted moments ago suddenly shot up, fully mature in seconds. Ryan's movements were so fluid and practiced that it was clear this wasn't his first time employing such a method. Thanks to the mob grinder back at his estate and the skeletons they dealt with on the way down, Ryan had no shortage of bones. In fact, he seemed almost too nonchalant about the process, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhongli, on the other hand, found himself unsettled. It wasn't that he was squeamish. As a former archon and now a consultant for the Wangxing funeral parlor, Zhongli had long grown accustomed to the realities of mortality. He had witnessed death in its myriad forms, helped lay the deceased to rest, and even recommended fine urns and burial plots to grieving families. Yet something about watching Ryan grind up bones that had once belonged to humanoid skeletons and use them as fertilizer for crops that they would then eat was, for lack of a better word, deeply off-putting. He could almost picture Hu Tao's horrified expression if she ever witnessed such a practice. No doubt, she'd start lecturing Ryan about the balance between life and death and the sanctity of the deceased. Zhongli's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed Ryan had already treated half the farm. The once barren patches of soil were now filled with rows of lush, fully grown carrots. Their vibrant green tops swayed slightly as if mocking Zhongli's internal discomfort. No way am I eating any of that, Zhongli thought to himself, his stomach churning slightly. Before Ryan could continue to the other half of the farm, Zhongli stepped forward hurriedly, raising a hand. Ryan, wait a moment. Ryan paused mid-motion, a freshly pulled carrot in hand. Without so much as a rinse, he bit into it with a satisfying crunch, chewing contentedly. What's up? He asked, his voice slightly muffled by the mouthful of carrot. Zhongli forced himself to suppress a grimace. Taking a steadying breath, he said, leave the other half of the field as it is. Let the crops grow naturally. Ryan raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. Then, as he noticed Zhongli's averted gaze and slightly strained expression, realization dawned. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Seriously? The mighty Geo Archon, the god of contracts, the terror of the Archon War, getting all worked up over a little bone meal. Ryan's teasing only deepened Zhongli's discomfort, though he refused to rise to the bait. After a moment, Ryan sighed and waved a hand dismissively. Fine, fine. If it bothers you that much, I'll leave the rest of the farm alone. Happy now? Zhongli exhaled softly, a hint of relief crossing his features. Thank you. Don't mention it, Ryan said, taking another bite of his carrot. Man, you're really something else, Zhongli. Guess even gods have their quirks, huh? As Ryan turned back to his work, humming a light tune, Zhongli allowed himself a rare smile. Yes, Ryan's methods might be unconventional, even borderline irreverent, but his humor and straightforwardness were, in their own way, a reminder of life's simpler pleasures. Ryan tilted his head, about to say something, when Xiao silently approached. Seeing that everyone was still busy, he went straight to the point. Lord Zhongli, Mr. Ryan, the furnace setup is complete. Ryan turned his head, and sure enough, 20 furnaces were neatly arranged against the wall in 2 stacked rows. He chuckled, casually tossing a carrot to Xiao. Not bad. You're getting better and better at this. Hearing Ryan's praise, Xiao's lips quirked into the faintest hint of a smile. Thank you for the compliment, he said quietly. Without hesitation, he took a bite of the carrot, finishing half of it in one go. Zhongli, for all his meticulous foresight, had not accounted for this. He watched in stunned silence as Xiao casually ate the carrot, seemingly enjoying it. He had intended to intervene but found himself too slow to act. What made it worse was that Xiao actually looked like he found the carrot sweet. Zhongli felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Before he could process what was happening, Xiao, noticing Zhongli's expression, assumed he was hungry. Without a second thought, he handed a carrot to him with a gesture as straightforward as his character. Lord Zhongli. Instinctively, Zhongli took a step back, causing Xiao to pause in confusion. Ryan glanced at the scene, his expression casual but laced with amusement. Don't bother. He won't eat it. He's got issues getting over it. Issues? Xiao frowned slightly, his gaze shifting between Ryan and Zhongli. He could sense something was off. Ryan, utterly unbothered, shrugged and explained, these carrots were grown using bone meal. Quick and efficient. Bone meal. Xiao's expression darkened instantly. The next moment, a gust of wind howled through the room as Xiao vanished in a blur of motion, appearing by the far wall. His face was pale, and his body trembled slightly. Then came the sound, retching. 59, Ningguang, please, stop mining coal. 59, Ningguang, please, stop mining coal. The hastily constructed resting base was simple yet functional. Everyone sat around a large stone table that Cloud Retainer had just fashioned out of nearby rocks. They chatted and laughed as they ate bread, seemingly enjoying the brief reprieve. Occasionally, however, their gazes drifted to Xiao, who was slumped powerlessly in a stone chair, looking utterly spent. Their eyes carried a mix of sympathy and reverence. And every time Xiao let out a dry heave, the sympathy deepened, their gazes turning to pity. Eventually, Ningguang, having finished her last bite of bread and fully restored her hunger bar, let out a sigh. She turned to Ryan, a trace of exasperation in her tone. Honestly, Ryan, how could you deceive the vigilant Yiksha? We've relied on him to protect us this entire journey. Ryan, however, was quick to defend himself. Deceive? What are you even saying? That wasn't deception, it was sharing culinary delights. Besides, I ate the same carrots, and look, I'm perfectly fine. The mention of carrots caused Xiao's face to visibly pale. Without a word, he turned his head away and resumed dry heaving. It was clear Xiao would rather never see another carrot in his life. This display tugged at Zhongli's heartstrings. Shaking his head helplessly, he murmured, those carrots of yours, not everyone can stomach them. Now hold on just a moment. Ryan's interest was piqued as he straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. First off, let's get the facts straight about bone meal's growth acceleration properties. You sprinkle it on the soil, and boom, crops are ready for harvest. The produce you get doesn't even need washing, no dirt, no grime, and every piece is perfectly uniform in size and taste. As for concerns about bone meal residue, that's just a psychological barrier. You've all eaten carrots pulled fresh from the ground before, haven't you? Secondly, Ryan paused, shaking his head with a hint of frustration. I've explained this many times already, this world doesn't have sentient beings like we're used to. Whether it's zombies or villager number 677, they're more like puppets than living creatures. Their essence is fundamentally different from ours. They have no thoughts, no will. You've seen it yourselves when you kill these monsters, they just drop loot and vanish into thin air as smoke. Why would you think something that merely looks human is the same as human life? Besides, they're literally just blocks. And another thing, Laya's farmers use fertilizer for their crops, don't they? Think of bone meal as the equivalent of using slime condensate as fertilizer. Sure, it's a bit strange, but it's not like it's unacceptable. The group's expressions turned increasingly peculiar as Ryan spoke. He scanned their faces, hoping for a hint of understanding but found none. Realizing that they weren't ready to embrace the idea, Ryan let it go. He knew that for people with such deeply ingrained beliefs, bone meal would be hard to accept in the short term. After all, bone meal was, in essence, made from the bones of humanoid creatures. If they were to accept it too quickly, Ryan would have to start questioning their dietary preferences. Still, bone meal was a critical solution to the food shortage problem, and Ryan wasn't about to let them avoid the topic forever. How about this? Ryan thought for a moment, then pulled out a bucket of water, offering tentatively, what if we wash the crops before eating them? A long silence hung over the group. Eventually, it was Ganyu who broke it, unable to bear seeing Ryan left in awkward isolation. Ryan, everyone's lived in Teyvat for so long it's natural that it's hard to change their mindset. Maybe we can set aside the topic of bone meal for now. Exactly, Ningguang chimed in, smiling gently. Why don't we instead take stock of our mining haul so far? Based on the time, it should be about 3 in the afternoon now. Seeing their unwillingness to continue the bone meal discussion, Ryan shrugged, deciding not to push them further. Fine, since everyone's rested, let's tally up the minerals we've collected. At the mention of inventorying minerals, Ningguang's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. First up, Koal. How many stacks do you all have? By now, the group had long since lost their initial excitement over coal. They didn't even bother counting individual pieces anymore. As Ryan had once remarked, coal is basically worthless. It appeared everywhere in massive veins. You'd mine a patch and end up accidentally breaking into another chamber filled with even more coal. At first, everyone had been excited by the abundance, but over time, the mere sight of coal made their expressions darken. They hadn't gone mining just to collect coal. And yet, it was valuable enough to sell for Mora, and if not sold, it was still useful for personal use. At this point, the group had developed a collective sentiment about coal. It's a waste of time. Keking was the first to raise her hand. Ganyu and I each have 5 stacks. The rest we gave to Ryan. That stuff takes up way too much inventory space. I have 4 stacks, Cloud Retainer added. Also, can we skip coal veins next time? Lord Zhongli and I each have 4 stacks, Xiao said. Finally, all eyes turned to Ryan, who rolled his eyes and muttered, don't look at me. I already have 9 stacks of coal. And that's with me constantly making torches and placing them throughout the caves. By the way, I also have 5 stacks of torches. Anyone willing to take some off my hands? I'm running out of inventory space for anything useful. A heavy silence fell over the group. After a moment, Ningguang spoke, her voice measured. Adding my 4 stacks, that brings the total to 35 stacks of coal, roughly 372 tons. Ningguang's expression darkened. 7 people mining for half a day had yielded 372 tons of coal. While this was an impressive feat on paper, it brought her no joy. Anyone who understood coal's lack of value would see it as a joke. To the uninformed, it might even look like the 7 of them were a professional coal mining crew. 372 tons of high-quality coal. Whether sold on the market or kept for our own use in Liu, it's pure profit, Keking mused, her tone calm yet resolute. Then, shifting gears, she added softly, but let's be honest, we're not here to mine coal. I propose we stop collecting coal for now. She glanced around at the group. Any more of it, and we won't have room to carry anything else valuable. We can't afford to waste precious storage space on it. No sooner had Keking finished her sentence than the group unanimously raised their hands. Agreed. This immortal concurs as well. I second the motion. From now on, let's all avoid mining coal. With that, coal's once lofty position was thoroughly toppled. Everyone was in unanimous agreement, treating it as little more than dead weight. Of course, Ryan had anticipated this outcome. Coal was practically worthless to them at this point. Back in his previous life, when he played games and explored mines, it was the same story. Before he could find diamonds, he'd have bags full of coal. Still, mining that much coal wasn't entirely without its perks. Thanks to their efforts, Ryan's experience level had already shot up to level 47, plenty high enough to perform some basic enchantments. However, his own level didn't matter much to him. It was good only for enchanting, at least until some of the more advanced mods, like sword mods, came into play. For Keking, Ganyu, and the others, though, it was a different story. Their shared experience points were being absorbed into their vision, boosting their elemental energy. Although the improvements were small, they added up over time. More importantly, the points helped Xiao suppress his karmic debt. This was why everyone was so enthusiastic about mining coal despite its lack of value. Thinking about elemental power, Ryan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Sure, his physical strength could level mountains. She could probably take down even Celestia itself if he wanted to, but controlling the elements? That was every human's dream. He'd even asked Zhongli about getting himself a vision. Not because he cared about the power, it just looked so cool to have one hanging on your belt. Zhongli had promised to look into it, but Ryan wasn't holding his breath. After all, visions weren't just handed out by the 7 archons as many assumed. Judging by Zhongli's cryptic expressions, they likely had ties to Celestia or even the heavenly principles themselves. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Ryan had set his sights on obtaining a vision. Whether Celestia cooperated or not, well, his fists could always do the talking. Still, there was one major problem gnawing at him. While Ganyu and the others' experience points were funneled into their visions, how would they enchant their weapons? Did that mean he'd have to use his own experience points to enchant things for them? That was a bit much, wasn't it? Ryan, you're zoning out again, came Ganyu's soft voice, breaking his train of thought. He blinked, snapping back to the present, only to find Ganyu's face mere inches from his. Her breath brushed against his skin, sending a faint warmth to his cheeks. Under the dim glow of torchlight, Ganyu's expression held a mix of worry and curiosity. Her flawless complexion gleamed like polished jade, her delicate features so close that he could see every intricate detail. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Her skin was smooth and unblemished, like the purest white porcelain. Under the flickering light, it exuded an almost ethereal allure. Realizing their proximity, Ganyu's cheeks flushed a faint red, but she didn't move away. Instead, her eyes darted nervously, avoiding his gaze. "My bad," Ryan said with a sheepish smile, tearing his eyes away and straightening up. "I was just thinking about the coal situation. Where were we?" Nearby, Ningguang silently observed their interaction, her signature gentle smile unfaltering. She made no comment, though her gaze lingered on the pair for a moment longer than usual before gracefully redirecting the conversation. "We were discussing the iron ore," she said smoothly. "So far, we've tallied 5.5 stacks between us. How much do you have?" At the mention of iron, everyone's expressions turned slightly regretful. Unlike coal, iron was genuinely valuable. If it were as abundant as coal, Ningguang and the others would have happily emptied their inventories just to carry more of it. The reason was simple: iron was worth a fortune. In this world, Ryan's reliance on iron was practically endless. Tools, armor, rails, pistons, mechanisms, it all required massive quantities of iron to build. In Teyvat, Ningguang had done her homework. She'd learned that iron mined from Ryan's world fetched a premium price due to its exceptional quality. If smelted down, it could sell for 10% more than regular iron. But the real money lay in the iron ingots. Each ingot, though only the size of a palm, weighed nearly a ton and was worth 100 times the price of Teyvat's common ores. In other words, the 5.5 stacks of iron they'd collected totaling over 304 tons were worth billions of mora. Of course, selling it wasn't part of the plan. For now, the priority was to use the iron to aid their expansion efforts. Besides, Ningguang had already promised that Ryan would have first access to all resources. Hearing Ningguang's report, Ryan blinked in surprise before quickly opening his inventory. After a moment of rummaging, he broke into a grin and announced, "I've got exactly 1 stack of iron ore here. That makes 6.5 stacks. Ningguang exclaimed, her excitement evident. "This is incredible. Looks like we've struck gold. Well, iron," Ryan quipped with a chuckle. "This haul is gonna make a world of difference." 60, we're rich. Full set of iron armor for everyone. 60, we're rich. Full set of iron armor for everyone. 6.5 stacks of iron ore, 416 iron ingots. What could that get you? A full set of iron armor required 24 ingots. With 7 people here, that meant 7 sets of armor, which would cost 168 ingots. That was barely half of what they had. So, what about the rest? At this point, Ryan felt like he had so much iron that he didn't even know what to do with it. Forget about everything else, for Noe was making 7 sets of iron armor and gearing up for a full-on sweep of the mines. Iron swords, 1 for each person. Iron pickaxes and axes, 1 for everyone. Funnels? Maybe later. His backpack space was getting a little tight, and making those was going to have to wait. As he planned it all out in his mind, a satisfied smile spread across his face. His mood only brightened as the process of smelting the ore accelerated. In that moment, Ryan couldn't help but be thankful for having teamed up with Laya. Otherwise, gathering this much good stuff on his own would have taken forever. Especially now that Ganyu and the others were becoming increasingly familiar with this world, they were really able to contribute in ways that helped him immensely. Take now, for instance. There was just so much iron ore that everyone had to pitch in. Each wall was lined with 25 furnaces. That was a total of 100 furnaces. Ryan didn't have to lift a finger. This entire furnace setup was entirely thanks to Ningguang and others. They worked in tandem, setting up and manning the furnaces. Now, they were all busy tossing ore into the furnaces, pulling out freshly smelted ingots as they went. At first, Zhongli and the others were silent, taken aback by the sheer simplicity of the process. But it didn't take long for them to get over the initial shock. After all, in a world where common sense was often defied, this was practically business as usual. After just a few seconds of watching ore turn into premium ingots, Zhongli suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for his miners and blacksmiths. His people in Liu were hardworking and diligent, but why couldn't they have access to such conveniences? Why did they still have to sweat it out with their hammers and anvil? Zhongli's resolve hardened like steel. He was determined Ed would bring every miner in Liu, except those who had to extract elemental ore, to this world. After a well-deserved rest, the group was back to work, and soon the 400 ingots were neatly stacked in front of Ryan, shining with a brilliant silver-white glow. Suspended in midair, the ingots gleamed like a small constellation of precious metals. Ryan swore, this was the third most beautiful light in the world. Diamonds were first, redstone second. As for gold, no one cared about that, or rather, only pigs would. None of the group had any intention of bringing up the distribution of iron ore. They would have their own mining team in Liu, but this trip was specifically to join Ryan in exploring the mines. Besides, the contract was clear: all resources are to be chosen by Ryan first. They valued the contract above all else, and none of them would break it just because they'd grown closer to Ryan. Still, Ningguang couldn't help but feel curious about how Ryan planned to use all this iron ore. After a moment of contemplation, she asked softly, Ryan, with so many ingots, how do you plan to use them? Ryan didn't even hesitate before answering, of course, I'm making armor and tools. Ningguang was caught off guard by his blunt answer. She paused, then asked, how many ingots will that take? Let me think. Ryan started counting on his fingers. First, 7 sets of iron armor, 168 ingots, and then 7 swords, which will take 14 more ingots. 7 pickaxes and 7 axes, which adds up to 42 ingots. The more Ryan explained, the more concerned Ningguang's expression became. Finally, Ryan clapped his hands together and said, so, that's a total of 224 ingots. Just a little over half of what we have. The rest we'll save for later, though if you all need some, feel free to take them. And as for selling the ingots, we'll wait for your mining team to arrive before we talk about that. The iron we've mined is for our own exploration, after all. Upon hearing this, Ningguang's expression softened slightly, though it was clear she still had her doubts. But when she saw Ryan actually picking up the ingots and heading straight for the crafting table to start forging, her heart clenched. Before she could stop herself, she reached out and grabbed his hand, disregarding any formalities between them. After all, Ryan, please reconsider. Ningguang's voice was filled with genuine concern, her face pleading. 224 ingots, that's nearly 200 tons of top-tier iron. If we sold that, we'd be swimming in Mora. You're planning to use all that iron on armor and weapons? Isn't that a bit of a waste? At first, Keqing and the others hadn't really thought much of it, but when Ningguang mentioned the staggering figure, they started to feel the weight of the situation. Sure, Liu Harbor had a lot of Mora flowing through it every day, but this kind of sum was something else entirely. But that level of wealth didn't come overnight. It had been accumulated over 3,000 years to reach this point. They came to this world, 7 people, 0 cost, and within half a day they had over 400 tons of iron. That's billions of Mora. Such an amount of Mora could easily shake even the largest banks in the northern nations. And now, Ryan was about to use half of it for crafting. What a waste. It was beyond wasteful. However, before anyone could try to convince Ryan otherwise, he shook his head with a smile. See, you're doing it again. Ningguang froze, confused by Ryan's words. Ryan, with a knowing look, continued, how long have we been in the mines? Ningguang hesitated for a moment, then answered softly, half a day. And how many of us are there? 7. Seeing Ningguang's thoughtful expression, Ryan playfully tapped her forehead and teased, 7 people, half a day, 0 cost, nearly 400 tons of coal, over 400 tons of iron. Do you really think resources here are valuable? Ningguang felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks from Ryan's affectionate gesture, but she quickly focused on his words. It suddenly hit her Ryan had been emphasizing the unique characteristics of this world. So, it was her who had been overthinking things. Ningguang exhaled deeply, her expression regained its usual confidence and grace, though her gaze softened as it lingered on Ryan. Resources are incredibly valuable, she said, leaving Keqing and the others in a state of confusion. After all, Ryan's point had been crystal clear, and they understood it. 7 people working for half a day had managed to gather so much it was clear that in this world, resources weren't truly worth much at all. Though they might be needed, there was no reason to cling to them with the kind of preciousness they were used to in their own world. Ningguang. Ganyu hesitated, biting her lip as if she wanted to argue. But Ningguang spoke softly, for Teyvat, all resources would be considered priceless, but for us, they mean very little. This world is driven by creativity, innovation, and an unyielding spirit of exploration. Seeing the carefree look in Ningguang's eyes, Ryan smiled. You've finally understood, Ningguang. You won't need me to convince you anymore, right? Not so fast. Ningguang shook her head gently and said, you've awakened my sense of extravagance, so naturally, you have to help me keep it in check. By the way, can I take the iron armor set back to Laya Harbor for collection? Ryan smiled warmly and replied, of course, but it's best to bring it with you when you come to this world. And, Ryan's voice grew more serious for a moment. A full set of iron armor costs 24 ingots. Do you understand what that means? It weighs nearly 21 tons, so be careful. Don't just casually take it out and wear it. After all, in Teyvat, you don't have my physique. Of course, Ryan wasn't referring to Zhongli when he said this. Even without Ryan's enhanced physique, Zhongli was the Geo-Archon, a being who had once toppled mountains in the Archon War and crushed gods. 20 tons wouldn't even faze him. But, if any of them dared walk around wearing the armor, with each step they took, they'd likely end up embedded in the ground of Laya Harbor. Everyone kept reminding themselves, as they left the Minecraft world, to be sure to remove the iron armor before leaving. In the meantime, Ryan quickly finished crafting everything he needed. He handed out the iron armor, piece by piece, to everyone. But now, they were faced with a dilemma. This thing, look how square it is, Ryan. Ganyu pouted, her face scrunched in frustration. She stood between Ryan and Ningguang, subtly inserting herself into their space. Ever since Ryan had snapped Ningguang out of her overthinking, Ningguang had been unintentionally sticking close to him. Ganyu was getting a little upset. Ningguang didn't seem bothered at all as Ganyu squeezed between them. She maintained her usual calm, graceful demeanor, always managing to hide her true thoughts and intentions. How are we supposed to wear this blocky armor? Are you really going to waste all those iron ingots? Keqing said, flipping the iron armor in her hands, clearly concerned as she glanced at Ryan. Ryan thought for a moment, then consulted the system before responding. No problem. It works like the sacred relics of Teyvat. All you need to do is touch the armor and silently wish to wear it, and it'll be equipped. To take it off, just open your personal panel and deselect the armor, and it'll return to your inventory. Upon hearing this, the group immediately began to experiment. Before long, everyone was wearing a full set of shimmering silver armor. Because they weren't blocky characters, the armor had adapted to fit them better. It was no longer rigid and square-shaped. Instead, it resembled a more tailored, form-fitting general's armor, still practical but with a touch of elegance. This made everyone feel a little more satisfied. If it had been those clunky, blocky pieces, no matter how useful, they would have worn them only for mining purposes. But once they were out of the mine, sorry, no, way too ugly. Keqing tentatively hopped around and discovered that, despite wearing over 20 tons of armor, she felt completely normal. Her movements weren't hindered at all. The most absurd part was, with all the resources she was carrying, she was practically wearing 60 or 70 tons of weight, and yet she moved as if there was nothing on her at all. When she jumped and landed, the ground didn't even flinch. Zhongli even commented that the stones here were beyond his understanding as the Geo-Archon. As for the armor's defense, that didn't need any questioning. Without any mods, the iron armor provided the highest protection, second only to netherite or diamond sets. As for the gold armor, Ryan truly couldn't understand why anyone would use such a fragile material for armor. Was it just because it looked pretty with its golden shine? But then, wasn't the real use for gold about crafting golden apples, golden melons, or trading with piglins? Of course, gold was also considered hard currency in Laya. If Ningguang and the others wanted to sell it, they could easily make more. However, as of now, they hadn't found anything useful in the mines. Suddenly, Keqing seemed to have a realization and couldn't help but laugh. Looking around at the others, she teased, so, what you're saying is, we're all wearing armor worth tens of millions of mora, right? 61, withstanding Adepti power attacks. Hearing Keqing's comment, the group couldn't help but smile. After a moment, Zhongli spoke up, which was a rarity. From a rational perspective, Zhongli began, his tone calm and authoritative. The value of raw iron ore cannot be compared to the value of forged iron armor. Crafting armor requires meticulous processes, and the armor we're wearing is made from the finest iron ore, pure iron through and through. He paused, his golden eyes sweeping across the group. If we were to calculate its worth in mora, a single set of this iron armor would easily be worth billions. Furthermore, only a master blacksmith could forge armor of this quality. Ningguang, thoughtfully stroking her chin, murmured, so it's truly a rarity, something almost impossible to replicate. You could say that, Zhongli replied. Ningguang turned her gaze toward Ryan, a playful smile curving her lips. What an extraordinary gift, Ryan. Even in the 3,000 years of Laya's history, I've never heard of anyone giving a girl a gift worth billions of mora. Exactly. Ganyu quickly chimed in, interrupting Ningguang before she could continue. As a gift from a friend, it's just too extravagant. The air seemed to crackle as Ningguang and Ganyu exchanged a brief glance, their gazes meeting like two blades clashing. Though the tension was palpable, they maintained their outward harmony, appearing as close as ever like sisters. Oblivious to the subtle rivalry brewing between the two, Ryan waved his hand dismissively, his tone carefree. It's no big deal. You've all seen how much iron we have, it's not like it's anything precious. Plus, you saw my crafting table. If you want one, just make it yourself, though I'd suggest not wasting iron ingots unless you really need to. With that, Ryan began preparing to lead the group deeper into the mines. This time, there was no need to mine coal. Their targets were iron, redstone, gold, diamonds, and lapis lazuli. If possible, they'd also gather some obsidian. All these resources were essential. Redstone and diamonds were obvious priorities, while lapis lazuli would be needed for enchantments. Obsidian was critical for future ventures into the nether. As for gold, Ryan hadn't forgotten his promise to Ganya to make her golden apples. He also planned to test if golden apples could help alleviate the negative states of Xiao and Zhongli. This mining expedition was no small task. They needed to make the most of their time and explore thoroughly. But before Ryan could rally the group to move out, Xiao raised a hand, his expression contemplative. "Wait a moment, Ryan. Everyone, I'd like to conduct a test." Curious, everyone turned to look at Xiao. He explained calmly, "This iron armor weighs over 20 tons. With such a significant amount of top-tier iron ore forged into a single set of armor, I'd like to test its defensive capabilities." "So, you want to see how it holds up against attacks?" Ryan asked with a grin. "You're curious about how much damage elemental attacks or weapons can deal to it, right?" Xiao nodded, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. "Apologies, Ryan. I know this armor is your handiwork, and I don't mean to disrespect it. But for the sake of everyone's safety, I believe this test is necessary." "Don't." Ryan waved his hand hurriedly, his tone exasperated but good-natured. "Don't call it my handiwork. It took me, a minute to craft. If you want to test it, go ahead. We've got plenty of iron." To be honest, Ryan didn't think the iron armor would be particularly practical for real combat in Teyvat. Sure, its defense was impressive, but they couldn't ignore the fact that it weighed over 20 tons. Who could realistically fight while carrying that much weight? Zhongli, maybe. But even then, in Teyvat, his jade shield was far superior. He didn't need iron armor. And on the off chance they left this world while wearing the armor, the system ensured they wouldn't feel its weight until they removed it. However, that didn't mean the armor wouldn't affect the Teyvat environment. As Ryan had joked earlier, one step out and you'd end up embedded in the ground. Forget fighting, how would you even move? Still, if Xiao wanted to test it, why not? If they wanted to improve Laya's combat power with resources from this world, there were far better options. Redstone-powered TNT cannons, affectionately dubbed Klee's happiness machines. Modern weapon mods or katana mods. Cultivation techniques, magic wands, or, if all else failed, a dragon training mod. With Ningguang and the others riding dragons, they'd dominate Teyvat, punching Celestia in the face and kicking the Abyss Order to the curb. Ryan's mind wandered with these fantastical ideas before he snapped back to reality. Xiao had already taken his position. Standing firm, Xiao's expression was serious. On the other side, Cloud Retainer held Xiao's primordial jade-winged spear, preparing to attack. Despite her preference for mechanisms, Cloud Retainer was no stranger to combat. After all, she was close friends with Madame Ping, and Shen He was an exceptionally skilled spear wielder. Now, holding the spear, Cloud Retainer radiated an aura of boundless energy, her form enveloped in a vibrant green glow. The tip of the spear gleamed with concentrated wind pressure. "Conqueror of demons, do not underestimate this test," Cloud Retainer cautioned gently. "While I favor crafting, my martial skills haven't dulled in the slightest over these centuries." Xiao stole a glance at Zhongli, who stood to the side, exuding an air of calm authority. It was clear that if anything went wrong, Zhongli would step in to protect him. With Zhongli there, what did Xiao have to fear? The Geo Daddy had his back. Xiao nodded decisively. "Rest assured, Cloud Retainer. Please, proceed." Cloud Retainer smiled faintly, realizing her earlier worry was unnecessary. As long as the Lord of Geo was present, there was no cause for concern. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full strength, channeling elemental power into her strike. Though her abilities were heavily suppressed in this world, her attacks still carried formidable force. Focusing entirely on Xiao, Cloud Retainer steadied her breathing. She raised the primordial jade-winged spear slightly, its tip aimed directly at Xiao's chest. As the strike landed, there was no effort from Cloud Retainer to aim at less vulnerable spots like the abdomen or legs. For an Adeptus, especially one delivering a full-force attack, the outcome was binary: either you withstood the blow or you didn't. It wouldn't matter if the strike hit the ground beside you, damage was inevitable. Still, for some inexplicable reason, Cloud Retainer found herself placing a sliver of faith in the iron armor. Moments ticked by. Under the tense gaze of Ningguang and the others, Cloud Retainer became a streak of cyan light, hurtling toward Xiao with deadly precision. The sheer force of the attack, the sharpness cutting through the air, and the overwhelming momentum made everyone narrow their eyes instinctively. Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the sight. In the game, Cloud Retainer along with the other Adepti apart from Xiao had always seemed lackluster. They sat on the sidelines during the battle with Oziel, spending most of their time manning cannons. Even then, it was Ningguang's sacrificial use of the Jade Chamber that secured victory. But now, this was an Adeptus. Not just any Adeptus, but one who had lived through the Archon War. Their strength, honed through centuries, far exceeded any human. Cloud Retainer's pupil, Shen He, had frozen an entire tidal wave with a single strike. Another Adeptus, Mountain Shaper, had severed his own horn to stabilize the weight of Mt Tianheng. These were not feeble beings. The thought of them being anything less than formidable was laughable. And then there was Liu as a whole. Compared to Snezhnia, Liu's human population might seem lacking in military might. But when you included the Adepti in the equation, the difference was staggering. Snezhnia might boast the Fatui, who had caused turmoil across the continent, slapping Barbados in Mondstadt, inciting war in Inajima, and meddling with the Academia in Samuru. But why, then, did they remain so restrained in Liu? Because they knew. Liu wasn't just a nation, it was a fortress guarded by beings of immense power. The Adepti alone, three-eyed five manifestations, the conqueror of demons, the half-Adeptus Kylan, and the wandering songstress were forces to be reckoned with. And even without considering these celestial beings, Liu still had its trump card, Morix, the Geo-Archon. The title God of War wasn't an empty one. During the Archon War, the number of defeated gods and vanquished entities under his hand likely outnumbered the stars Snezhnia had ever seen. So yes, Liu's strength was unparalleled. Even now, Ryan could see the sheer power radiating from Cloud Retainer. Despite being in this alternate world, where their abilities were diminished, the attack was still breathtaking. It was over in less than a second. Cloud Retainer's spear shot forward, meeting Xiao head-on. The conqueror of demons staggered backward 3 steps before managing to steady himself. The silence that followed was palpable. Cloud Retainer, though visibly winded, immediately turned her focus to Xiao. Conqueror of demons, how are you feeling? Xiao touched his chest, his expression mixed with disbelief. I only broke 1 rib. Ningguang and Keqing exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to grasp how Xiao could casually dismiss the injury with the word only. Fortunately, Ganyu stepped in to offer an explanation. Her calm demeanor contrasted with the tension lingering in the air. While Cloud Retainer's primary expertise lies in mechanical arts, her strength as a three-eyed five manifestations adeptus is beyond doubt. She glanced at Xiao. And though the conqueror of demons is formidable in his own right, it's worth noting that he didn't use adeptal energy to defend himself. He relied purely on the iron armor and his physical endurance. Normally, even the Geo-Archon himself wouldn't risk taking a direct hit from an adeptus without additional defenses. For Xiao to come out with just a single rib fracture is extraordinary. Her tone turned wry as she added, the likelihood of such a scenario happening is probably as rare as Rex Lapis being assassinated during the Rite of Dissension. At that, a strange hush fell over the group. Ganyu's remark, though spoken lightly, was eerily specific. In the past, Ganyu would never have dared to make such an audacious comment. But Ryan had been teasing her incessantly over the last few days. He'd repeatedly joked about scenarios in which Rex Lapis might retire or even perish just to see if Ganyu would abandon her duties as the Kixing secretary and join him in exploring this world. Ganyu's response had been an adamant refusal, firmly rooted in her unshakable faith in Rex Lapis's invincibility. Her current words seemed to carry a subtle jab at Ryan's ridiculous questions. What she didn't realize was that her quip had left Zhongli unnerved. The retired Archon felt a shiver run down his spine. Ganyu's offhand remark bordered on a prophecy too bold to ignore. In that moment, one thought echoed in Zhongli's mind. Perhaps retirement is going to be more challenging than I imagined. 62, a top tier or deposit discovered the Enderman appears. 62, a top tier or deposit discovered the Enderman appears. Xiao, quickly check your personal panel and see how much health you've lost, Ryan urged as he snapped back to reality. In the MC world, there was no need to worry about the exact nature of injuries. Even if someone lost an arm or a leg, it wouldn't hinder their movement in the slightest. As long as one's hunger bar was full and the damage wasn't an instant death, all injuries could be healed and quickly, too. At the moment, Xiao's hunger bar was definitely full. If they waited a moment longer, he'd probably fully regenerate. Hearing Ryan's reminder, Xiao pushed aside his shock over the iron armor and quickly summoned his personal panel. As he focused on it, he noticed that his health bar had already recovered by 1 block right before his eyes. Only half a block remained to reach full health. I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan, Xiao said with a complicated expression, I've already recovered, there's only half a block of health left to regenerate. The group didn't know whether to feel relieved or frustrated. After all, he had just suffered a broken rib, a significant injury. Even with Xiao's extraordinary constitution as the conqueror of demons, it should have taken at least 10 days to recover. But here, a blink of an eye, and he was almost as good as new. Hold on. Xiao suddenly shouted, frowning slightly as he seemed to focus on something in the interface. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Ryan with visible confusion. I'm fully recovered. The room fell into an awkward silence. Of all those present, Cloud Retainer looked the most disgruntled. She had put all her strength into that strike, almost draining herself completely. And yet, Xiao, who had supposedly suffered a broken rib, was already back to full health. While she was relieved that he was unharmed, she couldn't help but feel a sense of humiliation. So, the damage from that attack was about 1.5 blocks of health. Ryan muttered, glancing at Cloud Retainer with a hint of pity. A moment ago, he had been in awe of her strength, marveling at the elegance and power of her attack. But now, still not as strong as a creeper, Ryan mumbled under his breath, careful to make sure Cloud Retainer didn't hear. Her attack had proven largely ineffective. To put it bluntly, it was all flash and no substance. Of course, Ryan didn't entirely blame her. It was likely due to the MC world's mechanics severely nerfing her, combined with the fact that the weapon she wielded, a staff of Homa stripped of its divine essence, had been heavily sealed. But regardless of the reasons, low damage was still low damage. Frankly, Ryan was convinced that even if he took an iron sword and hit Xiao himself, he'd do at least 2 or 3 blocks of damage. If he used his Yama blade, it would likely only take 1 strike to finish the job. After all, up until now, he still hadn't been able to test the upper limit of the Yama blade's power. Everything fell with just 1 hit. Xiao, ever perceptive, noticed Cloud Retainer's dejected demeanor. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he spoke up. Perhaps the damage wasn't just 1.5 blocks. If you're willing, Cloud Retainer, we could test it again. Cloud Retainer, who had just eaten a few apples to replenish her hunger bar, had already restored herself to full capacity. In this world, all damage was quantified in little hearts, and one's overall condition was reflected in the hunger bar. Her earlier strike had burned through 4 whole hunger blocks. At Xiao's suggestion, however, she shook her head with a wry smile. Her mood had already settled. There's no need. From the time of your injury to when you checked, only a short moment had passed. I can confidently say the damage was about 1.5 blocks. She paused, glancing at the iron armor Xiao wore. This iron armor truly surpasses all expectations. It is a genuine divine artifact. No one disagreed with her assessment. After all, it had withstood a full-force blow from a weakened immortal, which was still an extraordinary feat. That said, equipping all of Laya's Millilith soldiers with such armor was impractical. It wasn't that resources were lacking. Rather, how would soldiers wearing 20 tons of iron armor look? Would they be warriors or demolition crews? At least for now, Ningguang's plan was to find a way to smelt the iron ingots and forge them into something more manageable. There's one very important thing that none of you have noticed, Zhongli suddenly spoke, breaking his silence. His calm, steady gaze rested on Xiao as he continued, Conqueror of Demons, in Teyvat, how long would it typically take for your injuries to heal with the aid of your adeptal energy? Xiao furrowed his brows slightly, considering for a moment before answering respectfully, at least 3 days, assuming my adeptal energy remains fully charged. Zhongli nodded slightly, his expression betraying a faint hint of thoughtfulness. He then turned to Ningguang and the others, his golden eyes carrying an implicit message. And he wasn't disappointed. In that instant, Ningguang suddenly froze, her eyes widening in realization before lighting up with excitement. Even someone as composed as her couldn't entirely conceal her enthusiasm. Any injury in this world, she began, her voice trembling slightly, is quantified as lost health. And health loss is tied to one's hunger bar. As long as the hunger bar is full, then. Keqing cut in, finishing her thought with evident excitement. As long as there's still a breath left. In this world, with a full hunger bar, recovery is almost instantaneous. If this is true, then the Millilith soldiers in Laya Harbor who've suffered severe injuries, could they? Keqing trailed off, her voice faltering. Ningguang reached out, gently pulling on her sleeve, silently reminding her to hold her tongue. After all, no matter how miraculous this world was, it still belonged to Ryan. It wasn't as if Keqing could expect him to fulfill her every whim or allow unrestricted experimentation in his domain. Understanding this point, she felt a twinge of guilt and quickly murmured, "I'm sorry, Ryan. I didn't mean to." "It's fine," Ryan interrupted with a calm smile. His expression was unreadable, as though nothing could faze him. "If this world can help you, then I'm happy to see it used for good." However, his tone shifted slightly, laced with a subtle warning, "Don't turn my world into some kind of revival point. I don't mind personally, but if news of your collaboration with my world spreads, it could bring unwanted trouble." Hearing this, Ningguang and the others exchanged glances, their thoughts immediately turning to the Fatui. No further discussion was needed. They nodded in silent understanding. The topic was dropped, but the implications lingered. Based on the incidents with Xiao and Cloud Retainer, everyone had come to some important conclusions. The relationship between health points and hunger was paramount in this world. Still, for now, there was no need to publicize this discovery. Ningguang and the others were determined to maintain their position as the pioneers of this collaboration. This opportunity was too valuable. While they understood Laya couldn't monopolize it forever, the longer they could keep it to themselves, the more Mora they could amass, and the stronger their nation would become. For now, secrecy was their best strategy. Once rested, the group ventured deeper into the mines. Unlike before, when they moved with utmost caution, their confidence had visibly grown. Now, they walked with ease, chatting and laughing about the quirks of the MC world. Only Xiao, at the front, maintained his vigilance, shield in hand as he scanned their surroundings. The others, however, carried torches and marveled at the strangeness of this world. It couldn't be helped. Equipped with full iron armor and iron swords, they felt invincible. The difference between wearing iron gear and not was night and day. As they moved, Ningguang couldn't help but comment, "If all the monsters we've encountered so far came at us at once, they'd just be free experience points now." Her words were met with laughter. After half an hour of walking, Xiao suddenly stopped. Noticing this, the others immediately fell silent, weapons at the ready. Ryan, there's or ahead, Xiao said, his face calm. Judging by his expression, there didn't seem to be any danger. Or, huh? Ryan nodded slightly and walked toward the dark space with a torch in hand, a playful tone in his voice. Let's hope it's not more cursed coal. But as he stepped closer, Ryan's words trailed off, replaced by stunned silence. Under the dim torchlight, the others couldn't quite see what had left Ryan speechless. Ganyu grew anxious at once. Ryan, she called, rushing to his side without hesitation. The others quickly followed, weapons at the ready. When they reached Ryan, they found Ganyu flustered, inspecting him nervously. Ryan, however, seemed entranced, staring wordlessly at a section of the dimly lit wall as though something had stolen his soul. Ryan, what's wrong? Ganyu's voice quivered slightly with worry, and she gently touched his arm. Even Zhongli, normally composed, was momentarily taken aback. He began to wonder if some soul-snatching entity from this world was at work, debating whether he should reveal his true power and intervene. After a brief silence, Ryan finally moved, slowly raising his hand to point ahead. With an intense glint in his eyes, he planted the torch firmly into the ground, illuminating the area. In the warm glow of the light, the truth of what lay before them was revealed. This is a gold mine. Ryan's voice trembled with excitement. Everyone turned to look, and even those accustomed to great wealth, like Ningguang, found themselves speechless. Even Xiao, who had thought he was beyond shock, widened his eyes. The entire wall before them, approximately 17 by 26 blocks in size, was made entirely of ore. On the edges, veins of iron stretched in abundance. Toward the center, clusters of deep blue lapis lazuli sparkled faintly. Higher up, a striking red glow emanated from a series of redstone blocks. But it was the very center that captured their attention: 9 gleaming blocks of gold. For a moment, no one spoke. Even Keking, who had been skeptical of this world's riches, could only mutter in disbelief. So many ores and those gold blocks, how much more would that be worth? Before anyone could answer, Ningguang responded with precision, her calculations immediate. Based on our earlier assumptions, a cubic meter of gold weighs approximately 19 tons. A single gold ingot requires 9 gold nuggets to craft, and if each nugget represents 1/9 of a block's weight, then... She paused for dramatic effect, her eyes gleaming. Each gold ingot weighs over 2 tons. If these gold blocks can each yield a single ingot, that's 19 tons of pure gold at least. 19 tons of gold. Keking's voice was barely above a whisper. Ningguang's eyes practically burned with fervor, a rare crack in her usual calm demeanor. That's worth at least 100 billion mora. Her statement left everyone, even Cloud Retainer, wide-eyed. 100 billion mora. Such an astronomical amount was just sitting there, waiting to be mined. The sheer weight of the number left even the stoic Xiao momentarily dumbfounded. As for Ningguang, she couldn't deny how tempting it was. This alone was nearly the cost of constructing the jade chamber from scratch. While the others were lost in thoughts of unimaginable wealth, Ryan chuckled softly. Gold was valuable, but in the MC world, it wasn't particularly practical. What truly excited him were the lapis lazuli and redstone surrounding the gold. Those were his primary targets for this mining expedition. Let's get to work. Ningguang's voice snapped him from his thoughts, her gaze filled with anticipation. Ryan, you go first. She didn't dare act recklessly. With so much at stake, even the slightest mistake would haunt her. Ryan nodded and was just about to pull out his enchanted iron pickaxe with the silk touch enchantment when a commotion from Xiao's direction drew his attention. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will attack. Xiao's low voice echoed through the cave, sharp and commanding. Ryan frowned and turned toward him, his expression shifting immediately when he caught sight of the long, slender figure in the darkness. That shadowy form. Those glowing white eyes. Ryan's face turned pale as he shouted, "Everyone, look down. Don't make eye contact." But his warning came too late. The tall, slender black figure locked eyes with Xiao, its glowing gaze meeting his. The Enderman had been provoked. 63, trapping an Enderman in a boat, a true masterpiece. 63, trapping an Enderman in a boat, a true masterpiece. The moment Xiao locked eyes with the Enderman, it happened. Under the flickering light of their torches, everyone saw faint purple particles shimmering around the tall, slender creature. And then, it vanished. Before Xiao could react, he was struck by a powerful force, sent hurtling backward into the group. Xiao braced himself against the cave wall, his expression grim. This blow had hit him harder than Cloud Retainer's earlier attack. Everyone, keep your heads down, do not look at it. Ryan's voice, sharp and commanding, broke through the tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, he pulled Xiao toward him, swiftly stacking a stone block in front of them and pouring water from a bucket. The water began to flow outward, rippling across the cave floor. Get into the water, all of you. The others obeyed without question, heads bowed, gathering tightly around Ryan. As they stepped into the shallow pool, the cool water rushed over their legs, forcing them to steady themselves with their pickaxes to avoid being swept away. Xiao, how are you holding up? Zhongli's voice was heavy with concern as he supported Xiao, whose face had gone pale. Broken ribs, be careful, that thing, it took out 4 hearts. The weight of his words settled over the group like a heavy shroud. 4 hearts. With a full health bar of only 10 hearts, even with iron armor, the Enderman's attack was devastating. Ryan frowned, his mind racing. With proper armor, an Enderman strike shouldn't deal this much damage. Then it clicked, Xiao and the others weren't sharing his full stats, only a portion. It made sense now. Eat something to replenish your saturation, Ryan instructed, his tone steady. Zhongli quickly handed Xiao an apple, and the latter accepted it wordlessly, biting into it as he regained some strength. But Zhongli's golden eyes gleamed coldly. This ambush had been too sudden, and no one had seen the attack clearly. As Xiao's de facto guardian, Zhongli was already calculating how to exact vengeance. Be careful, Xiao inhaled deeply, his voice low but firm. That thing, it can teleport. Teleport. The group exchanged uneasy glances, an icy dread creeping into their hearts. A creature that could teleport and deal such high damage, how were they supposed to deal with that? Suddenly, an eerie, distorted noise echoed through the cave. No one dared lift their heads, but in their peripheral vision, they saw a tall, dark figure at the edge of the water, its body impossibly thin and radiating faint purple particles. Everyone tensed. Zhongli silently stepped in front of Xiao, deploying jade shield barriers for everyone. Ryan, what is that thing? Ganyu's trembling voice broke the silence as she clutched Ryan's sleeve. Ryan sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. After a moment, he raised his head, meeting the Enderman's glowing white eyes. That's an Enderman. His casual tone didn't match the gravity of the situation, and everyone stared at him incredulously, even without looking up. It's native to the MC world, he continued, though you'll find the highest concentrations in a place called the End. And its abilities. Zhongli's voice was calm but laced with urgency. Teleportation, Ryan said, rubbing his temples. It can pick up blocks and attack. Oh, and he paused, his tone growing heavier. It's immune to ranged attacks. What? Keking's head snapped up at that, though she quickly averted her eyes from the creature's legs. Immune to ranged attacks. Even Zhongli, unshakable as he usually was, felt his composure waver. This creature was a nightmare. In Teyvat, teleportation wasn't entirely unheard of. Zhongli himself had once used his divine powers to move instantly within Laya's borders. But here, stripped of his full strength, facing a creature immune to long-range strikes and capable of deadly teleportation attacks, the challenge felt insurmountable. You're certain about this? Keking asked, her frustration evident. Immune to ranged attacks, on top of everything else. I know it sounds ridiculous, Ryan replied, his voice tinged with exasperation. But it's a fundamental rule of this world. Even if you rain down a literal storm of arrows, it wouldn't take a single hit. The group's morale plummeted. They had only just started feeling confident, iron armor protecting them, zombies and skeletons falling like fodder. Now this. A boss-level threat. What do we do? Ganyu's voice was soft, almost pleading. Should we open a portal and leave? At her suggestion, Ningguang's eyes hardened, her tone sharp and decisive. No. Her gaze flicked toward the glittering veins of gold embedded in the cave walls, her resolve unshaken. We've come too far to turn back now. There's a fortune in resources here, enough to change Laya's future. Abandoning it is not an option. But Ganyu hesitated, glancing at the hulking figure of the Enderman. Ningguang's voice turned icy. If we flee now, the portal will reopen in the same spot next time. Without defeating it, this creature will still be waiting for us when we return. Her words struck a chord with the group, even as fear churned in their hearts. Keking frowned. But how are we supposed to defeat it? Looking at it makes it attack, it can teleport, and we can't even hit it from a distance. What chance do we have? Ryan, silent until now, calmly set up a crafting table. Seeing this, Ningguang quickly assessed the situation. She glanced at the Enderman pacing near the water's edge and asked, Ryan, is the Enderman afraid of water? Ryan smiled, nodding. Not bad. You're catching on quickly. Yes, Enderman won't go near water. While looking at them makes them hostile, water is a great way to keep them at bay. Of course, if you had a carved pumpkin to wear on your head, you could stare at them all you want without consequence. Too bad we don't have one. He shook his head in mock regret. The group exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope. Ryan, you do have a way to kill it, right? Ganyu asked, her tone hopeful. Ryan blinked, then gave a small nod. I'm debating which method to use. The group fell silent, watching as Ryan pondered his options. Their earlier panic now seemed almost laughable. After a moment, Ganyu sighed, her voice tinged with exasperation. Then why did you scare us like that earlier? Ryan spread his hands innocently. It was to teach you all a lesson. This world is filled with bizarre creatures, and some have very specific mechanics, like attacking when provoked by eye contact. It's not uncommon. Endermen are beginner killers, but once you understand their behavior, they're easy to deal with. In fact, later on, I'll probably be hunting them for sport. But your lack of understanding about the creatures here worries me. Rushing into combat without knowledge is dangerous. He glanced pointedly at Xiao, who looked a bit sheepish. You should all remember the details I provided in the monster guide I gave you. Endermen aren't even the most dangerous creatures here. If you run into a warden someday, well, let's just say you won't survive a single hit. So, until you've learned enough about the monsters in this world, don't act recklessly. As he spoke, Ryan tinkered with the crafting table, eventually producing a small wooden boat. Walking toward the water's edge, he began explaining, Enderman's fear of water is your lifeline, but just avoiding them isn't enough. You need to kill them. There are many ways to deal with them, but since you're all new to this, I'll show you 2 simple methods. Standing at the edge, he gestured for everyone to watch closely. First, build a barrier 3 blocks high. Endermen are 3 blocks tall, so they won't be able to reach you. As he spoke, Ryan quickly constructed a protective ring of blocks. Then, without hesitation, he stepped out of the water and into the open. Immediately, the Enderman's eyes glowed red as it charged toward him. Ryan remained calm, drawing his iron sword. Once it's aggroed, its rage will make it lose all sense of strategy. It won't even try to move blocks to get to you. From inside the barrier, just attack its legs. This method is called leg sweeping. As he spoke, he struck the Enderman a few times. The creature flailed helplessly, unable to bypass the barrier. The second method is more advanced but also more efficient. It involves one of this world's most versatile tools, the boat. Ryan's tone grew serious as he held up the small wooden vessel. Boats aren't just for sailing. They're indispensable for combat, exploration, and even survival. You can use them to cross lava, break falls, phase through walls, and trap enemies. This little thing is more valuable than a diamond sword. With that, Ryan turned to face the Enderman. Watch closely. I'll only show you once. In a single, fluid motion, Ryan removed the barrier and allowed the Enderman to charge at him. Just as the creature was about to land a hit, Ryan calmly tossed the boat onto the ground. The small wooden object expanded instantly, and the charging Enderman found itself seated neatly in the boat, its glowing eyes staring blankly at Ryan. The once menacing creature now looked harmless, sitting obediently in the boat. Ryan turned back to the group, grinning. See, easy. The group was utterly dumbfounded. 64 Ender pearls can teleport? Ryan had just demonstrated that trapping an Enderman with a boat was so ridiculously easy it required no skill at all. But to the others, this was a level of absurdity that could only be described as absurdity squared, on steroids. The group had imagined that Ryan would take down the terrifying Enderman in some awe-inspiring, heroic way, maybe a series of flashy, otherworldly moves. They never, not in a million years, thought the entire process would boil down to just 2 actions: stacking blocks, throwing a boat. At this moment, Cloud Retainer had almost pushed her half-frame red spectacles to oblivion, her avian features locked in disbelief. Her mind raced, flipping through centuries of knowledge, mechanical ingenuity, elemental theory, alchemy, adepti arts, everything she had mastered. She analyzed everything she could think of. Yet not a single one of her vast array of disciplines could explain how tossing a boat could completely immobilize such a fearsome creature. And so, if this really worked, why had there ever been so many casualties in the Archon War? Why had Rex Lapis needed to wage constant battles? In theory, he could have just shown up at the scene of any conflict, tossed a boat, and called it a day. Now everyone stood around the Enderman trapped in the boat, casually observing it as though it were a mildly interesting zoo exhibit. No one felt threatened by it anymore. They stared directly into its glowing red eyes, ignoring its menacing aura and the way it glared as if it wanted to rip them all to shreds. But, it just sat there, completely stuck. Occasionally, the Enderman twisted its head furiously, but all it could do was sit obediently in the boat, its threatening demeanor now tinged with an almost comical helplessness. This boat, is this the enchanted artifact you spoke of, Ryan? Cloud Retainer finally broke the silence, her voice filled with an unusual sense of certainty as she looked at him. Ryan froze, visibly uncomfortable. Actually, I understand, Cloud Retainer interrupted, her tone suddenly solemn. Such an extraordinary artifact must be challenging to craft. However, might this immortal borrow it for study? In return, I am willing to impart some of my adeptal arts. This thing, you need not worry. This immortal swears it shall be returned unscathed. And during this period, if you so desire, I can even take up residence within your abode, that you may monitor my progress and ensure its safe return. Ryan stared at her, utterly speechless. After a long pause, he turned to the crafting table and worked silently for a few moments. Then, he came back with an armful of identical wooden boats and tossed 5 of them at her feet. Take them, all yours. Just make sure to teach me those adeptal arts you promised. Cloud Retainer stood there, her entire worldview in tatters. Moments later, everyone now held their own small wooden boat, even Ningguang, who had been primarily concerned about the gold mine earlier. She now turned the little boat over in her hands, inspecting it curiously. It's hard to believe that something as simple as this could trap such a dangerous creature, Ganya muttered under her breath. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao, who was currently swinging his iron sword repeatedly at the immobilized Enderman. For some reason, watching the poor, helpless creature unable to retaliate filled Ganya with a pang of sympathy for it. Still, Xiao had been at it for a while. It wasn't that he was prolonging its suffering on purpose, this wasn't about revenge. It was just, Endermen were tanky. This one had 40 HP and a 10 damage attack. In terms of raw stats, it was both high damage and high defense. If someone wasn't wearing proper armor, they wouldn't survive more than 3 hits. Thankfully, Ryan had made sure everyone had gear beforehand. Otherwise, Xiao might not have died outright in the fight, but he definitely would have been left hanging on by a thread. Now, though, Ryan figured letting Xiao finish it off was fitting, consider it a form of catharsis. And Xiao had no objections. Killing people might weigh on him, but monsters? This was exactly the kind of thing the Yiksha excelled at. You know, boats can do so much more than just this, Ryan said, walking over to Ganyu as she watched Xiao attack. He reached out and gently rubbed her horns, his voice soft. For example, if you're falling from a great height, a boat can let you land safely. It's a truly versatile tool. He paused, looking down at her with a slight smile. Were you scared earlier? As soon as Ryan touched her horns, Ganyu's face flushed bright red. She instinctively ducked her head, but she couldn't help but nuzzle against his hand as if seeking comfort. No, not really, she murmured shyly, her voice soft as a whisper. It's just, when you suddenly ran forward, I got worried. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. I told you I am really familiar with how to survive in this place. But that doesn't mean you can be careless. Ganyu puffed her cheeks, her lips forming an adorable pout as her eyes filled with lingering concern. There's an old lie saying, even skilled riders may fall, even experienced horses may stumble. No matter how familiar you are, overconfidence can lead to disaster. Though her words were slightly scolding, Ryan found them endearing. It wasn't because he enjoyed being lectured, it was just. There was something incredibly charming about a sweet, gentle girl trying to act stern while clearly caring about him deeply. Smiling, he decided to let it slide without any rebuttal. At that moment, Xiao finally delivered the finishing blow. The Enderman let out a distorted screech as it collapsed, leaving behind a single dark ender pearl on the ground. Xiao bent down, picked it up, and examined it briefly before walking over to Ryan with a serious expression. Seeing this, Ryan leaned closer to Ganyu and whispered with a teasing smile, Ganyu, do you want to see something cool with this boat? What do you mean? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Ryan's grin widened. You'll see. When Ryan leaned closer to whisper in Ganyu's ear, his voice carried a playful charm. Before she could fully process what was happening, the soft sensation of his breath brushed against her, leaving her slightly dazed. Ganyu's mind felt like it was in a haze, caught between the warmth of his proximity and the peculiar suggestion he had just made. Unthinkingly, and perhaps under the influence of his mischievous tone, she reacted instinctively as Ryan had hinted. Just as Xiao stepped closer with the ender pearl in hand, his foot barely touched the ground before a small wooden boat materialized beneath him. In an instant, the stoic Yiksha was unceremoniously seated in the boat, his expression shifting from calm to utter bewilderment. Xiao's confusion was palpable, his golden eyes scanning the faces around him for an explanation. The rest of the group exchanged amused glances before their eyes landed on Ryan, who was clearly holding back laughter. Haha, just a joke. Ryan waved his hands in mock innocence, though the corners of his lips twitched upward in barely suppressed amusement. But see, the boat can immobilize humans too. A little demonstration for you all. Xiao's gaze sharpened, and with a slight frown, he slammed his fist against the wooden vessel. As expected, after a few strikes, the boat disintegrated, shrinking back into its compact form and falling to the ground. Well, it works better on unconscious enemies or creatures, Ryan continued nonchalantly, bending down to pick up the tiny boat and casually tossing it into his inventory. People like Xiao, who know how to break it, can escape pretty easily. But against something that doesn't know better. A perfect trap. Interesting. Zhongli, who had been quietly observing, tapped his chin thoughtfully. It appears this boat operates under a law-like principle. Even one as skilled as Xiao could not initially resist its influence. This suggests its potential exceeds mere craftsmanship. The group nodded in agreement, their curiosity mounting. If even the mighty conqueror of demons had been briefly subdued, then this unassuming wooden boat clearly held untapped potential. As Xiao dusted himself off, he stepped forward once more and handed over the blackened ender pearl to Ryan. This is what the Enderman dropped upon death, Xiao stated simply, his tone steady, though his gaze lingered on the peculiar object with mild intrigue. Thanks, Xiao. Ryan's eyes brightened with genuine delight as he accepted the pearl, carefully cradling it in his palm. This small reaction did not escape the notice of the others, particularly Ningguang, whose sharp instincts immediately kicked in. If Ryan considered something valuable, it was worth examining. Ryan, Ningguang began, her eyes narrowing slightly as she stepped closer to inspect the pearl. What exactly is this item? What makes it so important? The rest of the group gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Despite their intense scrutiny, all they could discern was that it resembled a glossy black eye. Unable to suppress her impatience, Keqing finally broke the silence. What's so special about this ender pearl? She asked, her gaze locking onto Ryan with determination. Ryan chuckled, letting the suspense linger for a moment before he answered, think for a moment what's the most distinct ability of the Enderman. Without hesitation, Keqing responded, its teleportation and resistance to ranged attacks. Exactly, Ryan replied with a knowing smile. Now, which of those two abilities would you find most fascinating? Keqing's eyes lit up as the pieces began to fall into place. Teleportation. You're saying this pearl can replicate that ability? Ryan gave a small nod, his expression brimming with amusement. Precisely. This pearl contains the power to teleport its user over short distances. It's not just movement's true spatial manipulation. The air seemed to buzz with energy as everyone processed the revelation. Teleportation, a concept tied to spatial laws, was rare and coveted in Teyvat. While abilities like Keking's Starward Sword or the techniques of Abyss mages could mimic the effect, they lacked the true manipulation of space. Even Zhongli, whose authority over Geo made him nigh immovable, was visibly intrigued. To him, the idea of bypassing physical limitations through teleportation held undeniable appeal. It was an ability that could alter battles and redefine strategies. Keking folded her arms, her brows furrowed in contemplation. In Teyvat, there are no individuals with true spatial authority. Not even the Archons can claim mastery over it. At best, we can use elemental energy or ley line connections to mimic teleportation, but this pearl, if it genuinely manipulates space. Her voice trailed off, but the unspoken thought hung heavy in the air. This could change everything. Exactly, Ryan said, breaking the silence. In this world, even a small advantage in combat can mean the difference between victory and defeat. The ability to teleport, even for just a moment, could be a game changer. Hearing this, Ningguang's expression turned serious. She leaned closer to Ryan and spoke with measured deliberation. Do you know where we can find more of these Endermen? Ryan couldn't suppress his grin. Well, you all saw how effective the boat was against the last one. If you're all on board, I can show you how to farm them. Ningguang's eyes gleamed with determination. Then we'd better start preparing. If these pearls are as powerful as you say, we'll need as many as we can get. As the group rallied around the idea, Ryan's plan began to unfold, just as he had anticipated. Everything was going exactly as he'd hoped. 65, the cost of teleportation. Tease often said that necessity drives ingenuity, but if there's one thing that spurs people immortal beings in Cladedto outdo themselves, it's profit. If Enderman dropped items as mundane as the boned skeleton archers left behind, Ningguang and her crew wouldn't have given them a second glance, much less gone looking for trouble. But if Enderman dropped something as extraordinary as an item granting teleportation, then suddenly, exhaustion and disinterest were no longer part of the equation. As a natural-born merchant, Ningguang instinctively began calculating the cost-benefit ratio of hunting Enderman for Ender Pearls. Ryan had already demonstrated the technique for taking them down. It wasn't rocket science, and no one here was dull enough to miss the lesson. The cost, practically zero. The challenge, finding more Enderman. The reward, a pearl that could enable teleportation. A business opportunity like this was pure gold. No, scratch that. Ender Pearls were far more valuable than gold. Ningguang had no doubt that these pearls, with their ability to teleport the user, would fetch astronomical prices, whether sold to vision bearers or wealthy merchants with no special powers of their own. In her eyes, this was an item worth more than its weight in any precious metal. As such, it was no surprise when the group's gazes heatedly converged on the Ender Pearl in Ryan's hand. Even Xiao, usually indifferent to material goods, couldn't mask the interest flickering in his sharp gaze. Ryan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Endermen. They were about to become an endangered species, hunted into oblivion. The thought made him hesitate to reveal the pearl's greater potential. If they knew it could be further refined into an Eye of Ender, capable of locating strongholds and end portals. No. That kind of ambition was dangerous. They weren't ready to face what lay in the end yet. The Ender Dragon's devastating dragon breath alone could wipe out this entire group if they weren't prepared. Better to let them take baby steps. Ryan, how exactly do you use an Ender Pearl? Keking's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she posed the question, already eager to test its power. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head at her enthusiasm. Using an Ender Pearl is simple. Just throw it, and when it lands, you'll instantly teleport to its location. The maximum distance is about 50 meters. He paused for a moment, memories of Minecraft players' ingenious tricks flashing through his mind. TNT-assisted Ender Pearl flights, impromptu teleportation machines for nightfall escapes. This world had yet to witness the full potential of a little creative insanity. However, he continued, using an Ender Pearl comes with some downsides. First, it consumes the pearl. It's a one-time use item. Second, teleporting causes some damage to the user based on the distance traveled. Damage. Ningguang's brows furrowed slightly. Yeah, but it's not fatal. If you're wearing enchanted gear, it can reduce the damage significantly. Even without it, the injuries are manageable unless you're reckless. Ningguang fell silent, her eyes narrowing as she considered his words. Finally, she glanced at the others before turning back to Ryan. And that's it? No other drawbacks? Well, Ryan scratched his chin, hesitating. There's more to it, but it's not something we need to worry about right now. For example, an Ender Pearl can be crafted into an Eye of Ender, but that's for another time. It's a long way off before we'd need one. I see. Ningguang's expression remained neutral, but Ryan could sense the gears turning in her mind. Let me guess, he asked with a wry smile, you're already planning to hunt more Endermen for their pearls. Of course. Ningguang's answer was immediate, her tone unwavering. Even though it's a consumable, even though it can injure the user. Ryan pressed. This time, Ningguang laughed softly, shaking her head. Ryan, let me ask you this, can ordinary people use the Ender Pearl? Ryan blinked, taken aback by the question. Well, yes. The pearl isn't particularly heavy, so even someone without extraordinary strength could throw it. They'd take some damage, but as long as they're careful, they won't die from using it once. Ningguang's lips curled into a knowing smile. Then why would you think we'd let minor drawbacks stop us from pursuing such a treasure? She turned to the group, her gaze sweeping over them with an almost playful glint. I'm sure everyone here feels the same. Who would willingly give up the chance to wield a tool that grants them the power of spatial teleportation? Absolutely. Cloud Retainer nodded emphatically. Even among Adepti, few possess the ability to teleport, she said. And fewer still can command true spatial manipulation. The mystery and power within these pearls far outweigh any trivial limitations they might have. Each one could be the key to turning the tide of battle or saving a life. Hearing Cloud Retainer's earnest agreement, Ryan finally understood their mindset. Sure, in the game, teleportation felt commonplace, every Abyss mage could do it. But in Teyvat, teleportation was a rare and precious ability. The Ender Pearl's value was truly immeasurable. For Ningguang, this wasn't just a priceless treasure, it was a strategic asset. Selling these pearls was out of the question. Satisfied that he had made his point, Ryan didn't bother trying to dissuade them further. If they wanted to hunt Enderman, so be it. It was something he'd need to do anyway to prepare for the end. Besides, they now had the skills to deal with the elusive mobs. As long as they stayed vigilant, they'd manage. He cast a final, regretful glance at the lone Ender Pearl in his hand. With just one, no one was willing to part with it for experimentation. For now, the group's attention shifted back to the nearby wall lined with glittering ores. While Ryan focused on gathering redstone and lapis lazuli, Ningguang and the others couldn't tear their eyes away from the massive deposits of gold. It wasn't greed. 19 tons of gold sitting in plain view could make anyone stop and stare. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by this sight? A treasure trove of riches glittered before them, pure, unmined gold. It wasn't just a small stash hidden deep underground, it was an entire wall gleaming with wealth. Anyone would find it impossible not to be drawn to it, to imagine its limitless potential once mined, processed, and forged into gleaming ingots of gold. For Ningguang, this was the ultimate prize. Her mind raced as she envisioned the gold smelted into bars and proudly displayed in the golden house, a statement of power and wealth unrivaled in all of Teyvat. However, as much as the sight tempted her, she remembered Ryan's earlier words. Some minerals required special tools for extraction, otherwise, they would shatter into useless fragments. Ningguang couldn't afford to gamble with such a massive fortune at stake. One wrong swing of the pickaxe could turn an unimaginably valuable gold deposit into worthless shards. The mere thought of such a loss of fortune equivalent to billions of more made her hesitate. After much deliberation, she turned back to Ryan, her elegant composure breaking ever so slightly as a rare hint of eagerness shone in her eyes. For someone as poised and dignified as Ningguang, this moment was extraordinary. Ryan chuckled at the sight, shaking his head in amusement. Reaching into his inventory, he retrieved an enchanted iron pickaxe and handed it to her. Good thing you held back. Mining gold with a normal iron pickaxe would indeed cause significant losses, only gold nuggets would drop. However, with this enchanted pickaxe, you can mine the ore properly. Once smelted in a furnace, 1 gold ore will yield a full gold ingot. Hearing this, Ningguang's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. She carefully accepted the enchanted pickaxe, studying it with a mix of curiosity and admiration. So, this is an enchanted tool. How fascinating, she murmured. Yet, as intrigued as she was by the tool itself, her attention quickly returned to the gold. She couldn't waste another moment. Taking every precaution, Ningguang even asked Ryan to disable the tool's chain mining enchantment to ensure nothing would interfere with her extraction. Then, with unparalleled focus, she set to work, each swing of the pickaxe brimming with anticipation. Keqing and Ganyu stood by her side, equally enthralled by the process. Keqing, ever the pragmatic one, peppered Ningguang with questions about the enchanted pickaxe performance, eager to learn from her experience. Meanwhile, Ryan and Zhongli kept their distance, watching from afar. Ryan had no personal interest in gold, and Zhonglibei, a deity, viewed material wealth with mild indifference. However, Ryan couldn't help but find the scene remarkable. For someone as composed as Ningguang to be so visibly thrilled was a rarity. This level of excitement was understandable, though after all, a typical gold vein might only yield 2 to 9 ores. Yet here they were, faced with an entire wall of gold, an unimaginable stroke of luck, even with Ganyu's fortune-enhancing aura. Still, no matter how extraordinary this find was, Ryan knew this mining expedition would soon come to an end. If they wanted more gold, they'd have to venture into another mine, one much larger and further away. That mine, located on the other side of the village, was a resource he intended to reserve for Lia's miners. For now, this relatively safe and stable mine served as the perfect training ground. Lost in thought, Ryan didn't even notice that Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu had finished mining and were returning to him, their expressions glowing with satisfaction. Before they could speak, he gestured toward a nearby wall. Head over there and set up a few furnaces. You can smelt the gold ores into ingots, he suggested with a smile. Ningguang nodded without hesitation, returning the enchanted pickaxe to him before eagerly leading the others to the designated spot. Her enthusiasm was palpable, so much so that even Zhongli couldn't help but comment, albeit with a tinge of amusement. Despite her remarkable skills as a Tian Quan, Ningguang seems unusually captivated by such mundane treasures, he remarked to Ryan. Ryan shrugged, his tone light yet tinged with understanding. Everyone has their own story. Ningguang grew up in hardship, so it's natural for her to place great value on earning more. He glanced at Zhongli and the others, his expression growing serious. But you've seen her today. Everything she does, every decision she makes, is for the good of Laya. There's no one more suited to the role of Tian Quan. The immortal beings present, Zhongli and Cloud Retainer, had never experienced the kind of poverty that shaped Ningguang's worldview. They had never walked barefoot on the shores of Yaoguang Shoal, scavenging for seashells to sell at the harbor, or shivered through cold nights in a leaking, dilapidated shack. To them, her obsession with Mora might seem excessive, but to Ryan, it was a testament to her resilience. She wasn't just hoarding wealth for herself, she was ensuring that Laya would never face the same hardships she endured. Even so, Ryan knew Ningguang would never want others to pity her for her past. She was proud, strong, and determined to carve her own path. Sympathy was the last thing she needed. As the conversation waned, Cloud Retainer coughed lightly to break the silence, joining Zhongli and Ryan as they examined the far wall of the cave. Embedded within it was a vein of shimmering red ore, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. "So, this is redstone?" Zhongli asked, his voice calm yet tinged with curiosity. Ryan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded. "Indeed. This is the foundation of an era, cornerstone of incredible technological innovation." 66. Redstone technology, ushering in a technological revolution. You mentioned that redstone could usher in a technological revolution, while lapis lazuli is essential for equipment enchantments. Zhongli stood with his hands behind his back, instinctively using his divine senses to examine the ores. As expected, he felt nothing. So these two minerals are the most valuable resources in this mine. Hearing this, Ryan nodded decisively, a teasing smile playing on his lips. That's a bit of an absolute statement, but for now, it's true. Perhaps redstone and lapis lazuli wouldn't fetch a high price in your world, he admitted, but if you ask me what the most important minerals in this world are, especially with my goal of sparking a technological revolution, redstone is undoubtedly the answer. Of course, that certainty only applied under normal circumstances. If he had access to a modern weapons mod or an industrial era mod, Ryan swore on his very soul, he would live underground, day and night, mining copper, tin, lead, uranium, and iridium until his liver gave out. At that point, who would care about redstone? Ever seen a spaceship? He'd turn this entire Guilele Plains into a rocket launch site, taking everyone with him to explore the vastness of the heavens. If Celestia dared to interfere, he'd nuke the entire world into oblivion. But of course, that was just a fantasy. Even without using his brain, he knew that kind of absurd mod wasn't going to appear anytime soon, especially when most people were still unfamiliar with the mechanics of this world. The most he could do was sigh wistfully. "I'll go mine these ores." With that, Shao retrieved an iron pickaxe and strode toward the mineral wall. There was nothing particularly tricky about mining redstone and lapis lazuli. The only thing to avoid was using a pickaxe with the Silk Touch enchantment on redstone ore. Normally, breaking redstone ore with an iron pickaxe would yield 4 to 5 redstone dust. But with Silk Touch, you'd only get the ore block itself. And when you smelt a redstone ore block, you get a single piece of redstone dust. An absolute nightmare scenario. As Ryan watched Shao's eagerness, something else popped into his mind. Hadn't he mentioned before that he wanted to test if a golden apple could cure Shao's karmic debt? Now that they had gold 9 whole ingots, no less, it was the perfect time. Though they didn't have enough to craft an enchanted golden apple, a regular one would do just fine. Besides, if they did make an enchanted golden apple, Ningguang might just keel over from shock. 8 gold blocks, nearly 200 tons of gold just to make a single apple. Even the most reckless spendthrift wouldn't dare. With that thought in mind, Ryan spoke softly, "Now that we have gold, why don't we craft a golden apple later and see if it helps Shao with his karmic burden?" Zhongli was momentarily stunned before a trace of warmth flickered in his golden eyes. He nodded slightly, just about to say something when, "Golden apple." Ningguang's voice rang out in disbelief. She looked at the still warm gold ingots in her hands, then back at Ryan. For dramatic effect, she had already converted the 9 gold ingots into a single, dazzling gold block. Now that she was holding it, she found it utterly irresistible. She had been about to show it off to Ryan and the others only to overhear him casually suggest using their gold for a golden apple. She couldn't deny it hurt a little. But this was for Shao. If it could cure his karmic affliction, it was worth it. Still, it was heartbreaking nonetheless. Ganyu, noticing Ningguang's slight melancholy, lowered her voice and leaned in close to Ryan. "Ryan, how much gold does it take to make a golden apple?" Hearing this, the others also perked up, waiting for his response. Ryan didn't keep them in suspense and answered straightforwardly, "A regular golden apple requires 1 apple and 8 gold ingots. There's also a more powerful version, the enchanted golden apple, which requires 1 apple and 9 gold blocks." The moment he said that, even Zhongli fell into silence. The first recipe was already absurd, but the second one? Over 150 tons of gold for a single enchanted apple. Even he, Morax, the very creator of Mora, had never indulged in such luxury in all his 6,000 years. Just picturing the scene of burning through hundreds of tons of gold in an instant left them all breathless. I believe, Cloud Retainer gulped audibly, struggling to form words. This enchanted golden apple, perhaps we should not entertain the thought for now. It's simply too difficult to fathom. So much gold. Ryan chuckled and nodded slightly. Of course, a regular golden apple will do. We don't know for sure if it will work anyway. I just figured if a golden apple can cure zombie villagers and restore their consciousness, then perhaps it possesses a certain ability to revive lost awareness. I've looked into Xiao's karmic affliction. It manifests more like a descent into madness. I think there's a chance the golden apple could be useful. He didn't make any guarantees, though. It was best not to raise expectations when the outcome was still uncertain. Ningguang took a deep breath, gazing at the gold block in her hand with lingering reluctance. Then, gritting her teeth, she extended it toward Ryan. Ryan, go ahead and craft the golden apple for the conqueror of demons. Ryan blinked, slightly surprised by her decisive gesture. You don't want to hold on to it a little longer? After handing over the gold, Ningguang seemed far more at ease. She let out a light chuckle and shook her head. There's no need. You were the one who led us down here, so the spoils should rightfully be yours to distribute. Besides, as long as you're around, there will always be more gold. There's no point in dwelling on a single block. More importantly, Xiao's karmic affliction takes priority. Liu can do without 19 tons of gold, but it cannot do without the hero who has silently protected it from the shadows. Her words were sincere, her gaze unwavering. In that moment, as if passing some unseen trial, Ningguang seemed to transcend her former self. She had always been regal and refined, but now, she exuded a nobility that was beyond mere wealth, one that made even the mere mention of Mora feel beneath her. Seeing this, a trace of satisfaction flickered in Zhongli's eyes. Liu's Tianquan star had grown once more. Even Cloud Retainer was deeply moved. After listening to Ningguang's words, her perception of Ningguang visibly softened. She nodded approvingly and murmured, "Not bad now, you truly deserve the title of the most outstanding Tianquan star in history. If, before, I agreed to help you merely because of the Lord of Geo's request, then now, even if the Lord of Geo had not asked, I would not hesitate to lend you my strength and wisdom." Ningguang had earned Cloud Retainer's friendship. However, Ningguang remained humble, merely offering a gentle nod as she spoke softly, "It was simply my duty. If anything, I feel somewhat ashamed. From the moment I entered this world and started working with Ryan, my mindset should have changed accordingly. And yet, it wasn't until now that I finally understood the shift I should have made. That realization alone makes me feel a little guilty." Her expression was clear and refreshed, as if she had finally come to terms with the fact that she could now afford to be truly extravagant. Seeing her like this, Ryan was genuinely happy for her. But still, he shook his head slightly and said, "There's no rush with the golden apple. We can craft it later at the manor. For now, just keep that gold block with you." As he spoke, he winked and added in a playful tone, "After all, I didn't mind it myself." Ningguang was briefly taken aback, then, after a moment of thought, she accepted his reasoning and quietly stowed the gold block away. Her gaze shimmered ever so slightly before she subtly moved closer to Ryan, her voice carrying a soft chuckle. "Ryan, could you explain redstone and lapis lazuli to us in detail?" "Of course." Ryan smiled and gestured toward the redstone ore that Xiao was currently mining. Redstone is an essential component for creating automation and all sorts of intricate mechanisms. Mechanisms. At the mention of that word, Cloud Retainer instantly snapped to full attention, her sharp gaze locking onto Ryan. "You remember how I mentioned redstone technology, right? That's an entire field of innovation built upon the properties of redstone." As Ryan spoke about redstone, his eyes gleamed with an unmistakable passion. That light in his eyes made Ningguang's heart skip a beat. Almost instinctively, a trace of warmth and intimacy flickered in her gaze. But she reacted quickly, reining in her emotions in an instant. "Still, Ganyu saw everything." Her lips pursed ever so slightly, but seeing how immersed Ryan was in his enthusiasm for redstone, she decided against saying anything. "How far can redstone take us?" "There's no fixed answer. Just as 1,000 people will have 1,000 different interpretations of Hamlet. The possibilities of redstone depend entirely on imagination. The more creative you are, the more you can achieve with it. It's a technology that thrives on intellect and innovation. With redstone, you can build massive redstone-powered robots, fully automated harvesters, powerful redstone cannons, flying machines, airplanes, tanks. There's nothing redstone can't do. Only things you haven't thought of yet." Ryan paused for a moment, then, with a solemn expression, declared, "If I had to define redstone in one sentence, I would say it's the key to a technological revolution across all of Teyvat. The deeper your understanding of redstone, the more you'll realize how many impossible things can become possible. When we have some free time, I'll teach you all the core components of redstone technology, and I'll also start crafting some simple redstone contraptions. Once you start learning, you might even come up with ideas that differ from my new, creative applications of redstone, and I'll do my best to help you experiment." Put simply, from now on, whenever you encounter a troublesome task in this world, think about how redstone can solve it. Ryan spoke of redstone with such enthusiasm that it almost sounded like an exaggerated boast. But in truth it wasn't an exaggeration at all. There were only two types of sandbox games in the world: Minecraft and everything else. And one of the fundamental features that set Minecraft apart from all other sandbox games? Redstone. Back in his previous life, Ryan had seen people build actual functioning smartphones using redstone, even going so far as to make video calls with their real-world selves. That level of absurdity was unprecedented in gaming history. If one had enough imagination, it was entirely possible to create a working version of Minecraft inside Minecraft. Of course, while everyone was thrilled by the potential of redstone, the one who was truly fired up with determination was Cloud Retainer. She could barely contain her excitement, already eager to start studying redstone's applications. Ryan, what about lapis lazuli? Ganyu gently tugged at Ryan's sleeve, reminding him. You haven't explained that one yet. Ryan blinked, momentarily pulling himself out of his redstone-induced excitement. Lapis lazuli? That's simple. It's an essential material for enchanting equipment. 67. Everyone gradually adapts to the unique features of MC. When it came to lapis lazuli, Ryan's enthusiasm wasn't nearly as strong as it was for redstone. It wasn't that lapis lazuli was useless. On the contrary, if Ryan kept fishing without getting any enchanted books, then lapis lazuli would be something he needed in large quantities. After all, enchanting books at an enchantment table required two key resources: experience points and lapis lazuli. Of course, that wasn't to say the enchantment table couldn't be used to enchant equipment directly, but what kind of sane person would enchant their gear at the enchantment table? Wasn't the proper way to first enchant books, stack enchantments onto them, and then use an anvil to apply them to equipment? Slapping enchantments directly onto gear at the enchantment table? That was just a waste of resources. The truth was, Ryan hadn't yet figured out the best way to explain enchanting to the others. Because as things stood now, none of them had any extra experience points to spare for enchantments. The experience dropped from mining and slaying monsters aside from what was allocated to Ryan was directly absorbed into their visions, strengthening their own abilities. So when it came to enchanting well, that was still an open question. Because of that, Ryan didn't dwell too much on the topic. Instead, he smoothly changed the subject with a smile. Lapis lazuli has several uses. Besides enchanting, it can also dye wool and be used to make fireworks. He paused briefly before adding, although, compared to redstone, it does seem much less impressive. Another pause. Then, a sheepish chuckle. Actually, let's be honest, it is much less impressive. However, there is something I think you all should experiment with. Hearing that, Keking and the others perked up, their curiosity piqued. Ryan spoke in a low voice. Lapis lazuli is a core material for enchanting gear, so I can't help but wonder, could it also possess some kind of unique property? Keking's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she looked at him. You mean like certain minerals in Teyvat? Such as amethyst and magical crystal chunks, which contain special properties. Ryan nodded, but then shook his head slightly. It's just a theory of mine, I don't have solid proof yet. If you're interested, you might as well take some samples back and test them. The group didn't reject the idea. In fact, they were just as curious about what effects these seemingly magical minerals might have in Teyvat. During this casual conversation, Xiao had already finished mining out the entire wall of ores. However, instead of storing them in his inventory, he had simply left them piled on the ground, creating an almost absurdly extravagant display. After walking back over, Xiao turned to Ryan and said, I've mined everything, Mr. Ryan. However, I don't have enough space to carry all of it. His words immediately reminded the others of their own inventory limits. One by one, they checked their available storage. Ningguang pressed her lips together, shaking her head with a trace of helplessness. After storing the gold blocks, my inventory is completely full. I still have 2 slots left. I have 1. This adeptus has 3. One after another, they revealed their remaining space. Finally, only Zhongli remained silent. Noticing this, Keking prompted, Mr. Zhongli, how much space do you have left? If it's enough, hurry and store some of the ores. Zhongli was quiet for a moment before he shook his head. I'm already carrying a shield, weapons, torches, and other essentials. My inventory is full. After all, Zhongli was meant to cover the rear. His inventory couldn't be stuffed entirely with ores. Hearing this, Ningguang and the others fell into a brief silence. Even if they counted all their remaining slots together, they only had 6 empty inventory spaces left. But looking at the piles on the ground, just the redstone dust alone took up over 3 full stacks. Then there was the iron ore, the lapis lazuli, and different ores couldn't be stacked together in a single slot. There was no way they could take everything with them. Ningguang even started considering discarding some of their coal to free up space. At that moment, Ryan casually stepped forward and collected everything into his own inventory. Seeing this, Ganyu blinked in surprise before suddenly realizing the obvious. Ah, that's right. I almost forgot, Ryan has far more storage space than we do. But to her surprise, Ryan let out a wry chuckle and shook his head. Don't get too excited just yet. I don't have that much space left, either. Ganyu's expression shifted to one of confusion. But doesn't Ryan have 36 inventory slots? Ryan simply shrugged. Let's see, I've got tools, torches, water buckets, iron, coal, redstone dust, wood, cobblestone, various foods, lapis lazuli. Do you really think I have that much free space left? As of now, I only have 3 slots left. Now, the group had a real problem on their hands. They had only been mining for half a day, but they still had another day and a half left to explore the cave. If they were already running out of space, should they just teleport back to Teyvat right now to drop off their materials? But that would be a complete waste of time, not to mention, it would kill the mood. For a moment, everyone looked troubled. No one noticed Ryan standing there, completely at ease, as if he already had a solution in mind. Ryan waited. He was waiting to see when the others would come up with the most efficient way to save inventory space. Ningguang's mind raced through countless possibilities. She considered discarding some materials, or perhaps placing chests here and coming back for them later. She even debated giving up entirely and just hauling everything back to Teyvat. But suddenly her gaze landed on the shiny, golden blocks inside her inventory. Gold blocks. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and before she could stop herself, she exclaimed aloud. Her sudden outburst immediately drew everyone's attention. Ningguang's tone carried a hint of delight as she explained. I have an idea. A lot of the ores we're carrying can actually be further compacted into higher-tier forms. For example, coal can be crafted into coal blocks, iron ingots into iron blocks, redstone dust into redstone blocks. If we just compress everything, wouldn't that free up a huge amount of inventory space? And when we get out of here, we can always break them back down into their original materials at a crafting table. Her words were a revelation. Keqing facebound in frustration. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Ryan even mentioned this before. She felt a little annoyed with herself. She and Ganyu were the first ones to explore this world with Ryan, yet somehow, Ningguang was now more adept at understanding its mechanics than she was. Keqing made a silent promise to herself once they returned, she would set aside time to study this world with Ryan. At the very least, as the Yuheng of Liu, she couldn't just be a glorified miner following Ryan's orders. Ryan, of course, had no idea Keqing was having such an internal crisis. He was simply pleased to see that Ningguang had quickly figured out how to use the game's mechanics to solve problems. This meant she was rapidly adapting to the world of Minecraft. At this rate, Ryan was certain it wouldn't be long before Ningguang became a reliable partner who could lighten his load. With a satisfied clap of his hands, he said cheerfully, "All right, since we have a solution, let's start crafting and compressing our materials. Throw away any cobblestone you don't need, it's everywhere, and we can always collect more later. We need to free up as much space as possible, so we don't have to keep making trips back to Teyvat." Next up, Ryan paused, turning his gaze toward the deep, dark cavern stretching downward in the distance. It's time to find diamonds. Evening in Liu Harbor. As dusk approached, the streets of Liu Harbor grew livelier. More street vendors appeared along the roadsides, and the air was filled with the sounds of enthusiastic merchants calling out to customers. On both sides of the main thoroughfare, the elegant, redwood-carved buildings of tea houses and opera houses lit up one by one. Doormen stood ready to welcome guests at the entrances. In just half an hour, Liu's official workday would end. And after that, it would be time for the hard-working citizens of Liu to unwind. That was when business would truly boom. Among the many establishments in Liu, one stood above the rest. Yunhan Opera Troupe. As Liu's most prestigious entertainment and cultural enterprise, Yunhan Opera Troupe dominated the industry, thanks to its star performer and owner Yunjin. Her reputation had spread far and wide, making Yunhan Opera Troupe the most sought-after venue in Liu. Of course, rumors swirled in Liu's back alleys about a mysterious big boss backing Yunhan Opera Troupe. As for who this mysterious boss was, aside from the Tian Quan of the Qixing, Ningguang, there was hardly anyone else in Liu with the power and influence to command Yunjin's respect. Liu's citizens all understood one thing. In Liu, any business that reached a monopoly level or became extremely profitable had to, in some way, be connected to Ningguang. Because Ningguang was the true economic overlord of Liu. Power in one hand, wealth in the other. If this were Ryan's previous world, someone like her would be considered a national-level economist. Yunhan Opera Troupe didn't need advertisements to draw in customers. The very name Yunhan Opera Troupe, and more importantly, the name Yunjin, were the most powerful advertisements in Liu Harbor. Just like how Mondstadt had Barbara, Sumuru had Nilo, and Inajima had Miss Hina. Wait, something odd slipped in there. Anyway, unlike regular tea houses and street vendors, which had doormen to greet guests, the entrance to Yunhan Opera Troupe was guarded by strong, well-trained private bodyguards. These weren't just for show. They were expert enforcers, ensuring that no one dared cause trouble at the opera house. After all, everyone in Liu knew that Yunhan Opera Troupe was backed by the Qixing. This meant it was one of the safest places in the city. The bodyguards were paid above-average wages, yet they rarely had anything to do. Sure, they knew their employer was kind-hearted, but as Liu's citizens, they couldn't just sit around getting paid for nothing. And to definitely they had a chance to show their worth. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Yunjin. Yun-jin, I'm here. The 4 guards at the entrance, who had been dozing off, instantly snapped to attention. Their hands clenched into fists. Who dared to shout Yun-jin's name so casually right outside the opera house? Even the high-end mighty Tian Quan, Ningguang, addressed Yun-jin as Miss Yun out of respect. And yet, someone had just barged in, yelling her name like an old friend. Unacceptable. These guards had been waiting for an opportunity to prove themselves. Now was their moment. They exchanged glances, rolled up their sleeves, and stepped forward to block the approaching figure. But the moment they saw who it was, all 4 of them froze in place, their expressions twisting into something comically absurd. Yo, afternoon, everyone. Is Yun-jin inside? The girl before them wore a long, black coat embroidered with cloud patterns, a dignified and formal outfit. Yet despite her serious attire, her fair, slender legs and playful plum-colored eyes gave her a mischievous charm. A Kinkan Tai Gua hat rested on her head, bearing the well-known emblem of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Tucked into the side of the hat's brim was a plum blossom that never withered. Hands on her hips, she stood confidently before them. She had an air of cheerful liveliness, the kind of girl whose mere presence could lift people's spirits. And if not for her petite frame, she might have been considered utterly captivating. But for these 4 bodyguards, there was no admiration in their eyes, because standing before them was none other than Lia's most notorious undertaker, the dark business matriarch, the death-loving funeral director who actively promoted coffins and burial services, the 77th director of the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao. 68 Hu Tao's philosophy on life and death. 68 Hu Tao's philosophy on life and death. When it came to Hu Tao, the people of Lia had mixed feelings. On the one hand, her personality was undeniably charming, lively, playful, and full of energy. On the other hand, she had an alarming habit of trying to sell coffins to just about everyone she met. The most absurd part? That second tombstone half-price promotion. Who in their right mind would be planning their own funeral while still alive and well? Well, aside from Zhongli. But to say people disliked Hu Tao, that wouldn't be fair either. As the one in charge of Lia's entire funeral industry, she was an indispensable figure. After all, even the mighty Geo Archon himself had required Wangxing funeral parlor services for the rite of parting. People also deeply respected how she could face death every day and still remain so cheerful. And anyone who had ever arranged a funeral through Wangxing funeral parlor would sing nothing but praises, because Hu Tao was nothing if not professional when it truly mattered. Her dedication to honoring the dead was unwavering. Not a single bad review since the business opened. But that didn't mean people weren't wary of her. Humans, even knowing that death was inevitable, still feared it. Hu Tao, for her part, simply couldn't understand why. But that wasn't the current problem for the 4 heavenly kings of Yunhan opera troupe. At this moment, the 4 burly guards standing outside the establishment were facing a much bigger crisis: how to escape this situation. If it had been anyone else causing a commotion, they wouldn't have hesitated to put them in their place. But Hu Tao, she was one of Lia's top combatants, a pyro vision holder, and more importantly, one of their boss's closest friends. They really didn't want to mess with her. Before they could come up with an excuse, Hu Tao suddenly stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Hey, you guys, have you given any thought to what I told you last time? She crossed her arms, nodding sagely as she continued, think about it. As bodyguards, your job is to protect your employer. That means you're constantly putting yourselves in danger. It's one of the highest risk professions in all of Liu. You wouldn't want to get caught off guard by some sudden attack and end up without a proper burial, would you? Hu Tao clapped her hands together, voice full of conviction. So, let's make a deal. Since you're Yun-jin's personal guards, I'll even give you a special group discount. Buy 3 full funeral packages, get 1 free. Includes customized tombstones, and if you happen to become wandering spirits, I'll even throw in a free soul guiding service. This is a once-in-a-lifetime deal. Don't miss out. Her large, expectant eyes sparkled as she pulled out a contract, ready for them to sign. The 4 guards were now drenched in cold sweat, but they couldn't quite find the words to refuse her either. Looks like you're ready to place an order. Hu Tao grinned, eagerly pushing the contract toward them. Just then, a soft chuckle rang out from within Yunhan opera troupe. That's enough, Hu Tao. Stop making things difficult for them. No one in their prime is going to plan their own funeral. Yun-jin stepped gracefully past the threshold, clad in an elegant moon-white robe. Every movement carried the subtle rhythm of an opera performer, as if the stage had long since become an inseparable part of her life. She turned to the 4 guards, giving them a slight nod. It's almost time for Lia's official work hours to end. Why don't you go grab something to eat before coming back? The 4 men exchanged glances before bowing deeply to Yun-jin. Then, as if a wolf was on their heels, they bolted. TCH Yun-jin, you just ruined a perfectly good business opportunity. Hu Tao pouted, stuffing the contract away. Her tone carried a hint of complaint, but her bright, playful expression made it clear she wasn't truly upset. Hu Tao's sales tactics remain as straightforward as ever. Yun-jin chuckled, extending a hand to usher her inside. Come in and have a chat. It's rare for you to visit. After I finish my performance tonight, why don't we go find Xinyan together? Hu Tao waved a hand dismissively. Nah, you know I don't understand your opera stuff. I actually came because I have something to ask you. She paused, then sighed dramatically. And also those guards almost signed for their funeral packages. You just had to step in and ruin it. Yun-jin merely smiled, pouring Hu Tao a cup of tea as they settled into a private booth on the second floor. You know, if you stopped pushing funeral services onto every person you met, Wangxing Funeral Parlor might do even better. After all, no one wants to be reminded of their own mortality while they're still in the prime of life. Hu Tao took a sip of tea, then waggled a finger in disagreement. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are the natural cycles of the world. Yin and yang must remain in balance. Fate is ever-changing. Rocks erode, lakes dry up. The moment a person is born, they begin walking toward death. Since it's unavoidable, wouldn't it be better to face it with open arms? Maybe then, they'd create more memories worth cherishing before their time comes. Yun-jin, having heard this philosophy from Hu Tao more times than she could count, simply smiled. She neither fully agreed nor disagreed. She wouldn't try to change Hu Tao's views on life and death after all, that was simply who Hu Tao was. If nothing else, Hu Tao, you certainly have a way of stating universal truths. Yun-jin shook her head lightly. But people don't always like to hear the truth. By now, Yunhan Opera Troupe was beginning to fill with patrons. Yun-jin glanced at the time, knowing her performance would begin soon. So, she cut straight to the point. I have to get on stage soon. What was it you wanted to ask me? Oh, right. Hu Tao smacked her forehead, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. I almost forgot. She leaned forward, voice dropping slightly. Have you seen Zhongli these past few days? That guy hasn't returned to Wangxing Funeral Parlor in nearly 3 days. Your place is the most likely spot he'd turn up. Have you seen him? I was planning to drag him to the Adventurers Guild to discuss a new business deal. But of course, he just had to disappear at a time like this. If Lan Jie declines because of his absence, it'll be all his fault. As Hu Tao puffed up her cheeks in frustration, Yun-jin frowned slightly, trying to recall. That is odd. Zhongli has never missed a performance before, but now that I think about it, I haven't seen him these past few days. Hu Tao, has he not sent any bills back to Wangxing Funeral Parlor? Yun-jin was well aware of Zhongli's notorious freeloading habits. Hu Tao spread her hands. That's what's weird. I haven't received a single tab. I figured he was just out and about, listening to opera as usual, and you were covering his bill again. Yun-jin smiled but didn't deny it. She had indeed done that in the past. Suddenly, a voice, crisp and confident, rang out from behind them. Pardon me, Miss Hu Tao. Could you spare a moment? Hu Tao turned, hands clasped behind her back. A young man stood a short distance away, clad in foreign-styled gray attire. His hair was a vibrant orange, his face boyish and bright. But the way their visions reacted told Hu Tao and Yun-jin everything they needed to know. He was dangerous. Hu Tao narrowed her eyes, tilting her head thoughtfully. Oh ho, aren't you that guy? The young man chuckled, scratching his head as if embarrassed. That's right. Tartaglia, 11th of the Fatui Harbingers. 430 Advanced Chapters Patreon. 69. The Foolproof Diamond Finding Method. Outside the Yunhan Opera Troupe. After watching Hu Tao bounce away cheerfully, Yun-jin turned back to glance at Tartaglia. Seeing the ever-sunny, seemingly carefree young man standing there, she found it amusing but simply nodded before heading backstage to change out of her costume. She needed to leave quickly, otherwise, she might actually laugh out loud in front of him. This so-called cunning, smiling tiger of a Fatui Harbinger. In reality, he was just a straightforward guy. And yet, this straightforward guy was trying to play mind games with Hu Tao. Did he really think the ever-optimistic Hu Tao was as simple as she seemed? Someone who had long since seen through life and death, Hu Tao had an uncanny ability to read people and situations. More importantly, Tartaglia had barely waited for Yun-jin and Hu Tao to step outside before rushing up to them with a grand declaration that he knew Zhongli's whereabouts. It was as if he was desperate to let everyone know he had an ulterior motive. Let's be real, when a Fatui Harbinger, infamous across Teyvat, eavesdrops on someone's conversation and then, instead of keeping it subtle, immediately exposes himself, saying he can help with their troubles. And on top of that, he just so happens to mention Zhongli's location while throwing in Ningguang, Keqing, and the other lie of Kixing? Good grief. Even Hu Tao had to admit, what a guy. Was he really treating her like a fool? If someone wanted to set up a trap, wouldn't the smarter move be to wait until she left Yunhan Opera Troupe and then accidentally reveal Zhongli's whereabouts in passing? But Tartaglia, he just went ahead and blew his own cover. Seeing someone trip over their own scheming like this, Hu Tao saw a perfect opportunity to give him the ultimate Wangxing Funeral Parlor welcome. And so, after Tartaglia signed the contract and paid 5 million mora for a funeral package, Hu Tao patted her chest and declared that she would go find Zhongli. The way Tartaglia's expression lit up, as if he had scored a victory, was priceless. Yun-jin simply couldn't hold it in anymore. 5 million mora. That was enough to fund a mass funeral for an entire Fatui battalion. Even the renowned mora spender Zhongli had never once splurged 5 million on a single coffin. But hey, if it was the Fatui's money, might as well take it, right? With a satisfied smile, Tartaglia arranged for people to wait at Tianheng Mountain, expecting Hu Tao to show up. After all, Liu was a land of contracts, and once something was agreed upon, it would be honored. In his mind, Hu Tao had already signed away her commitment to finding Zhongli. This was bound to be a grand success. Through this, he might even uncover the secret dealings of Ningguang and the others. But what Tartaglia failed to realize, the contract he signed with Hu Tao was a 5 million mora funeral service agreement, not a contract requiring her to go to Tianheng Mountain. He had effectively shot himself in the foot. So while Tartaglia sat there in the opera house, eagerly awaiting his flawless scheme to bear fruit, while his people stood freezing at the foot of Tianheng Mountain, waiting for someone who would never come, Hu Tao happily took the 1.5 million mora deposit, treated herself to a sumptuous meal at Wanmin restaurant, and even had extra funds to print up a fresh batch of funeral service advertisements. Then, with a gleeful grin, she headed straight for the Laya Ministry of Civil Affairs public bulletin boards. She was no fool. No matter what kind of meeting Zhongli was having with Ningguang and Keqing, it was clearly confidential Laya business. It wasn't worth barging in, especially when the person tipping her off was a Fatui harbinger. Spending the mora she rightfully earned was the only correct choice. Hee. Wangxing Funeral Parlor's special promotion. Full funeral package including escort ceremony, premium blackwood coffin, blue stone tombstone, and soul guidance family bundle now available. Buy one, get the second at half price. Satisfied with her handiwork, Hu Tao dusted off her hands and cheerfully moved on to the next public board. Meanwhile, Tartaglia was still seated in the opera house, lost in Yun Jin's elegant and captivating performance, blissfully unaware that his brilliant scheme had already fallen apart. Inside the dark mine, bang! The sharp sound of a pickaxe shattering rock echoed through the cavern. Moments later, a chain reaction caused a large section of stone to break loose, tumbling to the ground and momentarily hovering before settling. Xiao immediately planted a torch into the cave wall, casting flickering light across the 100-square-meter cavern they had just uncovered. His golden eyes flickered with disappointment as he turned back. Ryan, another dead end. Got it. Ryan let out a soft sigh, glancing back at the others. Although they still looked energetic, a hint of weariness was evident in their eyes. Judging by the passage of time, it was already well past midnight, soon approaching the next day. After a brief pause, Ryan spoke in a low voice. Xiao, place torches around the perimeter. Cloud Retainer, craft 5 workbenches. Keqing, make 5 furnaces. Zhongli, seal off this cavern entrance with stone, leave only a single opening at the top for ventilation. Ganyu, Ningguang, come with me to set up beds and other supplies. We'll rest here for now. At his words, everyone let out a small breath of relief. Even Zhongli. They weren't physically exhausted. As powerful adepti, archons, and warriors, fatigue wasn't an issue. But being trapped in the dark, narrow confines of the mines for so long was undeniably mentally draining. This was precisely why Laya's miners in the chasm required frequent shift rotations. The oppressive underground environment could wear down even the strongest minds. Without protest, everyone moved to carry out their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Ryan couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. And why wouldn't he be? After striking an absurdly rich ore vein, their mining progress had come to a complete halt. Beyond that, the tunnels they had discovered thus far extended only a few dozen meters before being completely blocked off. Clearly, this particular cavern was a dead end. The choices ahead were now clear. 1. Go back and take another path where countless hostile creatures likely awaited. 2. Find diamonds. The decision wasn't difficult. And as for how to find diamonds, there were actually a few methods. Aside from using commands or an omniscient overhead map, there was one simple and effective technique: the clay-patched diamond method. Find a river or lake, search for a cross-shaped clay formation underwater, and dig straight down. Chances are, diamonds will be waiting below. The eerie, unnatural silence weighed on everyone. If not for the occasional conversations keeping them sane, Ryan felt that mining in this kind of environment alone could drive someone to madness. Seated by the campfire, he absent-mindedly roasted a potato, his expression darkened by deep thought. The others had recovered and were chatting as they sorted through their haul. But Ganyu, she noticed something. Ryan's mood was off, and she was worried. Carefully, she sat down beside him and offered him a roasted chicken leg. Ryan, eat some meat. You've been eating nothing but apples and bread all day. Ryan snapped out of his thoughts, smiling as he accepted the food. And you, how are you holding up? Ganyu smiled softly, shaking her head. Don't worry. I may be half Kylan, but I won't be worn out by something like this. My stamina is still full, you know. She hugged her knees, tilting her head slightly as she watched him. Under the flickering firelight, Ryan's face appeared sharp yet serene, mesmerizing her. She unconsciously leaned closer. Ryan, unaware, continued his train of thought. But then, Ganyu's next words shattered everything. Hey, Ryan, is it possible that someone else got here before us and mined all the diamonds? And suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. The neatly arranged ores. The eerily silent mines. A legend from the world of Minecraft surfaced in his mind. Him. 70, the first night sleeping beneath the mines. Just thinking about that name made Ryan's skin crawl with goosebumps. He instinctively clenched his fists. This was originally just an MC ghost story, born out of the boredom of some player with too much free time. Later, it became a widely used scripted scare in game videos, deliberately inserted by many foreign MC content creators for dramatic effect. Originally, the concept was never officially acknowledged by the developers. But as more and more players became obsessed with the idea, whether because the legend was too compelling or because too many people started believing in it, line between fiction and reality blurred. At some point, him's existence became something that many swore they had seen with their own eyes, and Mojang never gave a definitive answer. Ryan had never been one to believe in him. To him, it was nothing more than a gimmick used by content creators to scare people. But now, the eerie, perfectly structured mineral wall, the sudden failure of the lapis lazuli diamond locator technique, it was forcing him to consider the unthinkable. Could something truly unnatural be lurking in his world? The legend said that him could teleport. He looked exactly like Steve, except for one thing: his white, soulless eyes. He wielded a diamond sword. He had inhuman combat abilities. He could set up deadly traps and intricate mechanisms. If him was real, then he would be a terrifying adversary. In fact, many of the mod packs that contained customers often had to include him's data files just to balance things out. Because him was an obsessive miner, endlessly tunneling through underground caverns. And unlike him, Ryan had no such passion for mining. But why was him an enemy? Because him harbored a deep hostility toward Steve. And Ryan, who had inherited Steve's physique, was not about to take any chances. Most importantly, this world belonged to him. He was willing to share it, but he would never allow anyone to take it away. This was his world, Ryan's world. Him had no right to interfere. Anyone who tried would die. Right now, the only potential threat to his claim over this world was him. And when it came to challenges to his ownership, Ryan had zero tolerance. But Ryan shook his head. He still couldn't be sure that him was real. What if this was just coincidence? What if the lapis lazuli locator method really had failed because of some fundamental shift in the game's mechanics after becoming reality? Ryan didn't like jumping to worst-case scenarios. For now, he decided to put the him theory aside. He would simply stay alert and gather more information before making any rash decisions. Snapping back to reality, Ryan noticed that Ganyu was watching him with a worried expression. It seemed his emotions had been too intense when thinking about him just now. Smiling, he reached out and gently ruffled Ganyu's hair. "Don't worry, I was just lost in thought for a moment." Then, he handed her a few baked potatoes. "I know Kylans don't like eating meat, so here, take these. They don't taste great, but hey, gotta make do with what we have, right?" Ryan shrugged helplessly. The food supply in this world is huge, but honestly, the flavor is kinda trash. Ganyu giggled at his complaints. Seeing that Ryan had returned to his usual self, she didn't press him for more details. Yawning slightly, she rubbed her eyes and stood up. "Well, I'm heading to bed first. Tomorrow morning, we'll find those diamonds." She clenched her fists confidently. "I believe in you, Ryan." Hearing that, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. He waved at her, watching as she returned to the girls' sleeping area and closed the door behind her. Only then did he stand up and head to the boys' section. There were 3 beds, each separated by a furnace. Technically, chests would have made better dividers, but since they were underground, there was no real need to store anything here. Lying down, Ryan could immediately feel the MC world's bed mechanics kicking in, steadily restoring his energy. Honestly, he suspected that even if he stayed awake all night, he'd still feel perfectly refreshed in the morning. Zhongli occupied the middle bed. If he had a cup of tea and a book in hand, the scene would have been perfectly fitting. Unfortunately, Ryan's world hadn't progressed that far yet. As for Xiao, the guy was buzzing with energy. One moment, he was checking the entrance to make sure no monsters could sneak in. The next, he was baking food at the furnace. Then, he started rearranging the torches for better positioning. He was moving back and forth so much that Ryan was starting to get a headache. "Xiao." Ryan finally spoke up. "Ryan, is there something you need?" Xiao instantly turned to him, his sharp gaze alert and ready. Ryan hesitated. "Are you, having trouble sleeping because it's too bright with all the torches? Or, do you just not like the bed? I can open a portal and send you back if you'd rather rest somewhere else." Xiao stiffened, then quickly shook his head. "No, that's not the issue. I don't mind this place at all." But his eyes flickered toward Zhongli for a brief second. A fleeting, almost awkward glance. Ryan and Zhongli both noticed. And suddenly, Ryan understood. Xiao was restless because he was too excited to be sleeping in the same room as his idol. Of course, maybe excited wasn't the right word, perhaps nervous or on edge was more accurate. Either way, it wasn't something Ryan could fix. Meanwhile, Zhongli let out an internal sigh. This was exactly why he found his relationships with the Adepti so difficult. He wanted them to see him as a mentor, a friend, not an untouchable deity they had to revere. With a faint golden glow in his eyes, Zhongli silently activated a thin jade shield, covering the 3 of them. The barrier wasn't just for protection. It also contained a special silence enchantment, one that could mute all noise within a chosen range. Technically, if he exerted his full power, he could make the entire Laya harbor go silent. But right now, The limitations of the Minecraft world were the only thing preventing him from doing more. Still, lying on the bed and restoring his energy was like exploiting a glitch. Once he confirmed that the female side couldn't hear any noise, Zhongli spoke quietly. Speaking of which, the last time I rested with the Adepti at night was during the era of the Archon War. Back then it wasn't exactly rest. We were constantly fighting wars, and eventually had to take refuge together in the caves. But back then, those were the happiest times for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression softened, and a glimmer of nostalgia shone in his eyes. Clearly, he had been part of those days too. Back then, Zhongli intended to mention the others, like Fu Hua, but as he thought about it, he decided it would only make the mood heavier. His eyes dimmed, and he sighed. To buy Osmond us flowers and enjoy wine together, but alas, the old friends. The mood in the room instantly turned heavy. Ryan rolled his eyes. He had thought Zhongli was going to step out of the barrier to have a heartfelt conversation and ease Xiao's nervousness. But instead, the guy dropped a quote that killed the mood. Xiao had already lowered his head, clearly affected by the somber tone. Ryan thought for a moment and decided to change the subject. Tomorrow morning, I'll make Xiao a golden apple with some gold nuggets and see if it can help clear his karma. Sure enough, mentioning this was far more effective than anything else. Zhongli and Xiao perked up immediately. Zhongli was worried about Xiao's karma, hoping to avoid any tragedies. Xiao was concerned about whether Zhongli could fix his wear and tear and regain his vitality. The mutual devotion between them was truly moving. Sadly, Zhongli viewed Xiao as a child to take care of, while Xiao saw Zhongli as a master he would follow to the end of his life. Mr. Ryan, my karma isn't urgent. Maybe Emperor Zhongli. Before Xiao could finish, Zhongli shook his head. No need to worry about me. Wear and tear is less dangerous than karma. Just as Mr. Ryan thinks, wear and tear is a restriction imposed on us by the laws of immortality, whereas this isn't Teyvat. He spoke with a hint of joy, casting a side glance at Ryan. During my time in this world, my wear and tear has indeed been halted, even showing signs of recovery. That being said, if you don't mind, I'm planning to find a spot soon to build a small hut for future use. Ryan immediately understood what Zhongli meant. He probably wanted to set up a home here for when he retired, a place that would both counteract his wear and tear and allow him to explore more of this world's unique features. It would also be a way for Zhongli to contribute to the next great journey of Liu as a human. Ryan had no objections to this and nodded with a smile. Though I'd say, as the Geo Archon, shouldn't you be carving your house into a mountain? Though I do have a house idea I've wanted to try for a while. How about a treehouse? Seeing that Ryan had offered him a suggestion, Zhongli appeared a bit intrigued. He was about to ask for more details on how to make a treehouse when his peripheral vision caught Xiao standing straight. Shifting his approach, Zhongli lightly asked, "What do you think, Xiao? How likely do you think the golden apple will help clear your karma?" Hearing this, Xiao's eyes flickered toward Ryan, his concern clear. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared that if he died, Zhongli would become even more lonely. If he died, no one would continue to guard Liu in the night like he did. If he died, the last bloodline of the Yiksha clan would be cut off. Liu was beginning a new era. Xiao didn't want to bow out at this critical moment. Zhongli was about to retire soon, and after that, he'd likely spend his time exploring this world with Ryan. Xiao wanted to continue exploring with Zhongli in this world. This was a conclusion that Xiao didn't need to think twice about. As for why, Xiao couldn't quite put it into words. It wasn't because of the contract with Zhongli. It was just, for thousands of years, he had always moved forward with Zhongli, and he had grown accustomed to it. Xiao kept a calm face, but inside, he quietly held his breath. Ryan shook his head slightly, unsure, and said, "In this world, milk can almost resolve any negative condition, even withering can be cured by milk. The simple effect of negating negative status, milk actually does better than the golden apple. I'd say the chances aren't very high." Hearing this, Xiao, who had already suspected as much, couldn't help but feel a bit of gloom in his eyes. But Zhongli didn't rush, saying softly. Ryan raised an eyebrow, amused. "Can't hide anything from you. The golden apple's surface ability is to restore health and provide an additional layer of damage-absorbing health. But I've said before, the golden apple can turn zombie villagers back into normal villagers. So, I think the golden apple might have some mysterious power. Whether it works or not, we'll try it tomorrow." Xiao still looked conflicted. If the golden apple really worked, he would eat it. But now, it was uncertain, and he had already made those 8 gold ingots. Was it really worth it? "You don't need to worry about the gold." Ryan smiled and shook his head. "Ganyu's already figured it out, haven't you? Gold really isn't valuable in this world. Compared to that, don't you think your life as a great Yiksha is worth more than several tons of gold?" Seeing Xiao's expression soften, Ryan lazily lay back on the bed. "Alright, let's sleep. Tomorrow, we'll continue mining. If we don't make much progress by afternoon, we'll head back." Zhongli and Xiao nodded in agreement, lying down on their beds. Ryan wasn't sure if they would fall asleep, but he sure slept soundly. Although it was his first night in a mine, at least he had company. 71. Xiao fell into lava. It's like he took a bath. 71, 71, Xiao fell into lava. It's like he took a bath. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, Ryan and the others set off once again. As for how they kept track of time in the pitch-dark mines, simple, just step outside through the portal for a quick look. They even took the opportunity to eat breakfast outside and, while they were at it, dumped a massive pile of coal back into Teyvat. That stuff was something everyone found annoying yet couldn't bear to throw away entirely. As for the other ores, they would need to head back to the manor estate later to calculate the amount Ryan needed. Whatever was left, they would send back for Ningguang and the others. Of course, before all that, Ryan actually made a golden apple for Xiao in the morning. A golden apple worth several tons of gold. Even someone like Xiao, who had little concept of wealth, felt a little uneasy eating it. Unfortunately, just as Ryan had predicted last night, it did not completely remove Xiao's karmic debt. But Xiao himself wasn't disappointed. In the contrary, he was invigorated. Because his karmic debt had eased. In the past, Xiao deliberately avoided close contact with others. It wasn't just because he wasn't skilled at social interactions. His soul, tainted by the corruption of his karmic debt, coupled with his adeptus nature, often brought disaster to those who got too close. He himself had long suffered from the burden of karmic debt, sometimes losing control in battle, succumbing to violent, uncontrollable slaughter. As the years went on, these episodes of madness only became more frequent. Zhongli had once invited Venti to try purifying Xiao's karmic debt and even provided special medicines like the cleansing heart, but the results were negligible. They merely delayed the inevitable. It was, in essence, the same effect as the golden apple. Xiao could feel it. Aside from the newfound vitality coursing through him, his soul, once deeply corroded by karmic debt, now felt as if it were being meticulously unraveled, purified thread by thread. That ever-present agony had dulled, and even those around him could tell that the oppressive aura like a raging storm was no longer there. It was as if the karmic debt was being stripped away, layer by layer. Xiao had done the calculations. Though this single golden apple might not bring about a fundamental change, at the very least, it would give him decades, maybe even centuries of clarity. And with that time, he would have a chance to find a true solution in this world. After all, in Teyvat, karmic debt was a terminal affliction, one that had claimed the lives of his siblings and remained an enigma even Morex couldn't resolve. But now, seeing these results, was complete purification truly impossible? With renewed hope for the future, Xiao took the lead, iron pickaxe in hand, striking with such force that each swing triggered a chain reaction, collapsing massive sections of stone. At this point, they had gathered so much iron ore that even after crafting 7 full sets of iron armor, more than half of it remained. Not to mention, they had found another huge deposit while mining redstone earlier. They were well beyond the point of worrying about supplies. Breaking an iron pickaxe now? Not even worth fretting over. And with everyone decked out in full iron armor, their combat capabilities had skyrocketed. Ryan no longer needed to remind them to tread carefully. With a lineup like this, Ryan, armed with the ultimate Steve physique, ranged weapons, and a deadly blade for close combat. Zhongli, wielding the power of a god and his invincible jade shield. Not to mention Xiao, Ganyu, and the others. Ryan was confident that even if they stumbled upon a monster spawner filled with zombies, they could smash through it with brute force. Well, unless it was creepers, then all bets were off. With that confidence in mind, they mined more aggressively than before. Fueled by the effects of the golden apple, Xiao was practically a human bulldozer, relentlessly clearing the way. Ryan and the others kept an eye on their surroundings, placing torches along the path and chatting as they went. At one point, Ryan glanced at Ningguang, who was walking to his left, her expression calm and composed. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and asked, "Heartbroken over the gold?" Ningguang arched an eyebrow and gave him an amused look. "Didn't you just help me shift my perspective yesterday? What, trying to make me go back on it already?" Ryan waved a hand dismissively and chuckled. "Nah, just joking. Anyway, there's still 1 ingot left. You should take it back to Laya. That's still over 2 tons of gold, after all." To his surprise, Ningguang simply shook her head, unfazed. "Keep it for yourself. Didn't you say it? Resources in this world are endless. If I ever need gold, I could just find another mine." She tilted her head slightly, the flickering torchlight casting shifting shadows across her face, lending her a mysterious, alluring charm. "Besides, I'm far more interested in the knowledge you possess." Ryan blinked but quickly broke into a smile. "No problem. If you're willing to learn, once you master redstone mechanics, you might even help me out, or better yet, create your own advanced redstone technology." Their gazes met, and in that fleeting moment, an unspoken emotion seemed to take root between them. Off to the side, Ganyu had been secretly keeping an eye on the conversation between Ningguang and Ryan. Seeing them chat so naturally, she pursed her lips in discontent. No matter what, she had known Ryan for longer. As she racked her brain for a way to cut into their conversation, a sudden crack echoed through the tunnel ahead. It was just the sound of cobblestone breaking, nothing out of the ordinary. However, the surge of heat and the blinding red light that followed made Ryan's heart tighten. Vigilant Yiksha. It seemed like Cloud Retainer had let out a sharp cry. Ryan's instincts kicked in. Without a second thought, he yanked out his fishing rod and, faster than ever, cast it toward the front. The moment he felt it hook onto something, he reeled back with all his strength. A flaming figure shot out of the pit. In the same swift motion, Ryan pulled out a water bucket and dumped it right over the figure's head. All of this happened in the span of mere seconds. The others barely had time to react. In fact, Keqing and the others hadn't even realized that Xiao had fallen into lava. Yet, before anyone could process what had just happened, Ryan had already pulled him out and extinguished the flames. What just happened? Xiao stared down at his hands in a daze. Judging by his expression, even he wasn't entirely sure. Are you alright, Xiao? Zhongli stepped forward, concern evident in his usually composed eyes. In his haste, he had even forgotten to mask his identity, directly addressing Xiao by name. I fell into the lava. Xiao seemed to process Zhongli's words only after hearing them aloud. The moment of realization hit, and he finally felt the fading traces of searing pain. Come to think of it, everything had happened so fast that he hadn't even felt the burning at first. Vigilant Yiksha, quickly take off your iron armor and check for injuries. Cloud Retainer urged anxiously. They were adepti, yes, but lava was lava. Even pyro slimes, which were practically immune to fire, couldn't withstand it. No matter how powerful an adeptus was, against something like lava the only one in Teyvat who could remain unscathed was Zhongli, as long as he had his jade shield up. Cloud Retainer and the others had already braced themselves for the worst, that Xiao would be covered in severe burns. But instead of peeling off charred armor, Ryan simply waved his hand dismissively. Relax, he's fine. Good thing he wasn't in there for long, otherwise, he'd be a goner for sure. Everyone was still in shock when Xiao glanced at himself and, after a brief pause, spoke in a calm tone. I'm fine. I only lost 6 hearts. Silence. Keqing rubbed her temples before peering down into the pit. Sure enough, boiling, molten lava. This was real lava. The kind that would incinerate anything on contact. You're saying, Ningguang, after a moment of thought, carefully chose her words. You fell into a pool of lava but only lost 6 hearts. And you're still perfectly capable of moving. Even Xiao found it hard to believe. He hesitated before opening his personal interface to double-check. I've already recovered 1 heart. At this point, everyone had run out of ways to process this madness. Alright, that's enough shock for now. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. Don't forget, you all share part of my physique. Falling into lava doesn't mean instant death. As long as you get pulled out fast enough and put out the fire, you'll be fine. Xiao, take a break, eat something and get your health back up. And one more thing. Ryan raised a hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. When mining underground, especially when using chain mining, never dig directly below yourself unless you're absolutely sure it's safe. This happened to Xiao, just know we made that mistake, and it nearly got him killed. From now on, all of you need to be more careful. Once he finished speaking, Ryan expected at least some kind of response, perhaps a few nods of agreement or words of reassurance. Instead, silence stretched between them. He glanced around, confused. Everyone was still staring at Xiao, their expressions tangled with disbelief. Ryan sighed. He understood now. Falling into lava should have meant instant death. Sure, Xiao had survived thanks to Ryan pulling him out in time. Fine. That could be explained by the fact that they shared some of his game world physique, which gave them certain resistances. But still, at the very least, his iron armor should have melted away, right? At the very least, he should have some burns or injuries, right? But Xiao, completely unharmed. Not a single scorch mark. In fact, his face even looked cleaner than before. This wasn't survival. This was as if he had bathed in the lava. If not for the waves of heat still radiating from the molten pit below, they might have thought it was just a disguised hot spring. Zhongli, despite his best efforts to maintain composure, felt his mind flood with questions. 1,000 thoughts whirled in his head, but after much internal struggle, he managed to suppress them all. Finally, he sighed and muttered under his breath. Your world's laws truly are unique. Ryan couldn't help but grin at their reactions. He understood they had spent their entire lives in a reality governed by strict physical laws. But now, faced with such ridiculous, game-like mechanics, the shock was inevitable. Chuckling, he said, "Trust me, you'll see plenty more of this kind of thing soon enough. Anyway, this accident actually worked in our favor." Ryan stepped to the edge of the pit and peered down into the lava lake below. The space was vast, so vast that he couldn't even see where the lava ended. A location like this. It was the perfect place to find diamonds. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the others. This entire area is covered in lava, which means this is one of the best spots to find diamonds. We'll head down and check it out. If we don't find any here, we'll just pack up and go home. Ningguang and the others nodded in agreement until, suddenly, something clicked. Wait a minute. Ryan, weary going down there? Keqing's eyes widened as she stared at the vast, churning lake of molten rock. Her throat felt dry. How exactly are we getting down there? She swallowed hard. You don't seriously plan on jumping in and placing blocks to build a bridge, do you? That's way too dangerous. At her words, Ryan let out a laugh. Even if I don't die instantly from lava, I'd still take damage. What do you take me for, some kind of immortal? Nobody answered. Instead, they simply looked at him. The weight of their stares was enough to make Ryan clear his throat awkwardly. Alright, just wait a second. I've got a simple solution. We'll be down there in no time. With that, he stepped to the edge of the pit, took out a bucket of water, and poured it out. And then, before their very eyes, something even more absurd happened. 72 mining diamonds. Keqing, born into a prestigious family, was well-educated and knowledgeable. She might not match the scholars of the Sumeru Academia in terms of expertise, but at the very least, she had a solid understanding of elemental principles and fundamental natural phenomena. However, today, all of her knowledge was completely overturned, because she had just witnessed a person take a bath in a pool of lava and come out completely unscathed. And then, right before her eyes, she saw an iron bucket, which at most could hold a liter of water, pour out an entire cubic meter of water. And that was only the beginning. That cubic meter of water wriggled and expanded as if it were some kind of sinister, living creature. Before her very eyes, it rapidly spread and extended, from 1 cubic meter to a dozen cubic meters in range. At this point, Keqing could still barely accept it. After all, hadn't Ryan's aquarium back at his villa worked the same way? But what truly made Keqing and everyone else start questioning reality was that after the bucket of water was poured out, it didn't stop spreading. It continued to flow downward, its volume growing from a single cubic meter to an amount capable of filling an entire swimming pool. And the moment the water made contact with the lava, there was almost no elemental reaction, no violent explosion of steam. Instead, in an instant, the lava transformed into a vast stretch of obsidian. Ryan casually jumped into the water, drifting down along the flowing stream until he landed safely on the newly formed obsidian ground. Then, with a practiced motion, he scooped up another bucket of water and walked to the edge where lava still bubbled. Just like before, he repeated the process. Pouring water, forming obsidian, refilling the bucket, and pouring again. The group could only watch in stunned silence as Ryan, using nothing but a simple iron bucket filled with water, turned what was once an endless lava lake into a flat, solid obsidian plain. Standing above, Cloud Retainer pursed her lips, her expression complicated as she muttered. Does this count as some kind of land reclamation technique governed by world laws? Perhaps, Zhongli responded in a deep voice. Then, without another word, he leaped down, landing lightly on the water. With a precise calculation of exactly 6 blocks of height, he fell safely into the water below without taking a single scratch. Once again, Zhongli confirmed the bizarre physics of this world. Falling from high up onto water resulted in 0 injuries. Hearing the splash, Ryan glanced over. In just this short time, he had already converted hundreds of meters of lava into solid ground. He waved a hand and called out. Once you're down, start placing torches to light up the area, then check if there are any diamonds nearby. The others exchanged glances, silently pulling out torches and beginning to set them down. Keqing, however, seemed somewhat distracted as she walked beside Ningguang. Ningguang, ever perceptive, quickly understood the reason behind Keqing's absent-mindedness. After placing the last torch, Ningguang turned to Keqing with a gentle smile. Are you still in shock over Ryan's ability to transform lava like this? If anything, you should be more used to these anomalies than I am, considering you entered this world earlier. Keqing's eyes flickered back to clarity. She turned her gaze toward Ryan, who was still methodically pouring water along the edge of the obsidian. She shook her head slightly. I was just thinking about something. Ningguang remained silent, simply looking at Keqing with the quiet patience of a perfect listener. Keqing didn't keep her in suspense. After a moment of thought, she spoke softly. Ryan's water and lava interaction is incredible. I was thinking, could we use this to expand Laya Harbor? Now that we've established a partnership with Ryan, Laya's commerce will only grow stronger and more prosperous. That means we need to start planning ahead for the city's development. If we could utilize the ocean's surface without disrupting ship traffic, Ryan's world's water and lava mechanics would be a completely cost-free method of land reclamation. What do you think? Ningguang was momentarily taken aback by Keqing's bold idea. Land reclamation was no small matter. At the very least, this wasn't something the two of them could decide on their own. However, Ningguang also didn't want to outright reject Keqing's plan. After all, she, too, wanted Laya Harbor to grow even larger and wealthier. She wanted to ensure that Laya Harbor would never again experience the poverty and hardship she had faced in her youth. Further development was essential. After a moment of contemplation, Ningguang didn't refuse, nor did she approve outright. Instead, she responded in a calm voice. This matter is too significant for just the two of us to decide. Perhaps it would be best to consult the Lord of Geo during the next rite of dissension. Keqing, though eager to act swiftly, acknowledged the wisdom in Ningguang's words. She was fully dedicated to Laya's prosperity. But public perception was a powerful force. After thinking it over, Keqing decided to focus on helping Ryan find diamonds for now. The two quickened their pace and walked toward Ryan. At that moment, Ganyu and Cloud Retainer were hard at work, swinging their pickaxes against the obsidian. Meanwhile, Ryan stood nearby, watching them with an expression that looked like he had something to say but kept stopping himself. Since earlier, Ryan had repeatedly wanted to remind them that iron pickaxes couldn't mine obsidian. But Ganyu and Cloud Retainer were too caught up in their enthusiasm to let him get a word in. Ryan. Ningguang approached gracefully and glanced at Ganyu, who was puffing up her cheeks as she tirelessly swung her pickaxe. She looked just like a little hamster diligently trying to build its nest. But visibly, the obsidian wasn't budging in the slightest. Even regular iron ore would at least show some cracks after a few strikes. Yet this obsidian remained completely unscathed. Immediately, Ningguang's curiosity was piqued. Ryan, this obsidian seems incredibly durable. Ryan let out a helpless chuckle and shrugged. Obsidian is one of the hardest minerals in this world. Even TNT. He was about to explain how obsidian could withstand explosions but suddenly remembered that none of them had ever seen TNT before. So, he rephrased it. Even a creeper explosion wouldn't damage obsidian. That's why it has a lot of uses. Aside from building nether portals, obsidian can be used to construct fortifications or even prison bastions. Without a diamond pickaxe, no other tool can break obsidian. As soon as he finished speaking, Ganyu and Cloud Retainer, who had been enthusiastically chipping away at the obsidian, froze in place. Even Keking, who had just raised her pickaxe, hesitated for a moment before quietly putting it away. Ryan. Ganyu's face flushed as she looked between the unscathed obsidian and the iron pickaxe in her hands. With a hint of grievance in her tone, she said, "Were you just watching me make a fool of myself on purpose?" Though her words carried a note of complaint, Ganyu was too gentle to actually blame Ryan. Her voice was filled more with embarrassment over her own actions. Ryan sighed, looking at her helplessly. "I wanted to say something, but you didn't give me a chance. You just ran up and started mining. Besides," he pointed at the ground beneath their feet and said with amusement, "Ganyu, didn't it ever occur to you that we're standing on obsidian which is floating on top of lava? And you still had chain mining turned on. If you had actually managed to break the obsidian, wouldn't we all have fallen straight into the lava? I didn't stop you because, well, didn't that seem odd to you?" Hearing that, Cloud Retainer, who had been just as guilty, averted her eyes awkwardly. After a brief silence, she cleared her throat and tried to salvage her dignity. This adeptus actually suspected that was the case all along, but I was merely conducting an experiment to test the hardness of obsidian. And as it turns out, obsidian is incredibly sturdy, suitable for constructing prisons to detain powerful criminals, or for fortifications. Ahem, I shall go search for diamonds. The rest of you can carry on here. With that, she quickly turned and strode away. Though her departure was somewhat dignified, her slightly hurried steps betrayed her embarrassment. Ryan chuckled and reached out to ruffle Ganyu's soft hair. "Alright, let's start searching for diamonds. That's the real reason we came down to this mine." After all, diamonds and obsidian were the foundation for ushering in the era of enchantments. Of course, if the village he lived in had an enchantment table, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. But unfortunately, that village was so poor that even pillagers would feel bad raiding it. As he mentally grumbled about the village's sorry state, Ryan lifted his head to survey the cavern. Keking had been planning to discuss her idea about expanding Laya Harbor using Ryan's peculiar water and lava technique. But when she saw the gleam of anticipation in his eyes, she hesitated and silently joined him in searching for diamonds instead. Yet, after scouring the entire lava pool including the ceiling and surrounding walls, they still found nothing. Just as Ryan was considering giving up, Cloud Retainer's voice called out from a distance. "Ryan, come quickly. This adeptus believes she has discovered diamonds." Everyone froze for a second before rushing toward her location. Ryan, worried that she might start mining right away, shouted, "Don't dig yet. Wait for me to check first." Fortunately, after her experiences with gold ore needing precise mining and obsidian requiring a diamond pickaxe, Cloud Retainer had learned her lesson. She was no longer the type to recklessly swing her pickaxe at every ore she encountered. So this time, she patiently waited for the others to arrive. Of course, she didn't have to wait long before the whole group reached her. They found themselves in a narrow passageway separate from the lava pool Ryan had transformed. It was an unremarkable little tunnel, pitch dark further ahead, making it hard to see what lay beyond. Cloud Retainer pointed at the ground, where 3 pieces of mineral glimmered faintly. "This adeptus happened upon this little path by chance. After placing a torch, I discovered these. They should be diamond ore, correct?" Ryan focused his gaze and, upon confirming what he saw, broke into a broad smile. "That's right. They're diamond ores. And there are 3 of them, just enough to craft a pickaxe." Hearing that, Xiao immediately stepped forward with an eager look. "Let me mine them, Ryan. Can I use an iron pickaxe?" But Ryan shook his head slightly. "I'll do it this time. Iron pickaxes can mine diamonds, but there's a bit of a trick to it." As he spoke, he moved forward to demonstrate. Back in his past life, he had made the painful mistake of getting too excited upon seeing diamond ore, only to mine it carelessly, causing the diamonds to fall straight into lava. That kind of mistake had left scars on his heart. When you find diamond ore, don't just mine it immediately. First, turn off chain mining and carefully clear the stone around the diamonds. Excavate the surrounding area to make sure there's no lava underneath before breaking the ore. As he spoke, Ryan chipped away the stone around the diamond blocks. Then, digging 1 block lower, he uncovered a familiar glow-bright, scorching lava. Ryan exhaled, relieved that he had been careful this time. Otherwise, after 2 days of searching, losing diamonds to lava would have been heartbreaking. See? He pointed at the lava below and said with a wry smile. If you don't check first, not only might the diamonds fall in, but you could end up in the lava yourself. So, always be cautious when mining diamonds. After plugging the lava flow with cobblestone, Ryan finally activated chain mining, causing all 3 diamond blocks to break in an instant. As the minerals shattered, dazzling diamonds dropped to the ground. Under the glow of lava and torchlight, they shimmered with breathtaking brilliance. Diamonds. Ryan picked up the 3 sparkling gems, a tinge of emotion flickering in his eyes. Finally I finally have diamonds. 73, 10 diamonds, time to head back home. 73, 10 diamonds, time to head back home. After passing on the tricks of mining diamonds to everyone, Ryan had them follow that narrow mine tunnel to see if there were any more diamonds hidden within. Since the tunnel had no branches, Ryan wasn't too worried about them getting lost. To be extra cautious, he also prepared a water bucket for each of them. After all, when it came to certain dangers, a well-placed splash of water could solve most problems. However, what truly surprised Ryan was that Keking and the others, without any guidance, had each crafted a boat to bring along. Now that was some impressive progress. Who would have thought that after using a boat against an Enderman once, they'd suddenly grasp such a deep understanding of boats? Ryan mused to himself, maybe he should take some time to demonstrate the lava boat clutch trick for them. But then again, that maneuver was a high-risk, high-reward stunt. This wasn't like his past life, where he could just click his mouse and tap his keyboard. It was real life. And Ryan had no interest in gambling with his life. He always followed the principle of playing it safe and securing victory steadily. Thus, he repeatedly reminded everyone not to venture more than 200 meters into the tunnel. After all, underground caves were filled with unknown dangers, and Ryan would rather give up on diamonds than risk the safety of his friends. Of course, just to be extra sure, he had secretly asked Zhongli to keep an eye on them. If anything went wrong, Zhongli's sheer strength should be more than enough to hold the situation under control for a decent amount of time. That should be foolproof. As Ryan idly pondered, he grabbed an iron bucket and poured lava over a 3-block-high stone pillar in front of him. Once the lava spread and stopped flowing further, he immediately doused it with water, forming a neat layer of obsidian. With the obsidian set, he collected the water, pulled out his diamond pickaxe, and began mining using chain mining. In just a short while, Ryan had already gathered a full stack of obsidian. This pace was quite decent, considering how tough obsidian was. After all, even with a diamond pickaxe, it still took quite a while to mine each block. But Ryan didn't find the process boring. After all, Ganyu was right there beside him the whole time. Just as he finished another round of mining, Ganyu, who had been quietly observing for quite a while, suddenly stepped up. She reached for the lava bucket in Ryan's hand with a serious expression and declared, "Ryan, I've got it now. Let me take over. You should rest for a bit." Ryan blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He was about to tell her that his hunger bar had only dropped by 2 points, so he wasn't tired at all. But seeing the confidence in Ganyu's eyes, it was clear she had been paying close attention and genuinely wanted to help. It wouldn't be right to turn down her kind gesture. So, after a brief pause, Ryan gave her a slight nod and even handed her his diamond pickaxe. "Just be careful. Lava burns, it's dangerous." Ganyu's little head bobbed up and down rapidly as she softly recited, "I know I should stand on a high platform and pour the lava over the stone pillar. Then, once the lava spreads out and stops flowing, I can pour the water to create obsidian." She muttered through the steps under her breath, carefully following the process. Step by step, she first poured the lava, waiting for it to settle, then followed up with the water. In an instant, a fresh layer of obsidian neatly formed in front of her. "Ryan." Ganyu turned around excitedly, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Ryan chuckled. "Alright, now pick up the water. I've set up chain mining for you, so the next step is just mining. You got this." Ganyu nodded eagerly. "No problem. Leave it to me." Seeing her so enthusiastic, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Ganyu's happiness seemed to come from the simplest things, though he wasn't entirely sure why. Perhaps it was just in her nature. She was such a kind person that helping others brought her genuine joy. Ryan didn't stray far from her, choosing to stand nearby and watch over her. After all, dealing with lava was no small matter. Though Ganyu had learned quickly, it was still best to keep an eye on her. Her mining speed was noticeably slower than Ryan's. Perhaps it was because she had only inherited part of Ryan's physical traits. But that was fine. Ryan wasn't in a hurry. He patiently waited for her to mine at her own pace. After about 4 to 5 minutes, with a final crack, the obsidian shattered, breaking apart into glowing blocks that floated on the ground. Ganyu's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly climbed down the ladder, carefully collecting every last piece of obsidian, before scrambling back up and holding them out to Ryan. Looking at her expectant expression, Ryan chuckled and gently pinched one of her horns. "Good job, Ganyu." That single sentence made Ganyu seem as if she had been recharged with boundless energy. "It wasn't hard at all. As long as I can help you, Ryan, I'm happy." Without hesitation, she grabbed the lava bucket again, ready to continue. But before she could start, Ryan caught her hand. "That's enough for now, Ganyu. There's no need to keep going. Hearing this, Ganyu blinked in confusion, tilting her head at him. But, Ryan, you only mined about 1 stack of obsidian, right? You'll probably need a lot more, won't you? Unless are you worried that I'll get tired? If that's the case, don't worry. This is nothing, I can keep going just fine. Ryan chuckled helplessly and pointed at the diamond pickaxe in her hand. Ganyu, did you forget? You still have chain mining active. That means the durability of the diamond pickaxe is dropping really fast. Following his gaze, Ganyu lowered her eyes to examine the pickaxe. Sure enough, the once pristine diamond pickaxe was now covered in cracks. She fell silent. This was a diamond pickaxe. It had cost 3 precious diamonds to craft. Ganyu was well aware that this entire journey, the past 2 days of deep mining, was all for 2 things: redstone and diamonds. And now, after being used for barely half an hour, the pickaxe was already in such a fragile state. Ganyu suddenly felt a pang of distress. Ryan. Ganyu gazed at the diamond pickaxe in her hands, her eyes filled with reluctance. She opened her mouth, about to say something, but before she could, Ryan chuckled and tapped her forehead lightly. No apologizing. I've been using this pickaxe for most of the day. If anyone's responsible for wearing it out, it's me. Besides, it's just a tool. No need to worry about it. Once more miners from Liu arrive, getting diamonds will be even easier, won't it? Hearing that, Ganyu seemed to realize something. She nodded softly, her fluffy ears twitching ever so slightly. Then, after a brief moment of contemplation, she turned back toward the lava and water. Ryan, should we take a few extra buckets of lava back? You'll probably need a lot of obsidian, right? Besides, I noticed that Lady Cloud Retainer and the others seem interested in taking some obsidian with them as well. Ryan wasn't surprised that they wanted to bring some obsidian back. After all, it was one of the hardest materials in the Minecraft world. Even Zhongli had been standing there with a thoughtful expression. He was probably considering reinforcing Azda's seal with this stuff, wasn't he? If that was the case, then Ryan felt like handing obsidian over to Zhongli would make him somewhat complicit in something ominous. Still, he agreed to Ganyu's suggestion and let her gather a few extra buckets of lava. After all, obsidian was incredibly useful. Not only was it durable, but it was also the primary material needed for crafting enchantment tables and nether portals. Something like this? The more, the better. Together with Ganyu, Ryan retrieved 4 buckets of lava. Just as they finished, voices echoed from the narrow tunnel behind them. Judging by the cheerful chatter, Ningguang and Keqing seemed to have made a decent haul. Just as expected, the moment Keqing stepped out of the tunnel and saw Ryan, her eyes lit up with excitement. She strode forward and placed several diamonds into his hand. Ryan, we found 7 diamonds in total. How's that for a haul? Ryan raised an eyebrow and accepted the diamonds with a pleased nod. Adding the 3 I found, that makes 10 in total. This mine is surprisingly rich in resources. At that, smiles spread across everyone's faces. So should we continue exploring the mine? Ningguang asked. Ryan thought for a moment before shaking his head slightly. No need. By my estimate, it's around midday already. Let's head back to the estate to rest up and sort through our findings. Although there was a bit of lingering regret among the group, no one objected. After all, they had already been down here for quite a while, and the amount of resources they had gathered was nothing to scoff at. Besides, tomorrow was the scheduled day for the first group of miners to arrive. Both Ningguang and Keqing needed to return and make preparations. Additionally, Keqing still had to draft a Minecraft mining safety manual as soon as possible. Just because they had gotten lucky this time and encountered no major dangers didn't mean the same would hold true for others. After all, who were they? They had Ryan, Zhongli, and several highly capable warriors in their party. But the miners arriving tomorrow? They were, at best, ordinary people with minimal combat abilities. There had to be a detailed set of safety guidelines, one that covered how to avoid hostile creatures, how to identify different ores, and even techniques for mining efficiently and safely. For Keqing and Ningguang, this trip wasn't just about gathering resources. The knowledge they had gained was far more important. Seeing that no one had any objections, Ryan spoke up. All right then, let's teleport back to the estate. You all remember the teleportation method I showed you, right? Of course. Ningguang smiled, casting a glance at him before speaking softly. I'll go ahead and wait for you all there. As soon as she finished, a radiant white glow enveloped her body. Then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. The others wasted no time in following suit. As interesting as the mining experience had been, the environment down here was still dark, damp, and eerily silent. Even Ryan, who had plenty of experience mining, felt that if Ganyu and the others hadn't been here with him, he probably wouldn't have gone this deep into the cave at all. At most, he would have just skimmed the surface, grabbed some coal, iron, and redstone, and left. After all, the Minecraft world was limitlessly vast. Even if all of Teyvat were placed within it, it would barely take up any space in this near-infinite world. Because of that, resources and land weren't scarce at all. Here, the most valuable things weren't diamonds or redstone. They weren't even netherite. The most valuable thing in this world was imagination and creativity. At least, that was what Ryan had told Ganyu and the others. But deep down, he knew the truth. The real key to this world was something else entirely. It was companionship. Without it, this world would be nothing but a vast, lonely void. It was they who brought laughter and warmth into this world. They who filled it with life and vibrance. Because in the grand stretch of existence, humanity could experience countless fleeting moments of joy. But what truly kept the heart burning with passion and anticipation for tomorrow was the presence of others. A Minecraft world without companions was just a lonely sandbox. And he was no longer alone. One by one, beams of white light flashed as Zhongli and the others teleported away. Finally, after Ganyu gently urged him to hurry up and left as well, Ryan found himself standing alone in the silent depths of the mine. He turned and took one last lingering look at the cavern. This was the first mine in the Minecraft world where he had discovered diamonds. It had given him many surprises, and yet there were still unanswered mysteries. Like that perfectly structured mineral wall they had encountered earlier. A lingering curiosity flickered through his mind. But even if it truly was him, Ryan didn't feel any fear. He took a deep breath, his voice echoing through the dimly lit cavern. Him. His words stretched out, carried into the depths of the mine. For a few moments, there was nothing but silence. Then, Ryan let out a soft chuckle, his body beginning to glow with the familiar radiance of teleportation. You may be alone, but I never have been. If you truly exist, then wait for us. We'll come find you. 74. Abundant resources. Another round of grand construction. 74. Abundant resources. Another round of grand construction. The sun hung high in the sky, while drifting clouds lazily passed over the estate's villa. Ryan and the others sat around a table on the second-floor garden balcony of the villa. After spending so much time underground in the mines, stepping back into the sunlight felt like a breath of fresh air. Everything seemed clearer, brighter, and infinitely more beautiful. Ningguang gazed silently at the floating island. Just 2 days ago, it had been nothing more than a towering column reaching into the heavens. Now, it had been fully transformed into a vast platform. Since the structure extended toward the mountain rather than pressing directly down on the estate, they had a clear view of the monster-spawning tower atop the floating island. That tower was the first complex contraption Ningguang and the others had built under Ryan's guidance, utilizing the unique properties of the Minecraft world. At the time, Ningguang hadn't fully understood its purpose. Was it meant to collect monster materials for future use? Perhaps. That was how her mind, always driven by profit, had initially processed it. But now, after experiencing the mines firsthand, her perspective had shifted. The resources in this world were boundless. They were so abundant that they no longer seemed worth obsessing over. Earning more. Too easy. Just find another mine, strip it clean of iron and gold, and turn an instant profit of billions. With wealth this easily obtainable, what was the point of fixating on resources? Thus, after their journey through the mines, when Ningguang looked at the monster-spawning tower again, she wasn't thinking about mere resource farming. She was considering its mechanics. Could its principles be applied to traps, prisons, or could it be the foundation of an entirely new technological system? This was the evolution of a capitalist on the path to becoming a great inventor. Ryan, of course, had no idea that a simple trip to the mines had sparked such a transformation in Ningguang's thinking. But if he had known, he would have gladly shared the intricate workings of redstone contraptions with her. Perhaps, with her sharp intellect, she might even discover more ingenious uses for them. Ahem. Maybe the prolonged silence had stretched too long, because Keking, sitting nearby, was starting to get restless. She let out a dry cough to attract their attention before throwing up her hands in exasperation. I mean, we've been sitting here for half an hour now. Are we really just going to sit around and do nothing? Isn't that a huge waste of time? As she spoke, Keking turned to Ningguang, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Come to think of it, is something on your mind, Ningguang? Normally, after gaining so much from an expedition, wouldn't you start taking inventory the moment we got back? Hearing this, Ningguang pursed her lips into a slight smile, leisurely lifting her teacup to take a sip. At that moment, the natural elegance she exuded, like pearls and jade with an inner luster, made her appear utterly refined and serene. In the past, I was always in such a hurry that I lost sight of the joy of discovery. But today, the journey through the mines rekindled the curiosity I had as a child. Now, I understand while striving toward a goal, one should take time to appreciate the scenery along the way. Only then will the final reward be all the sweeter. Her words carried a deeper meaning, one that Keking and the others couldn't quite grasp. But Zhongli and Ryan understood. After all, it was the effortless acquisition of wealth and resources that had allowed Ningguang to let go if only a little leave her obsession with Mora. And that was a good thing. If she redirected that drive towards something greater, Ningguang would become even more formidable. There you go again, speaking in riddles, Keking sighed, shaking her head before straightening up. Alright, since none of you are saying anything, I'll start with the summary. She took out a notebook from her pocket, flipping it open with practiced efficiency. Our expedition into the mines lasted a total of 1.5 days. The minerals collected include coal, iron ingots, redstone, lapis lazuli, gold, diamonds, and a considerable amount of cobblestone. Other collected materials include... Hold on a moment, Keking. Ryan raised a hand slightly, interrupting her before turning to the group. First, let's remove cobblestone and coal from the inventory count. What do you all think? At his words, everyone nodded almost in unison. A reaction that was quite different from their initial excitement upon discovering the high-quality coal deposits. But it made sense after spending hours mining nothing but coal. Who wouldn't be sick of the sight of it? Sure, they had picked up some valuable things on this trip, but half their backpacks were stuffed with coal. If they hadn't dumped the excess back in Teyvat earlier that morning, Ryan wouldn't even have had space to carry his obsidian. Let's just store all the coal and cobblestone in separate chests. If you need any, take as much as you like. Even if you take all of it, it's not like it's worth anything. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ryan then took Keking's notebook and continued. As for iron ingots, I'll keep 4 stacks. The rest, you can take. Redstone and lapis, I need those, they wouldn't be much use to you right now anyway. Other than that, obsidian I'll keep 1 stack. Diamonds, I need those too. And ender pearls, I'll hold onto them to craft eyes of ender. As for all the miscellaneous monster drops, we'll put them in a chest later. You can take whatever you need. With that, Ryan closed the notebook, his gaze shifting to Ningguang before he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. If you want to exchange the gold ingots for Mora, go ahead and take them, I don't need them right now. To Ryan, gold's primary use was for trading with piglins, but since he had no immediate plans to venture into the nether, gold ingots were practically useless to him at the moment. This trip had been incredibly rewarding. The diamonds and obsidian were nice, but Ryan's real focus was on something else: iron and redstone. These 2 materials were the key to accelerating his Minecraft survival experience. Iron farms, automatic crop farms, redstone mechanisms, villager trading halls. With this hall, he could start building them all. If everything went according to plan, this wave of resources would free him from the early game grind entirely. After that, he could start exploring, searching for shipwrecks, woodland mansions, desert temples, underground strongholds. But before all that, right now, the thing Ryan wanted to do most was upgrade his monster spawning tower. A mob farm without hoppers? That was unacceptable. This afternoon, he planned to rebuild the entire structure into a fully optimized version 2.0. Then, he would set up an iron farm. Beyond that, he was eager to create a slime farm. Its importance couldn't be overstated. For survival, especially one reliant on redstone, slime balls were an absolute necessity. And with the few he currently had in his possession, they were nowhere near enough to sustain his plans. But the construction of a slime farm was indeed a massive undertaking. Ideally, it would be best to wait until the miners from Liu arrived so that Ryan could guide them in excavating together. After thinking it over, Ryan decided to temporarily put the slime farm on hold, despite feeling a bit regretful. All in all, there was still a lot of work to be done. With redstone finally in hand, infrastructure development was only just beginning. Ryan, are you spacing out again? Ganyu waved a hand in front of Ryan's face, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ah, sorry, I was just thinking about the next phase of my plans. What were you saying? Ryan smiled apologetically and turned his attention back to Ningguang and the others. Ningguang shook her head, a trace of helplessness in her expression as she repeated, I said, we've decided to leave all these materials with you. Huh. Ryan blinked, then chuckled. That's not necessary. I already have enough materials to build what I need. Besides, these resources wouldn't even be here without your efforts. Ryan was speaking from the heart. There was no hidden meaning behind his words. Yet, upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and let out a collective, somewhat bitter chuckle. Ryan, you don't need to flatter us. Keking's voice carried a hint of self-reproach. This time in the mines, we all saw how we performed compared to you. All we did was follow your instructions and mine the resources under your guidance. Without you, we wouldn't have even made it to the gold deposits. And don't even try to deny it. She caught the way Ryan parted his lips, likely to offer words of reassurance, but she simply shook her head with a soft laugh. We're not children who can't handle a little criticism. I was reckless and almost fell into a bottomless pit. Ningguang accidentally broke open a wall that was holding back 4 zombies. Even the great conqueror of demons fell into lava. This expedition, at best, we were just students learning from you. And honestly, that in itself was worth it. The clever use of boats, how to fight endermen, the key to mining gold efficiently. For us, the knowledge of this world is far more valuable than any resource. Keking's words resonated deeply, and everyone nodded in agreement. If there were 64 gold ingots laid out in front of Ningguang right now, she would, without hesitation, choose the knowledge of this world instead. It was simply the difference between teaching a person how to fish and giving them a fish. So, Keking's bright eyes shimmered with excitement as she smiled. This haul belongs to you, Ryan. We won't take any of it. Besides, the miners from Liu will be settling in soon. Resources will be endless. To be honest, we discussed this last night. Exploring this world with you isn't just beneficial for Liu, it's genuinely fun. So we decided that all of these materials should stay with you. Instead of worrying about gathering resources, we'll help you build whatever projects you envision. Liu's mining operations will handle resource collection, but as for us, we'll just be your companions, exploring this world with you as friends. What do you think? After Keking finished speaking, everyone looked at Ryan with anticipation, their gazes filled with sincerity. Everything Keking said came straight from their hearts. If Laya truly wanted to benefit from this world, they needed to understand its unique characteristics. But Ryan was a busy man. He had already opened the door to this world for them. It wasn't reasonable to expect him to teach them everything personally, day after day. So, Keking and the others had decided to take on that responsibility themselves. Beyond that, they genuinely found exploring and pioneering in this world incredibly exciting. Just look at Ningguang. She had even begun to reflect on her own personal growth because of it. Seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, Ryan felt a warmth in his chest. He chuckled softly and nodded. If that's how you all feel, then I suppose I should start incorporating you into my grand blueprint as my dedicated labor force. Zhongli shook his head slightly and said in his usual composed manner, "It's no matter. After all, the moment we helped you construct the floating island 2 days ago, I doubt you ever intended to let us go." Huh. Ryan gave an exaggerated nod of approval. That's actually a fair point. Everyone shared a knowing smile. And with that, Ryan's Minecraft pioneering team officially set out on the fast track to development. 75, upgrading the mob farm, preparing for the fully automated era. 75, upgrading the mob farm, preparing for the fully automated era. Ningguang and the others had made their intentions quite clear. They had chosen to partially separate their own identities from that of Laya. Any resources Laya needed in this world would naturally be handled by the workers sent to settle here. As for them, they would operate as individuals alongside Ryan, forming an organization akin to an adventurers guild, essentially becoming the true pioneers and explorers of this Minecraft world. Once the Laya workers arrived, concerns about resources would be largely resolved. That way, Ningguang and the others could freely dedicate themselves to studying redstone technology, exploring the unique aspects of this world, and more without any restraints. Ultimately, they would take the knowledge gained from Ryan and use it to benefit Laya. This would create a perfect closed loop. At the same time, it would also strengthen the bond between Ryan and Laya, deepening their relationship through friendship. Of course, whether it would remain just friendship or evolve into something else, well, that was something only time would reveal. As they laughed and chatted, their camaraderie indeed grew stronger, and their interactions became much more natural. At the very least, Ningguang and the others no longer addressed Xiao as the conqueror of demons, but simply by his name. Cloud Retainer's dissatisfaction with Keking had mostly dissipated as well. This subtle shift pleased Zhongli. To him, this was the first perfect step toward a Laya governed by mortals. A system where humans took the lead, while the Adepti willingly offered their friendship, choosing to protect Laya not because of their past obligations under the Geo Archon, but out of their own free will. For Zhongli, this was an ideal outcome. By the way, Ryan suddenly clapped his hands together, his expression turning slightly more serious. You all saw firsthand just how dangerous the mines were this time. So, your original plan to send Laya's workers straight into the caves once they arrive needs to be put on hold. Keking, the notes you've been taking are really valuable. You should compile them further and distribute them to every miner. For now, have them start by chopping trees and getting familiar with block mechanics on the surface. We can introduce them to mining later. Hearing this, Keking nodded solemnly. I understand. In fact, I was already planning to have Xiao and Zhongli each lead a team into the mines first just to help them get familiar with the terrain. As long as we establish a solid foundation, things will be much smoother later on. As she spoke, Keking turned toward Xiao and Zhongli. Neither of them had any objections. Zhongli was more than willing to contribute to his people as a mortal. As for Xiao, he was simply eager to redeem himself. Even now, just thinking about how he had fallen into lava made his face burn with embarrassment. He was a Yiksha, with unparalleled combat instincts. How could he have made such a stupid mistake? And right in front of Zhongli, no less. It was utterly mortifying. Thus, the moment Keking made her request, Xiao immediately agreed. After that, Ryan discussed tomorrow's worker deployment plan with Ningguang. The first group of workers would consist of 50 people, accompanied by 10 elite Millilith soldiers for security. Ryan planned to send them to the western forest near the village first to cut down trees and build a base of operations. As for mining, that would have to wait. They spent another 10 minutes or so fine-tuning the details for tomorrow. Then, Ryan suddenly changed the topic. With a curious tone, he asked, I remember Ganya mentioning that Teyvat has a special flying tool called the Wind Glider. As soon as Ryan said this, Ningguang immediately understood his intentions. He wanted to see if wind gliders could be used in this world. However, Ningguang didn't have high hopes. In Minecraft, each of them was carrying literal tons of resources on their person. Would wind gliders really be able to lift them into the air? Still, rather than voice her doubts, she simply smiled and nodded. I'll look for one when I return today. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Great, I appreciate it. Ryan glanced up at the sky. The sun was still high, though slightly tilted westward, meaning it was probably around 1 in the afternoon. After a brief moment of thought, he asked, do any of you have anything urgent to do? If not, I could open a portal to send you back to Teyvat first. Ganyu scratched her cheek, looking a bit hesitant. There's nothing pressing at Yuehai Pavilion, and don't you have plans for new construction this afternoon? I'd like to help. Hearing this, Ryan chuckled and nodded. This afternoon, I plan to redesign some structures using the resources we gathered. After all, this hall was quite substantial. Are you going to be using redstone? Cloud Retainer, who had been maintaining her usual elegant and composed demeanor, suddenly leaned in excitedly, staring at Ryan with eager anticipation. Behind the red half-rimmed glasses, her eyes gleamed with an unprecedented brilliance. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. For a moment, he nearly thought Cloud Retainer wanted to devour him whole. Cloud Retainer. Before Ryan could say anything, Ganyu puffed up her cheeks in displeasure and glared at Cloud Retainer. You're way too close. That's improper etiquette. Cloud Retainer, however, merely cast Ganyu a glance and replied bluntly. Relax, little Ganyu. This immortal has no intention of competing with you for a man. After all, this is the first time in thousands of years you've ever felt something like this. Cloud Retainer. Ganyu's face instantly turned an astonishing shade of red. She shot up from her seat, flustered beyond belief. She stammered for a few moments under Ryan's gaze, before ultimately fleeing back to her room in a panic. Cloud Retainer furrowed her brows slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. Did I say something wrong? She mused in contemplation. This child Ganyu must be going through a rebellious phase. This immortal understands her less and less these days. Sighing with the regret of a mother figure, Cloud Retainer brooded for a brief moment. Then, in the blink of an eye, she brightened up again and enthusiastically took the seat Ganyu had vacated, scooting closer to Ryan. Ryan, do you intend to make use of redstone technology? Is there anything this immortal can assist with? The others also set aside their own thoughts and turned toward Ryan with anticipation. Ryan hesitated for a moment, thinking things through before answering with some uncertainty. Whether we use redstone or not I can't say for sure. If we want to develop redstone technology on a large scale, I'd still need to take a trip to the Nether for additional materials. Noticing the hint of disappointment on everyone's faces, Ryan quickly added. However, if you're really eager to see how redstone works, I can think of some small-scale redstone devices that we can build with our current materials. Hearing this, everyone immediately perked up, their motivation rekindled. Ryan found it amusing none of them had even witnessed the true charm of redstone yet, and they were already so intrigued. Perhaps it was because they had spent so much time around him. Since he had been longing for redstone for so long, it was only natural that his excitement had rubbed off on them. Besides that, I still need to upgrade the mob farm. As he spoke, Ryan looked up at the barely visible structure in the sky, his dissatisfaction evident. The mob farm can spawn monsters, sure, but that's just the most basic function. Right now, the drops don't automatically enter storage, we have to pick them up ourselves. Ryan shook his head, then looked forward with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. So this afternoon, I plan to upgrade the mob farm. I'll install hoppers to ensure that monster drops go directly into storage chests. And then, I want to experiment with a special mechanism, a trident killer that exploits world mechanics to see if it can be integrated with the mob farm for full automation. The moment Ryan started talking about construction, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he took on the demeanor of a true infrastructure fanatic. To be honest, he wasn't entirely confident about combining the trident killer with the mob farm. The fundamental issue lay in the design conflict between the two. The mob farm's hoppers were designed to collect everything that landed on them, funneling all dropped items into chests. Meanwhile, the old trident killer worked by throwing a trident onto the ground, then using pistons to push both the monsters and the trident. When the monsters were forced to move and collided with the trident, they would take damage and eventually die. The key advantage of the old trident killer was that since the trident had been thrown by a player, any monsters killed by it would still count as player kills, ensuring that XP drops were preserved. The problem was, if the trident landed on the mob farm's hoppers, it would most likely get sucked up and sent straight into a chest. On the surface, it seemed completely incompatible with the mob farm. However, there were many ways to build a trident killer. The piston-powered method was merely the most basic and resource-intensive version. Fortunately, Ryan knew of another method, one that was absurdly simple, required almost no resources, and was foolproof. After all, humans survived in this world using their intelligence and creativity. And in this reality, unlike in the game, Ryan wasn't some stiff-limbed Steve with no visible fingers. His flexibility and realism granted him far more possibilities within the world of Minecraft. I see. Cloud Retainer nodded deeply, her voice laced with a hint of awe. The others froze. After all, none of them had understood a single word Ryan had just said. So why was Cloud Retainer, who had never encountered proper redstone technology before, nodding as if she had just gained profound enlightenment? Xiao pursed his lips, wondering if Cloud Retainer's mastery of mechanism arts had allowed her to intuitively grasp Ryan's concepts. Cloud Retainer, did you actually understand any of that? Xiao asked in a low voice. Not at all. Cloud Retainer answered with absolute honesty. Xiao's mouth opened slightly, his earlier speculation completely shattered. After a long silence, he finally asked in confusion. Then why did you? Empathy. Cloud Retainer responded calmly. Then, her gaze softened slightly, touched by a hint of sorrow. In the past, whenever I crafted a new mechanism, I always wanted Gizhong to see Ito have her acknowledge my work. I understand the joy of having one's mechanical innovations recognized. So, She paused, as if trying to push old memories of Gizhong out of her mind. Then, she regained her usual composure and added matter-of-factly. Besides, even if that weren't the case, I still think a fully automated monster farm is a fascinating invention. Perhaps I might even be able to design an automated machine for clearing demons one day. Her reasoning was flawless. The others didn't even know where to begin to argue. For a moment, even Ningguang and the others found Cloud Retainer surprisingly considerate. After a brief silence, Ryan stood up and stretched lazily. Alright, it's getting late. Since we've finalized our afternoon plans, I should get started. He turned to Ningguang and the others. Are you sure you don't need to go back to handle any official matters? Ningguang stood up as well, stretching just as comfortably as Ryan. No need. I planned for 2 days off, and I still have half a day left. Besides, we built this floating island together. If you're going to improve it, that's something I definitely can't miss. Ryan shrugged and started heading toward the floating island. Suit yourselves, but if you're staying, you're helping me work. Looks like by tonight, not only will the mob farm be upgraded, but we might even have an iron farm up and running. 76, the world's traits, the true mystery of MC. 76, the world's traits, the true mystery of MC. Floating island. As before, everyone gathered around the monster farm. But this time, things were different. The last time, at least, Ningguang and the others had followed Ryan's instructions, learning how to construct the monster farm alongside him. But this time, all they could do was watch. And even watching, they couldn't make sense of what was happening. Most of them just stood there, staring at each other in confusion as they watched Ryan perform a series of operations that went completely over their heads. This was particularly awkward for Cloud Retainer, who had boldly claimed earlier that she would assist Ryan in upgrading and perfecting the monster farm. Now, she was so embarrassed she wanted to curl her toes into the ground. She, an esteemed master of mechanisms, could not understand Ryan's techniques at all. This was a serious blow to her pride. Standing on a 6-block-high pillar, Ryan glanced down and saw that Ganyu had already finished eliminating all the monsters. Without hesitation, he pulled out his pickaxe and broke open the monster farm's drop channel. Then, he retrieved some cobblestone and sealed off the passage 6 blocks above the ground, preventing monsters from falling further down. Once everything was in place, Ryan knocked down the pillar supporting him and landed back on the ground. As soon as he touched down, Keqing rushed up to him, eyes filled with curiosity. Ryan, are we starting on the Trident Killer now? She asked eagerly. Ryan chuckled and nodded. We'll build the Trident Killer first, then move on to the next steps. With that, he turned and walked toward the workbench. If he remembered correctly, there were 3 ways to build a Trident Killer. But only 2 methods stood out in his memory. The first was the standard design, using an observer and pistons to push the trident around. However, he suspected that in this world, the trident might be instantly sucked into the hopper below the moment it hit the ground. Not to mention, he didn't have nether quartz yet, which meant he couldn't even craft an observer. That left the second method. A technique so absurd it almost felt like an exploit. By throwing a trident onto a hanging sign, it would start vibrating indefinitely, ignoring both time and physics. And the constant tremor of the trident would function just like a piston-powered setup, continuously dealing damage to monsters. However, this new version of the Trident Killer had a drawback. After some time, the trident would eventually fall off the sign. When that happened, it would be collected by the hopper below. But honestly, that wasn't too much of an issue. If anything, it served as a natural on-off switch. When he wanted to farm monsters, he would simply toss the trident onto the sign and let it do its work. When the trident eventually fell, that would signal the end of the farming session. In a way, it was an automated system with built-in control. At first glance, this seemed like the perfect Trident Killer to complement the monster farm. But, this feature only existed in certain Minecraft versions. Ryan wasn't sure whether this exploit would work in his world. Deep in thought, he quickly crafted 2 hanging signs. Then, he took out glass blocks. He removed the slabs below, replaced them with stacked glass blocks, and positioned a hopper beneath them, leading into a chest. He then attached the hanging signs to the glass. Midway through, Ganyu asked why he was using fragile glass blocks. Ryan explained that transparent glass made it easier to observe the entire setup and ensure everything was functioning smoothly. It was a simple explanation, but Cloud Retainer and Keqing reacted as if they had just uncovered some world-shattering secret. They immediately jotted down Ryan's words in their notebooks. Ryan had a feeling that, in a few years, Keqing's notes could be compiled into an official beginner's guide to Minecraft. With everything set up, Ryan retrieved the last 2 tridents. His expression grew serious as he stared at the hanging signs. For the first time, he hesitated. If this didn't work, wasting materials was the least of his concerns. It would mean that many of Minecraft's unique mechanics simply wouldn't function in this world. After all, this hanging sign exploit had only ever existed in specific versions of the game. Ryan wanted to use this opportunity to determine whether his world contained features from all versions of Minecraft, or if it was locked to just one. Ganyu, standing beside him, didn't understand why he suddenly seemed so tense. But she simply moved closer, her large eyes gazing at him steadily. It was as if she was silently cheering him on. Ryan felt a warmth in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of all unnecessary worries. He raised the trident, aimed at the hanging sign. Then, gathering his strength, he hurled it forward. The trident shot through the air, cutting the wind with a sharp, whistling sound. Bang! Before anyone could react, the trident embedded itself firmly into the hanging sign. It trembled violently, quivering as if struck by a powerful force. To the others, it seemed as though the impact had simply been too strong, causing the trident to shake. But Ryan knew better. He stared intently at the trembling trident. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. A full minute. The trident continued to shake without stopping. Defying all logic, it kept vibrating without losing any energy, as though no force in the world could halt its movement. Finally, Ryan let out a breath and smiled. It worked, he declared, grinning from ear to ear. It worked. Cloud Retainer, who had been watching closely the entire time, was dumbfounded. She examined the trembling trident, then turned back to Ryan. She didn't understand. She had observed every step, memorized every action. And yet, how had such a seemingly simple process resulted in a fully functional monster farm upgrade? Wait. Seeing Ryan pick up the second trident, preparing to embed it into the second hanging sign, Cloud Retainer abruptly transformed into her human form and hurried over. With the earnestness of a dedicated researcher, she demanded, "I don't understand. Everything was constructed according to standard principles, so why did this modification work? Is there something special about the trident? Or is there a precise requirement for the throwing force? Could it be that the interaction between the hanging sign and the glass triggered some hidden rule?" Cloud Retainer was practically pressing herself against Ryan, her eyes burning with curiosity. Ryan, caught off guard by her intensity, hesitated for a moment before handing her the trident. "Well, why don't you try it yourself?" "All right." Cloud Retainer nodded decisively and took the trident from Ryan's hand. She weighed it carefully, confirming that this trident was no different from the one Xiao used. That at least ruled out the possibility that Ryan had done something special to it. She glanced up at the first trident, still vibrating non-stop after several minutes, and pursed her lips before asking in a soft voice, "I'm supposed to throw it at that hanging sign, right?" Ryan nodded. Receiving his confirmation, Cloud Retainer wasted no time. Gathering her strength, she hurled the trident forward with all her might. Just like Ryan had done before, Cloud Retainer fixed her gaze on the trident, watching intently. 2 minutes passed. The trembling did not cease. She fell into silence. Her eyes shone with the light of discovery, filled with endless possibilities. As Laya's foremost inventor, Cloud Retainer suddenly realized she had stumbled upon an entirely new and unexplored field of mechanical design. As a master of mechanisms, she had always believed that everything operated according to precise principles and calculations. But this defied all logic. It left her questioning everything. However, unlike Cloud Retainer, Ningguang and the others were unfazed. After observing the rhythmic tremors of the two tridents for a while, Ningguang finally asked patiently, "Ryan, so this is the trident killer?" As she spoke, she carefully put away the notes she had just taken on its construction process. Ryan smiled and nodded. "This is the simplest version of the trident killer. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure if this property would even exist here." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But either way, the monster spawner upgrade is complete. Now, it's time to test the performance of this fully automated monster farm." With that, he gestured for the others to step back a little. Then, pushing off with his foot, he jumped up and smashed open the blocked drop chute. Almost instantly, at least 4 or 5 monsters plummeted down. Among them, a familiar green, 4-legged creature stood out. A creeper. Seeing the creeper start to flash and swell, Ganyu panicked. If it exploded, Ryan, clad in iron armor, might be able to withstand it. But the monster farm? It would be ruined. Ganyu couldn't allow Ryan's hard work to go to waste. She instinctively reached for her bow, swiftly knocking an arrow and aiming at the creeper. She was just about to loose the shot, when suddenly, the creeper collapsed on its own. Not just the creeper. The zombies that had been flailing about like headless flies also crumpled to the ground in unison. A puff of white smoke rose into the air. A moment later, all the drops funneled into the hopper, feeding neatly into the chest. And the experience orbs? They flowed directly into Ryan. At the base of the glass-walled monster farm, only the two tridents continued their relentless shuddering. "Ganyu, did you shoot?" Keqing turned to look at Ganyu, perplexed. But the expression on Ganyu's face was just as bewildered. Did I? She glanced at the neatly stacked bundle of arrows still sitting untouched in her inventory, her mind reeling. Could it have been her frostflake arrow? As Ganyu and the others were still caught up in speculation, Ryan chuckled and walked over. "Stop guessing. It was the trident killer at work." At these words, everyone fell silent. A long, heavy silence. Then, all at once, Cloud Retainer spun around and locked her gaze onto the still vibrating tridents. On the vast floating island, the only sound left was the steady rhythm of their breathing. No one spoke. No one dared to break the quiet. Until another monster tumbled down from above. A zombie this time. Before anyone could do anything, before they could even fully register its presence, the vibrating trident struck. The zombie dropped dead. Ryan watched as the experience orbs drifted toward him and merged into his body. He nodded in satisfaction. Looks like the trident killer is a complete success. Now, all that's left is to test how long it can run continuously. That said, he had no intention of standing here all day just to see when the tridents would eventually fall off. He had better things to do. By the time he finished another major build, he could already have a functioning iron farm up and running. The others, however, were still fixated on those ceaselessly trembling tridents. They were confused. They had assumed Ryan would at least use some redstone, or maybe some sort of special tool or enchanted artifact they hadn't learned about yet. But this? A hanging sign? A thrown trident? That was it? Even Cloud Retainer, who had personally hurled the second trident, was replaying the entire process in her mind, wondering if she had unknowingly infused a trace of adeptal energy into her throw. Is it really that unbelievable? Ryan chuckled, then shrugged casually before turning serious. This is what I want you all to learn. This is the second kind of power that's just as important as strength, something you must explore with curiosity and persistence. The bizarre, illogical properties hidden within this world and its resources. There was a mess-up yesterday due to which a future chapter was posted here on Webnovel. It now has been corrected. 77, pouring lava on ocelots. Exploding fish heads. I've noticed it. Ryan gestured for everyone to move toward a nearby table. Perhaps it's because you've spent too much time in the mines of this world so much so that you're becoming detached from the natural laws of Teyvat's material world. He sat down, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at them. Keking parted her lips, about to speak, but Ryan raised a hand to stop her. Hold on, don't be so quick to deny it. I understand that the peculiarities of this world have been overwhelming for you. The impact is so strong that these oddities have become deeply ingrained in your memory. So much so that, the longer you stay here, the more you'll forget that the laws of this world are completely different from those of Teyvat. You've witnessed enough of these mind-boggling phenomena that, deep down, you may start to feel that they're nothing surprising at all, that everything simply should be this way. Think about it carefully. Ryan pointed meaningfully at the ground beneath them. Can stone truly grow out of thin air without the aid of adeptal magic? Should trees really continue to float in midair even after being cut? Can a single bucket of water really let you fall from great heights without injury and even spread so far upon impact? Should any of this actually be possible? His words rang out like an ancient, resounding bell, shaking the very thoughts of those around him. Ningguang and the others suddenly found themselves waking up from a daze, reflecting on all they had done in this world. Though they still couldn't fully comprehend many of its peculiarities, there was no denying one thing. They had already grown accustomed to them. They had started skillfully stacking blocks to climb. They had seamlessly adopted the art of chain mining, breaking clusters of ores in one swift motion. Just yesterday, when mining for iron, Ningguang and the others had felt as though they had completely mastered the process. Iron ore was meant to be mined with a single strike of a pickaxe. It was supposed to turn into high-grade iron ingots the moment it was thrown into a furnace. Realizing this, a chill crept down their spines. Even Zhong Liwo had lived for over 6,000 years and thought his worldview was unshakable, felt as if it was beginning to crack apart, piece by piece. Seeing that they were starting to grasp the situation, Ryan spoke softly. We often say that people get used to strange things over time, that they become commonplace. But in truth, that's just a psychological defense mechanism. Think about it, you all once had a stable, well-defined understanding of the world. Then suddenly, I brought you here. In a short span of time, you've witnessed countless bizarre and unimaginable phenomena, one after another, without end. You don't have the time to rationalize them all. There's simply too much, too fast. So your brain tells you to abandon your previous logic, accept these phenomena as they are, and move forward. That's why, when I casually place a block in midair, none of you feel surprised anymore. In fact, you find it perfectly normal. They didn't fully understand Ryan's reasoning, but they could sense the truth in his words. Time was too tight. They hadn't had the luxury of questioning the absurdities of this world. They had needed to adapt. They had needed to master its mechanics. And so, they had done exactly that. Which was fine if they were only staying in this world. I don't support the idea of you staying in the MC world indefinitely, Ryan continued. In fact, I'd suggest that even the miners take shifts and rotate out regularly. Because if you start treating the strange properties of this world as second nature, you may carry those habits back to Teyvat, and that could be dangerous. So let me ask you all again. Do you truly believe these phenomena are meant to happen? This time, Ganyu shook her head and answered firmly, no. Wrong. Before Ryan could respond, Ningguang immediately refuted Ganyu's answer. She spoke with careful precision. Rather than saying it's wrong, it would be more accurate to say it's not entirely true. She met their confused gazes with unwavering confidence before turning her eyes to Ryan. In this world, these phenomena are natural. They are the laws that govern this place. But in Teyvat, they are completely irrational. What Ryan means is that no matter how well we adapt to this world, we must always remember that it is separate from Teyvat. No matter how skilled we become in exploiting this world's unique properties, we must never forget to respect the distinct laws of each realm. That is the mindset we must maintain while exploring this peculiar world. At last, the others understood the true meaning behind Ryan's words. And it wasn't an exaggeration. MC was no longer just a game. He and everyone else were living in this world, gathering resources, venturing into the unknown. They were truly experiencing everything firsthand. This wasn't some game where all they had to do was click a mouse or press a few keys with minimal immersion. Ryan's real concern was what would happen once Ningguang and the others became too accustomed to this world. What if they grew so used to "water breaks your fall" that they instinctively leaped from great heights in Teyvat? What if they carried the mindset that a single block can support anything into a world where gravity did exist? Imagine if Ningguang, convinced that water negated all fall damage, were to leap from the Jade Chamber, plummeting hundreds of meters toward the ocean. Then what? That was what truly worried Ryan. Blurring the lines between reality and illusion was often how tragedy struck. Which was why he wasn't just wasting time with this discussion. This was the best time to set a mental safeguard before they became too familiar with this world's mechanics. Of course, if that was all, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of gathering them for this talk. Ryan's expression softened as he looked at Ningguang. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke in a quiet voice. Maintaining that distinction is only the bare minimum for staying safe. But if you only focus on defense, then don't blame others when they invade you. What you should truly be doing is integrating the unique traits of both worlds. After making a clear distinction between them, you must learn how to unify them in your minds. These words stunned everyone once more. Even Ningguang looked momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of what exactly Ryan meant. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Ryan sighed, snapped his fingers, and pulled out various materials. Let me give you an example. He pointed at the bucket of water in front of them. If you're falling from a great height in Teyvat and don't have wind gliders, what do? Simple: use this world's water mechanics. Sure, water in your world doesn't have any life-saving properties, but this world's water does. What if you encounter a powerful enemy you can't defeat head-on? Easy: place some stone beneath your feet and jump. I know, stone is supposed to be heavy. But remember, when you pull a block from your inventory in Teyvat, you can place it wherever you want. If Xiao were to face an opponent he couldn't easily defeat, what should he do? Trap them with obsidian. Obsidian is incredibly sturdy. Not only would it keep you safe from enemy attacks, but it could also imprison your foe. And if there's an enemy that simply can't be killed by conventional means, lava. Just pour lava on them. You can store lava in iron buckets without feeling the heat, so why not take advantage of that? Are you all seriously going to ignore such game-breaking mechanics? Ryan spoke with righteous conviction, his gaze filled with disappointment as he scanned the group. So far, the only one who had shown a proper understanding of this world's potential was Xiao. He had at least thought about using lava for defense and constructing fortifications. But even then, his approach had been far too cautious. If they were going to use this world's mechanics, why not go all in? Ozil was still sealed away, right? Why not take some obsidian and box him in? Obsidian was so absurdly durable that, unless you were Zonglai, a god who wielded dominion over stone itself, it would take an eternity to break through. And honestly, if they went that far, why stop at just trapping him? That so-called indestructible Ozil. Just flood his entire seal with lava. Let's see if he can survive that. If he could, Ryan would personally travel to Celestia, kick the heavenly principles off their throne, and crown Ozil as the third sovereign. Wasn't this kind of thinking obvious? At the very least, in battle, wouldn't it be common sense to drop some blocks in front of an incoming attack? Or better yet, just place obsidian beneath their feet and throw a TNT block at them. Ryan couldn't help but feel disappointed in their lack of creativity. They had already witnessed the absurd nature of this world. Why weren't they thinking outside the box? Why weren't they daring to experiment with even crazier ideas? Without breaking free from their rigid thought patterns, they would never go beyond simply following Ryan's instructions to build structures. But what Ryan truly wanted was for Ningguang and the others to unleash their own imagination, to create inventions so incredible that even he would be left in awe. Only then would they be worthy of being called true pioneers in the MC world. He knew they had the potential for it. The problem was, they still needed to unlearn their preconceived notions, and that would take time. As everyone fell into deep thought, Ryan decided not to disturb them. Quietly, he stood up and walked toward the edge of the floating island. Right now, he had a different problem to solve: how to bring villagers up here. After all, both the mob farm and the stone generator were based on the floating island, and he had already set aside space for an iron farm. Naturally, the goal was to turn this floating island into a fully automated industrial complex in the sky. But getting the villagers up here was going to be a real challenge. Suddenly, Ryan smacked his forehead. Damn it. I just told them to stop being so rigid in their thinking, and here I am doing the same thing. He sighed in frustration. At first, he had considered converting zombie villagers, but that would waste resources, so he ruled it out immediately. Then, he thought about fishing the villagers up here with a fishing rod, but the logistics were way too complicated. Yet somehow, the simplest solution hadn't crossed his mind at all. The rules of the world were fixed. Steve had to follow those rules. But Ryan? Ryan wasn't Steve. He was a normal person, with a flexible, human body far more agile and free than Steve could ever be. So then, why not just carry the villagers up here? Ryan, we've made up our minds. Ganyu and the others approached him, their expressions lighter than before. From now on, in our future explorations, we'll make sure to always distinguish between the two worlds, but at the same time, we'll also try to combine their strengths and experiment with new possibilities. Ganyu clenched her fist, her voice full of determination. We will succeed. We'll use our imagination to help you achieve the impossible. Ryan turned back to them, his face breaking into a wide grin. As long as you remember that, that's good enough for me. But for now, I have something far more important to ask of you. Huh? Ganyu tilted her head in confusion. Ryan's gaze moved past her, landing on Zhongli and Xiao. To be precise, I need your help, Zhongli, Xiao. I need you too, to carry some villagers up here for me. 78, the iron farm is complete. Come on, Zhongli, just one last trip. From the floating island above, Ryan grinned and waved at Zhongli. The latter, however, did not look amused. His expression was dark, clearly not in the best of moods. To be honest, when Ryan first asked him to carry villagers up, Zhongli had flatly refused. After all, even without thinking too hard, it was obvious that Ryan had no good intentions toward these villagers. And he, Morix, the mighty Geo Archon, doing something this morally dubious? Utterly ridiculous. But then, right in front of everyone, Ryan had personally gone down to the village, dragged out 3 villagers, slung one over his shoulder, and effortlessly climbed back up to the floating island. With that kind of display, Zhongli and Xiao really couldn't just stand around and refuse to help. It would have made them look terribly uncooperative. However, it wasn't until Zhongli actually picked up a villager that he realized how damn difficult this job was. These villagers were shockingly strong. Had it not been for the fact that both he and Xiao were exceptionally skilled fighters, they might have actually been dragged down midair by these struggling fools. Zhongli mentally noted to double the size of the retirement treehouse he had planned, something he was definitely going to make Ryan build for him in the future. At last, Zhongli and Xiao landed back on the floating island. Meanwhile, Ryan had already finished building a fenced enclosure and without hesitation, he tossed the villager he had carried inside. It looked exactly like a pig pen. Zhongli couldn't help but feel that something was very, very wrong with this setup. Especially when he saw the poor villager inside running around aimlessly like a headless fly, bumping into the fences in panic. This just didn't sit right with him. But before he could even begin to voice his concerns, Ryan walked over with a bright smile. He casually grabbed the villagers off Zhongli and Xiao's shoulders, one in each hand, and flung them into the enclosure. Good work, guys. See, I knew that in this realistic world, there was no reason we couldn't carry people. Ryan looked down at the penned villagers, feeling quite accomplished. Sure, in the game, villagers spawned rather quickly. But in reality, it wasn't that simple. He did technically have a whole house full of villagers locked up down below. But even then, there were only 7 of them. And out of those 7, 5 were completely unemployed good-for-nothing idiots with 0 profession. As for the remaining 2, the so-called geniuses of the village. One of them tried to trade 4 emeralds for 6 loaves of bread. The other one tried to pull the same scam. An absolute pair of useless masterminds. Honestly, the fact that Ryan hadn't wiped them all out already was proof of his great mercy. Now that he thought about it, no wonder this village didn't even have a single iron golem. Too few people. No jobs. And worst of all, pure greed. They deserved this fate. But now, things would finally improve. Ryan planned to leave 4 villagers down below, so they could keep making babies. Once their numbers reached 10, a new iron golem would spawn, becoming the guardian deity of the village. As for the ones he had brought up here, well, they were going to have to make some sacrifices for the cause. Once enough of them had bred, Ryan would finally have enough villagers to create a fully automated aerial plantation. Of course, breeding 3 villagers together like this might seem a little weird and questionable, but Ryan didn't care. Not his problem. As long as they did their job, he was happy. Once the villager population exploded, he wouldn't even have to kidnap more, he could just harvest them straight from the source. Ryan. Zhongli, after a long moment of contemplation, finally spoke up. Ryan, who had just been about to start construction, paused and turned around. What's up? Zhongli hesitated, then glanced at the 3 dumbfounded villagers in the enclosure. Before Zhongli could even finish his sentence, Ryan immediately understood what he was trying to say. Shaking his head with an amused smile, he said, "Don't tell me that after everything you've seen, you still think they're the same as us." He pointed at the villagers. Square heads, square brains, square noses, no mouths. If someone told him they were just evolved octopuses, he'd find that more believable than calling them humans. No matter where they were, no matter what situation they were in, they always stood with their hands clasped together, nodding like clueless idiots. Ryan scrutinized them once more, trying to find anything that could justify calling them people. But no matter how hard he looked, he simply couldn't. Sigh. Zhongli let out a long breath and studied the villagers again. Ryan had locked them up in a house for days. And yet, not once had they shown any signs of weakness or fatigue. No eating, no drinking, as if such things simply didn't matter to them. No intelligence, no personality. Even if they died, all that would happen was a small puff of white smoke. Compared to zombies, The only real difference was their color and the fact that they weren't hostile. Zhongli fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head and let out a small, defeated chuckle. Forget it. Do as you wish. I just hope you always remember that the villagers of this world are not the same as the people of Teyvat. Hearing this, Ryan turned his head to glance at the square-headed villagers and pressed his lips together. It's really not hard to tell the difference. Setting his thoughts aside, Ryan called everyone over to another pre-planned area. Keqing and Ganyu had already prepared all the necessary materials, waiting only for Ryan's instructions to begin construction. Alright then. Ryan thought for a moment before pointing at the ground. First, we'll use stone to build a 44-block wide enclosure. 3 of the sides should be raised by 4 blocks, making the total height 5 blocks. After all, an iron farm was an absolute necessity for survival in Minecraft, and Ryan had the entire process memorized clearly. A 15-15 platform. Jack-o'-lanterns placed around the edges for lighting, torches in the center for additional illumination. Villagers would be placed inside, and the top would be sealed at just the right height above their heads. A hole would be left in the center, ensuring that iron golems could fall through properly. Once the roof was sealed, a perimeter of wooden doors would be placed around the top, while the drop hole would be lined with wooden signs. Water would then be poured from the 4 corners, creating a steady flow that directed anything that spawned. The wooden signs would block the water from spilling down below. Once the outer stone wall was built around the wooden doors, the structure would be complete. Back on the ground, Ryan placed 2 wooden signs at the second block level. The side facing the signs was then blocked with 2 stone blocks. 2 more wooden signs were added before pouring in 2 buckets of lava. The lava obediently hovered on the signs, perfectly suspended without flowing down. Finally, a hopper and a chest were placed at the bottom. And with that the iron farm was complete. Under Ryan's guidance, the entire project took about 2 to 3 hours to finish. To be honest, that was slow. If Ryan had done it alone, he would have wrapped it up in just 10 minutes at most. But there was no helping it. He needed everyone to understand how this world functioned. Aside from certain mechanics that were simply too complex to explain in a short period, Ryan planned to let them do everything themselves. Of course, it wasn't that Ningguang and the others were slow at placing blocks. It was Cloud Retainer. She just wouldn't stop asking questions. Every single step had to be analyzed. Why did the base have to be 44? Why did the platform need to be 15-15? Why wooden doors instead of another block? Honestly, it wasn't annoying after all, she was just eager to learn. He couldn't forbid her from being curious. The problem was, once Cloud Retainer started thinking, she couldn't stop. Sometimes she even got lost in thought, wondering how these principles could be applied elsewhere. And as if infected by her enthusiasm, Ningguang and the others also started joining in on the discussions. What should have taken only half an hour was now dragging into the evening. Ryan chuckled and shook his head. Still, he didn't feel like it was a waste of time. This afternoon, they had completed the mob grinder and built an iron farm. That was already more than enough progress. As for the other structures, slime farms, witch towers, fully automated farms, villager trading halls, those were long-term projects. For now, tomorrow, he would set up an enchanting table and finally begin enchanting gear. After that, they would head to the Nether for resources and explore new areas to complete the system's tasks as soon as possible. Having mentally laid out his upcoming plans, Ryan clapped his hands and said lightly, "Alright, the iron farm is done. Now, we just wait for the villagers to multiply, and it'll start running automatically. Let's clean up and head home." Stretching lazily, he added with a smile, "Everyone's been working hard these past 2 days. Tonight, we'll have a proper meal and rest up because Ningguang, you all are going to be even busier tomorrow." He was, of course, referring to the incoming group of miners. After a brief pause, Ryan continued, "I'm sure you've all made proper arrangements, but I still have to ask. The Millilith and miners who will be settling Indo, you believe they can truly keep this place a secret? It's not that my world can't be revealed to others, but for now, we need a stable environment to develop." At that, Keqing chuckled. "Of course, there's no problem. Rest assured, Ryan's Millilith and miners we chose were carefully screened. They are completely trustworthy. As for keeping your world a secret, we can't make absolute guarantees. But at least in the short term, no one will disturb us." Hearing this, Ryan smiled and nodded. With a snap of his fingers, starlight began to gather as the two-way portal reformed. "Ryan, is there anything specific we should do tomorrow?" Ganyu asked, seeing that there was still some time before the portal fully stabilized. Ryan thought for a moment and replied, "Tomorrow, let's hold off on floating island construction. With the miners settling in, I'll start by teaching them the basics of building and excavation. At the very least, they need to learn how to construct shelter and defend themselves against monsters." His gaze darkened slightly as he continued, "Tomorrow, we'll split up. In the morning, I'll teach them some fundamental survival skills. In the afternoon, Zhongli and Xiao, you two will lead a team to protect them as they gather wood and resources to build their base. Once they get familiar with things, the rest will be easy. As for us," Ryan looked at Ningguang, Keqing, and the others, "I'll be setting up an enchanting table and enchanting some gear. If you all have time, you can go fishing, maybe we'll get lucky and catch some enchanted books. Or, if you'd rather, you can start building homes for yourselves. Just focus on creativity, don't worry about material consumption. Once we have our enchanted gear ready, I plan to explore new areas and even take a trip to the Nether. There's a lot to do, but we'll take it one step at a time. With a sigh, Ryan shook his head and turned to the fully formed portal. He gestured for everyone to step through. With a flash of light, the group disappeared through the portal, leaving the world silent once more. Only the mob grinder continued its endless operation. As for the iron farm, the villagers weren't numerous enough yet, so for now, Ryan couldn't count on it. 79, the little coffin salesgirl, Hu Tao. Everyone stepped through the dual gate portal, chatting and laughing as they returned to Teyvat. Though it was also dusk in Teyvat, it lacked the lifeless stillness of the MC world. At this hour in Laya Harbor, workers had just finished their shifts, and it was the perfect time to go out for dinner, drinks, and entertainment. Spending 2 full days mining had left Ryan and the others feeling mentally drained. Ningguang suggested that they all go to the Jade Chamber for a meal. Ryan had no objections. After all, the Jade Chamber was Laya's greatest architectural wonder. It was only fitting to see it with his own eyes. Who knew? Maybe in the future, he'd build a Jade Chamber in the MC world as well. However, just as they had made plans to head to the Jade Chamber, Baiwen suddenly rushed in from outside. She let out a small sigh of relief upon spotting Ningguang. Ningguang-sama. She hesitated for a moment, stealing a glance at Ryan. Seeing this, Ningguang frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. If there's something to say it. No need to act so secretive. Baiwen pursed her lips and spoke softly. Ningguang-sama, this manor has caught the attention of the Fatui. There have been spies lurking around the mountain, occasionally coming to investigate. Additionally, Master Yun has sent word that the newly arrived Fatui Harbinger, child, seems to have caught wind of your frequent visits to this courtyard over the past few days. It seems he plans to use some scheme, leveraging the excuse of Hu Tao searching for the guest consultant, Zhongli, to probe the situation here. Baiwen meticulously relayed every detail regarding Tartaglia and the Fatui's movements, even presenting a written report filled with precise records. It included everything from the moment Tartaglia arrived in Laya to every move he had made since. Every detail was crystal clear. It was likely that even Tartaglia himself was unaware of just how little privacy he had in Laya. Already stirring up trouble the moment he arrives in Laya. Ningguang let out a cold chuckle, her golden eyes flashing with an icy gleam. Seems like he hasn't figured out his place yet. What's the situation with Hu Tao? She casually took the intelligence report and flipped through it, her tone indifferent, as if Tartaglia's actions were barely worth her attention. However, Keqing and Ganyu, who knew her well, understood Ningguang was preparing to act. It was safe to say that Northland Bank was about to feel some serious pain. Hu Tao. Baiwen hesitated for a moment, then struggled to suppress a grin. Hu Tao didn't fall for it. Instead, she tried to sell Child a funeral service package worth 5 million mora. She even took his deposit and is now busy plastering advertisements for Wangxing Funeral Parlor all over Laya Harbor. Hearing this, even Ryan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Ningguang shook her head, a trace of amusement flickering in her eyes. That girl is as crafty as ever. At least we don't have to worry about her. Child certainly took a tumble this time. But still, we should keep an eye on him in case he gets angry and takes it out on Hu Tao. At this, Keqing scoffed lightly. Even if he's a harbinger, Hu Tao is still one of the top fighters in Laya Harbor. On top of that, she's lived her life constantly walking the fine line between life and death. If he dares to make a move on her, I doubt he'll get off easy. To be honest, I think the bigger issue here is not the advertisement, but rather. Baiwen suddenly looked a little embarrassed, averting her gaze as if she was struggling to find the right words. It seemed Keqing's guess had hit the mark. Hu Tao really had stirred up yet another mess. Even Ningguang, who hadn't been fazed by the Fatui's schemes, now rubbed her temples in mild distress. Just say it. What did she do this time? Baiwen lowered her voice, as if trying to preserve Hu Tao's dignity. After all, despite her antics, the Wangxing Funeral Parlor's young master was well liked by many. She was an adorable troublemaker, after all. Well, it's not just the advertisements. Hu Tao went to the Adventurers Guild and proposed a new partnership with Lan. She called it, Traveler's End of Journey Care. Basically, she wants Wangxing Funeral Parlor to handle the unfortunate adventurers who don't make it back. Ningguang immediately held up a hand, signaling Baiwen to stop. I get it, I'll send Lan a letter later. As for the advertisements, have the Ministry of Civil Affairs handle them. And, she paused for a moment. While she didn't mind the Fatui's presence after all, Child had already been played for a fool, wasting 5 million more. It was still a fact that he was a harbinger. That alone warranted some level of precaution. Besides, since he had so graciously delivered leverage right to her doorstep, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. She turned her gaze to Ryan, seemingly unsure of how to broach the topic. Ryan, however, simply chuckled and waved her off. Don't worry about me. Go handle your business first. Hearing this, Ningguang let out a relieved sigh, offering a small nod of gratitude. Apologies, Ryan. We'll send someone to escort you up once we've settled things. With that, Ningguang, Keqing, and the others quickly left the manor. In the blink of an eye, only Ryan, Zhongli, and a few others remained. The ones who stayed behind were all well aware of Zhongli's true identity, so there was no need for any pretense. And the moment Ningguang and Ganya left the range of Xiao's perception, Cloud Retainer remained the same, unbothered as always. But Xiao's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He immediately stood at full attention one step behind Zhongli, his posture filled with absolute reverence. Sensing the subtle change in the atmosphere, Zhongli couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Among all the adepti, Xiao had always been the most respectful toward him. Perhaps it was because of the salvation Zhongli had granted him in the past, or perhaps it was due to the thousands of years they had endured together. Regardless, it was clear that Zhongli's vision of having a casual conversation with Xiao as old friends was little more than a pipe dream. The night is still young. Zhongli gazed at the slowly setting sun on the horizon before turning to Ryan. How about accompanying me to Wangxing Funeral Parlor for a visit? It could serve as the first stop of your journey through Laya Harbor. Hearing this, Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhongli with mild exasperation. You do realize that I know exactly what kind of place Wangxing Funeral Parlor is, right? The mighty Geo Archon himself invites me for a tour, and the first stop he chooses is a mortuary. Even Zhongli, with his usual composure, felt a rare moment of awkwardness. He cleared his throat softly and spoke with a touch of helplessness. I would have preferred to show you around elsewhere first, but I haven't returned to Wangxing Funeral Parlor in 3 days. As of now, my official identity in Liyue is as their consultant. It would be inappropriate for me to ignore my responsibilities entirely. Ryan didn't immediately reply. Zhongli made it sound so noble, fulfilling his duties, upholding his responsibilities. But in truth, if there was any place Zhongli religiously visited every day, it wasn't the funeral parlor. It was Yunhan Opera Troupe. His daily routine consisted of wandering around, shopping, and then passing the bill back to Wangxing Funeral Parlor. Out of 24 hours, Zhongli probably spent only a couple at the actual establishment. Ryan figured the real reason Zhongli wanted to go back was that if he didn't show up soon, Hu Tao might start suspecting he had abandoned his post. Not that she would care much about that, what she would care about was the pile of bills he had left behind. If Hu Tao refused to cover his expenses, then Zhongli would really be in trouble. After all, he hadn't yet gotten in touch with Tartaglia, meaning his personal wallet sponsors still hadn't been activated. Amused by the thought, Ryan eventually nodded and replied lightly. Well, I don't have any pressing matters at the moment. Since you've extended the invitation, I suppose I'll tag along. Zhongli gave a small nod of acknowledgement, then glanced toward Cloud Retainer and Xiao, momentarily hesitating. If these two followed him into Laya Harbor, the entire city's leadership would know of his presence within 10 minutes. Fortunately, while Cloud Retainer rarely spoke directly, she was perceptive. The Emperor and Ryan may proceed. This one does not take kindly to the noise of the mortal realm. She then turned to Ryan and asked, "May I stay here for a while?" Ryan shrugged. "Pick any room you like." He then turned to Xiao. "And you?" Before Ryan could finish his sentence, Xiao spoke with solemnity. "You need not concern yourself with me. My karmic burdens have lightened for now, and I have not been engaged in any demon subjugation these past few days. It is time for me to resume my duties. I will return before we depart for the other world tomorrow." With that, and without waiting for any response from Ryan or Zhongli, Xiao gave Zhongli a respectful nod. A gust of black wind howled briefly and the next second, he was gone. TSK, now that's a real workaholic. Ryan shook his head, muttering under his breath in a way that was anything but subtle. Zhongli, on the other hand, seemed entirely unfazed by the remark. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled out the door at a leisurely pace, exuding the air of a seasoned bureaucrat. Ryan asked Cloud Retainer to keep an eye on the estate before stepping out to follow Zhongli. This was the first time Ryan had properly set foot into Laya Harbor. After all, he had only arrived 3 or 4 days ago. And in those few days, he had been constantly occupied helping Keqing and the others build in the MC world by day, then handling personal tasks and planning his base at night. Tonight, however, he was finally free. The MC world was progressing well, and there was nothing that urgently required his attention. With a relaxed mindset, Ryan followed Zhongli through the harbor. It was in moments like these that Zhongli's age became most apparent. He knew every detail about Laya Harbor, every building, every street, even the individual stone slabs beneath their feet. Everywhere they went, people would nod approvingly and praise him as Laya's most erudite scholar. But Ryan knew the truth. Zhongli had measured every inch of this city with his own steps. He had paused to observe every street corner, year after year, century after century. For 3,700 years, he had watched over Laya. From its humble origins as a ramshackle village to its current status as the wealthiest nation and most prosperous port in Teyvat. Every moment, every transformation, he had witnessed it all. The people of Laya saw Zhongli as an omniscient scholar, a sage who had mastered the past and the present. But Ryan saw something different. He saw someone who had spent countless years doing the same thing over and over, loving his city, cherishing his people. An old fatherly deity. No wonder the people of Laya spoke of their god with such pride, admiration, and reverence. Not because Moryx was the strongest of the 7, but because out of all the nations, Liu was the one where its people could feel the direct, unwavering care of their deity. Passing through the bustling streets, Ryan noticed countless souvenir shops selling Geo-Archon figurines. The wooden architecture of Liu Harbor exuded a rich, classical elegance, luxurious, yet not ostentatious. It was a city with soul, a nation with identity. At this moment, Ryan became even more certain. Collaborating with Liu was not only the most suitable choice but also the most correct one. As he walked, he played the role of an attentive listener, letting Zhongli proudly introduce the child he had watched over for millennia. Liu Harbor. Before long, they crossed a small arch bridge. The atmosphere here was suddenly different from the rest of the city. Unlike the bustling marketplace, this place was eerily quiet. A solemn building stood before them, its black wooden exterior exuding an air of reverence. Save for the rather ridiculous advertisement board covered in promotional coffin deals. Aya, if it isn't Consultant Zhongli himself, finally decided to grace us with your presence, huh? Before Zhongli could respond, before Ryan could even get a clear look at the speaker, a gust of wind, fragrant and swift, swept past him. Gold butterflies flitted through the air. The next thing he knew, a pair of bright, lively eyes were staring up at him. Ryan recognized that look instantly. It was the look of someone who had just found the perfect customer. Oh ho, a new face. You've got the demeanor of a refined young master, must be from a wealthy background, huh? Listen, rich folks like you need to be extra mindful of your reputation, both in life and in death. You're in luck. Wangxing Funeral Parlor is having a special promotion, an exclusive, all-inclusive burial package at a discounted rate. Just 1 million mora. What do you say? 80, preparing to take Hu Tao to the nether for soul hunting. Even though Ryan had already guessed that encountering Hu Tao would inevitably lead to her trying to sell him a coffin or funeral services, he never expected her to be this direct and decisive about it. Zhongli, standing beside him, looked a bit awkward as well. He took the initiative to speak first. Hall Master Hu, this is my friend, one of the most important friends of Liu. Please, do refrain from selling him a coffin. TCH. Hu Tao pouted in disappointment, her bright eyes losing the sparkle they had moments ago. Zhongli, you disappeared from Wangxing Funeral Parlor for so long without a word. I almost thought you switched jobs. But after all this time away, you didn't even think to bring in some business for us. Do you have any idea that your bill has once again made the funeral parlor's monthly expenses exceed the budget? Hu Tao didn't question why Zhongli had been with Ningguang and the others in that small courtyard. She also didn't ask about his claim that Ryan was an important friend of Liu. Hu Tao was mischievous and full of quirks, but she knew what she should and shouldn't pry into. Besides, running Wangxing Funeral Parlor and overseeing the burial affairs of Liu was already exhausting enough. She had no interest in meddling in other messy matters. Come on in. Hu Tao gave Ryan a once-over, then suddenly squinted, her tone turning eerie. By the way, handsome stranger, are you afraid of ghosts? There are quite a few spooky things lurking inside Wangxing Funeral Parlor. As she spoke, Hu Tao abruptly turned around and made a ghostly face at Ryan. At the same time, a white spectral figure floated up behind her, the two of them working together to maintain a chilling, sinister expression. But Hu Tao and this little ghost one was more adorable than the other. Try as he might, Ryan simply couldn't feel even the slightest fear. Not to mention, hadn't he slaughtered enough zombies and skeletons in Minecraft? Ryan stood there with a calm smile, watching Hu Tao. Seeing his reaction, a trace of appreciation flickered in Hu Tao's eyes. She suddenly jumped up and playfully patted Ryan on the shoulder. Not bad. No wonder Zhongli brought you here. With a flick of her fingers, she recalled the ghost back into the ring on her hand, then turned and continued walking towards Wangxing Funeral Parlor. One hand resting behind her back, she raised a finger with the other, her tone taking on an air of seniority. But even if you're not afraid of ghosts, and even if you have some strength to back it up, don't go running around inside the funeral parlor. Wangxing Funeral Parlor carries the weight of Liu's most solemn and sacred funeral rites. There are still many spirits lingering here who have yet to be sent on their way. Be careful not to disturb them. Life and death have their own order. This is an absolute taboo, and not something to be joked about. At this point, though Hu Tao still wore a smile, her tone had turned unusually serious. Ryan now had a renewed understanding of the person before him, the Hu Tao he had once been so familiar with, his former main DPS. She was indeed lively and playful, but when it came to her work in the cycle of life and death she was entrusted to oversee, Hu Tao was someone who would not tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. A girl with a strong sense of principle. Naturally, with Hu Tao around, Zhongli had no chance to introduce Wangxing Funeral Parlor himself. Hu Tao took great pride in Wangxing Funeral Parlor, whether it was its history or even the very structure of the building. She spoke about it with enthusiasm. Before long, she led them into the funeral parlor's reception hall. A middle-aged man in traditional black robes, dressed like a butler, stepped forward to serve them tea before quietly closing the door and leaving. Hu Tao, of course, had no patience to sit and slowly savor the tea. She downed the entire cup in one go. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly pulled out a small pouch and weighed it in her hand. Zhongli, did you piss someone off? Someone actually paid me 500,000 mora to investigate your whereabouts. Zhongli took a slow sip of tea and replied calmly. From what I understand, your transaction with them should only have been regarding a funeral package. Furthermore, speaking from a rational perspective, Hallmaster Hu, a 500,000 mora package would greatly disrupt the market balance of the funeral industry. Hu Tao pouted, mumbling, "You're such a stickler for rules. That guy was a Fatui harbinger. He overheard my conversation with Yun Jin and tried to trick me into going to that small courtyard at the foot of Mt Tianheng to find you. For someone like that, 500,000 mora is just a lesson for him." She tucked the pouch away again and grinned at Zhongli. "Anyway, I've told you what's going on. What you do with the information is up to you. Oh, and if you don't mind, how about I repackage your whereabouts and sell the information back to him? At the very least, it could help cover your expenses for this month." Zhongli shook his head but didn't say much. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. "Hallmaster Hu, I might need to take an extended leave soon." "Extended leave?" Hu Tao raised an eyebrow, sounding completely unconcerned. "Your daily life consists of birdwatching, listening to operas, and reading books. How is that any different from being on vacation all the time?" Speaking from a rational perspective, Zhongli opened his mouth, but for once, he found himself unable to argue with Hu Tao's logic. Fortunately, Hu Tao didn't press the issue further. She waved a hand dismissively. All right. You're going on a long trip, right? How long will you be gone?" "Not that we usually need you anyway, and you constantly put a strain on Wangxing Funeral Parlor's already pitiful finances. But I do still need you for some of those old ritual procedures." Zhongli glanced briefly at Ryan before answering thoughtfully. "The exact duration is uncertain, but I won't be leaving Laya. There are simply matters I must attend to. If something comes up at Wangxing Funeral Parlor that requires my attention, you can contact the Kixing at the Jade Chamber. I will return upon receiving word." Hu Tao sized Zhongli up, occasionally stealing glances at Ryan. Her bright crimson eyes shimmered with contemplation. After a long moment, she mused. "Looks like something really important is happening in Laya. Does it have anything to do with you, handsome stranger?" Ryan met her gaze and answered calmly. "My name is Ryan. .. Ryan chuckled lightly and nodded before turning to Zhongli. "By the way, is there really a need to keep this from Hallmaster Hu? No matter how you look at it, this is somewhat of a dereliction of duty, isn't it?" Zhongli pondered for a moment, took a sip of tea, and responded calmly. "That decision is yours to make." Hu Tao blinked in curiosity and turned her gaze toward Ryan. Ryan took a moment to organize his words before slowly explaining Zhongli's true activities to Hu Tao. Though Hu Tao had a playful and eccentric nature, she was never careless when it came to serious matters. Moreover, she possessed formidable strength. As someone who constantly walked the line between life and death, Hu Tao also wielded a power distinct from elemental abilities. Exorcism, ghost hunting. Ryan was quite curious about how such abilities would manifest in the Minecraft world. After all, the Nether had ghasts, the overworld had phantoms, and if you thought about it, zombies, skeletons, drowned. All of those technically fell within Hu Tao's domain of expertise. Furthermore, with her incredible strength, one of the most powerful individuals in Liyue having Hu Tao join them would undoubtedly be an enormous advantage. Now that Liyue's miners were about to settle in and start their operations, Ryan no longer had to worry about securing basic resources. Even Ningguang and the others would soon be freed from gathering materials. After that, Ryan was certain he would have to lead everyone into exploring new lands. At the very least, gathering 100 diamonds from a single village was far from enough. To truly explore the world, they needed all the combat power they could muster. And most importantly, Hu Tao's lively and mischievous nature would definitely bring a lot of joy to the Minecraft world. Due to the unique nature of the Minecraft world, simply explaining it verbally wouldn't do it justice. In fact, if he were to tell someone else, they might think he had lost his mind. But Hu Tao was someone who never followed conventional paths. Everything Ryan told her, she absorbed with wide, starry eyes, full of fascination. Of course, that was just what she outwardly expressed. What she truly thought remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Hu Tao agreed to join them in their journey to the Minecraft world the next day. After chatting for a while longer at Wangxing Funeral Parlor, they were soon summoned to the Jade Chamber for a banquet. Since Hu Tao was now a prospective member of the expedition, Ryan naturally brought her along so she could familiarize herself with the group. Their ascent to the Jade Chamber was done in plain sight, without any attempt to conceal it from the Fatui. In fact, Ryan and the others made no effort to be discreet at all. They were openly led to the floating palace by Baiwen herself, under the watchful eyes of many onlookers. However, neither Tartaglia nor the Fatui had the luxury to dwell on this development. Shortly after Ningguang's return to the Jade Chamber, Liyue officially launched its investigation into the Northland Bank. An investigation that was, in truth, an act of deliberate obstruction against the Fatui. Determined to make Tartaglia understand that Liyue was no place for the Fatui to run rampant, Ningguang mobilized a considerable amount of resources and personnel. As a result, the Fatui had no time to concern themselves with anything else. The once magnificent Northland Bank was now in utter chaos. It took them until late into the night at significant cost to finally appease the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Even the Fatui, notorious for their ruthlessness, were completely exhausted by the ordeal. Many of them harbored deep resentment, but none dared to act upon it. Laya was unlike any other nation. No one knew how many adepti lurked within Laya harbor. And then there was Morix himself, the Geo-Archon, a god who stood at the pinnacle of the Archon War, one known as the God of War. Even Tartaglia had been explicitly warned by the Tsaritsa to keep a low profile when dealing with Laya. Lord Harbinger, a debt collector, approached Tartaglia, head bowed low, his face half hidden beneath his hood, yet the hint of fear in his voice was unmistakable. About the hall master of Wangxing funeral parlor. She didn't go, did she? Tartaglia's expression remained unchanged, but in the shadows, his fists clenched tightly. He had been tricked by that seemingly carefree and naive Hu Tao. 500,000 mora. And all he got was a Laya-style funeral package. Suddenly, Tartaglia recalled how some wealthy merchants used to describe the fools they scammed. Suckers. A cold glint flickered across his eyes as he remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking in a low voice. Pull back all operations. Continue monitoring the situation at Tiger's Maw, and retrieve the talisman of unshackled taboo as soon as possible. Understood. In the darkness of the night, Tartaglia lifted his gaze toward the glowing jade chamber suspended high above the city. The grand palace was alight with brilliant lanterns, a clear sign that some grand banquet was underway. After a long pause, Tartaglia sighed, a trace of regret in his voice. As I thought, scheming and deception just aren't my style. I'll let that rich bastard deal with the Northland Bank mess. Slowly raising his hand, he summoned a steady stream of water, shaping it into a gleaming, razor-sharp dagger. Under the dim light, the contours of his face appeared all the more striking, his expression unreadable. Well then, I suppose I'll have to endure this for a little longer. But once the time comes, I'll tear this place apart. And the powerful foes of this land, they better not disappoint me. 81 Lio miners settle in, and Ningguang's gift. 81 Lio miners settle in, and Ningguang's gift. Morning in Laya Harbor was already tinged with the hum of activity. But then again, Laya Harbor had been bustling for thousands of years, day in and day out. For the people of Liu, this was just another unremarkable day among countless others. Yet, for the 50 miners and 10 Millilith soldiers standing outside Ryan's courtyard on Mt. Tianheng, this day would mark the beginning of their worldview crumbling apart. This particular squad of elite Millilith had been transferred from the chasm. These miners had also been summoned from deep beneath the chasm's caverns. They had all gathered outside Ryan's courtyard, an area of 5 kilometers around them concealed by Cloud Retainer's adeptal arts. All of them were at a loss as they stared at the figures before them, beings they had never dared to imagine meeting, let alone standing this close to. Tianquan Ningguang, Yuheng Keqing, the secretary of the Kixing, Ganyu, Cloud Retainer, the conqueror of demons. These were figures that would rarely if ever be seen together. Even a single glimpse of someone like Ningguang or Ganyu was a rare event in their lifetime. As for the Adepti, one only had to recall how many people turned back in defeat every year on the path to Jueyun Kars to understand how difficult it was to meet an Adeptus. And then, there were the remaining 3 Ryan, Zhongli, and Hu Tao. Even if they knew Hu Tao and Zhongli belonged to the Wangxing funeral parlor, the miners and Millilith had started wondering, could they actually be Adepti in disguise? Ryan glanced at Ningguang, who met his gaze with a nod. Without saying much, Ryan snapped his fingers. Starlight converged. The dimensional rift gate slowly began to manifest once more. A gasp rippled through the gathered crowd, voices suppressed in shock at this miraculous sight. I know you all have many questions. Ningguang stepped forward, smiling as she addressed them. Why have you been summoned from the chasm? Why are you gathered here? Why have you been asked to mentally prepare for the possibility that you won't return to Liu for a while? But very soon, you'll realize these questions won't even matter. Because from this moment onward, you will be part of Liu's greatest endeavor. Interdimensional development. The words were barely spoken when the miners and Millilith visibly trembled in unison. Then, all at once, their gazes burned with anticipation. Ningguang's lips curled into a smile as she continued with elegance and composure. Liu, in collaboration with our most esteemed ally, Ryan, has reached an agreement. We will assist him in developing a world under his control. And in return, Liu shall gain access to that world's resources and technology. You are Liu's finest miners and Millilith. You understand what this means. I need not explain further. Ningguang had always been a master of persuasion. With just a few nonchalant words, she had ignited the flames of excitement in these men's hearts. Their faces flushed red with passion. Their backs straightened, each one exuding an unshakable resolve, ready to dedicate themselves to Liu's advancement. Seeing that their emotions had been sufficiently stoked, Ningguang did not waste any more words. In a soft yet firm voice, she continued. Soon, you will follow us into that world for preliminary exploration. After that, you will become the vanguard for its expansion. But I must remind you, this world is mysterious and unlike anything in Teyvat. Your understanding of common sense, of the laws of nature, may not apply there at all. For this, the conqueror of demons, Shao, and Wangshen's esteemed consultant, Mr. Zhongli, will serve as your guides. They will help you adapt to this foreign realm as quickly as possible and lead you in establishing Liu's foothold there. Liu has only 2 requirements for you. Ningguang paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping across their faces before continuing in a calm yet commanding tone. First, prioritize your own safety while gathering resources as swiftly as possible. Second, until Liu and Ryan formally announce this alliance, not a single word of this must escape your lips. Even in your sleep, even in your dreams, you must never utter a word. I trust you will abide by this because you are Liu's finest. The moment Ningguang finished speaking, thud, the Millilith stomped their feet in unison, their faces flushed with intensity as their voices rang out like thunder. Solid as stone, unshaken by the tides. Our armor steadfast, our blades to guard Liu. 10 men shouted, yet the sheer force of their voices made it feel as if 100 had spoken. As for the 50 miners, their faces were filled with newfound purpose. They straightened their backs, standing at attention just like the Millilith. At that moment, the dimensional rift gate fully materialized. Off to the side, Keqing smiled as she leaned toward Ryan, her tone tinged with unmistakable pride. Well, what do you think? Liu's Millilith and miners pretty exceptional, aren't they? Ryan shrugged with a chuckle. I never denied it, he said, amused. If I had, I wouldn't have chosen to work with you. With that, Ryan waved a hand and called out, come on in. There's plenty to do today, we don't have time to waste. With Ryan stepping in first, the others followed one by one, entering the dimensional rift gate. When it was Hu Tao's turn, her curiosity got the better of her. She reached out, poking at the gate's shimmering edges. Realizing she couldn't physically touch it, she quickly lost interest. With her hands clasped behind her back, she hopped inside with a carefree bounce. Xiao, meanwhile, silently watched as the Millilith and miners methodically filed in. Once the last of them had entered, he, too, stepped forward and disappeared through the gate. The dimensional rift gate slowly closed behind them, and in its wake, only an empty courtyard remained. Or so it seemed. Hidden in the shadows, elite Millilith forces lay in wait, alongside an Adeptus silently watching over the place. Floating clouds, a brilliant sun, sky islands, a grand estate. After a single night, Ryan returned once more to the Minecraft world. Everything here remained unchanged, at least, within the manor's premises. As for the monster farm atop the Sky Island, Ryan had yet to check on it. One thing was for certain, the iron farm wouldn't be producing anything for now. The elite Millilith soldiers and the miners stood in stunned silence, gazing in all directions at their new surroundings, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. A world entirely composed of blocks had far surpassed their wildest imagination. Teyvat was full of strange and wondrous things. The existence of otherworldly travelers was not unheard of. Unidentified flying objects were not unheard of. But this square-shaped world was simply too absurd. Hu Tao, on the other hand, was only briefly astonished before quickly regaining her usual lively demeanor. She excitedly examined everything around her, darting her gaze from one object to another. However, she had not forgotten Ryan's words from yesterday. She stayed close to the group and did not wander off. Ryan was unsurprised by the Millilith and miners' reactions. He simply continued the system synchronization process. As before, he transferred 1/4 of his physique to them, just as he had done for Zhongli and the others. This was a fair arrangement for everyone. The sudden surge in strength brought the Millilith and miners back to their senses. Before they could voice their shock, Zhongli and Xiao stepped forward to calm them down, offering a brief explanation of the world's fundamental rules. Suddenly, whoa, Ryan. A shadow flashed across the space, and Hu Tao leapt toward Ryan, excitement evident in her voice. This Grand Master Hewer, this Hall Master who suddenly feels so strong. But as soon as she spoke, she noticed Ningguang and the others watching her with amused expressions, seemingly unperturbed. A sharp-witted girl like Hu Tao immediately sensed something was off. After a brief pause, she pouted and mumbled. So this is a special trait of this world, huh? Ryan merely shrugged and responded lightly. You could say that. I synchronized 1/4 of my physique to you. Without it, you probably wouldn't even be able to lift anything in this world. He paused for a moment before adding. You also have a personal status panel and 9 inventory slots. Ryan carefully explained the unique traits brought by this physique transfer, such as health points and hunger mechanics. However, it was evident that Hu Tao wasn't really listening. She simply stared at Ryan in disbelief. After a long moment, she pursed her lips and muttered. Just 1/4 of your physique is already this strong. Don't tell me this entire world is actually inside your body or something. Ryan chuckled but did not answer. Instead, after a short pause, he turned toward Zhongli and said, I'll leave the miners to you and Xiao. You remember the planned areas and today's tasks, right? Zhongli gave a small nod, his expression calm. Do not worry. I will ensure they adapt quickly and begin construction as soon as possible. However, is it really necessary for everyone to have their own separate room? For safety reasons, they could share living quarters. Ryan shook his head and glanced at the still bewildered Millilith and miners. At most, they can share a 2-person room. This is just a temporary base. They won't be staying in this world long term. As for security concerns, Ryan gestured toward his manor and said, just surround the area with fences, place down torches, and make sure no monsters spawn within the living zone. Seeing that Ryan had made up his mind, Zhongli didn't argue further. Exchanging a look with Xiao, he turned and led the Millilith and miners toward the western forest near the village. There was a mining cave nearby, about 10 minutes from Ryan's manor. With the dense forest, they could easily chop trees and gather materials for construction. Ryan estimated that the morning would be spent familiarizing the workers with the world. Only in the afternoon would they begin building. That said, in the Minecraft world, as long as the construction wasn't overly complex or involving advanced technology, most builds wouldn't take too long. As he watched Zhongli and the others disappear into the distance, Ryan turned his attention back to his own plans. The reason he had insisted on giving everyone separate rooms was simple. He wanted to test something. This was a different world. If they established a settlement, would it trigger the Minecraft mechanics and cause iron golems to spawn? 50 miners, 10 millilith. Even with 2 people per house, that would still easily meet the conditions for iron golem generation. If this world did generate iron golems, then these miners would have a layer of protection against monsters on the surface. As for underground safety, that would be up to the millilith. However, once they adapted to this world's weapons and armor, Ryan figured they'd be fine as long as they didn't run into an unexpected monster horde or something abnormal. Lost in thought, Ryan suddenly felt a gentle push from the side. Snapping back to reality, he turned and looked at Ningguang, curiosity in his gaze. She gave him a small smile and said, "Yesterday, didn't you ask me to find you a wind glider?" "Yeah." Ryan's eyebrows raised slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "You found one?" Instead of answering, Ningguang simply reached into her spatial storage and pulled out an exquisitely crafted wind glider, one that radiated a distinct Lioan elegance. Its wings were a rich golden brown, adorned with intricate patterns along the edges. Wings of golden flight. Get 30 chapters extra. 82 Hu Tao wants to build the Wangxing funeral parlor in MC. Standing atop a 3-block-high stone platform, Ganya carefully fastened the wind glider onto Ryan's back. At the same time, she softly explained how to summon the wind glider and glide properly. Beside them, both Ningguang and Keqing watched with a hint of nervousness in their eyes. Apart from Zhongli and Xiao, who were still busy guiding the miners, the only ones completely indifferent to this experiment were Cloud Retainer and Hu Tao. Cloud Retainer could fly on her own, so a wind glider was of little significance to her. As for Hu Tao, she simply could not comprehend why such a trivial thing required so much fuss. Wasn't this just a matter of having hands? Compared to the glider test, Hu Tao was far more intrigued by her surroundings. Blocky animals, endless flowing water sources, torches that never burned out. Everything here challenged her understanding of the world. However, she did not let it show. Or rather, as someone who had long walked the boundary between life and death, Hu Tao had witnessed her fair share of the strange and bizarre. Her ability to accept the abnormal was quite high. But right now, there was only one thing that truly captured her attention. She turned her gaze toward the floating island in the sky. Ryan had told her that up there was a monster farm. And inside that farm, an endless horde of zombies and skeletons. A blatant violation of the natural cycle of life and death. It seemed that the yin-yang balance of this world required none other than Hu Tao, the 77th master of the Wangxing funeral parlor, to set things right. A sense of pride welled up in her heart. The past generations of Wangxing funeral parlor masters, her grandfather, her grandfather's grandfather, and so on, had always upheld the balance of life and death in Laya. But Hu Tao, she was a visionary among them. Her original ambition was to expand Wangxing funeral parlor beyond Liu, to spread it across all of Teyvat, and to make it flourish. Though, admittedly, that did sound like something a terrorist would say. After all, who in their right mind would be enthusiastic about growing the funeral industry? But Hu Tao had always been serious about her mission. She had launched customized burial packages, promoted advertising campaigns, and even introduced the famous second tombstone half-price and family coffin discount events. Though most Laya citizens avoided her like the plague, Wangxing funeral parlor had undeniably become a household name. And now, she had an even greater ambition. Gazing up at the floating island, flames of determination burned in Hu Tao's eyes. "I'm going to expand Wangxing funeral parlor into another world. That way, I'll be the most accomplished master in Wangxing history." Hu Tao clenched her fists in excitement. Last night, she had pestered Ryan with countless questions, and what she had learned astounded her. This world was filled with blatant violations of the natural order. Zombies, skeletons, drowned corpses, those were already bad enough. But then there were wither skeletons, spreading calamity. Ghasts and phantoms, disrupting the peace of the living. It was as if someone had designed this entire world to step all over her bottom line. The moment she heard this, Hu Tao had been itching to come and restore balance. And while I'm at it, I can introduce the second tombstone half-price deal to the piglins." Resting her chin on her hand, Hu Tao grinned mischievously and muttered to herself. "Ryan said the piglins are all super rich, right? In that case a single coffin should be priced at 5 million mora. Wait, they probably don't use mora here, huh? Then let's charge them in gold." She nodded, pleased with her own business sense. But I shouldn't get too ahead of myself." Shaking her head, she gave herself a quiet pep talk. "Grandpa always said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." My top priority should be getting Ryan to help me build the first branch of Wangxing Funeral Parlor in this world. Only then can we start offering our services. Hands on her hips, Hu Tao nodded in satisfaction at her own brilliance. Ryan, I've got. Just as she was about to excitedly rush over to him, she noticed something. Ryan, with a serious expression, had just jumped off the platform. And as he descended, he spread open his wind glider, landing lightly on the ground. Hu Tao barely batted an eye. This was just the most basic way to use a wind glider. But, to her surprise, Ningguang and the others suddenly burst into joy. Fantastic. It actually worked. But if I'm not mistaken, didn't Ryan just summon the wind glider while holding an iron pickaxe? Has the wind glider's function been enhanced? Or could it be that this world contains a mechanism similar to its principle, allowing it to integrate into its laws? That's a reasonable theory. But regardless, the fact that the wind glider functions normally is already the best news possible. The three of them chatted excitedly, clearly in high spirits. Hu Tao, on the other hand, was completely lost. She glanced at Ryan, who was still looking quite pleased, then back at the others. Scratching her cheek in confusion, she muttered to herself. Why are you all so happy? Did Cloud Retainer secretly modify the wind glider? Nearby, Cloud Retainer, who was grooming her feathers, briefly glanced at Hu Tao but said nothing, continuing to preen herself. Fortunately, Ganyu, still caught up in the excitement, was more than happy to explain. Master Hu, you've already noticed it, haven't you? This world's laws suppress our elemental powers. And for the Adepti, our abilities are even more restricted. Hu Tao blinked, momentarily stunned. Then, realization dawned upon her. Wait, you mean it's actually true? Her eyes widened in shock. Whoa, it really is suppressing us. Ganyu pursed her lips, glancing at Hu Tao with a somewhat complicated expression. This lively, mischievous girl, in some ways, she truly had a remarkably carefree heart. After a brief pause, Ganyu patiently explained. In short, our powers have been forcibly suppressed. Even the vigilant Yiksha tested it can't fly here. As of now, the only one capable of flight is Cloud Retainer. Also, Ryan should have told you last night, in this world, if you fall from a great height and don't land in water or use some sort of emergency measure, it's almost certain death. Doesn't matter if you're an Adeptus or a Vision Bearer. Hearing this, Hu Tao's expression changed slightly. Now that Ganyu mentioned it, she did recall hearing about this. But last night, she had been far more focused on the idea of bringing Wangxing Funeral Parlor to a whole new world, so she hadn't paid much attention. That said, while Hu Tao might seem carefree, she wasn't careless when it mattered. Now that she understood the risk, she immediately etched this fact into her memory. Seeing that Hu Tao seemed to have grasped the importance of the issue, Ganyu smiled slightly and continued. As for the wind glider, it may have looked like a simple, effortless glide, but before the actual test, none of us believed it would work. Because Ryan is carrying several thousand tons of materials. Even the pickaxe in his hand weighs a few tons on its own. Hu Tao turned to look at Ryan in astonishment. Down below, he was cheerfully waving at them. Her fingers curled into a light fist, but then, after a moment of thought, her surprise faded. Crossing her arms, she grinned, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Well, considering even a quarter of his constitution is already that strong, it's not surprising that he can carry all that weight around. So the wind glider really does work here. That's some pretty good news. Upon hearing this, Ganyu, Ningguang, and the others nodded in satisfaction, visibly pleased. Exchanging glances, they all took a leap from the platform, spreading their wind gliders. Gracefully, they descended, landing lightly beside Ryan. Ryan, how does it feel? Ningguang smiled as she looked at him. Their wind gliders were just like Ryan's, golden, majestic, and adorned with intricate designs, the signature look of the wings of golden flight. Large and ancient in style, they carried an air of dignified elegance. Ryan took a moment to assess his experience. Well, it's not quite free flight, but it does give a certain sense of drifting with the wind. He felt around his back, confirming that nothing extra was attached there. But when he summoned the wind glider earlier, it had responded instantly, as if it had always been a part of him. Curious, he opened his personal menu to check his equipped items. But the wind glider wasn't listed anywhere. It seemed that, unlike the Elytra, the wind glider wasn't treated as an akeepable item. At the moment, Ryan felt that its performance was almost identical to the Elytra. The next thing he needed to test was whether he could use fireworks propulsion to enhance the wind glider's flight. If that worked, he could delay his expedition to the end in search of an Elytra. If it didn't work, then he would still have to make the trip. Regardless, having the wind glider meant that shulkers were now far less of a threat to him. At the very least, if he got hit with their levitation effect, he wouldn't have to worry about falling to his death afterward. With that thought, Ryan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he nodded to Ningguang. Thanks, Ningguang. This gift is exactly what I needed. Hearing this, Ningguang's eyes brightened subtly, a flicker of delight crossing her usually composed expression. As long as it's useful to you, that's what matters. You've helped us so much, yet in such a short time, we have no real way to repay you. It would feel unfair if we kept taking without giving something in return. Ryan waved a hand dismissively. We're friends, aren't we? Then, after a brief pause, he added. But this whole wind glider situation does make me think of something else. It's not just that the materials and resources from this world can be extremely useful in Teyvat. Likewise, many items from Teyvat might also prove to be incredibly valuable in this world. But since I'm an outsider, I don't know Teyvat's items as well as you all do. He shrugged. So, if you ever think of something interesting or useful, feel free to bring it over and test it out. Naturally, no one had any objections. They nodded in agreement, already considering what items might be worth experimenting with. As for why the wind glider worked here with effects comparable to the Elytra, Ryan figured Ganyu and the others probably had the right theory. The principle behind the wind glider could likely be explained through common natural laws. And since those laws were recognized by this world, the wind glider was allowed to function here. To put it simply, it was like how Pokémon could be transferred between games using the Pokémon home system. The wind glider had, in a way, a legal visa. But all of this wasn't something Ryan needed to overanalyze. He wasn't an alchemist like Albedo, obsessed with uncovering the fundamental truths behind everything. At that moment, Ryan, Hu Tao, now finished with her own thoughts, hopped over to him, her large, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. This hall master wants to bring Wangxing Funeral Parlor over. This world, with all its chaotic life and death imbalances, needs Wangxing to restore order. Ryan raised an eyebrow, amused. So, give me some land, Ryan. Hu Tao clung to his arm, swaying it back and forth like a child begging for candy. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. Then, with a casual flick, he tapped Hu Tao's forehead. How many times do I have to tell you? In this world, if you want to build something, just build it. You don't need anyone's approval. Hu Tao stuck out her tongue playfully. This hall master hasn't forgotten. But no matter what, I figured it'd be proper etiquette to inform you, the lord of this world. Ryan paused, then couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation for Hu Tao's thoughtfulness. If you want to build Wangxing Funeral Parlor here, just find a good spot and do it. No need to ask me. But you're still new to construction, so you might struggle a bit. After thinking for a moment, Ryan turned to Ningguang and the others, his eyes lighting up with an idea. How about this? Sooner or later, you'll all have to build your own structures. Why not practice now by helping Hu Tao with hers? This way, you can turn what you've learned into actual experience. Naturally, no one objected. Taking only their tools and weapons from their storage chests, they set off with cheerful chatter to begin their work. With the lively atmosphere suddenly quieting down, Ryan exhaled, then turned toward the third floor of his base. Everyone was busy today, and he was no exception. After all, it was time to build an enchanting table. 83, Hu Tao, this house is boxier than a coffin. 83, Hu Tao, this house is boxier than a coffin. A book, 4 obsidian blocks, and 2 diamonds. At long last, the enchantment table that had been on Ryan's mind was finally crafted. If mods were the ultimate treasure for MC players, then enchanting was undoubtedly the main questline for survival players. Not to mention, in this now fully realized MC world, an enchantment like feather falling alone was enough to prove its significance. Ryan's estate had always been 3 stories high. Keking and the others had asked him before about the third floor, the area filled with rows upon rows of bookshelves. They were puzzled because, despite the abundance of books, none of them could be taken out. But Ryan had only smiled mysteriously and remained silent. Now that the enchantment table was finally complete, the long-prepared enchantment room could finally serve its purpose. Carrying the enchantment table, he pushed open the door. Gazing at the dense arrangement of bookshelves before him, Ryan felt a wave of satisfaction. This impoverished village had very few resources that truly pleased him, and this was one of the rare exceptions. The other, a perfectly intact anvil. The placement of an enchantment table and bookshelves wasn't random, it had its own set of rules. To achieve the highest level of enchantments, up to level 30, there were strict requirements for both the number of bookshelves and their proximity to the table. Many MC players in his past life had dedicated themselves to researching how to optimize bookshelf placement, finding ways to achieve maximum efficiency with the fewest bookshelves. But for Ryan, he didn't need to bother with that. There were more than 30 bookshelves here, way beyond what was necessary. Rather than worrying about placement strategies, all he had to do was ensure the correct spacing and surround the table with them. Bookshelves were one of the few resources he could afford to be extravagant with. Placing the enchantment table in the pre-designated spot. Almost instantly, he saw mysterious glyphs rising from the bookshelves, gently flowing into the enchantment table. Ryan opened his personal interface to check his experience level. A solid 48 levels, not bad at all, and totally reasonable. He had mined an absurd amount of ores and slain plenty of monsters. Plus, there was the bonus from Ningguang and the others. Their experience gains contributed a portion to him as well. After waiting a moment for the enchantment table and bookshelves to fully synchronize, Ryan placed a large chest by the door. Inside, he stored the items he planned to enchant this time. A full set of iron armor, a bow, a diamond sword, and a diamond pickaxe. As for anything else, he doubted his experience points would be enough for more. Of course, Ryan wasn't reckless enough to throw his gear directly into the enchantment table right away. If he didn't get the enchantments he wanted, it'd be a complete waste. To counter this, he had prepared over 50 books in advance. For his iron armor, he wasn't too picky. He mainly wanted blast protection and feather falling, with an additional aqua affinity on the helmet. For his diamond sword and pickaxe, the priority was obvious, mending. Beyond that, his sword needed looting, sharpness, and knockback. As for the pickaxe, fortune was the goal. Silk touch. He had an iron pickaxe for that already. Finally, the main focus, his bow. Long-range power was his biggest priority right now. Naturally, his bow needed to be fully decked out from the start. Unbreaking, power, punch, flame, and infinity. As for why he didn't go for mending, well, mending and infinity were mutually exclusive. But come on, how could he call it a god-tier bow without infinity? As for durability concerns, that wasn't an issue. By the time this bow wore out, he would have long since gathered enough materials to craft a new one with the same enchantments. Jotting down his enchantment plans in the notebook he had brought from Teyvat, Ryan took out the books and lapis lazuli he had prepared. Thus began the grand endeavor of enchanting his gear. While Ryan was engrossed in the grand endeavor of enchanting his gear, Zhongli and Ningguang weren't idle either. For now, Zhongli and Xiao, acting as the instructors for the first batch of Liu residents to settle in this world, were meticulously teaching everyone how to gather resources, how to build a house on their own, and how to cultivate farmland to achieve self-sufficiency. The jungle echoed with gasps of astonishment. Clearly, this world was wreaking havoc on their understanding of reality. However, since Ningguang had called these people the elites of Liu, they naturally wouldn't let such things shake them for too long. Before long, they had adapted and were now fervently chopping down trees. With a vast jungle on the outskirts and a large group of people working together under guidance. Building a grand estate like Ryan's in just a few days? Probably impossible. But constructing a simple village together? It wouldn't even take them a full afternoon. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 meters away, with one final swing of her axe, Hu Tao brought down the last towering tree in the area. Tossing the collected wood blocks into her inventory, she rested the axe on her shoulder and gazed up at the floating leaves still lingering in the air. Clicking her tongue, she muttered. Seriously, no matter how many times I see this, it's just too weird. Still having trouble accepting it. Ganyu, passing by, asked with a soft smile. Having trouble accepting it. Hu Tao tilted her head, thinking for a moment, before grinning nonchalantly. Nah, not really. I mean, we're already in such a bizarre world. At this point, is there anything that wouldn't make sense? She waved her hand dismissively. Compared to Ningguang and Ganyu, who had spent years in Liu Harbor, observing the myriad facets of human life, Hu Tao had spent her days wandering along the border of life and death, guiding souls to the afterlife, witnessing the sorrow of partings firsthand. The strange logic of the MC world? Sure, it was bizarre. But, as long as it wasn't about life and death, nothing else was a big deal. Ganyu, knowing Hu Tao's nature well, could only let out a soft chuckle. I really envy your mindset, Master Hu. Anyway, we've gathered enough wood now. The land for Wangxing Funeral Parlor's branch has also been marked out, and I imagine Cloud Retainer has already finished designing the construction plans. Let's hurry over and take a look. Hu Tao readily agreed, chatting and laughing with Ganyu as they carried their collected materials back to the clearing. This was the area they had recently cleared, as evidenced by the partially decayed leaves still hanging overhead. Keqing, holding a shovel, stood beside Ningguang and Cloud Retainer. The three of them were gathered around a neatly dug 10 by 20 pit, engaged in close discussion. Even Cloud Retainer, who usually had plenty of criticisms for Keqing, was speaking to her with a rare look of amicability. Seeing this, Ganyu felt genuinely pleased. Yo! Before anyone realized it, Hu Tao had suddenly hopped over to them, greeting them playfully with a grin. So, how's the planning coming along? Despite the abrupt interruption, the three women weren't startled. Ningguang simply replied in a calm voice. The main design is already complete, though Keqing and I didn't contribute much. We're not exactly experts in construction. For the most part, it was all Cloud Retainer's ideas. Hearing this, Cloud Retainer's expression carried a hint of pride, though she maintained a composed, scholarly demeanor. You give me too much credit. You two also provided this adeptus with valuable input. As Ningguang and Cloud Retainer seemed ready to engage in another round of mutual praise, Hu Tao scratched her cheek and mumbled. Aya, we all know you're amazing, but can we save the compliments for later? I'm really eager to get Wangxing Funeral Parlor's branch up and running. Her words successfully halted the exchange of pleasantries. Perhaps it was the sense of accomplishment from independently designing something in this world. Or maybe Cloud Retainer was simply in a good mood. Either way, she didn't get annoyed at Hu Tao's casual attitude toward an adeptus. Instead, with a proud flick of her wings, she announced. For now, we shall construct Wangxing Funeral Parlor's main hall within this 200 square meter area. Given that Wangxing Funeral Parlor oversees matters of burial and the transition between life and death, the exterior will primarily feature dark-colored oak, reflecting its solemn and dignified nature. The roof will be similar to Ryan's estate, but this adeptus has planned it in the style of Liu's dual-eaved architecture. The central design will focus on symmetry. Once Cloud Retainer began discussing construction, she became unstoppable, speaking with such passion and enthusiasm that she hardly paused for breath. In her mind's eye, she could already see the grand structure taking form, the very first magnificent building in this world that wasn't built by Ryan. Surely, it would go down in history. She envisioned herself, the renowned architect of both Liu and Teyvat, recognized as the most exceptional master of construction and mechanized design. If not for her current crane form, she might have already broken into a triumphant grin. Ningguang and the others smiled, but in truth, they didn't understand a single word Cloud Retainer was saying. After a long moment, seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Hu Tao quickly interrupted. Alright, Cloud Retainer, I totally get it, our design is flawless. So shouldn't we start building now? Cloud Retainer nodded with satisfaction, exuding confidence. Indeed. Now, follow this Adeptus's instructions. I have fully visualized the construction in my mind. With this world's unique mechanics, I assure you, the Wangxing Funeral Parlor branch will be completed within an hour. Her commanding presence actually dispelled most of the team's concerns. However, standing nearby with a shovel on her shoulder, Keqing frowned slightly. Unlike Ningguang and the others, Keqing frequently oversaw construction projects in Laya. While she wasn't a master architect, she understood basic structural frameworks. Yet, after listening to Cloud Retainer's detailed description of the blueprint, she couldn't shake a deep sense of unease. Something about this didn't feel right. But with everyone so enthusiastically engaged, Keqing hesitated to voice her concerns. Besides, she and Cloud Retainer already had a strained relationship. If she questioned the plan now, Cloud Retainer might just take it personally. Shaking off her doubts, Keqing grabbed a stack of dark oak blocks and joined the building effort. Across the clearing, Cloud Retainer's voice rang out, commanding the construction team. The rooftop sections. Use dark oak planks to craft stairs. We need eaves, not wooden pillars. The left side of the roof is too low. Raise it by one more block. Good, excellent work. Following Cloud Retainer's instructions, Ningguang and the others diligently placed blocks, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of MC-style construction. And just as Cloud Retainer had promised, utilizing the unique mechanics of this world, the entire build took little more than an hour. As Hu Tao set the final block in place, she excitedly slid down from the rooftop. Finally done. That was so efficient. Alright, let's take a look at my magnificent Wangxing Funeral Parlor branch. Hu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the newly completed structure. The center of the building was sunken in, while both sides extended outward with the eaves Cloud Retainer had insisted on. The entire structure was a solid, blocky shape, with dark tones dominating its palette, and the arched frame on the side only reinforced the overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Well, Cloud Retainer lifted her head proudly. This Adeptus-designed Wangxing Funeral Parlor branch, does it not embody the essence of Wangxing? Hu Tao looked at Cloud Retainer, then at the building, then back at Cloud Retainer. After several rounds of this, she finally pursed her lips and whined. Cloud Retainer, I know we handle funerals and all, but we don't live in coffins. 84, the enchanted divine bow is forged. The structure stood there, towering in its eerie perfection, slightly elevated on both sides, sunken in the middle, flat at the base, with a smooth arc at the top. A precisely measured 200 square meter construction. To put it simply, aside from a few glass windows carved into its surface, the building was essentially nothing more than a gigantic coffin. Hu Tao could even swear on her name that no coffin in the Wangxing Funeral Parlor had ever been this coffin-like. With craftsmanship of this level, if this were an actual funeral product, she could have easily sold it for over 1 million mora. But the thing was, as she had clearly stated before, the people of Wangxing Funeral Parlor deal with coffins, but they do not live in them. Ningguang and Keqing exchanged strange glances, while Ganyu's expression darkened slightly in disapproval. Cloud Retainer, Ganyu spoke up, her usually gentle tone laced with rare reproach. Master, who is responsible for conducting Laya's funeral rites, a duty that carries immense weight and solemnity. How could you mock her in such a way? Mock her? Cloud Retainer blinked, genuinely baffled. She turned her head back and forth between the building and the expectant faces around her, clearly not understanding what the issue was. Do you not see the beauty of Laya's ancient architectural style in this? She asked, slightly indignant. Ningguang pressed her lips together, then glanced at Keqing, who shot her a subtle look of encouragement. Sighing, Ningguang finally decided to voice the unpleasant truth. Cloud Retainer, you really don't think this looks like a coffin? The words had barely left her lips when Cloud Retainer's feathers ruffled in offense. Tianquan, are you mocking this immortal? She scoffed, flaring her wings slightly as she continued. This structure incorporates both Laya's ancient building techniques and the unique properties of this new world. It is a perfect fusion of. The words died in her throat, because at that moment, Hu Tao calmly summoned something from her vision. A coffin. A real coffin. Right in front of everyone. Cloud Retainer's proud gaze flickered between the elegant black wooden coffin and the identical house standing behind her. She stared. She blinked. Then she stared some more. After an uncomfortably long silence, a faint blush crept onto her avian face. It does seem to resemble a coffin just a little bit, she muttered reluctantly. Nobody spoke. But somehow, despite the clear morning sunlight and the crisp, fresh air, a chill settled over the clearing. For the first time, everyone truly felt the presence of the ominous new structure. Especially Ningguang, who suddenly realized she had personally helped build this extremely unlucky thing. Suppressing the urge to shudder, she quickly cleared her throat and spoke up, attempting to shift the conversation. Perhaps we should consult Ryan before making any further decisions. She threw a glance at Cloud Retainer, giving her a way out of this embarrassment. We saw how easily Ryan constructed his estate, she continued, but attempting it ourselves has proven to be rather challenging. Clearly, there's still much we don't understand about construction in this world. Wouldn't it be wise to seek his advice? Cloud Retainer immediately latched onto the lifeline. Ahem, indeed, she declared, nodding sagely. Tianquan speaks wisely. There is great knowledge to be gained in house building. We must humbly seek Ryan's guidance. With that settled, the others including Hu Tao chose to let the matter go. After all, the giant coffin was everyone's responsibility. Cloud Retainer might have been the mastermind, but they had all played a part in its creation. There was no escaping the blame. So what do we do with this? Keqing paused, then rephrased her words carefully. House. Under normal circumstances, Ningguang would have suggested dismantling it to recover resources. But in this world, wood was practically everywhere. She glanced around at the surrounding forest, where trees stretched as far as the eye could see. With the sheer amount of logging happening for the construction of their base, retrieving materials was hardly an issue. We'll leave it for now, she decided. Once Ryan sees it, he might have a better solution. This location is too good to waste. No one objected. And so, with unspoken agreement, the group made a silent pact. No one would speak of their architectural disaster again. Chatting casually about other topics, they began their walk back toward Ryan's manor. However, the moment they stepped through the door, whoosh, a flaming arrow whizzed past Cloud Retainer's face, embedding itself firmly in a tree nearby. In the next instant, the entire tree erupted into flames. Bright orange fire roared to life, crackling and consuming the bark within seconds. The sheer heat of it made the air shimmer. The sudden blaze left them momentarily stunned. My apologies. Ryan's voice rang out, growing closer as he hurried over. I didn't realize you all had returned, he explained, slightly breathless. I misjudged my aim. No one got hurt, right? His gaze swept over the group, scanning for any injuries. Seeing only Cloud Retainer looking slightly startled, he sighed in relief. Then, rubbing the back of his neck, he chuckled awkwardly. Sorry about that, Cloud Retainer, he said sheepishly. I didn't expect you to suddenly show up. I was in the middle of testing my enchanted arrows and lost focus for a moment. At that moment, the shock finally wore off, and the others registered what he had just said. Enchanted. Keqing's eyes lit up. She had an inexplicable feeling that this was something incredibly important. You mean what you were talking about before using lapis lazuli to enhance your equipment with powerful attributes? Ryan smiled knowingly and spread his arms, hinting at something. Haven't you all noticed anything different about me? Hearing this, Ganya perked up and carefully scrutinized Ryan. At that moment, she finally noticed what was off about him. Her expression turned to one of shock as she pointed at him in disbelief. Ryan, you're glowing. Ganya's exclamation made everyone else take a closer look at him. At first glance, Ryan still wore the same iron armor he had on yesterday. But now, from head to toe, the entire suit of armor emitted a faint purple glow. It was as if a thin, translucent energy field covered his entire body. That's not all. Ryan chuckled as he took out his diamond sword and wooden bow. Just like his iron armor, these two weapons were also enveloped in a soft purple radiance. Under the sunlight, shimmering energy rippled across their surfaces, making them appear almost alive. Ryan. Ningguang opened her mouth to speak, but before she could ask, Ryan laughed and said, That's right. This is what I mentioned earlier, enchantments. Now that I have both obsidian and lapis lazuli, naturally, I was able to set up everything necessary for enchanting. This morning, after you all left, I enchanted all my equipment. And I must say the results were impressive. Ryan wasn't exaggerating. In fact, his gains from enchanting were massive. Not only had he successfully applied protection enchantments to all his armor, but the biggest surprise came from his diamond sword. Initially, he hadn't had high expectations for it, but after enchanting his bow, on a whim, he decided to toss in an enchanted book as well. And just like that, perhaps due to accumulated luck, he hit the jackpot. His diamond sword now bore the perfect combination of enchantments: looting, unbreaking, sharpness, knockback, fire aspect, and mending. With these enhancements, he now possessed two top-tier weapons. Whether venturing into the Nether, the End, or exploring unknown territories, he'd be far better equipped. Of course, he still had his katana and AK-47, but right now, he hadn't activated any mods. If his katana broke, repairing it would be a nightmare, and his AK-47 had no spare ammo. Both of these weapons were trump cards, meant to be saved for critical moments. Under normal circumstances, Ryan preferred weapons he could easily maintain. As he casually swung his diamond sword with a look of satisfaction, the girls around him fell silent, absorbing what they had just witnessed. Then, in an instant, they all felt its blazing heat, as if molten lava coursed through the blade itself. If they hadn't known better, they might have assumed Ryan was the very embodiment of the Pyro Archon. What a powerful sword. Zhongli's voice broke the stunned silence. And besides that, if I'm not mistaken, that bow of yours also harbors an immense, terrifying power. Ryan turned toward Zhongli and found him and Xiao approaching from a distance. He raised a hand in greeting. You're back. How's everything on your end? Zhongli nodded slightly. Everything is going smoothly. As the first group to settle in, the workers are proving to be quick learners and highly adaptable. We've explained all the key points they need to be aware of, and they're now focused on planning and constructing their homes. We'll check on their progress at noon. Keking's expression flickered slightly, as if she had something to say, but Zhongli anticipated her concern before she could voice it. There's no need to worry. Safety measures are in place. The designated trees within the perimeter have been cleared, allowing for direct sunlight. They're building within fenced areas. Before leaving, both Xiao and I surveyed the surroundings. No monsters in sight. That reassurance finally put Keking and the others at ease. This first wave of miners was made up of elite workers. Ningguang had already planned for them to fully adapt to this new world before leading future recruits. Once they were experienced enough, she intended to have Ryan activate the chain mining function for them, so they could venture deep into the mines and extract rarer resources. Naturally, minimizing casualties was a top priority. So this is your new research project. Zhongli stepped closer, examining the enchantments on Ryan's gear. A power I've never seen before. From his perspective as an Archon, these weapons weren't on the level of divine artifacts, but they certainly weren't ordinary either. Even adepti like Xiao could significantly boost their combat prowess with them. Well, Ryan shrugged, chuckling. I was just experimenting with enchanted gear, but since you're all here, why not test it together? With that, he sheathed his diamond sword. There wasn't much need to test it other than the fire aspect enchantment potentially catching people's attention. Its other effects were straightforward. In contrast, his bow's enchantments were much more absurd. This bow has 5 major enchantments. At this point, without any mods, it's essentially the strongest long-range single-target weapon available. As he spoke, Ryan smoothly pulled the bowstring back to its maximum draw. The arrow looked unremarkable, no different from the ones Ganyu carried. But the moment he let go, whoosh! As the arrow soared through the air, it burst into flames. A scorching heatwave rippled outward. The projectile shot straight toward a pig that was lazily wandering nearby. And the instant the arrow struck, boom! The pig let out a final wail before collapsing in a heap. And the best part? The meat it dropped was already fully cooked. Not bad. Ryan chuckled as he put his bow away. He glanced at the expectant faces around him and spoke lightly. The enchantment is called Flame. 85, enchanting the lion's roar with fire aspect. 85, enchanting the lion's roar with fire aspect. This bow of mine is enchanted with 5 primary attributes. Power enhancing the damage of arrows. Punch knocking back enemies upon impact. Unbreaking extending the lifespan of the bow. And finally, the 2 most crucial enchantments. Ryan paused slightly, his tone carrying a weight of importance as he continued. Flame. Every arrow shot from this bow is a fire arrow. Infinity. As long as I have a single arrow in my inventory, I can fire an endless supply of them out of thin air. With flame and infinity combined, this bow can continuously unleash flaming arrows with no limit. After speaking, Ryan took a brief pause, glancing at the vision attached to Ganyu's waist. He sighed with a hint of regret. It seems a bit redundant for you all after all. Ganyu can already condense her own arrows using elemental energy. But for me, it's a big deal since I don't have a vision. Saying this, Ryan cast a sidelong glance at Zhongli. The latter smiled wryly in his heart. He understood what Ryan was hinting at. They was urging him to find a way to get him a vision. But it wasn't that Zhongli was unwilling. He simply lacked the authority to grant one. At most, he could help Ryan find an unawakened vision, but whether it could be activated depended entirely on Celestia's will. Ryan, don't belittle yourself. Ganyu chuckled softly, shaking her head, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at the bow in Ryan's hands. My frostflake arrows are indeed strong, but they require elemental energy to form. Your bow, on the other hand, grants you unlimited arrows purely through enchantments, even giving you elemental power. This is something unheard of in all of Teyvat, and I believe, one day, you will have a vision of your own. When that time comes, you'll be able to wield 2 elements simultaneously. You might even trigger elemental reactions on your own. Ganyu's words were not meant to be mere comfort. She truly believed them. She genuinely thought this bow was incredibly powerful. Not to mention, if she herself wielded it back in Teyvat. A frostflake arrow to start, followed by an enchanted fire arrow. Her combat power would instantly double. And that wasn't even considering that this bow did more than just fire arrows with flame enchantments. And then there's this diamond sword. Kekin gazed at the sword resting beside Ryan, her voice tinged with envy. Standing this close, she could feel the searing heat radiating from the blade. Ryan, you were already physically strong before this. And now, with a diamond sword, one of the hardest materials enhanced by enchantments. Kekin shook her head, half joking, half serious as she warned. When we return to Teyvat, you'd better not swing that thing carelessly. I'd hate to see you accidentally slice through MT Tianheng. Ryan chuckled. No matter what, he was quite pleased with the results of today's enchantments. In Teyvat, enchantments may not provide much of a combat boost, but the true value of enchantments was never about giving the extraordinary even more power. It's about allowing ordinary people to wield extraordinary strength, like my flame enchantment on the bow, or the fire aspect on my sword. Ryan handed the bow to Ganyu. The latter, without channeling any elemental energy, simply pulled the bowstring back. Yet just like before, an arrow ignited in flames upon release. Ganyu let out a small gasp of surprise. It requires almost no effort. Ryan nodded with a smile. Bows are the most unique long-range weapon. Later on, they may not even need enchantments like flame. This world has countless special arrows, ones that can heal, ones that enhance strength, ones that grant higher jumps. There are even arrows that inflict various debuffs on enemies. When the time comes, I'll let you all see for yourselves. Hearing this, everyone nodded in anticipation, especially Ganyu. As someone highly proficient with bows, she was particularly eager to see what kinds of unique arrows Ryan would introduce next. Meanwhile, Ningguang had been deep in thought ever since the discussion began. Now that the topic of enchantments was momentarily set aside, she seized the opportunity and spoke in a measured, serious tone. Ryan, I have a few questions. Seeing Ryan turn to her with a slight smile, Ningguang took a deep breath and continued, her voice calm yet resolute. How do we enchant items? Can it be done in bulk? And most importantly, can Teyvat's weapons and armor be enchanted? A flash of excitement flickered in her golden eyes as she turned to the others. Ryan has mentioned before that while we can advocate for peace and diplomacy, we must always ensure we have the strength to make others listen. Laya has never lacked powerful warriors. The Lord of Geo and the Adepti will always be Laya's greatest pillars of strength. But Laya is also our home, and it is our duty to protect it. This whole situation with the Fatui, everyone here knows the implications. We've seen firsthand what their forces are capable of. Even a single Fatui skirmisher unit is enough to threaten an elemental wielder, let alone the average person. Besides them, there are also the debt collectors, electro-Chechen mages, and mirror maidens. Even if we set the Fatui aside, the Millelith still have to contend with monsters Hilishurls, hatchling Geovashaps, and ruin guards. Teyvat is an unforgiving world for ordinary people. And yet, the daily security of Laya Harbor rests entirely on the shoulders of the Millelith, who are just that, ordinary people. They need strength. Laya needs strength. Ningguang's words were firm and sincere, revealing the harsh reality that the Millelith faced. In the game, everything seemed peaceful on the surface. But in reality, even a simple mission to clear out a Hilishurl camp carried the risk of casualties. This world, with all its mystical wonders, was far from kind to those without power, especially the Millelith, who constantly fought on the front lines. But now, Ryan had discovered a way to enhance equipment through enchantments. Even if it couldn't grant the Millelith supernatural abilities, strengthening their gear would be more than enough. If the Millelith's combat abilities could be elevated, Laya would gain far greater control over the Fatui's actions. Not because the Fatui feared Morax and the Adepti, but because they feared Laya's own strength. After finishing her speech, Ningguang fell silent, fixing her gaze on Ryan. The others followed suit, their eyes locked onto him with anticipation. Especially Keqing, whose expression carried a mix of excitement and nervousness. Ryan furrowed his brows slightly, thinking for a moment before replying. Enchantments are a unique feature of this world. Naturally, you all should be able to use them as well. As for enchanting Teyvat's weapons and armor, I can't say for sure. But considering that the Wind Glider was able to partially integrate with this world's mechanics, it's worth trying. And finally, large-scale enchantments. A spark of realization flashed through Ryan's eyes as he looked at Ningguang, impressed. To be honest, he hadn't yet figured out how the people of Laya could go about enchanting their equipment. After all, their combat skills were deeply tied to their visions. But Ningguang's mention of large-scale enchantments, that gave him an idea. A special method. The villager trading system. A lectern, villagers, librarians, and emeralds enchanting books en masse. Wasn't this the perfect way for them to obtain enchantments? If they had enough emeralds, they could forge an entire army of enchanted warriors in no time. With that thought, Ryan lifted his gaze to Ningguang, who was watching him anxiously. Under the weight of her hopeful stare, he slowly nodded. It's possible, but it will take time. And a lot, really, a lot of resources. Ningguang exhaled deeply, relief washing over her features. The others let out similar sighs, as if they had been holding their breath. As long as it can be done, nothing else matters, Ningguang said firmly. Keqing, on the other hand, took a deep breath, her eyes filled with anticipation. The Millelith of Laya might finally have the chance to wield extraordinary power. Unlike the Fatui soldiers, who have to endure brutal conditioning to gain strength. Ryan chuckled, saying nothing more. To be honest, he thought that instead of fixating on enchanting an army, they should just wait until mods were enabled. If, for instance, a modern weapons mod got unlocked. Imagine the Millelith armed with Gatling guns. Even a Fatui harbinger would be forced to reconsider their life choices. But for now, since there was no guarantee, there was no need to tease them with such ideas. Ryan, can we enchant something right now? Keking's expectant voice broke the silence. Without hesitation, she pulled out her sword, the Lion's Roar. A refined longsword that, for a long time, had been one of her treasured weapons. But in this world, even an iron sword had outperformed it. The Lion's Roar's elemental enhancing properties had been severely suppressed in the Minecraft realm. Still, this was a sword she had wielded for a long time, a weapon that had accompanied her through countless battles. If there was even the slightest chance. She looked down at the handle, where faint marks of wear could be seen. At the very least, she wanted the Lion's Roar to be usable in this world. Ryan examined the sword carefully. He wasn't entirely sure whether Teyvat's weapons could be enchanted. Previously, he would have outright said no. But after seeing how the wind glider functioned in this world, he was no longer certain. Some Minecraft mods allowed weapons from other worlds to benefit from enchantments. And, if the wind glider could work just fine in this realm, then why shouldn't the Lion's Roar be classified as an equivalent to a modded weapon? Perhaps the very presence of Teyvat's people in this world was already acting like a mod in itself. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan waved his hand. I can't say for sure, but there's only one way to find out, let's try it. With that, he turned and led the group toward the grand estate. They ascended to the 3rd floor. It was only then that everyone noticed something new. A strange contraption had appeared in the previously ordinary study lined with bookshelves. Mysterious symbols floated around it, slowly sinking into its surface like droplets merging with a calm lake. This is the enchantment table. Ningguang eyed it curiously but hesitated to step forward. The floating runes gave off an eerie aura, and she wasn't sure if they would affect her. More importantly, she didn't want to accidentally disrupt whatever delicate balance Ryan had created here. That's right, Ryan nodded with a smile. This is a must-have in every proper home. The placement of the bookshelves around it is important, too. I'll teach you all the details later. But he made no move to lead them inside. This puzzled Ganyu. Ryan, aren't we going to use the enchantment table? She asked. Not this time, Ryan shook his head, his voice calm. I left an enchantment book here earlier today, and it just so happens to be perfect for a longsword. So instead of using the enchantment table directly, we can combine the book with the sword using the anvil. If this works, Keking's combat power might improve dramatically. Hearing this, Keking's eyes lit up, her posture straightening as she focused intently on Ryan. Without any further delay, Ryan flipped his hand over, and produced a book radiating a faint, mystical purple glow. The same enchantment glow that shimmered across his own gear. Enchantment, Fire Aspect 2. 86. Enchanting is the art of forging divine weapons. Fire Aspect. Keking murmured the enchantment name under her breath, her eyes gradually lighting up with understanding. A moment later, excitement flashed across her face as she exclaimed, "You're saying that if Lion's Roar is enchanted with Fire Aspect, then every strike I land will ignite my enemies. That means every single attack of mine would automatically trigger an overloaded elemental reaction." Keking's realization sent a ripple through the group, and they all turned toward Ryan, anticipation written across their faces. Ryan merely shrugged. In this world, the reaction between water and lava only results in stone or obsidian. I doubt there's such a thing as elemental reactions here. The moment those words left his lips, disappointment spread among the group. But, Ryan deliberately paused, dragging out the suspense. His smirk widened as he pointed at Lion's Roar. This world may not have elemental reactions, but does yours? Keking let out a breath, finally realizing that Ryan had been teasing her on purpose. She sighed in exasperation, giving him a half-hearted glare. Next time, Ryan, don't mess around like that when you're talking about something this important. You're this close to getting smacked. Ryan let out a light chuckle, waving off her frustration. Then, his expression shifted to a more serious one as he took Lion's Roar from Keking. The group immediately held their breath. The next moment would determine the extent to which enchantments could impact Teyvat. If the enchantment succeeded, it would confirm that not only swords, but also bows and polearms corresponding to swords, bows, and tridents in the MC world could be enchanted. And if that were the case, Ryan already knew the first thing he'd do, ask Zhongli for a Vortex Vanquisher. A divine weapon already infused with the fundamental laws of Teyvat and then layering it with enchantments like looting, sharpness, and fire aspect. At that point, even if he ran into a ruin greater, he could confidently introduce himself as the fire god of Laya. Hell, even if all he got was knockback, Keking could theoretically smack an electro-hypostasis so far away that it'd land in Musk Reef. After all, enchantments were essentially a new set of laws that could be integrated into weapons. The tension in the room thickened as they watched Ryan work. They watched as he placed Lion's Roar on the anvil. They watched as he set the enchanted book next to it. And then, Ryan fell silent. The only sound in the room was the faint rhythm of their breathing. Perhaps it was Ryan's impassive expression, but after a long pause, Keking finally forced a small, wry smile. It didn't work, did it? That's okay, Ryan, even if. Clang. A crisp metallic sound echoed through the air. Ryan lifted Lion's Roar, now enveloped in a soft purple glow, before turning to Keking, his face blank. Huh, what were you saying? Keking stood frozen. Several seconds passed before she finally processed what had happened. Then, realization dawned upon her. You. The frustration bubbled over, but so did the joy. Keqing puffed up her cheeks, pouting as she glared at Ryan. However, her eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Ryan, you're so childish. Ryan burst into laughter, finding her reaction thoroughly amusing. Come on, it was just a joke. You all looked so tense. He then handed the sword back to Keqing and, in a much more serious tone, declared. As you all saw, the enchantment worked. In fact, not just single-handed swords, but bows and polearms are also compatible with enchantments. It looks like a lot of you will be needing new weapon upgrades soon. Nearby, Ningguang watched as Keqing swung Lion's Roar, the enchanted sword generating visible waves of heat. Her expression grew complex. It seems I was still being too cautious in my earlier assumptions. A contemplative silence followed before she spoke again. Ryan, I have a question. What kind of enchantments can be applied to these 3 weapons? Ryan beckoned them to follow as he led them back down to the courtyard. Once there, he casually placed down a pile of wooden blocks. Then, he grabbed a handful of eggs and tossed them into the enclosure, summoning 4 small chickens. He figured that if he didn't let Keqing try out her new enchanted weapon soon, she might get so excited that she'd accidentally set his house on fire. Keqing wasted no time. The moment Ryan finished his preparations, she swung Lion's Roar with eager anticipation, eager to test its power. Lightning and fire intertwined in the air, yet there was no elemental reaction. At its core, this world simply wasn't compatible with elemental reactions the way Teyvat was. Even so, the sheer power Lion's Roar now exhibited was undeniable. A weapon that had fused the laws of fire into its blade. If Zhongli were to comment on it, he would say, this weapon was evolving into a divine artifact. In Teyvat, the weapons wielded by the 7 were imbued with fragments of their godly laws. For such an effect to manifest from an enchantment. Unbelievable. Zhongli's mind churned as he processed this revelation, yet his expression remained as steady as ever. He turned his gaze to Ryan, waiting for his explanation. Let's start with sword enchantments. Ryan took a sip of tea, clearing his throat before listing them out. Looting, unbreaking, sharpness, knockback, fire aspect, and mending. These 6 are the core enchantments for swords. You've already seen what fire aspect does. It turns the weapon into a permanent source of fire elemental energy. Looting increases the number of rewards you gain after defeating an enemy. Unbreaking makes sure your weapon lasts longer. Sharpness increases its offensive power, while knockback ensures that any enemy struck will be sent flying a certain distance. When all 6 enchantments are combined, that is what I would call a truly perfect sword. The group fell into silent contemplation, carefully digesting this information. Ryan, however, wasn't finished. He continued to elaborate on the enchantments for bows and tridents. At the moment, weapon enchantments were their top priority. Armor enchantments, on the other hand, were a different beast entirely. The sheer variety of possible combinations made them too complex to consider just yet. And more importantly, none of them had experience points to spare for enchanting. That left them with only one viable option: villager trading halls and librarians to buy enchanted books. However, the number of emeralds they would need was going to be astronomical. Ryan had already brought this issue up with Ningguang and the others beforehand. What surprised him was their response. These were the same people who, just a short while ago, had been hesitant about taking advantage of the villagers. Yet now, they unanimously agreed to help Ryan establish a villager trading hub as quickly as possible. Ryan blinked, staring at them in disbelief. Ningguang smirked at his reaction and teased, we're getting more and more familiar with the way this world works, yet you're the one who seems surprised now, Ryan. Didn't you say it yourself? These villagers aren't humans, they're not the same kind of life as us. So why should we hesitate? Your iron farm is already running at full capacity. If we continue to treat the villagers with sympathy, the only alternative would be forcing our own workers to mine and risk their lives for resources. As you've told us before, this world values innovation, not brute labor. Hearing his own words used against him, Ryan wasn't the least bit embarrassed. In the contrary, he felt a sense of satisfaction. They were adapting. With their intelligence and Laya's vast resources, it wouldn't be long before everything was set up properly. Then, he could finally take them beyond their safe haven and into uncharted territory. That said, Ningguang sighed, emeralds and lapis lazuli remain a problem. Even if they were willing to exploit the villager trading system, the resources required were still immense. But, our miners are getting used to this world. It won't be long before they fully integrate into our operations. The resources we need, we will obtain them. No matter the cost, we must ensure that every piece of equipment is enchanted. Ningguang's words were firm and decisive. Even Zhongli, ever the cautious one, gave a nod of agreement. Now that's a bold commitment, Ryan chuckled. He had no intention of stopping them. After all, without mods, enchantments were the easiest way to boost their combat strength. As for the sheer amount of resources required, did it even matter? Thousands of Laya's elite miners were ready to move into this world at a moment's notice. Resources? They would never run out. Suddenly, Zhongli, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, spoke up. Looting, sharpness, infinity, channeling, riptide. The moment he began listing those enchantments, everyone's attention snapped toward him. His expression remained as steady as ever, but those who knew him well, Xiao and Cloud Retainer, noticed something hidden in his gaze. A deep, unfathomable shock. His lips parted slightly, as if hesitating to speak. But after a moment, he finally continued. I once came across an ancient manuscript, a fragmented record of the First Throne's creation myth. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. Xiao and Cloud Retainer's faces paled, their bodies tensing as if preparing for battle. But then, realizing they were not in Teyvat, they forced themselves to relax. The deity of the First Throne had neither name nor form. The one dearest to them worshipped the name Fans. They descended upon the world, bestowing it upon their beloved. Their words shaped reality when they called for thunder, the sky roared with storms when they called for rain, the heavens wept torrents. Their voice was the very law of the world. They were the universal light, and from their shadow, the four archons were born. Zhongli's voice carried an eerie solemnity as he finished. Then, his tone sharpened with warning. Do not speak of this in Teyvat. Not to anyone. If word of this spreads, Liu will suffer the same fate as Kenria. A chill ran down everyone's spines. They nodded instinctively, understanding the weight of his words. Ryan frowned, still puzzled. So what exactly are you trying to say? Zhongli exhaled, his expression softening slightly. Then, he spoke in a quiet, deliberate tone. The world sees Teyvat as a land governed by elements. But if you truly study the nature of gods, you will realize they are, at their core, embodiments of laws. From the very beginning, since the First Throne, and perhaps even before it, this world has always been defined by laws. Morax governs contracts and stone. Barbados governs freedom and wind. The greater Lord Rukhadevata governed wisdom and the forests. The First Throne's identity remains unknown, but if the ancient texts hold any truth, their power was, in essence, an unparalleled mastery of laws. In Teyvat, to wield the power of laws is to be associated with divinity. Even those who merely command elemental energy through their visions are granted the title of original Goda qualification to ascend to Celestia. Zhongli's gaze locked onto Ryan's. You still don't understand what I'm saying. Ryan's breath hitched as realization dawned. He muttered softly, enchantment's sharpness, punch, knockback, infinity, channeling. You're saying, yes, Zhongli confirmed, his voice firm. Your enchantments do not simply enhance weapons. They inscribe laws onto them, laws powerful enough to grant them the name of a god. 87, I, Hu Tao, am expanding my coffin business to piglins. 87, I, Hu Tao, am expanding my coffin business to piglins. A divine weapon. Everyone's gazes flickered with uncertainty as they stared at the lion's roar in Keking's hands. Ganyu and the others still weren't entirely sure what to make of it, but for Ningguang, Xiao, and the others who understood Zhongli's true identity, a tempest was already brewing in their minds. As the Geo Archon, the oldest god still walking the world, he was a living encyclopedia. If even Zhongli had declared that this was a weapon worthy of bearing the name of the gods, then what else could it be, if not a divine artifact? And yet, how many true artifacts existed across all of Teyvat? Keking was momentarily thrilled by Zhongli's words, but she quickly came back to her senses, shaking her head with a wry smile. Master Zhongli, aren't you exaggerating a little? The divine artifacts of Teyvat can be counted on one hand. Lion's roar may be strong, but compared to the legendary artifacts of old, it's hard to believe a mere enchantment could bridge that gap. Zhongli had expected skepticism, yet he remained unhurried. He leisurely took a sip of tea before replying in a calm, measured tone. In that case, Lady Yaheng, tell me, what is the defining characteristic of a divine artifact? Keking was well versed in such matters. Liu was vast and wealthy, and naturally, divine artifacts existed within its borders. The most obvious examples would be the primordial jade-winged spear wielded by the conqueror of demons and the staff of Homa carried by Master Hu. The former was already a famed artifact during the Archon War, while the latter is a ritual weapon passed down for centuries within the Wangxing funeral parlor. I don't know the precise nature of their effects, but I imagine they must be capable of amplifying elemental power. Xiao and Hu Tao both nodded in agreement. As the wielders of these weapons, no one understood their power better than they did. It wasn't just about amplifying elemental energy, that was an oversimplification. Zhongli, satisfied with Keking's answer, nodded approvingly before posing another question. And have you ever studied what makes a divine artifact? Of course, Keking answered with confidence, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Artifacts earn their name because of their connection to the gods. The primordial jade-winged spear, for instance, is tied to the Lord of Geo himself, while the staff of Homa has been sanctified through countless centuries of funerary rites. These weapons appear repeatedly in legend, enshrined in history as symbols of power. They gather faith and the energy of the ley lines over time, gradually accumulating divine authority. It's because of this process that divine artifacts gain their supernatural properties that feel almost like the embodiment of law. Keking abruptly fell silent. A moment later, her eyes widened in realization, and she turned sharply to look at Zhongli. The former Geo Archon continued sipping his tea, but when he met Keking's gaze, he gave her a knowing nod. Yes. Their properties resemble laws inscribed upon the world itself, do they not? They do. Zhongli gestured toward the lion's roar in Keking's hands, his voice steady. Then tell me, Lady Yohengwai, do you believe this sword, capable of wielding the power of flame and granting you mastery over a second element, cannot be considered a divine artifact. Is it because its name lacks renown? Or is it because you cannot accept that Ryan, in a single morning, took an unremarkable, freshly forged weapon and turned it into something divine? Is it simply because these enchanted weapons are too easily obtained that you refuse to acknowledge them as artifacts? Keqing was at a loss for words, but as she thought it through, she realized Zhongli's logic was impeccable. The primordial jade-winged spear enhanced Xiao's elemental power, making it easier for him to strike at enemy weaknesses. And so, they called it a divine artifact. Then what of a diamond sword, forged from the hardest material, imbued with enchantments that ensured it would always knock back enemies, always deal enhanced damage, always increase loot drops. A sword that could even summon fire with no cost at all. If such a weapon appeared in Teyvat, it would drive the world into a frenzy. Ningguang was certain scholars, historians, and archaeologists alike would fabricate countless myths to justify its power. Because this was a weapon that could grant anyone command over pyro. A weapon that could allow any wielder to possess two elements at once. Then by what reasoning could it not be called an artifact? Keqing fell silent, and after a long pause, she sighed in resignation. It seems we've been underestimating the true potential of enchantments. Ningguang and the others nodded in agreement. Zhongli said no more. His earlier words had been meant as a mere reminder that enchantments were not to be taken lightly. The moment Lion's roar was enchanted, he had sensed it immediately. That wasn't just an enchantment. That was the inscription of laws themselves. And not just one law, multiple, overlapping laws working in tandem to produce an even greater effect. There was a common saying, weapons are mere tools, external power can never compare to one's own strength. But in truth, no one could deny the advantage of wielding a superior weapon. Zhongli had thought this fact would be self-evident. Yet never in his wildest dreams did he expect Ningguang and the others to take it a step further. To propose enchanting weapons for all the millilith. That idea was something Zhongli wholeheartedly supported. But the degree must be controlled. If the entire Qianyan army was armed with artifacts, anyone who didn't know would think they were preparing for a war with the demon gods. Liu would become stronger, but have they thought about what Celestia would think? Suddenly, so many people carrying artifacts would appear in Teyvat. Even if Celestia were in slumber, they would surely be awakened by the shock. It seemed that Ningguang had realized this too. She furrowed her brows slightly, and after a moment, spoke in a low voice. It seems that the idea of arming the entire Qianyan army with enchanted weapons is not feasible. However, we can still pick a trustworthy team. Matters involving multiple factors were something Ryan didn't want to get too involved in. He simply provided opportunities and channels. How to proceed was up to Ningguang and the others. As for the matter of arming the Qianyan army with enchanted weapons, you all can discuss it yourselves later. Ryan stretched lazily and reminded them. However, it's best to finish your own enchanted gear first. Resources are limited in the early stages. We can't plan too big just yet. As for the villager trading hall, there's no rush. The villagers are still reproducing, and in the short term, we won't have enough to form the scale we need. So, we'll have to find a solution from outside. As soon as he finished speaking, Ganya tilted her head and asked, outside, do you mean Liu? Ryan chuckled, lightly tapping Ganya's forehead, and spoke in a soft tone. Of course, I'm talking about outside this world. I mean, since there aren't enough villagers here, we'll go to other regions and bring some back. Just right, we should also start exploring the world. Many treasures are hidden in the corners of the world, and even treasure chests often contain enchanted tools. Ryan thought for a moment, a hopeful smile spreading across his face as he said, let's consider it an exciting treasure hunt. After all, the base here is getting on track, and we can't keep coiling up here forever. Naturally, no one opposed Ryan's invitation to explore. Except for Hu Tao, even Liu had begun to feel a bit bored. Just last night during dinner, Keqing had asked Ryan when they would begin exploring other regions. Ryan had mentioned places like the Woodland Mansion, abandoned mineshafts, desert temples, and sunken ship treasures, places they were all very curious about. Ryan had said that there were plenty of resources in those areas. Thinking of this, Keqing's excitement was rekindled. Ryan, when will we start exploring this world? Ryan pondered for a moment before speaking seriously. It should be within the next few days. Once the miners are settled, let them familiarize themselves with the mines. Then, I'll have to make a trip to the netherworld first. Upon hearing this term, Hu Tao, who had previously seemed a little bored, immediately perked up, looking at Ryan eagerly. To hell, I want to go too. Ryan was speechless. In order to avoid bad luck, he had intentionally kept the term hell hidden. So, how did Hu Tao find out that the netherworld was hell? And what did she mean by wanting to go to hell together? Though there was a sense of shared life and death in her words, Ryan, in the prime of his youth, still hadn't had the chance to indulge fully. He hadn't even gotten to taste coconut milk yet. He certainly didn't want to die young. Besides, given Steve's unique constitution, would he even have a death day? Lost in his thoughts, Ryan didn't forget to warn Hu Tao, or rather, to explain the dangers of the netherworld. I'm just going to explore the situation around the portal. If possible, I'll collect some special materials from the netherworld to make alchemy potions and redstone mechanisms. I don't plan on going deep into the netherworld, and I'm actually not in favor of you all going there. It's too dangerous. The place is filled with lava, and while the piglins can trade, they're also hostile. Besides, there are wither skeletons, blazes, ghasts, magma cubes, and more. If you don't have experience, it's easy to get into trouble. Ryan wasn't exaggerating. The netherworld was nothing like the main world. The environment there was harsh, and almost all creatures were hostile toward humans. Don't be fooled by the piglins trading gold. If you slap one, see how fast they chase you. Not only will they chase you, but they'll call their entire clan to join the pursuit. It could be said that a slight mistake would send you right back to square one, especially if they accidentally brought a bed into the nether to sleep on. That could become a serious issue. However, despite Ryan laying out all the dangers, everyone merely acknowledged the information seriously and showed no signs of backing out. Hu Tao giggled and propped her chin, looking at Ryan with a mischievous grin. I know the netherworld is dangerous, but it's not every day I get to visit, so I want to see the boundary between life and death in your world. Ryan twitched his mouth in exasperation and said helplessly, I've already told you, the netherworld isn't hell, and hell is just one of the spatial worlds, not the boundary between life and death like you imagine it. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Hu Tao, showing no sign of backing down, pouted and muttered, I'm going. This is market research for the Wangxing funeral parlor. What if the wither skeletons and piglins are potential clients? Humph. Ryan, don't try to trick me. Ganyu said the piglins are rich. They trade with gold. Hearing this, Ryan shot a helpless look at Ganyu, whose large, watery eyes were staring back at him, leaving Ryan at a loss for words. He sighed, shaking his head. I really can't win against you. Alright, fine, I'll let you come along since it's just an exploration, but you all must listen to me and stay close. Otherwise, if something happens, none of us will be able to escape. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. The idea of the netherworld sounded so mysterious, and they naturally didn't want to miss out. Just as Ryan was about to start explaining what to be cautious about in the netherworld, a Qianyan soldier rushed over in a panic. Ningguang-sama, Keqing-sama, something's happened. Over there are about a dozen wolves. 88, Hu Tao, you're using those bones to tame a wolf. 88, Hu Tao, you're using those bones to tame a wolf. Over a dozen wolves. Everyone shot to their feet, and Zhongli's expression darkened. Explain while we move. There was no time for the Qianyan soldier to elaborate. Zhongli took the lead, striding swiftly in the direction of the disturbance. Wait a moment. I need to grab something. With that, Ryan dashed back into his room. No one knew what he was looking for, but when he re-emerged, he seemed excited. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for questions. Everyone armed themselves and hurried forward. Ningguang furrowed her brows. What's the situation? Any injuries? The Qianyan soldier quickly responded, no injuries so far. The wooden fences are holding the wolves outside, but everyone inside is trapped. Trapped. Keqing frowned, glancing at him. Then how did you escape? The soldier scratched his head awkwardly before replying, well Mr. Zhongli and the Conqueror of Demons taught us how to dig through the ground. The others made me some stone shovels and pickaxes, so I just dug my way out to get help. Actually, no one's really afraid. There's plenty of wood in the base, so everyone can just stack it and jump higher. The wolves can't reach them. It's just that being stuck in there has delayed a lot of construction work, and everyone's getting anxious. Hearing this, Keqing and Ningguang's tense expressions eased somewhat. Ningguang cast a glance at Ryan, a proud smile playing at her lips. As I said, they're all elites. Ryan grinned and nodded in agreement. That much is clear. They've only been in this world for half a day, and they're already adapting and using its mechanics to their advantage. That's impressive. The Qianyan soldier, slightly embarrassed by the praise, rubbed the back of his head. It's nothing, really it's just that Mr. Zhongli and the Conqueror of Demons are excellent teachers. Before the words had fully left his lips, they arrived at the entrance of a large dugout tunnel. The soldier gestured to it. Lords, this is the passage I excavated. The wolves have surrounded the base, making entry difficult. You can go in through here. However, Ryan shook his head. No need. It's just a few wolves. Nothing we can't handle. The soldier hesitated for a moment but, seeing the strength of the group including two adepti, he wisely chose to say nothing. I'll deal with them. Xiao wordlessly drew his trident and nodded at Ryan. Keqing stepped forward as well. I'll go with you, Conqueror of Demons. These wolves might be different from Teyvat's, possibly more dangerous. I was also hoping to test out my enchanted lion's roar sword with fire aspect. Ganyu readied her bow and mused, I'll provide cover and make sure none of them ambush us. Hu Tao stretched lazily. Oh, finally, some action. But honestly, why are we even worrying about a bunch of wolves? Her words made everyone pause. Ningguang narrowed her eyes and turned back to the Qianyan soldier. You have 60 men. Why are you afraid of a dozen wolves? The soldier's face turned red with embarrassment as he looked down. Well, when we first spotted them, we figured a small team of our brothers could handle it. But the moment we stepped outside, the wolves shredded our armor and weapons like paper. One of our brothers even had his arm bitten clean off. I apologize, Lady Ningguang. Those wolves were far stronger than we expected. We had no choice but to retreat and request reinforcements. Ningguang's expression turned cold, her voice sharp. There were injuries. Why didn't you report that earlier? The sheer pressure of the Tianquan's words made the soldier flinch and bow his head lower. Lady Ningguang, the wounded recovered completely after returning. Even the brother who lost an arm, his limb grew back within minutes. I wasn't trying to hide anything, truly. It's just since everything healed so quickly, we thought it wasn't worth troubling you over. The soldier was clearly miserable. When the wolves first attacked, they had trusted their Lyo-crafted weapons and armor. But in the blink of an eye, they were torn apart. If not for the miners who came rushing in with wooden swords to save them, it would have been much worse. It was only after that they realized. Their prized weapons? Useless. The wooden swords of this world? Far superior. At first, the situation had seemed dire. The 10 injured soldiers were in bad shape, one had even lost an arm. But then, before anyone could process the severity of their wounds, they all healed. Instantly. Because their hunger bars were full. They had been splattered with blood, left gasping on the ground, thinking they were finished. Then, barely a few minutes later, they were perfectly fine, as if nothing had happened. The Qianyan soldiers were stunned. The miners were stunned. They had expected this world to be bizarre, but this was absurd. But the moment the shock wore off, excitement took over. If injuries didn't matter, if they could heal instantly, what was there to fear? So, 60 men, now filled with newfound confidence, crafted wooden swords and charged back at the wolves. And then, they got chased right back. After a desperate retreat, they regrouped, caught their breath and charged again, only to get chased back. This repeated 4 or 5 times, with neither side able to claim victory. The wolves were injured, but they simply ate the nearby pigs and chickens to heal. The Qianyan soldiers were injured, but they just ate bread and fully recovered. And thus they reached a stalemate. Man and beast stared at each other from opposite sides of the wooden fence, both sides covered in fresh wounds, yet neither truly worse for wear. The Qianyan soldiers swore never in their lives had they fought such an intense yet completely inconsequential battle. Eventually, realizing that their work was getting delayed because of this bizarre standoff, they decided to send for reinforcements. By the time the soldier finished recounting the ridiculous chain of events, the entire group was struggling to keep straight faces. What kind of farcical battle was this? Ryan chuckled and shook his head. Well, as long as no one actually got hurt, that's what matters. Then, looking toward the base, he smirked. These wolves are stronger than the monsters from your world. Get used to it. They've only partially inherited my physique. They don't have armor, and their weapons are just hastily made wooden swords. So, despite outnumbering the wolves, those dozen or so beasts can still dominate them in battle. As long as there are no casualties, injuries are just a minor issue. Since Ryan had already stepped in as a mediator, Ningguang and Keqing didn't press the matter further. However, necessary discipline was still required. When we return, each of you will write a self-reflection report and submit it to the Ministry of General Affairs. Yes, Lady Ningguang. With the conversation concluded, the group had no intention of taking the underground tunnel back. Unlike the newly arrived Millelith soldiers, they were far more familiar with this world. Not to mention, their equipment was significantly better. To be frank, even if Ganyu stood on a high vantage point with her bow, she could single-handedly eliminate all the wolves. Moreover, Ningguang and the others saw this as a perfect opportunity to demonstrate how to handle such dangers. In their minds, these wolves had already become mere teaching material. However, Ryan had a different plan. As a survivalist MC player, being accompanied by a pack of loyal hounds was just standard procedure. Now that he had finally come across a group of wolves, wouldn't it be a waste to just kill them? With proper taming, these wolves could become perfect guard dogs. Some could be stationed at the manor to watch the gates, while others could guard his residence in Teyvat. The remaining ones could patrol the miner's base, ensuring security. Wouldn't that make them the perfect patrol dog cavalry? Since this whole encounter had turned into a ridiculous standoff with no real casualties, there was no need to exterminate the wolves. Otherwise, Ryan wouldn't have specifically brought Bones with him. He gestured for a Millelith soldier to come over and whispered a few instructions. The soldier immediately straightened up, nodding with determination. Rest assured, Lord Ryan. I will relay your orders and ensure the task is completed. With that, he dashed back into the tunnel to deliver the message. This left Ningguang and the others a bit puzzled. They turned to Ryan. Ryan, what exactly did you tell him? Ganyu asked curiously. Ryan had no intention of hiding anything and grinned. Nothing much. Just told him to arrange some help. I am going to tame all of these wolves. Silence fell over the group. Zhongli, with his 6,000 years of experience, instinctively wanted to explain that domesticating wolves into dogs was a process that took generations. But then he remembered what world they were in. Suddenly, it all made perfect sense. That's actually a good idea, Keqing nodded approvingly. A dozen wolves are a decent combat force. Since we need to explore and expand into the unknown, having these wolves stationed here will help protect the miners. Ryan smirked but said nothing. He carefully led the group towards the base. Since the goal was to capture rather than kill, they had to avoid startling the wolves. If the wolves became agitated, Ryan might have no choice but to slaughter them all. It had taken him so long to find a pack, he wasn't about to waste this opportunity. The group moved stealthily towards the miners' encampment. As they emerged from the forest, the newly established settlement of the Laya miners came into view. It was a fenced-off area. Despite having arrived less than half a day ago, much of which had been spent brawling with wolves, the camp was already taking shape. That said, if one were to ask what these houses actually looked like, well, Cloud Retainer, who had been fuming over having accidentally built herself a coffin, suddenly regained an immense sense of confidence. A coffin? So what? At least coffins had ornate eaves. The houses these miners had built, they looked like oversized matchboxes at best. They resembled large urns. At least Cloud Retainer had put some artistic effort into the Wangxing funeral parlor's coffins. Even if they did end up looking like coffins, they had design. Now, she strutted proudly, chest puffed out like a victorious rooster. Clearly, despite being some of Laya's finest workers, these miners had no talent for architecture. That was her opinion, at least. To Ryan, though, it didn't matter. Matchbox houses? Every MC player's first home looked like this. Honestly, this was already impressive. Back in the day, Ryan had spent half a year digging into hillsides, filling up holes, and generally making a mess. Houses? Those were distractions from mining. Ryan, how exactly do we tame the wolves? Hiding behind a large tree, the group peeked at the absurd standoff between the miners and the wolf pack on opposite sides of the fence. It was honestly hilarious. Still, Keking didn't forget the main objective and whispered to Ryan, "Taming wolves is actually simple. All you need is this." With that, Ryan pulled out a stack of bones. Earlier that day, he'd checked in on his automated mob farm, and as expected, the trident mechanism had already activated. Judging by the loot in the chest, it had been running for quite a while. The stack of bones he was holding now was last night's spoils. As expected, the moment he revealed them, the group collectively froze. Hu Tao, however, seemed entirely unfazed. She grinned and chirped. "Looks like your world respects some rules after all. The big dogs in Laya Harbor love bones too." She casually took a few from Ryan's hand. "Heh, this hall master is gonna tame a few of these big doggies to guard Wangxing funeral parlor." Watching Hu Tao handle the bones so nonchalantly, Ganya hesitated. After a long moment, she muttered under her breath, "Hall master, who do you know what kind of bones those are?" Not really." Hu Tao scratched her cheek. "Even though I'm a top-tier chef and the proud master of Laya's ghostly grand banquet, I'm still not as experienced with ingredients as Xiangling." "I see, that explains a lot." Ningguang nodded thoughtfully before speaking in a soft, measured tone. "These are human bones." 89, taming a wolf pack for home security. Everyone watched as Hu Tao's expression shifted. At first, she had been carefree, even a little excited. But in the blink of an eye, her face froze. She wasn't afraid of death. She wasn't afraid of corpses. Hu Tao had ventured through countless dangerous places, and she had personally handled the remains of many adventurers who had perished in the wild. She had seen all kinds of gruesome, tragic deaths. But she never expected that Ryan would be even bolder than her. Not his wasn't just bold. This was outright criminal. Using human bones to feed wolves and tame them. Wouldn't that just condition the wolves to develop a deep-seated craving for human flesh? And besides, Hu Tao took a deep breath, her expression turning serious as she looked at Ryan. "Ryan, do you realize that under Laya's laws, desecrating a corpse carries a prison sentence?" Ryan couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. "You're overthinking it. These bones aren't from humans. They're from those little skeleton archers." "You mean those skeletons that shoot arrows?" Hu Tao pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something more, but in the end, she held her tongue. And surprisingly, she didn't throw the bones away either. That caught the others off guard. Even Xiao and Zhongli had instinctively avoided those bones. Could it be that Hu Tao was truly that accustomed to death? That even something like this didn't faze her? "Master Hu, as the current hall master of the Wangxing funeral parlor, don't you feel anything about this?" Keking asked, visibly perplexed. Hu Tao simply shrugged nonchalantly. "At first, I did feel a bit weird about it, but I inherited the Wangxing funeral parlor's mission to uphold the balance between the living and the dead. But life and death are mysteries that no one can truly unravel. The journey of existence is full of uncertainties. Each world has its own beliefs about life and death. If I respect the cycle of reincarnation, then I should also respect the rules of a world different from ours. So if Ryan doesn't mind and knows what he's doing, then why should I make a fuss about it? After all, I can't impose Wangxing funeral parlor's doctrines on another world." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Hu Tao's open-mindedness. But then, out of nowhere, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course, the main reason I don't mind is, I really want a wolf to guard the funeral parlor. That'd be so cool." Everyone chuckled helplessly, but they had to admit Hu Tao had just taught them all an important lesson. This wasn't Teyvat, so they couldn't expect Teyvat's morals and customs to apply here. The fundamental laws of the two worlds were different, so why should they be rigid about something like this? They had come here to work with Ryan, to explore new lands, and to secure a brighter future for Laya. So why should they use Teyvat's traditions to judge Ryan's world? Even Zhongli let out a quiet sigh. He had lived for over 6,000 years. He had arrived here days before Hu Tao. And yet, she had accepted the reality of this world faster than he had. Walking between life and death truly did elevate one's understanding of existence. At that moment, everyone suddenly found themselves accepting the bones. They also fully acknowledged that the people of this world were not the same as them. Now that they had wrapped their heads around that, they started seeing the bones as immensely valuable. For one, bone meal could completely eliminate Laya's food shortages forever. Keqing was already rethinking her plans for Gailai Plains. She was no longer considering building a city there. With the ability to create land using lava and water, she could simply expand Laya Harbor into the sea instead. That would solve the housing problem. As for Gailai Plains, it could be used to cultivate crops using the soil from Ryan's world, or even become a hub for other resources unique to this world. Gailai Plains had been devastated by the Archon Wearer, more precisely, by Gizhong's tragic end. But if she replaced its soil with the rich, fertile earth from Ryan's world, then that problem would be solved. Lost in thought, Keqing furrowed her brows as she started forming long-term plans. Of course, Ryan had no idea that in just a few moments, they had all come to terms with everything. If he did, he would have felt truly grateful that he had brought Hu Tao into his Minecraft world. Among this group, there was Zhongli, who had lived for over 6,000 years. There was Xiao, a battle-hardened Yiksha. There were the Qixing, standing at the pinnacle of power. And yet, none of them were as open-minded as Hu Tao. It had nothing to do with status or experience. Hu Tao had simply grown up witnessing both life and death. She had inherited the funeral parlor and carried the solemn weight of mortality in her bones. She could see through the nature of the world better than anyone else. Because in the end, beyond life and death, everything else was just trivial. Ryan, do you have a plan? Xiao pulled out a shield and a trident, speaking in a low voice. Do you need me to distract the wolves? Ryan raised an eyebrow, looking exasperated. Don't be reckless. Even if you're strong, the rules of this world are different. A pack of wolves of this size could tear you apart in an instant. Xiao fell silent, but he didn't argue. Back in the caves, when he had fought 4 zombies, he had nearly been overwhelmed. Use the advantages of your own world. Remember what I told you yesterday. Ryan reminded them firmly, then gestured toward the Qianyan soldier who had returned to the base and was now talking to the other miners. In a moment, the Qianyan army and the miners will work from the inside, while we'll act from the outside. We'll place blocks in the air and build downwards to surround the wolves. Once they're trapped, we'll tame them one by one. Got it. Upon hearing Ryan's words, everyone suddenly felt enlightened. At the core of it, they still hadn't fully grasped the distinctions and unifications between Teyvat's world laws and those of the MC world. Their time here had been too short. Everyone remained silent, their gazes fixed on the distant base. When the Qianyan soldier waved his hand, signaling that everything was ready, Ryan turned to the group and gave a firm nod. Go. At his command, the fences swung open, and dozens of people surged forward. Meanwhile, Ryan and the others moved in from the rear, surrounding their target. The pack of wolves had been waiting for this moment. Seeing fresh prey charging toward them, they immediately let out eager howls and lunged. Well, technically, they were barking like dogs, which was kind of bizarre. But before the wolves could make sense of the situation, they saw the miners and Qianyan soldiers suddenly stepping onto thin air, standing atop invisible platforms. Having already locked onto their targets, the wolves weren't about to back down. They gathered beneath the floating figures, barking furiously, completely unaware of what was happening behind them. Ryan and his group were swiftly stacking blocks, building an enclosure. The Qianyan soldiers and miners continued to shout, trying to keep the wolves' attention, though their efforts were mostly unnecessary. More importantly, they were maintaining order as they stacked blocks with precision. In mere moments, the once cleared patch of land was transformed. The careful stacking of blocks by the miners quickly shaped a crude but effective enclosure. With a large enough group and their prior experience in construction, they were all quite adept at stacking blocks now. Less than 3 minutes later, the wolves were completely trapped. The once fearsome pack of wolves suddenly found themselves running in circles, bumping into the barriers like headless chickens. The moment they realized they were trapped, a loud cheer erupted from the Qianyan soldiers and miners. Some were so excited that, despite knowing they wouldn't die from a fall, they were already considering jumping down from their 3-block-high platforms. However, Ningguang's sharp voice immediately put a stop to that. If these people lost all sense of fear toward injury and death, it would spell disaster for future mining operations. Soon, the group regrouped, facing a bunch of miners who were now covered in dust and scratches. Though they were battered and bloodied, their spirits were high, almost as if they had just taken a rejuvenating bath in their own blood. Ningguang and Keqing exchanged glances, both of their expressions darkening. Even putting Zhongli's presence aside, they still had Xiao and Cloud Retainer watching. And these men were behaving so wildly. The Qianyan soldiers and miners quickly lined up in an orderly fashion, standing at attention. Ningguang opened her mouth as if to say something but remained silent for a moment. Then, in a cold voice, she finally spoke. Right now, our priority is building the base. However, I have taken note of your recklessness. When we return, every single one of you will submit a written reflection. The once exuberant miners instantly lowered their heads, falling silent. Dismissed. One team will continue gathering wood and constructing the base. Another will use the crafting tables to make tools. The very next second, the miners scattered like startled birds. Ningguang's authority was absolute. Moreover, they understood that their conduct had been inappropriate, and they were well aware of how they must have looked in front of the adepti. Still, there were no complaints, many of them even felt touched. After all, their leaders genuinely cared about their safety. Captain of the Qianyan army, stay behind. Ryan's voice rang out. Immediately, the soldier who had been reporting their progress stepped forward, standing straight as an arrow. Out of everyone, he appeared to be the cleanest. Relax. What's your name? Ryan clapped a hand on the soldier's shoulder, smiling. The man responded loudly and with unwavering confidence. Lord Ryan. This subordinate's name is Dash. Ryan was momentarily stunned, then let out an amused chuckle. What a straightforward name. Well, whatever. Handing him a portion of the bones, Ryan glanced at the wolf pack. There were about 18 of them in total, definitely a large pack. Take these bones and tame 8 wolves. They will remain here at the base to ensure your safety. Make sure they're fed meat every day, and don't let anyone attack them. Understood. Tamed wolves, after all, would only recognize the one who fed them the bones. Aside from that, there wasn't much else to worry about. Dash's face remained firm and resolute as he gave a strong nod. Understood. Satisfied, Ryan turned to the others. Hu Tao will tame 2. I plan to keep 4 as guard dogs. The rest, you all can divide amongst yourselves. Ningguang and the others were intrigued by the idea of having wolves. After all, these creatures had the jaw strength to crush the Qianyan army's standard armor in a single bite. If they were brought back to Teyvat, even without elemental abilities, they could probably match a Hilishurl in strength. That alone made them valuable as combat units. Ryan wasn't particularly concerned with how they divided the wolves. Stepping onto the makeshift barricade of stones, he positioned himself atop the enclosure. Observing the wolves for a moment, he began constructing an internal partition, isolating one wolf from the rest. Then, he nodded toward Dash. The soldier immediately understood, dismantling part of the wooden barrier before stepping inside with a bone in hand. The taming process had begun. 90, the rapidly developing world of MC. The taming of the wolf pack went smoothly. Qianyan army captain Dash successfully tamed 8 wolves, which would serve as the initial line of defense for the base. Ryan kept 4 for himself, 2 stationed at his estate and the other 2 guarding the foot of Mt Tianheng. As for Hu Tao, she originally wanted to send a wolf back to the Wangxing funeral parlor in Laya Harbor. However, considering that the funeral parlor was located within the city and that these wolves possessed considerable combat strength, Ningguang and the others firmly denied her request. As for how they determined the wolves' combat prowess, after taming the last 2 wolves, Ningguang and Keqing took them into the Liu wilderness for a little field test against a group of Hilishurls. 4 wolves annihilated an entire Hilishurl camp with ease. The camp consisted of 4 regular Hilishurls, 2 large torch-wielding Hilishurls, a Hilishurl berserker, and even a Shamachurl. Of course, the wolves sustained some injuries in the process. However, a few pieces of rabbit meat, and they were back to full health. Emboldened by their success, Ningguang and Keqing directed the wolves to attack a ruined guard. In less than 3 minutes, the once menacing construct was reduced to nothing but scattered mechanical debris. From this, they reached a solid conclusion: as long as these wolves didn't have to face high-level elemental enemies or airborne threats. For example, abyss mages or ruin hunters. Then, among the Hilishurls, only the elite Geovishap-level enemies could pose a threat to a coordinated wolf pack. Against slimes, unless they were up against a swarm of giant ones, there was no issue whatsoever. Of course, these wolves wouldn't stand a chance against the Archons of Teyvat, but that hardly mattered. After all, how many Archons did Laya Harbor even have? Most of the threats that the Qianyan army dealt with on a daily basis were ordinary Hilishurls and slimes. Whenever a particularly strong enemy emerged, it was still the duty of the Archons and elite warriors to take action. This discovery left Ningguang and the others genuinely delighted. If they could tame enough of these wolves, the pressure on the Qianyan army would be significantly reduced, and their mortality rate would drop as well. Wolves could always be captured and trained anew, but the Qianyan army, every soldier was a precious citizen of Laya. Besides, Ryan had mentioned that once these wolves were well fed and taken care of, they would reproduce at a rapid rate. At their current growth rate, within 2 months, their numbers could swell from just over a dozen to well over 100, maybe even several hundred. That very day, Ningguang and the others received 2 major breakthroughs from the MC world. First, enchanted weapons. These completely solved the problem of Laya's elite warriors lacking top-tier weaponry, giving them a massive boost in strength. Second, the domesticated wolf packs. These significantly enhanced Laya's defensive capabilities, reducing the Qianyan army's risk of casualties while bolstering their overall combat effectiveness. The results were outstanding. So much so that Ningguang and her council made a firm decision going forward. Lia's entire development strategy would revolve around this newly discovered world. Everything was progressing in the right direction. The Qianyan soldiers and miners stationed in this world showed no signs of discomfort or difficulty adapting. In fact, many of them were reluctant to leave. According to them, aside from not being able to use elemental abilities, everything here made them stronger than even the archons of Teyvat in some aspects. And most importantly, here, they could rely on their own efforts to contribute to Lia's rapid advancement. That overwhelming sense of accomplishment made them unwilling to return to Teyvat at all. Morale was sky-high, to the point where Ningguang's original rotation schedule where Qianyan soldiers and miners would switch out every 3 days was extended to a 7-day rotation. Time flew by, and before they knew it, more than half a month had passed. During this time, Lia's forces in the MC world had expanded significantly. Initially, they had started with only 10 Qianyan soldiers and 50 miners. Now, their numbers had swelled to 50 Qianyan soldiers and a workforce of 200 miners. Of course, these groups still had to rotate in shifts. Otherwise, they risked developing a warped perception of reality between the two worlds. The original pack of 18 wolves had now grown to over 30, and even the younger wolves had begun displaying notable combat potential. Every rotating shift of Qianyan soldiers would train a new batch of wolves, ensuring that miners had reliable protection when venturing out. These wolves had become beloved among the Qianyan army, regarded as the most trustworthy of battle companions. Many soldiers would even go hungry themselves just to make sure their wolves were well fed, because these wolves would willingly lay down their lives to protect them. Meanwhile, the miners had officially begun large-scale excavation operations. At first, progress was slow, but as they adapted, things picked up significantly. They had already cleared out 4 entire mines. During one of their expeditions, they stumbled upon an abandoned mineshaft. With Xiao and Zhongli personally leading the search, they recovered a pile of miscellaneous materials, and 7 diamonds. Adding that to the diamonds collected from their regular mining efforts, Ryan had officially completed half of his next achievement quest. And to think, he had only gone mining twice himself. Every time he thought about it, Ryan felt nothing but satisfaction. Teaming up with Liu was absolutely the right choice. This was what it meant to complete quests while lying down and relaxing. Truly, the way of the wise: let others handle the labor while he reaped the rewards. With the mines continuously producing resources, and an endless supply of wood and stone pouring in, with both the stone generator and iron farm now operational, Ryan had everything he needed. Aside from diamonds and gold, which still required careful management, materials like iron had already filled up multiple storage chests. Even with surplus iron being transported to Laya Harbor for trade, the sheer quantity and quality of the materials made it a wildly profitable venture. For now, Ningguang and her council were keeping this news tightly under wraps. Even the Fatui stationed in Laya Harbor had no clue what was going on. At most, they assumed that the chasm had yielded some exciting new developments. With manpower no longer an issue, Ryan's grand construction plans could finally commence. The slime farm, the automated farm, the villager trading center, one after another, all the critical survival facilities were completed with the miners' help. The only thing left unfinished was anything requiring observers and other redstone mechanics. Meanwhile, Ryan's manor underwent another round of expansion, gradually resembling a small city rather than just an estate. Taking inspiration from this, Ningguang and the others began constructing their own buildings. The Wangxing Funeral Parlor, the Yuehai Pavilion, and other iconic Laya structures were successfully replicated by architects brought from Laya. Currently, they were working on recreating Ryan's stone generator and other crucial resource production facilities. 10 days might not seem long, but in the MC world, it was more than enough for explosive progress, especially now that hundreds of people were actively involved in development. The only real concern now was the lack of caves. They had nearly exhausted the nearby mines. Additionally, the mountain behind them was starting to get in the way. A few days ago, Keqing even suggested that they flatten the mountain entirely. As for why they didn't just build everything on the plains instead, it was because Ningguang had decided to reserve the grasslands for the future city of MC World. It would serve as a strategic retreat in case something catastrophic ever happened in Teyvat. Moreover, the grasslands were home to a large number of wild horses, which they planned to turn into a natural pasture. While automation was great, people still had a desire to experience a more traditional, organic lifestyle. Ryan could understand that. After all, in his past life, even after achieving full automation in his survival world, he would still start a fresh playthrough just to live like an old-fashioned farmer for fun. With everything running smoothly, resource output had also reached an all-time high. Apart from rare materials like emeralds and lapis lazuli, Ryan let Ningguang and the others take whatever they needed. At this point, he simply didn't have the space for it anymore. As for everyone's individual progress, it was better than ever. Zhongli had built a treehouse right next to Ryan's manor. As expected of a 6,000-year-old dragon, his craftsmanship was on a level that could only be described as divinely intricate. Since the miners no longer needed his supervision, he spent most of his time relaxing, fishing with Ryan and Xiao, or going horseback riding and hunting on the plains. One could visibly see that Zhongli had loosened up, and even his mortal wear-and-tear seemed to have improved. As for Xiao, thanks to his daily 3 buckets of milk, and the 4 to 5 enchanted golden apples he had eaten over the past few weeks, his karmic debt was practically gone. Now that Xiao had recovered his former strength, his motivation was through the roof. He even stopped caring about the old rule that adepti shouldn't stay in one place for too long. Unless Zhongli personally summoned him, Xiao would spend all day descending into the mines with the miners. Unsurprisingly, he became very close with them. In fact, the miners even gave him a nickname, the most down-to-earth adeptus. Meanwhile, Cloud Retainer had been studying architecture non-stop. She even lowered her pride and sought guidance from Laya's finest designers, clearly set on becoming the city's top architect. According to rumors, she was stockpiling materials to personally recreate Jueyun Karst in MC World. Her ambition was vast, but to be fair she could pull it off. As for Hu Tao, she was obsessed with killing zombies every day. The only person who rarely showed up in MC World recently was Keking. Apparently, after Ryan helped her obtain some enchanted tools, she immediately led a team of miners to Gailai Plains to negotiate for land. Judging by the subtle excitement in Ningguang's tone whenever she mentioned it, the negotiations were going well. Everything was progressing in the best possible direction. Ryan's dream of opening MC World to the people of Teyvat was advancing at lightning speed. Ningguang's goal of moneizing this world had already brought hundreds of billions of mora into Laya's economy. Zhongli's ideal of a world where humans and adepti could coexist peacefully was becoming a reality before his very eyes. Everyone was beyond satisfied with this world. Time flies so fast. Sitting on the riverbank, fishing rod in hand, Zhongli let out a soft sigh. Not far away, a drowned slowly drifted towards them. Without even glancing at it, Zhongli remained seated. Xiao, on the other hand, casually flung his fishing rod, hooking the drowned and smashing it to death in just a few blows. His weapon of choice, a trident, glowing with a deep violet light. It was the best possible trident that Ryan had enchanted for him: loyalty, channeling, and impaling. After all, Xiao was now the most powerful bodyguard. While he didn't quite hit as hard as the iron golems guarding the minor base, those were too slow and clumsy in comparison. Xiao loved this trident, but when back in Teyvat, he still preferred primordial jade-winged spear. Of course, Ryan had also enchanted that spear with impaling. Despite the brief skirmish, neither Ryan nor Zhongli lost focus on their fishing match. Ryan reeled in a fish and chuckled. "Come on, it's only been 20 days. Isn't it way too early to start reminiscing?" Zhongli didn't reply immediately. Instead, he simply listened to the lively chatter in the distance. 20 days in Laya Harbor, that's barely enough time to finalize blueprints for a new district. But here, in just 20 days, we've built entire cities, accomplished countless projects. Laya Harbor is flourishing, and so is this world. Sometimes, I feel like your arrival was a miracle sent to Laya itself. Ryan gave him a look of pure horror. Okay, that was disgustingly sentimental. What the hell, man? Zhongli simply laughed, saying nothing more. A brief silence followed. Then, Ryan's gaze softened. Partnering with Laya was the best decision I ever made. Zhongli smiled. As it should be. His golden eyes gleamed with quiet pride. He had never felt pride for his own achievements. But for Laya's progress, that was an entirely different story. Laya is growing beyond my wildest dreams. One day, I will retire. And when that day comes, Laya will be truly free. After a moment, he quietly added, "Regardless of everything, thank you." Lifting his fishing rod, he reeled in yet another piece of rotten flesh. As for your vision problem, I will attempt to contact Celestia soon. 91. With materials ready, the Nether expedition begins. Hearing those words, Ryan raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. Sky Island, I thought you didn't want to deal with Celestia. Celestia is Celestia. Sky Island is Sky Island. Zhongli shook his head. During the Kenria catastrophe 500 years ago, the Seven were gravely wounded, and Celestia fell into slumber. But as for Sky Island alone, I still hold some influence. Don't forget those who ascended to Sky Island as primordial gods were once my people. He spoke casually, but to Ryan, those words carried an undeniable sense of dominance. No matter how powerful Celestia might be, no matter how it controlled Sky Island, the so-called gods under its banner, they had once come from Laya, under Zhongli's watch. Many of those who ascended as primordial gods were personally sent to Sky Island by him. Once upon a time, they had fought alongside him. If not for Celestia's interference, who could say whom those gods would truly serve? This was the prestige of the oldest Archon. Longevity, after all, came with its own incomprehensible privileges. Ryan shrugged and said casually, "Then I'll be counting on you. The power of elements really is convenient. If possible, I'd like to have all 7 elements." Zhongli fell silent. After a moment, he glanced at Ryan with an unreadable expression. "I know a person can normally only have 1 element, don't look at me like that." Ryan chuckled. "But think about it, Keking's flame-infused strikes, do they count as a second element? Ganyu's flaming arrows, don't they trigger elemental reactions? We've already broken the rules, so why care about breaking them further? Besides, you already know my constitution. And as for that nonsense about a strong desire drawing a god's attention, Ryan raised his fist and waved it. Does my fist look tough to you? Zhongli stared at it for a long while before replying solemnly. Very tough. Then that settles it. Ryan spread his hands. If my fist is tough enough, then my desire is strong enough. By their own rules, they'll have to grant me a vision. Otherwise, I'll go knocking on doors and have a friendly chat with each god. Zhongli could only offer a bitter smile at Ryan's arrogant proclamation. If it were anyone else, Zhongli would have dismissed it as a joke. But this was Ryan. He wielded a blade infused with immense spatial power. This was already remarkable enough. More importantly, not long ago, Zhongli had accompanied Ryan on a journey beyond the Dark Sea. There, Ryan threw a single punch. Zhongli had no idea how much strength he had used. But the space before them simply vanished. No tremors. No explosions. Just obliteration, as though the very concept of existence had been erased. That was the absolute force of destruction. Two god-tier entities had been caught in the blast. They resisted for only a moment before turning to dust. No one understood Ryan's terrifying power better than Zhongli. If Celestia didn't resort to its strange divine authority, it might not even withstand a gust of Ryan's fist. This was why Zhongli constantly reminded him to not casually unleash your power in Teyvat. He wasn't sure if Teyvat could handle it. But Liu, definitely not. I'll do my best to help, but don't get your hopes up. Zhongli continued fishing as he offered a word of caution. The vision system is deeply mysterious. Sky Island holds the authority to distribute them, and the seven serve as conduits for that power. However, matters concerning the fundamental laws of this world remain firmly in Celestia's grasp. I might be able to exploit a loophole while Celestia slumbers, but 7 visions. Zhongli shook his head and fell silent. Yet, in his mind, a ridiculous image suddenly appeared. Ryan, draped in 7 dangling visions. A vision necklace. Or a vision kebab. Absolutely absurd. If I hadn't already signed a contract with the Tsaritsa, I would have considered giving you my gnosis. You want me to be the Geo Archon? No, thanks. I have no grand ambitions. But maybe you should ask Ningguang. She wouldn't mind taking up the role. Ryan lazily gazed at the river, his tone indifferent. Even Xiao, standing nearby, showed no reaction. These past few days had been some of the happiest in his life. He could see Zhongli every day. He could fight alongside him every day. To Xiao, this was the most beautiful way to live. If this continued even after Zhongli's retirement, Xiao would be more than happy to see him step down as soon as possible. But Zhongli rejected Ryan's suggestion. Liu will no longer need a Geo Archon. He paused, then continued. Liu will become a nation truly ruled by humans, with Adepti standing alongside them as equals, protecting the land together. From now on, I will serve only as a guardian in name, a deterrent, much like the concept of nuclear armament there to keep threats at bay. Hearing this, Ryan let out a knowing chuckle. So, you've finally figured it out. Liu might not need a Geo Archon, but it will always need Morex. You're not just Liu's Faithieri, its father. Have you thought about how you'll handle the rite of parting? Zhongli pondered, about to speak. But before he could, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Ganyu and Hu Tao came running over, faces alight with excitement. Ryan, come quickly. The last emeralds are in. We can finally exchange them for the last enchantment book. Whatever deep discussion they might have had was immediately thrown out the window. Ryan and Zhongli exchanged a glance, then both burst into laughter, fully understanding each other without a word. The leisurely time had come to an end. Next up, it was time to head to the Nether. Zhongli stood up, carefully putting away his fishing rod. At the same time, in a spot where Ryan couldn't see, he discreetly disposed of all the trash he had fished up. He and Ryan had been competing in fishing. As for the results, not important anymore. After all, he, Zhongli, had already destroyed all the evidence. Ryan wouldn't see it. Since the competition had been interrupted, the outcome remained undecided. Thus, Hemerix had not lost. Of course, what Zhongli thought Ryan didn't know, Ryan simply couldn't be bothered to point out. This guy had been sitting here all this time and managed to fish up 13 pieces of rotten flesh. What suspense could there possibly be? A dragon, and yet, not a shred of luck to speak of. Putting away his fishing rod, Ryan stood up and spread his arms with a grin. Without hesitation, Ganyu dove into his embrace. Apart from his recent accomplishments in expanding the world, the most significant development in this time had been the rapid progress of his relationship with Ganyu. Though they hadn't explicitly declared it, everyone understood the two were already together. Hu Tao had even caught them sneaking kisses more than once. However, she hadn't exposed them. After all, it seemed like there was something going on with Ningguang as well. Hu Tao was a clever girl. If she spilled the secret, she might just end up offending both Ningguang and Ganyu at once. Ryan held Ganyu close, his eyes full of affection. For days, he had been trying to find the right moment to finally taste that sweet coconut milk, but unfortunately, they kept getting interrupted. Once they returned from the Nether and settled matters here, Ryan planned to take Ganyu on a tour of Laya. And by tour, he meant making sure this little Kylan was completely his. Ryan never denied it was a predator. And Ganyu knew it too. After all, when they were alone, they already indulged in certain little interactions. To put it simply, Ryan was now more familiar with Ganya's figure than even she was. "Ryan, come back with us already." Seeing Ganya nestled in Ryan's arms, making no move to discuss the real matter, Hu Tao couldn't take it anymore. She urged, "The miners just brought back 3 emeralds. We have enough to trade for the last fire protection enchantment. Hurry up, hurry up. This Grand Hall Master can't wait to go to hell." That ridiculous statement left everyone momentarily at a loss. "It's the Nether," Ryan corrected, sighing helplessly. But Hu Tao simply put her hands on her hips, grinning. "Same thing. Come on, come on. I really want to see how wither skeletons compare to the ones in the overworld. I even rushed to make several iron coffins just for this trip. Those piglins are gonna love them." Ignoring how she kept calling it hell, Ryan suddenly had a bad feeling. Would Hu Tao's coffin-selling business provoke the piglins and get them all hunted down? Almost dragged along by Hu Tao, Ryan and the others returned to the estate. Just in time, they ran into Dash, who had come to deliver minerals. Ryan waved and smiled. "Dash, is it your squad's turn for duty this week?" Seeing Ryan, Dash immediately broke into a broad grin. They all knew that this world belonged to Ryan, and this world had given them the chance to become extraordinary, so naturally, they deeply respected him. Nodding eagerly, Dash replied, "Yes, Lord Ryan. We just switched shifts today. The Qianyan army brothers and the miners have been looking forward to this for a while now." Though they hadn't spent much time together, Dash and his group understood that Ryan was an easygoing person. Unlike Ningguang and the others, he lacked that imposing air of authority, making conversations feel more natural. Scratching his head, Dash continued, "Lord Ryan, the squad wanted me to ask when do you plan to open up a new region and mine? They're all eager to come explore and dig in your world." Hearing that, Ryan laughed and playfully scolded, "You guys, I told you to take some time to rest and relax, and yet you're still so eager." "Hee hee." Dash chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "Rest? What for? Working here isn't tiring at all. It's actually a lot of fun. Besides, ever since Laya started working with you, we've all seen the changes. We just want to contribute more and repay your generosity. We're still young. No need for so much downtime." Ryan shook his head, amused, and said lightly, "You guys just want an excuse to fight monsters and experience extraordinary power. Don't think I don't know. Alright. In a while, I'll expand operations. Once we increase the workforce, you'll all have plenty to do." Hearing that, Dash beamed. "No problem. We Laya citizens never fear hard work." After chatting for a while, Ryan also made sure there were no strange conflicts between the worlds, such as Laya's people mistakenly treating Teyvat's laws like Minecraft mechanics. As long as everything remained stable, it was fine. Satisfied, he then asked, "So, I heard you guys had quite the haul from this mining trip." At the mention of serious business, Dash immediately straightened up and nodded solemnly. "Yes. We've fully explored mine number 4 and gathered 7 emeralds, 6 diamonds, 4 gold ingots, and a good amount of redstone and lapis lazuli. All of it has been handed over to Lady Ningguang. She's currently waiting for you to return and check the inventory. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 92. The Nether portal is open." Hearing Dash's report, Ryan was somewhat surprised. "Looks like mine number 4 is quite rich in resources. Take a break, and tomorrow, we'll head over to mine number 5 for a look." Dash nodded enthusiastically and added, "Then, Lord Ryan, I'll head back first. They haven't fed the wolves yet." Ryan waved his hand, letting him go as he pleased. Dash immediately took off, looking genuinely eager to feed the wolves. At this point, the Qianyan army and the miners had practically started treating the wolves like their own treasures. Even though the wolves weren't particularly intelligent and could only follow basic commands like sit and stand, their combat prowess was extraordinary, and their loyalty was unquestionable. During a previous expedition, they had run into 5 zombies. Initially, the Qianyan army soldiers expected at least a few injuries among them, but the moment the wolves charged in, they shredded the zombies to pieces. 1 wolf had died in the process, but not a single soldier had been harmed. The Qianyan army had been deeply moved by this, yet also heartbroken. Even if the wolves weren't sapient, in their eyes, they were still comrades willing to lay down their lives for them. When word got out that one of the wolves had perished, quite a few soldiers had shed tears. Ryan understood. They were soldiers, after all. Feeling somewhat sentimental himself, Ryan led Zhongli and the others into the estate's mansion. The estate was now divided into an inner and outer courtyard, separated by fences. The inner courtyard was Ryan's original planned area. Aside from the floating islands, he had done away with all automation. Whether it was feeding livestock or tending crops, Ryan disliked using any special mechanisms. He preferred doing things the traditional way, just like a farmer working the land step by step. It was a way to experience life. The outer courtyard, on the other hand, was packed with automated farms and ranches, as well as a neatly arranged villager trading hub. There was even an overabundance of iron blocks, leading Ryan to generously craft 4 iron golems. With such defenses, any zombies or other hostile creatures appearing here wouldn't last long. At this moment, Ningguang was at the villager trading hub in the outer courtyard. Ryan pushed open the fence gate and led everyone inside. First, he checked on his automated farm. A laborer by the name Neil was tending to the crops meticulously, step by step. Ryan nodded in satisfaction before heading over to where Ningguang was. Here, over 20 villagers were stationed. Of course, the librarians made up the majority of them. The demand for enchanted books was always high. While fishing could yield some, it required Ganya's luck enhancement to be worthwhile. But Ryan wasn't about to make Ganya sit there fishing all day. That time could be better spent snuggling with her instead. Seeing Ryan and the others approach, Ningguang instinctively glanced at Ganyu. Only after confirming that Ganyu's expression was normal did she turn her attention to Ryan with a slight smile. You took a bit longer this time. Ran into Dash on the way and chatted for a bit. Ryan replied casually. Ningguang didn't press further, instead shifting the topic back to business. I've already stored the diamonds and gold in your chests. The iron ingots and coal, as usual, have been placed in the base for rotation every 7 days. We send them out. If you need anything, just take it from there. Hearing this, Ryan chuckled and shook his head. I already have 2 chests full of iron ingots. I probably won't run out anytime soon, so don't worry about those. What about the emeralds? Ningguang raised her hand, revealing 18 emeralds, smiling slightly. This should be enough. After the trade, you'll even have 1 left over. I was waiting for you to come back to finalize the deal. The fire protection enchantment Ryan wanted to trade for this time was the highest level fire protection 4. The lowest possible price for this enchantment was 14 emeralds, though that was rare. A few days ago, Ryan had tried rolling for 1 himself and ended up with a ridiculous price of 58 emeralds. He had nearly lost it on the spot and was tempted to slaughter that rip-off merchant. The current 17 emerald fire protection 4 was actually rolled by Ganyu. A woman blessed with max-level fortune truly was a treasure in this world. Since we have enough emeralds, you should have just made the trade yourself. Why wait for me? Jokingly, Ryan took the emeralds and directly purchased the enchanted book. Ningguang chuckled softly, shaking her head as her gaze turned gentle. Well, this is the last enchanted book we need before heading to the Nether. It deserves a bit of ceremony, don't you think? Ryan didn't argue. Instead, he turned around and placed the enchanted book and an iron chestplate on the anvil, fusing them together. As the glowing purple iron armor emerged, the final piece of Nether expedition gear was complete. Ryan handed it to Hu Tao, smiling. Now we're set. We can start preparing for the trip to the Nether. Fire protection was a mandatory enchantment for anyone joining the Nether expedition. That place was crawling with blazes, ghasts, and lava pools at every turn. For the sake of safety, proper protection against fire was a must. Hu Tao examined the fire protection 4 chestplate for a moment before slipping it on. She should have been happy. Yet, her face twisted into a rather displeased expression instead. Everyone around her exchanged knowing smiles. The reason behind Hu Tao's sulking was obvious. Fire protection, more like Hu Tao's anti-fire nerf gear. A while ago, Ryan had tested the enchantment by letting Hu Tao unleash her full firepower against him. And the result? Ryan barely felt a thing. At most, half a heart of damage which regenerated instantly. The most infuriating part? The enchantment wasn't just effective in the MC world. Ryan had enchanted a Qianyan soldier's armor with fire protection 3 and had Zhongli tested in Teyvat. When Hu Tao stabbed him with a flaming spear, the sharpness of the weapon managed to poke a small hole in the armor. But the fire damage? According to Zhongli, it was gone in the blink of an eye. At most, he just felt a bit of heat. Fire nerfed. Hu Tao furious. But her mood swings were as quick as a summer storm. She pouted for a moment before bouncing back, grinning at Ryan. Ryan, now that we're all set, can we finally go? Seeing Hu Tao's eyes shining with excitement, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His eyes flickered with mischief as he pretended to sigh regretfully. No can do. We still don't have fire resistance potion seats, not safe enough yet. Hu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as she puffed up her cheeks, staring daggers at Ryan. Didn't you just say we don't have the materials because we've never encountered blazes before? That means we can't make fire resistance potions at all. You think I'd forget something that important? Ryan blinked, a bit impressed. Wow, you actually remembered that. When it comes to going to the Nether, of course, I remember every detail. Hu Tao puffed out her chest proudly. If Ganyu or Ningguang did the same, Ryan might have given them a second glance. But Hu Tao, there was just nothing there. She was barely better off than Klee. Ryan shook his head, shifting his gaze to the sky. By now, the sun had begun its descent, and the warm glow of dusk filtered through the drifting clouds, casting golden light over the estate. Even the mountains in the distance were bathed in shimmering gold, almost like the glowing peaks of Mount Tianheng in the morning sun. Not today. Retracting his gaze, Ryan spoke softly. It's already getting late. We should rest for the night, recharge our energy, and head to the Nether tomorrow. Hu Tao opened her mouth, about to protest, but Ryan's tone turned serious. The Nether isn't like the overworld. It's a realm full of dangers and powerful enemies. Even with all our preparations, we can't assume we'll be completely safe. Everyone's been busy all day. One night of rest won't hurt. This time, Hu Tao fell silent. She wasn't a child. Ryan had warned them many times about the dangers of the nether. She wouldn't risk everyone's safety just because she was impatient. Besides, everyone was exhausted today. Ganyu and Ningguang had spent hours studying various survival mechanisms in the outer courtyard and floating islands, on top of handling their usual government duties. As for Ryan and Zhongli, those two had done nothing but enjoy themselves riding horses, hunting in the morning, then fishing in the afternoon. They were living more leisurely than an old grandpa in Laya Harbor. Fine, we'll go tomorrow then. Hu Tao pouted. Ryan and the others still preferred to return to Teyvat every night. But the miners? Once they entered this world, they never wanted to leave even at night. The reason? Back in the chasm, life had been miserable. Here, mining was like paradise. Plenty of food, iron golems and wolves standing guard at night. Zero threats. Why leave? What if they left and some other miner swooped in to take their shift? As for Ryan, Ningguang and Ganyu had work to handle. He, on the other hand, just wanted good food. Minecraft food? Boring. Same few dishes over and over again. He was sick of it. We heading back to Teyvat now? Ganyu asked softly. Ryan shook his head and started walking toward the floating islands in the inner courtyard. We still have one last thing to prepare. That way, tomorrow, we can head straight into the nether. Hu Tao's face fell. More prep? Are you kidding me? Ryan flicked her forehead, rolling his eyes. You idiot. The portal. How are we supposed to go to the nether without a nether portal? That's so simple. Why didn't you build it earlier? If I built it earlier, could you guarantee you wouldn't sneak in by yourself? Hu Tao fell silent. After a brief pause, she stuck out her tongue playfully before dragging Ganyu and the others away, dashing toward the girls' only ladder leading to the floating island. Ryan shook his head and ascended the floating island with Zhongli and Xiao. A designated space for the nether portal had already been reserved in the island's layout. Under Hu Tao's impatient urging, Ryan swiftly assembled the frame. A 45 obsidian structure, the standard size. Anything larger was unnecessary. Some versions even allowed the corner blocks to be swapped with other materials, saving obsidian. But Ryan had no shortage of materials. With hundreds of miners working day and night and Xiao occasionally descending into the depths, obsidian was plentiful. With practiced ease, he built the 45 portal frame. Then, pulling out a flint and steel, Ryan grinned at the group. Ready? The nether portal is about to open. In the next instant, he struck the portal center. A wave of violet-black energy rippled outward as an eerie, shimmering veil emerged within the obsidian frame. The nether portal activated. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 93. The first rule of the nether: no selling coffins. 93. The first rule of the nether: no selling coffins. Just as Ryan had expected, the moment the nether portal was completed, Hu Tao could barely contain her excitement and was already eager to rush forward for a closer look. Even though he had repeatedly warned her about the dangers and cautioned against stepping inside recklessly, Ryan wasn't entirely sure that Hu Tao wouldn't just say, "I'll only take a peek," and then dive right in. So, without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her. "Ryan, you don't trust me?" Hu Tao pouted in protest, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Ryan could only chuckle as he ruffled her hair, speaking softly, "Of course, I trust you. But the nether portal was just built. He's still unstable. Better to be cautious." Technically speaking, that wasn't a lie. A well-intentioned lie doesn't count as deception, right? Hearing Ryan's reasoning, Hu Tao finally settled down and obediently stood to the side. However, the flickering light in her eyes still revealed her boundless anticipation. So, this is the gateway to the nether. It certainly has an eerie aura to it. Zhongli furrowed his brows slightly, a faint golden light shimmering in his eyes. Clearly, he was once again channeling his divine power to investigate. However, after staring at it for a long while, he failed to discern anything beyond the obvious: that this portal indeed led to an unknown world. "Be careful, my lord." Xiao stepped forward slightly, lowering his voice as he positioned himself in a stance that would allow him to react instantly. "My instincts tell me this place is extremely dangerous." Zhongli fell silent. The nether portal before them exuded an inexplicable and eerie presence. It would be harder not to sense the danger. "Ryan." Ganyu gently tugged on Ryan's sleeve, her expression serious. "This thing looks incredibly ominous. Should we block it off with some extra layers of protection?" Ryan shook his head. "No need. It's fine. The creatures from the nether won't randomly enter the overworld. This place isn't suitable for them. Besides, we're on a floating island. Even if something did come through, it wouldn't pose much of a threat. Don't forget, we have a whole squad of iron golems down below." Hearing that, everyone visibly relaxed. The first iron golem had been born overnight after the miners built their settlement. Ryan had even taken them to witness its emergence. Even Zhongli had to admit that, in this world where his divine power was greatly suppressed, he wouldn't be able to take on an iron golem head-on in a direct fight. The thing had absurdly high attack and defense. They had all seen it firsthand. 4 zombies had ganged up on a single iron golem, and the golem had remained completely unscathed, effortlessly punching the zombies dozens of meters away. Ningguang had even asked Ryan to bring an iron golem to Teyvat for an experiment in the mountains. So far, the only creatures that could withstand a single punch from an iron golem were the juvenile Geovishap and the rock shield Metakurl. As for anything that could survive 2 punches, Ningguang hadn't found any. Ryan, however, had an idea. If Zhongli activated his shield, an iron golem would have a hard time breaking through. But Zhongli was Zhongli. Other creatures were other creatures. A god's power and the laws of Geo had to come with their exclusive perks. After all, the iron golem Ningguang had taken to Teyvat had required Xiao to chip away at it for half a day before it finally fell. That thing was built for defense. In Liu, hardly anyone even knew what an iron golem was. If someone casually walked up and punched it out of curiosity, that would be a very bad joke. For now, iron golems weren't suited for public deployment in Liu. They were more terrifying than high-level boss monsters. Alright, let's assign the team for tomorrow's Nether expedition. Ryan clapped his hands, signaling the start of preparations. The next second, Hu Tao's eager gaze locked onto him. Don't worry. Ryan smirked as he pinched her cheek playfully. You're definitely included. Hu Tao grinned ear to ear, satisfied. Ryan continued listing names. Keqing is still over at Gailai Plains handling the land transfers, so she won't make it back in time. She's out. The Qianyan army and the miners need someone to oversee things, so Xiao, I'll need you to stay behind. Xiao opened his mouth as if to object, but after receiving a glance from Zhongli, he ultimately nodded. Understood. Zhongli sighed in relief. The Nether was nothing like the overworld. Ryan had repeatedly mentioned that nearly everything there was hostile. Zhongli was still concerned about Xiao's residual karmic burden. It was best if he stayed away from unknown dangers. As for the rest, Zhongli has to go. We'll need his jade shield. Cloud Retainer is still busy studying architectural designs, so she's unavailable. Ganyu's incredible luck is something we can't do without. And Ningguang. Before Ryan could finish, Ningguang smiled knowingly and tapped the enchanted iron armor she was already wearing. You've already enchanted this with fire protection for me. I see no reason why I wouldn't go. Besides, don't underestimate me. I can fight. Ryan blinked in surprise, then chuckled. As long as you're confident, I won't object. But what about your administrative work? Baizhu and the others can handle it. Uncle Tian will also be keeping an eye on things. At that, Ryan nodded. Alright then. That settles it. The expedition team for tomorrow, me, Zhongli, Ningguang, Ganyu, and Hu Tao. One last time when we enter the Nether, everyone follows my lead. No wandering off. No provoking the piglins. And most importantly, Ryan turned to Hu Tao. Absolutely no trying to sell coffins to the piglins. TCH. Hu Tao clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction but ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. With that settled, Ryan led everyone down from the floating island, calling over Cloud Retainer, who was still engrossed in her blueprints. They left the MC world and returned to Teyvat. In the past, when Ryan and his group left, the settlement would become eerily quiet. But now, the Qianyan army's base camp remained brightly lit in the distance, and miners returning from the caverns were still lively. At that moment, some of them were even competing with the Qianyan soldiers, seeing who could build houses and stack blocks faster. With the iron golems and wolf packs standing guard, the place was as safe as could be. Upon returning to his home in Teyvat, Ryan found Ganya naturally taking on the role of a hostess, retrieving pieces of chicken to feed the wolves guarding the entrance. This scene made Ningguang's eyes flicker, as if she were brewing some thoughts of her own. Still, she maintained her usual poised smile and said, if we check the time, it should be about when someone arrives to deliver dinner. Once we're done eating, Ryan, would you like to accompany me to the Jade Chamber to enjoy the view? As soon as Ningguang's words fell, Ganyu, who had been outside feeding the wolves, rushed back inside in a hurry. She didn't say a word, simply standing next to Ryan while staring at Ningguang. She absolutely would not let Ningguang get ahead of her. After all, she had painstakingly reached the stage where she could occasionally exchange kisses with Ryan. If Ningguang managed to steal the opportunity before she did, Ganyu wouldn't even know where to cry. The atmosphere turned somewhat tense, while Zhongli and the others cast gossipy glances toward Ryan, eagerly awaiting his response. Ryan's mouth twitched slightly. No matter what he said, it felt like he'd be stepping into a trap. Just as he was racking his brain for a way out, the door swung open, and a figure strode in with light footsteps. Good evening, Dalong, Erlang. Beiwen's voice rang out, immediately followed by the happy barks of the 2 wolves. Such good boys. She chuckled, rubbing the wolves' heads once more before stepping inside. Unlike the others, Baiwen didn't seem to notice the strange tension in the room. Instead, upon spotting Ningguang, she smiled brightly. Ningguang, Ryan, you're both back. With Beiwen's arrival, the silent clash between Ningguang and Ganya naturally came to an end. Zhongli and the others let out a collective sigh of regret. It was such a rare occasion to see Ryan struggling like this. As everyone gathered around the table, Ningguang quickly adjusted her expression and asked, "Why are you the one delivering dinner today?" While setting out steaming dishes from her storage pouch, which had been enhanced with adeptal magic, Baiwen responded softly, "There's an urgent matter I need to report to Lady Ningguang." Ningguang gave a slight nod, allowing her to continue. Today's returning batch of Millilith and miners brought back a total of, just get to the final figures. Ningguang wasn't interested in a detailed report on the types of minerals, she only cared about how much more they were worth. Baiwen paused for a moment before promptly replying, originally, the estimated revenue was about 28 billion mora. Originally. Yes, Lady Ningguang. Coincidentally, Captain Baidu's crux returned today. Upon hearing that we had a shipment of top-quality iron ore, Captain Baidu negotiated with the Administrative Bureau. She intends to slightly raise the price and sell some of it to the Anajaman resistance. Hearing this, Ningguang let out a light chuckle, elegantly taking a bite of her food before speaking softly. The Anajaman resistance is on a steady decline. If I remember correctly, they've already retreated to Yashiori Island. Does Sangonomiya really still have the funds to afford this? Captain Baidu believes that they are willing to pay in a combination of mora, ley line materials, and elemental ores. From what we've assessed, Sangonomiya's side should be able to offer a generous payment. The resistance is currently in desperate need of weapons and resources. Ningguang nodded slightly before adding, that's acceptable. We can increase the price, but not by too much. Despite Inajama's policy of isolationism, its relationship with Liu is not that poor. Baiwen quickly noted it down before continuing. Additionally, for some reason, Sumeru has placed an exceptionally large order. Their requested quantity nearly surpasses the total of our previous shipments combined, and they've even offered a 20% price increase. Fontaine and Snezhnia are also looking to purchase massive amounts of coal and iron ore. Meanwhile, across Liu, the demand for lumber and fuel is steadily rising. Even Mondstadt has placed an order for food supplies. The Administrative Bureau estimates that this transaction alone will generate around 34 billion mora in revenue. 34 billion. That was nearly a third of Laya Harbor's recent profits from their ventures into the MC world. And more importantly, aside from the costs associated with the miners and the millilith, almost all of it was pure profit. Ningguang even had to consider whether it was time to expand the Golden House. Thankfully, after dealing with so many astronomical numbers, everyone had grown numb. 34 billion no longer felt as shocking as it once might have. Approve the deals, Ningguang decided. If possible, secure long-term procurement contracts. She then added, as for Snezhnia civilian purchases should remain at normal prices. However, any transactions involving the factory will have their prices increased by 50%. Additionally, deposits should cover at least 50% of the total cost. If they want to barter with other resources, that's fine, but from now on, all trade with the factory will follow these terms. Baiwen inwardly marveled at the bold pricing but still nodded in agreement. After all, the factory were notoriously unpopular across Teyvat. Has Laya's sudden surge in resource exports drawn any attention? Ganyu suddenly posed the question. Baiwen pondered for a moment before shaking her head. For now, Mondstadt is still struggling with the dragon disaster. Inajima remains embroiled in war, and there seem to be some major events unfolding in Sumeru as well. Fontaine and Natlan have yet to react. However, Baiwen hesitated before adding, recently, the factories stationed in Laya Harbor have resumed investigating both this area and the chasm. It's possible they're beginning to suspect the true source of our resources. A sharp glint flashed through Ningguang's eyes. The factory, it seems the lesson we taught them last time wasn't enough. Relay a message to the Administrative Bureau, continue the thorough financial audit of the Northland Bank. Make sure those meddlesome pests learn to behave. Baiwen nodded firmly before quickly taking her leave. None of this particularly affected the group. For Ryan, it was merely an opportunity to confirm the current state of affairs in Teyvat. With that settled, they all enjoyed a hearty meal. Once dinner was over, Ryan saw everyone off before heading back to his room for some well-earned rest. As he lay in bed, he quietly reviewed tomorrow's plans in his mind before slowly drifting into sleep. As the night deepened and all of Laya Harbor fell into silence, in his half-asleep state, Ryan seemed to hear a soft, childlike voice. At last the connection is complete. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 94, The Dendro Archon's Dream. 94, The Dendro Archon's Dream. The sun in the sky square. The floating cloud square. Everything around him was rough, like a world covered in pixelated mosaics. Ryan stood in the middle of an open grassy plain, looking around in confusion. An original, unmodded MC world? What the hell? He quickly glanced down at himself and let out a small sigh of relief upon realizing that he wasn't blocky like the world around him. However, that only made the sense of incongruity even stronger. This wasn't the MC world he controlled. And yet, his power still existed, fully intact. He could feel it surging through him so much so that he was sure if he exerted even the slightest force, this entire world would shatter. Where the hell am I? Ryan frowned slightly, his last clear memory stopping at the moment he had laid down in bed, slowly drifting off to sleep. Sleep. A flash of realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Before he could think further, a soft, adorable voice suddenly spoke behind him. Finally the connection is established. The voice was sweet and airy, like a tiny bell ringing in the wind. Ryan turned around, only to find nothing but an empty, endless stretch of grasslands leading all the way to a distant desert. Look down. The voice now carried a hint of frustration, but it remained soft and irresistibly cute. Ryan lowered his gaze, and suddenly understood. A badminton shuttlecock. No, wait. Nahida. A petite girl stood before him, her delicate elf-like ears occasionally twitching adorably. Her long, silvery white hair was tied into a side ponytail. Her bright green eyes held a cross-shaped pattern in their pupils, resembling blooming clover leaves. She wore a charming light green dress with intricate designs, paired with white frilly shorts. Her tiny bare feet rested upon the grass, and wherever she stepped, the grass seemed to grow even lusher, vibrant flowers blooming in her wake. The little girl tilted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Yet, buried deep within them, Ryan caught a glimpse of something else. Guilt. Little Lord Kuzainali Nahida. The kind, intelligent, and heartbreakingly gentle Dendro Archon. Of course, Ryan knew who she was. 470, the one who held dominion over dreams and the power of Dendro. With her appearance here, the nature of this place became clear. But Ryan still feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow. And you are? Nahida's expression flickered slightly before she composed herself, puffing up her tiny chest and assuming a serious demeanor. I am the goddess of beautiful dreams. Nahida. She declared, her voice carrying the weight of authority, or at least, she was trying to make it sound that way. This playful and mischievous version of Nahida was slightly different from the one in Ryan's memories. And yet, compared to the wise and mature Nahida he knew, this version of her somehow felt even more real, more human. Ryan crouched down, his gaze level with hers, a teasing smile playing at his lips. Nice to meet you, little Miss Nahida. My name is Ryan. So, let me get this straight, you entered my dream and created this dreamscape. Ugh. The tiny girl visibly flinched, lowering her gaze, her delicate features tinged with guilt. She hesitated, then quickly added, but this is a beautiful dream. As if afraid he would misunderstand, Nahida earnestly explained. This dreamscape was created by drawing from your most cherished memories. It's a dream full of nostalgia and happiness. Please don't think of it as a prank. Hearing her insistence, Ryan's gaze softened. She wasn't wrong. Although he had played MC for years and had long since become accustomed to high-resolution textures and shader packs, at its core, Minecraft would always be that rough, pixelated, blocky world where it all began. The place of his earliest, most cherished memories. The real reason he used shader packs was simply because they made the world look a little nicer. As he reminisced for a moment, he noticed Nahida was still watching him with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. With a chuckle, he finally spoke. It is a beautiful dream. I suppose I should thank the great goddess of beautiful dreams, Nahida. Nahida's face lit up instantly. She waved her small hands, her voice brimming with delight. It's nothing. This is my duty as the dream goddess. Also, if you don't mind, you can just call me Nahida. Ryan's eyes flickered with amusement. He feigned seriousness as he said, in my world, calling someone by their name means you're close friends. Are you sure you want me to address you so casually? Friends. Nahida's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she nodded eagerly. Of course, I can be your friend. Then, Ryan extended his hand, his smile warm. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan. MMH. Ryan, I'm Nahida. Their hands met, one large, one small. At that moment, Nahida's smile grew even brighter. And in response, hundreds of flowers bloomed across the surrounding grasslands, filling the air with their vibrant colors. Ryan glanced around and smirked. Looks like Nahida has the ability to make flowers bloom at will. No way. Nahida shook her head firmly, her expression unusually serious. The goddess of flowers was a great deity. I can only do this in dreams. So, does that mean you really like flowers? I do. Nahida's response was immediate. Her eyes shone as she murmured wistfully. I've always wanted to ride on a flower carriage and see the world, but... She hesitated, her voice trailing off. Her gaze dimmed, shifting away from Ryan as she whispered. But because I am the goddess of beautiful dreams, I can only appear in dreams. A long silence followed. Ryan knew exactly why Nahida could only manifest in dreams. She was gentle and considerate, so much so that even now, believing Ryan to be a stranger, she refused to speak of the cruel treatment she had suffered at the hands of the Academia. But Nahida, what had she done to deserve such a fate? The wind stilled. The flowers around them wilted. And then, a warm hand gently rested atop Nahida's head. Ryan smiled. Then we have a deal. When I find you, you must wake up. I'll prepare a garden just for you. And then, we'll build a flower carriage together. How about that? Nahida blinked in surprise. Then, a joyful smile blossomed across her face. She nodded. MMH. It's a promise. Ryan didn't say anything more. Nahida hid her emotions well, but he could see the sorrow beneath her cheerful facade. But what was the point of dwelling on it? No matter how much they talked, she was still imprisoned. And if he made a promise, then he had to keep it. Otherwise, he'd just be another worthless liar. Since the Academia was the one that had broken the rules first, wouldn't it only be fair if he sent a few zombies their way as retribution? If Sumeru refused to recognize Nahida as their Archon, that was fine. When the zombie horde ravages the land, Ryan will drive a flower-covered carriage and take Nahida back to Sumeru. And when that time comes, the carriage rocks gently, and Nahida opens her eyes. The sages of the Academia are torn apart by the undead, yet Sumeru itself blossoms into her own garden. A cold glint flickered through Ryan's eyes before vanishing as he stood up, taking Nahidha's hand as they strolled leisurely through the dreamlike land. Nahidha, do you know where we are? I don't know. Even though I guided this dream into existence, the true ownership still belongs to you, Ryan. You got that right. Ryan lowered his gaze, looking at Nahidha with a teasing smile. This world it's mine. Not just in a dream. Even in reality, in Teyvat, I possess a world like this. Ah. Nahidha looked at Ryan in slight panic. Then, doesn't that make you the master of a world? I'm still your friend, Nahidha. Ryan emphasized with a chuckle. This world is a miraculous land of square-shaped blocks. Here, you can do things just as wondrous as in dreams. Oh, I almost forgot we are in a dream right now. With that, Ryan snapped his fingers and activated creative mode. In the next instant, he soared into the sky, pulling Nahidha along with him. Walking through the air, he led Nahidha on a tour through the vast Minecraft world. By the way, Nahidha, why did you enter my dream? Hearing this, Nahidha lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. Because you're a traveler from beyond the stars. I wanted to see what kind of dreams an outsider would have, to catch a glimpse of the scenery from another world, and this was the only way. Before this, I also tried entering another outsider's dream, but she seemed to be rather special. Everything I saw was completely blank. Another outsider, and it was a she. That must mean Lumen. As for Ether, he was currently in the abyss, and far too powerful. Nahidha likely wouldn't be able to enter his dreams. The only reason she could enter Ryan's dream was that he hadn't put up any defenses, nor was he like Zhongli and the others, who had the divine authority of an Archon protecting them. If you're here to see different scenery, then this place might be a little dull. Ryan chuckled, then, relying on his control over his own dream, whispered softly, let's add some shaders. The moment his words fell, the entire world underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Nahidha stood there in a daze, watching everything around her change. She knew this was a dream. But even after 500 years of dreaming, after entering countless people's dreams, Nahidha had never imagined that dreams could be manipulated like this. No more accurately, she never imagined that Ryan's world could be manipulated like this. From the moment he spoke, everything visible and invisible around them shifted in an instant. The once perfectly square sun in the sky transformed into a more natural shape, casting golden rays through irregularly shaped clouds, draping the land in a warm, sunlit rain. The pixelated, blocky ground softened into a vibrant, living landscape, where lush grass swayed gently with the breeze, bowing in rippling waves across the plains. But upon closer inspection, one could still tell that each piece of grass was just an extremely realistic block. The rivers now had shimmering ripples, winding forward with a calm and steady flow. In the distance, snow-capped mountains, deserts, and jungles were veiled in a faint mist, adding depth and mystery to the scenery. This was the true face of Ryan's world, the landscape he had grown accustomed to. To be honest, Teyvat was already breathtakingly beautiful, and Sumeru even more so. The way the rainforest and desert stood in stark contrast yet remained unified was truly a wonder of nature. But Nahidha rarely had the opportunity to witness Sumeru's landscapes firsthand, let alone something as uniquely strange and beautiful as this. With another snap of Ryan's fingers, the grasslands beneath them suddenly burst into full bloom. A riot of colors spread out beneath them, an endless sea of flowers, flourishing wildly in every direction. This was an actual flower field biome from the Minecraft world. Ryan had merely transported it here. Gently bringing Nahidha back down to the ground, he let her experience the vivid scent of countless blossoms. They filled every corner of the land, growing in a natural yet seemingly deliberate harmony. Nahidha carefully stretched out her small foot, hesitating before stepping down, as if afraid of trampling the flowers. Her large, sparkling eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense of wonder. But even as she admired the scenery, she held onto Ryan's hand tightly, one of the few friends she had. Do you like it? Ryan asked with a soft smile. Nahidha nodded seriously, her expression filled with sincerity. I love it. Then that's all that matters. Ryan gestured toward the vast, endless sea of flowers stretching beyond the horizon. From this moment on, this world belongs to us. 95, Nahidha, remember to get rich, punch trees first. 95, Nahidha, remember to get rich, punch trees first. Nahidha spread her arms wide, hopping and skipping through the vast sea of flowers. Like a little spirit of the blossoms, her slightly chubby cheeks carried an unbroken smile, pure and radiant. She could enter dreams, even guide others to relive their most precious memories. But in the dreams of others, Nahidha was merely a guide, a visitor. Ryan was different. His willpower was strange. Here, he was fully aware that he was dreaming. He could control the dream, bending it to his will, performing feats beyond imagination. Of course, that wasn't what mattered to Nahidha, because Ryan was her friend. No matter what they did, even if it was just sitting together and talking, Nahidha would still feel happy. She bounded forward, landing beside a particularly bright yellow flower. A flower she had never seen before. And she loved it. Crouching down obediently, she stared at it with sparkling eyes full of delight. Ryan, come look. Ryan, following behind, chuckled and walked over, squatting beside her. That's a dandelion. Upon hearing this, Nahidha shook her head, her expression serious. "No, I meant this one has an extra petal compared to the others. It's so pretty." Ryan was momentarily taken aback. Then, his heart softened even more. Nahida didn't care about the name of the flower. She was simply memorizing each blossom by its own unique beauty, with the pure fondness of a child, innocent to the point of being unbelievable. "I'll pick it for you." Ryan smiled, reaching out. But Nahida immediately shook her head in protest. "No, no, such a beautiful little flower should be free to bloom and dance with the wind. I can't just take away its future just because I like it." Ryan fell silent. This was the same girl who couldn't even bear to pluck a flower in a dream. Yet she had willingly allowed herself to be imprisoned for 500 years by the very people she sought to protect. She had fought to preserve the freedom of flowers, but who had ever cared about protecting her innocence? Ryan shook off the melancholic thoughts. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured an identical flower out of thin air and handed it to Nahida. "Amazing." Nahida's eyes lit up with excitement, momentarily forgetting that they were inside a dream. She held the flower in her hands, carefully turning it over, examining it with fascination. Then, with great care, she turned around and planted it in the soil beside the original dandelion. "Hee, now she won't be lonely anymore." Ryan said nothing, only smiled, standing up and pulling Nahida's hand as they floated toward an empty patch of grassland. It was close to the flower fields but remained an open, untouched prairie. Ryan pointed at the vast, blooming landscape before them, his smile playful. "Let's build a house here, facing the sea of flowers, so every morning when you wake up, you'll see your favorite garden." Nahida thought for a moment, tilting her head curiously. "Building houses, that's something unique to your world." You could say that." Ryan chuckled. "My world has many unique things. I'll show you one day. But for now, this world belongs to us. In here, we can create anything we want." "What kind of house does Nahida want?" Nahida's gaze flickered with thought. After a moment, she murmured softly. Could we build the sanctuary of Surasthana?" "The sanctuary of Surasthana? I've heard it's the home of the Dendro Archon. A very beautiful place, but you've never seen it before, so it's fine if we don't." Nahida suddenly looked a little guilty. She truly liked the sanctuary of Surasthana. Even though it had been her prison, it was also the only place in Samura that had ever belonged to her. "The sanctuary of Surasthana? Of course, I've heard of it." Ryan nodded with a grin, his voice soft yet certain. "They say it is the dwelling of the Dendro Archon, built upon a great tree, the most sacred place in all of Samuru." Hearing this, Nahida brightened slightly, but then she hesitated and shook her head. "That's not entirely true. The sanctuary of Surasthana is the residence of the current Lesser Lord Kuzainali. Back when the Greater Lord Rukhadevata was still present, it was the most sacred place in Samuru. But now the Lesser Lord Kuzainali is probably not a very qualified god. The true heart of Samura now lies in the Academia. Though, Ryan, you haven't been in Teyvat for very long. You might not know much about these stories, right?" Nahida spoke calmly, her voice free of resentment. She truly believed that she was unworthy of being called a proper god. Maybe it was the immense shadow cast by the legacy of Rukhadevata. But Ryan thought it had more to do with the sages of the Academia, their cold indifference, their deliberate disregard. He, however, completely disagreed. "I actually know quite a lot about Teyvat's history. The Greater Lord Rukhadevata was indeed a remarkable god, there's no denying that." Nahida's eyes shimmered for a moment, her lips curving into a soft smile. "You think so too? You also recognize how great she was. But I don't believe that the Lesser Lord Kuzainali is any less worthy of being a god." Ryan fixed his gaze on Nahida, his eyes deep and unwavering, causing her heart to suddenly race. For a fleeting second, she felt as though Ryan had seen right through her. "As I traveled through Teyvat, I met a very knowledgeable friend. We talked for a long time about many things. He knows the world's history as if he had lived through every moment himself, remembering it in his very bones. He told me something from his own experience when judging whether a god is truly worthy. Their great deeds and their contributions are important, yes. But even more important is whether that god can love their people, unfalteringly, for centuries, for millennia. In Teyvat, gods love their people, and the people love their gods. That is the very essence of this world, the bond that should be reciprocal, not one-sided." Ryan paused before adding with a smile. "Take Barbatos, the Inmo Archon of Mondstadt. Nahida, why do you think the people of Mondstadt still revere him, even though he hasn't shown himself for hundreds of years?" Nahida blinked in curiosity, then whispered. "Because Lord Barbatos once freed his people from the tyranny of the King of the Tower." "That is just one reason," Ryan said with a smile, shaking his head. "Barbatos accomplished many great feats, but those alone are not the true reason Mondstadt's people love him." Nahida gazed at Ryan with anticipation. It was clear she genuinely wanted to know what it took to become a god like the other seven, or even like the great Lord Rukhadevata. A god who was truly beloved. Even after being imprisoned for 500 years by her own people, she still firmly believed that it was her own shortcomings that led to this fate. "The reason Mondstadt's people love Barbatos day after day is simple," Ryan continued. "Because they can feel, in the depths of their hearts, that they are cherished by the Inmo Archon. As long as the wind continues to blow, they know that their god is watching over them. The departed souls return to his embrace, while the living, under his protection, pursue the freedom they love. They know without a doubt that Barbados cares for them, and so, for thousands of years, they have loved him in return. And Barbados, he has never stopped loving them either. At this point, Ryan paused briefly, then asked meaningfully, "Now tell me, Nahida, O god of dreams, do you believe that the little Lord Kuzainali loves Sumeru and its people just as deeply as the great Lord Rukhadevata once did?" "Of course." Nahida answered without hesitation, her voice unwavering. Ryan smiled. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Great deeds become immortalized in history, transforming into the epics that define a god. But you must understand something. Before any of those legendary feats were accomplished, there was one fundamental truth. A god must first truly love their people. It is that love that grants them unimaginable strength. It is that love that allows them to achieve extraordinary miracles. If this little Lord Kuzainali already loves Sumeru as deeply as the great Lord Rukhadevata once did, then from the very beginning, she was always worthy of being called a god. Right now, she is merely walking the path from a worthy god to a great one. In the near future, she will become an archon just as magnificent as the great Lord Rukhadevata, perhaps even surpassing her. This is the essence of the 7 archons. And this is what the people, the ones loved by their god, should believe. Nahida fell silent, lost in deep thought. Ryan said no more. He simply couldn't stand watching Nahida doubt herself. Even if Zhongli himself were here to evaluate Nahida, he would say that she was already a fine god, because she sincerely loved her people and her nation. And that was enough. The reputation of Zhongli, the god of war, and the glory that Morex bestowed upon Laya, all of it was forged by his love for his people, in battles fought with his own fists and blade. If Zhongli had not loved his people, he never would have bled for them in the Archon War. And if he had not fought for them, why would so many Adeptian warriors have willingly followed him into battle, laying down their lives without hesitation? Nahida should have understood this after 500 years as a god. But she had been imprisoned, by the sages of the Academia, by the people of Sumeru. They had stolen from her the chance to walk the path toward greatness. But Nahida would never say such things aloud, because she loved this nation. Ryan, however, was different. First, he was just a human one who bore grudges easily. Second, Nahida was his friend. And that alone was enough for him to consider burning the Academia down to ashes. "Alright, let's not dwell on these things anymore," Ryan said, smiling as he ruffled Nahida's hair again. His voice softened. "Although I know about the sanctuary of Surasthana, I've never actually seen it with my own eyes. There will be many details I'll need your help with. Shall we start building our home?" With that, Ryan took out several saplings of oak trees. Nahida carefully memorized his words, then nodded firmly. I'll help you, Ryan." Ryan crouched down, arranging the oak saplings in a neat row. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a handful of bone meal. After a brief pause, he looked up at Nahida and said with utmost seriousness, "Now, I'm going to teach you the most important rule of this world." Nahida's expression immediately became solemn. She stared at Ryan with full attention. He slowly opened his mouth and declared, "If you want to get rich, first punch some trees. Dig 3 down, then cover the hole to mine safely." A mysterious gleam flickered in Nahida's emerald eyes. She carefully engraved this wisdom deep into her memory. With a gentle sprinkle of bone meal, the tiny saplings shot up in orderly rows, growing into towering trees that seemed to reach for the sky. Seeing this, Nahida clapped her hands in delight. Ryan took her by the hand and soared into the air, hovering before the majestic oaks. With precise movements, he placed the very first block. In the vast, open dreamscape, Nahida's cheerful voice rang out. "Ryan, you placed that wrong. The entrance to the sanctuary of Surasthana is an arched spire. The stairs at the entrance have 6 steps. Ryan, I ran out of blocks, give me more. Ryan. The playful chatter of a young goddess filled the endless sky, echoing through this dream-crafted world of Minecraft. And the grand sanctuary of Surasthana, the home she had long yearned for, slowly took shape under Ryan's skillful hands and Nahida's enthusiastic guidance. Get 25+ additional chapters on Patreon. 96, Nahida, I'll wait for your return. 96, Nahida, I'll wait for your return. Ryan had no idea how long he had spent in this dream. But regardless, the sanctuary of Surasthana was finally complete, at least, in its preliminary form. Of course, this was only an external replica. Nahida had made sure Ryan didn't recreate the interior as well. After all, everyone knew that the sanctuary of Surasthana was where the little lucky grass king resided. If she allowed Ryan to replicate it one-to-one, she feared he might put the pieces together and realize her true identity. Even so, Nahida was delighted. On the thick, sprawling branches of the oak-built structure, she had crafted a lush, green swing. She sat on it, while Ryan stood behind, gently pushing her forward. Listening to her carefree laughter, Ryan felt an inexplicable sense of peace, as if his very soul was being soothed. "Push me higher, Ryan. Any higher, and it'll be dangerous for you." It's fine. Don't forget, I'm the goddess of dreams. But all I see is a tiny lowly swinging on a swing. That's so rude. I'm a god. A god, I tell you. Alright, alright. Ryan chuckled and put a little more strength into the push. Nahidha's laughter became even more joyous. Before her stretched an endless sea of flowers, and behind her stood the palace they had built with their own hands. She felt freer, happier than even when she wandered the outside world by possessing Catherine. And looking at that vast field of flowers, she couldn't help but want to dive in and roll around. So, she did exactly that. Just as Ryan gave her another push, she suddenly let go, releasing herself into the air and plunging straight toward the sea of blossoms. Nahidha. Ryan instinctively forgot where he was. He forgot about the nature of this dream, and he forgot about her identity. He leaped forward without hesitation, wrapping his arms around her. They landed in the flower field together, cushioned by the soft petals. Ryan held onto her tightly, rolling with her among the flowers. Their clothes became covered in the fragrance of blossoms, but there wasn't a speck of dirt to be found. He didn't bother stopping himself, letting the two of them tumble freely, caught in the moment. Eventually, they came to a halt in a small clearing. Despite their little adventure, the flowers around them remained untouched, as if the dream itself protected them. Ryan lay on his back, looking up at Nahidha. She was hovering over him, her large, bright eyes filled with an unreadable emotion. For a long moment, silence enveloped them. The world around them was so still that they could hear each other's breathing. Nahidha didn't know why, but she felt as if she should do something right here, right now. A strange, fluttering sensation welled up in her chest, growing harder and harder to ignore. Her long, delicate lashes trembled, her cheeks turning pink as she slowly closed her eyes. She wasn't entirely sure what she was doing, she was simply following her instincts. But Ryan? To him, Nahidha was just an adorable little sister. He simply reached up and ruffled her hair, thinking nothing of it. Letting go of her, he lay back down, gazing at the drifting clouds above. Nahidha's heart was racing wildly, but Ryan only assumed she was excited from all the fun. His large hand grasped her smaller one, their fingers loosely intertwined as they sprawled out in the flower field. After a while, Ryan let out a deep sigh. What a beautiful dream, he murmured. Nahidha's voice was soft, carrying a hint of lingering emotion. Ryan's dream is truly wonderful. This world is wonderful. Everything is wonderful. No, what I meant was. Ryan continued looking at the sky, his grip on her hand tightening slightly. This dream would have been dull and empty but with you here, Nahidha, it became my most cherished dream. Who knows? Maybe next time you enter my dream, I'll already be dreaming of you. Nahidha's heart leaped. She turned to look at him, anticipation lighting up her gaze. Ryan, does that mean I can come again next time? Of course. Ryan turned to her as well, his expression completely serious. This is our world. Without you, it wouldn't be complete. Her just settled emotions surged once more, a tide too powerful to suppress. She felt restless, as if she had to do something, say something to ease the strange tightness in her chest. But when she opened her mouth, no words came out. The two of them simply stared at each other. The vast flower field blurred at the edges, turning hazy and indistinct. Nahidha could feel Ithi's dream was beginning to fade. Her heart sank. Ryan, it's time for you to wake up. Yeah. Ryan also noticed the dream collapsing in the distance. He was waking up. Will I see you again tomorrow? Nahidha's voice was filled with hope, her eyes locked onto him. Ryan thought for a moment, then sighed. I have things to take care of in the next few days. I might not be in Teyvat. Oh. Her gaze dropped, her disappointment evident. The dream continued to break apart, shrinking until only the flower field remained. Like shattered glass, fragments of the dream world reflected every memory they had created today. After a long pause, Ryan suddenly reached out and stroked Nahidha's head. Wait for me. Nahidha's eyes lit up instantly. When I come back, I'll tell you every story from the past to the present. When I come back, we'll build a flower carriage. I'll take you to see the world. When I come back, we can see each other every day. Nahidha's heart pounded wildly. Does that mean when you return, I can visit your dreams every day? Ryan chuckled and shook his head. But before she could feel dejected, he leaned in closer, his gaze unwavering. With a newfound determination, he declared, when I come back, I'll find you. In Teyvat, I'll find you. And then, in the real world, we'll build the sanctuary of Surasthana. We'll make the flower carriage, the garden, everything. I'll tell you stories from the past to the present. And from that moment on, our story will continue into the future. Everything in this dream will become reality. Nahidha's emotions surged to their peak. She didn't want to overthink his words or question their meaning. Right now, she just wanted to make this promise with him. The dream world crumbled away, leaving only the small patch of flowers beneath them. Summoning all her courage, Nahidha threw herself forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Ryan. Then, with a soft touch, her cool, delicate lips pressed against his cheek. I'll wait for you, Ryan, you're my best friend. With that final whisper, the dream shattered completely. Both of them returned to Teyvat. But in the sanctuary of Surasthana, suspended in midair, locked away behind a magical barrier, Nahidha curled up tighter, loneliness enveloping her once more. As dawn broke, the morning light streamed into Ryan's small house. He slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. Softly, Almost as if speaking to the lingering traces of his dream, he murmured, Nahitha. After a night had passed, everyone gathered once again at Ryan's courtyard. However, unlike the usual days when Ryan would greet them with a cheerful demeanor and the courtyard would be filled with lively chatter, today, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Ganyu, Hu Tao, Cloud Retainer, and Xiao all sat restlessly, unable to shake off a sense of unease. Every so often, their gazes would flicker toward Ryan, who stood a short distance away. His expression was too calm, but there was an unmistakable chill radiating from him, a quiet storm brewing beneath the surface. It was as if he was ready to punch a hole through all of Teyvat at any given moment. Cloud Retainer leaned closer to Ganyu and whispered, Ganyu, do you know what's going on with Ryan? Ganyu looked confused and shook her head. I was at Yujing Terrace last night. I only just arrived this morning. How could I possibly know? This one had assumed that since you and Ryan are practically inseparable these days, you'd know what had upset him. That one sentence made Ganyu's face flush with embarrassment. That's hardly fair. You're the one staying at Ryan's place right now. Cloud Retainer raised an eyebrow, giving Ganyu a knowing glance before murmuring, oh, is little Ganyu perhaps feeling jealous? What is there to be jealous of? You'll be the one living with him in the future. Her words were so bold, so straightforward, that Ganyu's entire face turned crimson. Unbidden thoughts flitted through her mind, thoughts she definitely could not say out loud. Would that day really come? Strangely enough, Ganyu found herself looking forward to it. Anyway, Ganyu, you should go talk to Ryan. Cloud Retainer sighed, shaking her head. Look at him. He's one step away from sending Teyvat into turmoil. If that happens, we'll all have a massive problem on our hands. Hu Tao and Xiao both nodded in agreement, their gazes practically pleading with Ganyu. Having directly experienced even a fraction of Ryan's power, they alone understood the true horror of his strength. If Ryan really were to unleash a punch in his current mood, Teyvat itself might not survive the impact. Ganyu opened her mouth, hesitating. It wasn't that she didn't care about Ryan, she did. A lot. And she knew he cared about her, too. But right now, his mood was clearly terrible. She didn't want to disturb him. What if he was upset with her? But before she could decline, Cloud Retainer added, Ganyu, you don't want to see Ryan like this either, do you? Ganyu fell silent. After a brief moment, she finally stood up and walked toward Ryan. She moved carefully, deliberately, before sitting down beside him. Tentatively, she reached out and gently took his hand. Ryan. Her voice was soft, hesitant, a careful call to bring him back from wherever his mind had wandered. Ryan blinked, as if pulled from deep thought. Then, without hesitation, he turned his hand over and clasped hers in return. What is it, Ganyu? His voice was as warm and gentle as always, but she could feel it an undercurrent of frustration, of barely restrained anger. From the corner of her eye, she saw the others inching toward the doorway, clearly trying to give them space. Taking a deep breath, Ganyu gathered her courage. She wrapped her arms around Ryan's and leaned into him slightly, her voice soft yet firm. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Did something happen? If it's too much, we don't have to go to the lower world today. Ryan was quiet for a moment before shaking his head. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something unpleasant. But we'll go as planned. There's no reason to change our schedule. Ganyu didn't press further. She noticed that the courtyard was now empty. Everyone else had discreetly left. Her heart pounded, and with no one watching, she found the courage to act. Slowly, hesitantly, she leaned forward, and pressed her lips softly against his. It's okay. Ganyu whispered against his lips, her fingers tightening around him. No matter what's bothering you, I can help you through it. If there's anything weighing on your heart, you can tell me. No matter what it is. As long as it makes you feel better. Her lips were warm and timid, yet unwavering in their sincerity. Ryan's mood softened. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer as he murmured. Thank you, Ganyu. She let him take the lead, yielding to his touch without hesitation, responding to him with gentle acceptance. She didn't resist, didn't reject anything he wanted to do. No matter what, she would always follow his heart. They lost themselves in each other, time slipping away unnoticed. Until Ryan's sharp senses picked up approaching footsteps from outside the courtyard. Judging by the pace, it was Ningguang. Ryan sighed, releasing Ganyu and giving her waist a light pat. Ningguang is here. Ganyu, her face flushed, took a moment to collect herself. She quickly pulled away, adjusting her clothes and trying to regain composure. Almost immediately after, Ningguang entered, accompanied by Cloud Retainer and the others. Her sharp eyes landed on Ganyu first. Ganyu, still blushing, avoided her gaze, looking anywhere but at her. Ningguang frowned slightly. She didn't like it, but she pushed those feelings aside and turned her focus to Ryan. Ryan, Cloud Retainer mentioned that you seemed troubled. Ryan lifted his gaze, meeting hers with a calm, unreadable expression. I'm fine. Then, after a brief pause, he added. Actually, I was just waiting for you. There's something I need your help with. 97, Zhongli is furious. This is blatant betrayal. 97, Zhongli is furious. This is blatant betrayal. Ningguang took a seat beside Ryan, her expression filled with concern. What happened? Did someone offend you? If so, Liu will handle it for you. The others were also watching Ryan intently. Ever since their collaboration had taken off, Laya's development had skyrocketed. A constant stream of mora flowed into the Golden House. The processing of imported materials at the harbor had created countless job opportunities, significantly improving the lives of Laya's citizens. Just last night, another trade deal had been sealed, giving Ningguang the leverage she needed to begin curbing the Fachui's movements. The Millilith had been outfitted with newly forged armor and weapons time and time again, and with the assistance of the wolf packs, their combat strength had surged, making them stronger and safer than ever. Even Xiao's karmic debt had improved considerably. Everything was progressing in the right direction toward a future that everyone eagerly anticipated. Ryan's importance to Laya was undeniable. If someone had truly provoked him, even Zhongli wouldn't hesitate to step in and settle the matter for his friend. The group waited in silence, ready for Ryan to name the culprit. The moment he did, they would take action immediately. However, Ryan merely shook his head. His voice was chillingly cold. The collaboration with the Sumeru Academiaevu finalized the negotiations. Ningguang's eyes narrowed slightly as she began to piece things together. She shook her head. We only have a verbal agreement. No official contracts have been signed yet. Good. Ryan's response was calm and measured, yet the weight behind it was unmistakable. Raise the price of all resource purchases from my world for the Sumeru Academia, double the original rate. At those words, everyone was momentarily stunned. For the Fachui, the price had only been increased by 5%. What exactly had the Academia done to warrant such a drastic penalty? It was no secret that, as of late, the Academia had been consuming external resources at an unprecedented rate, nearly tenfold compared to before, and in particular refined iron ores. The specific type of iron they required could only be obtained from Laya, or rather, from Ryan's world. No matter how much was supplied, the Academia would buy it all without hesitation. A sudden price hike of this magnitude would be a devastating blow. It wouldn't necessarily bring them to their knees, but it would certainly shake their foundations. However, Ningguang didn't seem concerned about the impact. Instead, she furrowed her brows slightly before speaking in a measured tone. So it's the Academia, then? I understand. Effective immediately, the cost of all resource purchases made by the Academia within Laya will be doubled. This includes, but is not limited to, the resources from your world. Any merchants affiliated with the Academia will be subjected to strict investigations by the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millilith. If any violations are found, they will be arrested and judged on the spot. I'll have Yan Fei handle this personally. By bringing in the top legal authority of Laya Harbor, Ningguang made her stance abundantly clear. She intended to make the Academia pay dearly, to force them to swallow their pride and send their mora without complaint. As for potential diplomatic consequences, Ningguang highly doubted that all of Sumeru would blindly follow the Academia's lead. If they truly held absolute control over their nation, then it would simply mean the Academia had been exploiting their people unchecked. Laya had no reason to fear retaliation from the Academia unless the Dendro Archon herself stepped in to negotiate. With the Geo Archon still present, and with Ryan having a contract with Zhongli of such significance, not to mention Xiao and Cloud Retainer having firmly taken Laya's side, there was little to be concerned about. When it came to overall strength, Laya was undoubtedly the most powerful nation in Teyvat. Its raw military force might be slightly behind that of Snezhnia, but in terms of comprehensive national power, it stood at the very top. Sumeru, a divided land, split between rainforest and desert. At the moment, even war-torn Inajima had a more formidable military presence than Sumeru. Only Mondstadt, with its forces scattered on an extended expedition, was in a more vulnerable state. I can go to Sumeru myself. Xiao's voice was calm, but his words carried a sharp edge. Laya had never been one to seek war. But that didn't mean it would sit idly by while others caused trouble. As a Yiksha, Xiao was a warrior through and through. He had never shied away from battle. Ryan had helped him ease his karmic debt, granting him the ability to remain in Laya for much longer than he ever expected. To Xiao, this was a great debt of gratitude. Besides, Zhongli had made it clear from the start Ryan would never be mistreated in Laya. If someone in Sumeru had dared to act against him, Xiao would personally make sure they paid the price. And to be clear, he wasn't going to target the nation itself, just the individuals responsible. Now that his karmic burden was mostly lifted, combined with the enchanted weaponry he had obtained, Xiao's strength had skyrocketed. He wasn't as strong as the 7 Archons, but he was more than capable of taking down weaker gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't be known as the strongest warrior among Laya's adepti. This one may not fully understand why someone from the Academia would provoke you, Cloud Retainer mused as she calmly preened her feathers, but if necessary, I too can pay them a visit. Her tone was light, almost casual, but there was unmistakable confidence in her words. The adepti might seem detached from mortal affairs, but in reality, they were immensely proud beings. They had fought in the most brutal battles of the Archon War, standing alongside Zhongli, the most formidable of all gods. With the strongest Archon as their leader, it was only natural that the adepti carried themselves with a certain level of arrogance. Simply put, they had no interest in stirring up trouble, but if someone pushed too far, they wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. Seeing the collective indignation in everyone's expressions, Ryan felt a rare flicker of warmth. He was genuinely touched by their unwavering support. However, he shook his head. There's no need. A commercial countermeasure will suffice. Since Ryan had already made his decision, the others had no objections. With a brief nod, Ningguang rose to her feet and moved toward her desk, beginning to draft official orders. Before leaving, she intended to relay these directives to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Once the message was sent, the General Affairs Bureau would know exactly how to proceed. They would certainly be pleased to have such a plump lamb suddenly ready for the slaughter. With that matter settled, the others gradually dispersed, shifting their focus back to discussions regarding plans in the Minecraft world. No one disturbed Ryan. His mood was clearly foul, and it was best to leave him alone for now. Before long, the last of them finally arrived, Zhongli, fashionably late as always. The moment he stepped through the door, his brows furrowed. Fixing his gaze on Ryan, he strode forward, his footsteps quick and purposeful. A faint golden glow flickered between them before vanishing without a trace. You have traces of the Dendro Archon's power on you, Zhongli observed. You met her. Ryan gave a slight nod. He had expected Zhongli to notice. She entered my dreams last night. I see. Zhongli gave a small nod, his voice thoughtful. The one I was familiar with was the first Dendro Archonth Greater Lord Rukhadevata. I do not know much about the current Little Lord Kuzainali. However, it seems she does indeed wield authority over dreams. She emerged 500 years ago, in the aftermath of the Cataclysm. But in truth, the Greater Lord Rukhadevata never appeared during that war. It is said that she was summoned by Celestia to safeguard the Irminsul, but as for what exactly transpired and how the Little Lord Kuzainali came to be I do not know. Initially, I assumed the Little Lord Kuzainali was merely the Greater Lord Rukhadevata reborn. But now, sensing the divine energy on you though similar, there is an undeniable difference. That being said, I am certain of one thing, the Little Lord Kuzainali is not an unworthy god. I trust the judgment of the Greater Lord Rukhadevata. Ryan gave a slight nod. It was evident that Zhongli held the Greater Lord Rukhadevata in high regard. After a brief silence, Zhongli seemed to recall something likely from what he had heard from the others just moments before. A hint of surprise crossed his face. You ordered Ningguang to suppress the Academia. What have they done? Would you like me to contact the Little Lord Kuzainali? If this is indeed the fault of the Academia, I believe she would show me due respect and hand over the culprits for you to deal with. Ryan let out a quiet sigh. Zhongli, do you know the current state of the Little Lord Kuzainali? Zhongli shook his head. I do not. 500 years ago, I myself was wounded. It took me centuries to recover. I had my hands full with Liu, let alone Sumuru. No wonder. Ryan nodded slightly, then spoke in a low voice. The Little Lord Kuzainali has been imprisoned by the sages of the Academia. What? And for 5 centuries, the Academia has systematically erased her presence. Now, the majority of Sumuru's people only revere the Greater Lord Rukhadevata. They don't even acknowledge the Little Lord Kuzainali. A heavy silence filled the room. Zhongli's expression darkened. A slow-burning fury flickered in his amber eyes. This is treason. Utter madness. The Greater Lord Rukhadevata was a god of unparalleled wisdom and knowledge. She would not have chosen an unworthy successor. If she entrusted Sumuru to the Little Lord Kuzainali, then she was meant to lead. For the very people she sheltered to betray her successor in such a manner, what greater insult could there be? This is not just a crime against the Little Lord Kuzainali. This is a betrayal of the Greater Lord Rukhadevata herself. The Academia, they deserve the wrath of stone. Ryan watched as Zhongli's restrained fury simmered beneath his composed exterior. He could understand it. To Zhongli, this was no different from betrayal. Just as with the betrayal of the god of salt, Havria. And back then, Zhongli had delivered divine judgment upon the traitors. Had it been the Greater Lord Rukhadevata, Zhongli would have personally intervened without hesitation. He respected her deeply, not only for her wisdom but also for her dedication to protecting the Irminsul, the very heart of Teyvat's knowledge. But the Little Lord Kuzainali, Zhongli didn't know her. And that alone made it difficult for him to act directly, which only fueled his silent, smoldering rage. His eyes gleamed with cold fire as he muttered. No wonder for 5 centuries, her name has barely been whispered. Now I understand why. What a bold pack of heretics. Ryan let out a low chuckle, mocking, bitter. You think this is bold? If you knew the reason they imprisoned her, if you knew their true plan, you'd be absolutely livid. A sense of foreboding settled over Zhongli. Something about the way Ryan spoke sent a chill down his spine. He steeled himself. What is their plan? Ryan sighed. He recalled the image of Nahidha's bright, innocent smile in the dream. A girl who had suffered in silence for 500 years. A child who had been made to believe she was unworthy. His voice, when he finally spoke, was laced with contempt. The Academia's sages, because the Little Lord Kuzainali was too young, too inexperienced, unable to bestow divine knowledge as the Greater Lord Rukhadevata had. They lost their minds. Those fools, those eternal beggars who know nothing but how to plead for knowledge, those insatiable leeches, they went mad. So they imprisoned her, erased her name, weakened her presence. For 5 centuries, she has been trapped in eternal darkness, suffering alone. She convinced herself she was unworthy, and so, she willingly allowed herself to be imprisoned. But even that wasn't enough for those parasites. They grew desperate, mad. They took away her gnosis. They used their void terminal to steal the dreams of the people of Sumeria, leeching off the wisdom of the Irminsul itself. They exploited her. They exploited their own people. Zhongli's hands curled into fists. And then, Ryan delivered the final blow. His golden eyes locked onto Zhongli's, his voice unwavering. Tell me, Zhongli, can you guess what they're trying to do? A realization dawned upon Zhongli. A horrific thought, one he dared not speak. Ryan smirked. They're trying to create a new god. 98, returning to MC setting sail for the nether. 98, returning to MC setting sail for the nether. Creating a god. What an absurd notion. Yet, when truly put into practice, the sheer thought of it sent an unprecedented fury surging through Zhongli's heart. Since 500 years ago, he had never been this enraged. The composed and steady Geo-Archon now felt like a massive boulder on the verge of shattering, one that could erupt at any moment, unleashing a raging inferno to engulf the entire academia. Creating a god, creating a god. He murmured, his golden eyes gleaming with an ever-deepening coldness. This is even more repulsive than those people from the land of salt all those years ago. Such beings are unworthy of divine protection. The notion of Sumeria forging its own god was beyond blasphemous. It was an outright betrayal of the very order of Teyvat. To Zhongli, every Archon was like a parent to their people. Even the present-day Cryo-Archon, who had severed her ability to love, was still ultimately striving for a future for her beloved humans. And Sumeria? The simplest way to describe it was this. Because they couldn't get what they wanted from their mother, they decided to lock her away in a dark room. Then, those insolent wretches dared to try and create a new mother, one who would endlessly provide for them. In his 6,000 years of existence, Zhongli had never heard of anything so outrageously ridiculous. The urge to descend upon the academia and unleash heavenly dominion upon them was almost unbearable. This wasn't just an insult to the little Lord Kuzanili, it was a blatant defiance of every Archon who had ever ruled. The tension in the air was suffocating. If not for the contract binding the seven, Zhongli would have already acted. Certainly, he had always refrained from interfering in the governance of other nations. When his old friend in Mondstadt raised a generation of irresponsible children, he made no comment. When the Tsaritsa of Snezhnia forged the Fatui, he did not interfere. But gods were still beings with emotions. And for the academia to defile a god, that was something Zhongli could never tolerate. After a long silence, he turned his gaze to Ryan. What do you intend to do? Ryan's voice was calm, yet there was an underlying sharpness to it. Last night, in my dream, I spent a wonderful time with Nahida. She is my friend. I'm no god, and my heart is small. I only care about my friends. Once the descent into the lower realm is complete, I will go to Sumeria. I will take Nahida away. And then, I will deliver a single punch to the Academiaon that will make them feel pain. Only through suffering will they understand the absolute authority of the strong in this supernatural world. Only then will they realize that without the protection of their god, they are nothing. If Celestia intervenes to stop me, Ryan's eyes glowed with a terrifying light. Then let's see if they can withstand my punch. If they cannot, then it's time to replace the second throne. Upon hearing this, Zhongli sighed and shook his head. Celestia is currently gravely wounded and in slumber. They won't wake anytime soon unless you disturb the abyss or the floating island above. As for the little Lord Kuzanili, you can bring her to Laya. While the contract between the seven forbids unauthorized entry into another nation, my old friend from Mondstadt has long ignored it and frequently visits Laya. This contract, in truth, holds little real power. As for the academia, I will not interfere with another nation's politics. But betrayers must be punished. I only ask that you keep your actions controlled. The common people of Sumeria are merely misguided victims. If you do not mind, I would have Shao accompany you. He will ensure you restrain yourself while also allowing me to vent my frustrations through him. What do you think? Zhongli made no attempt to hide his reasons for sending Shao. He feared that Ryan would lose control just like he had in the Dark Sea. If that happened, it would no longer be just about dealing with the academia. Furthermore, even the Geo-Archon had his anger. Ryan didn't care about such arrangements. He nodded lightly and said with a faint smile, "That's fine. Shao's karmic debt is an agony that mortals cannot bear. If I truly do smash them with a punch, it would be too merciful a death for them." Zhongli did not respond. He was a god who loved all people, offering his care without expectation of return. But at the very least, humanity needed to show their gods the respect and sincerity they deserved. And Zhongli understood this well. Not all people were worthy of a god's love. Not all could be considered human. With a single thought, Zhongli summoned Shao into the barrier. He spoke calmly. After the descent into the lower realm, you shall accompany Ryan to the academia. Follow his lead. Having known Zhongli for millennia, Shao instantly recognized that his lord was in a terrible mood. He immediately understood that academia must have done something to enrage even the Geo-Archon. His gaze darkened, filling with hostility toward the scholars. He responded in a low voice. Understood. With this matter settled, there was nothing more to discuss. Ryan chuckled and shifted the conversation. You mentioned before that Barbados often visited Laya. Why hasn't he come in recent years? Zhongli calmed his simmering anger and replied plainly. He altered my contract without permission and feared I would punish him under the law of stone. Moreover, he was gravely wounded in recent years and has remained in slumber. Only recently did I sense his presence again. Most likely, he is currently in Mondstadt dealing with the dragon calamity alongside the traveler. Hearing this, Ryan raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. So, you are quite familiar with that traveler as well, huh? Zhongli chuckled softly, offering no further comment. After a brief pause, Zhongli spoke with deep meaning. The winds from distant lands have swept across Teyvat more than once. Everything is but a cycle of fate. However, for us, it no longer matters. Now, you are the true endpoint. Ryan curled his lips in mild annoyance. Ugh, I hate cryptic talk. Zhongli found this amusing, and the anger from before temporarily subsided. Alright, let's stop dwelling on these unpleasant things. If something makes me unhappy, I'll just punch it. Once that's done, everything is settled. Ryan shrugged with a carefree grin and said lightly, let's get ready. We'll enter my world first, sort a few things out, and then head to the nether. Zhongli gave a slight nod and withdrew the barrier. He assumed that such a short conversation wouldn't attract any attention. However, he greatly underestimated Ningguang and Ganyu, who had been keeping a constant watch over Ryan. For Ningguang, it wasn't a big deal. She had long suspected Zhongli's true identity. But for Ganyu, previously, she never had any particular suspicions. Zhongli and Xiao had become so accustomed to concealing their identities that their disguises were practically seamless. Yet, by sheer coincidence, this time Ganyu happened to witness the interaction between Zhongli and Xiao. Though brief, the moment when Zhongli issued his command and Xiao responded with serious acknowledgement was far too telling. No one else could command Xiao's unwavering respect like that except for the one he revered most, the Geo Archon. Ganyu now had her suspicions, but she kept them to herself. After all, the saying held true. Whatever the Lord of Geo does, there must be a reason behind it. Instead of pondering Zhongli's intentions, Ganyu was more concerned about Ryan. Seeing that Ryan was now in a much better mood, she happily ran over. Ryan, are we heading out now? The others also stopped their conversations and gathered around. Ryan activated the dimensional gateway with a thought and grinned. That's right. First, we'll check on the miners, make some arrangements, and then we'll enter the nether. Oh, right. Suddenly, Ryan looked at Ningguang and asked, did you inform Keqing? I don't want her to freak out if she can't find us. Ningguang smiled and shook her head. No need to worry about Keqing. I spoke with her last night. She still has hundreds of acres of land that need soil replacement. Also, I have some good news. The crops on Jueyun Karst have begun to mature, and she cast a glance at Zhongli, her voice turning softer. Teyvat's crops are also thriving in the newly cultivated lands. Moreover, the wild glaze lilies that had vanished from that land for over 1,000 years, they have begun to bloom again. At these words, both Zhongli and Cloud Retainer's gazes flickered, their emotions stirring. In that moment, Ryan clearly sensed the complex feelings within Zhongli's heart. A heavy silence settled over the group. After a while, Cloud Retainer spoke gently. Thank you. That land, those glaze lilies, and the stories tied to them hold immeasurable importance to both this Adeptus and the Lord of Geo. No doubt, if the Lord of Geo knew, he would be truly pleased. This time I must trouble you to send a letter on my behalf, expressing my gratitude to that child. Then, as if realizing that this softened her dignified image too much, Cloud Retainer coughed lightly and straightened her posture with an air of pride. Ahem. It is merely the appreciation of an elder toward a junior's dutiful care, nothing more. Do not write anything too sentimental. That Jade Chamber star has done a passable job this time. Ningguang, understanding Cloud Retainer's personality, simply smiled without further comment. For an Adeptus as proud as Cloud Retainer to openly express gratitude, Keqing would surely be shocked to hear this. But it was a good thing. This was a key moment symbolizing the Adepti's deeper acknowledgement of Laya's mortal governance. Cloud Retainer is thanking Ryan, isn't she? Ganyu suddenly added, looking seriously at Cloud Retainer. If it weren't for Ryan, we wouldn't have been able to restore that land. Cloud Retainer chuckled. Of course. This Adeptus will never forget to thank Ryan. However, little Ganyu, you're quite adorable when you're so protective of your beloved. Cloud Retainer. Ganyu huffed in embarrassment and quickly hid behind Ryan. Ningguang glanced at Ganyu, her expression unreadable. Alright, let's not waste time. Ryan laughed and gestured toward the dimensional gateway. Let's go. It's time to head to the nether. Stepping through the portal, they returned to the Minecraft world. Unlike previous mornings, when the world was tranquil, today it was bustling with activity even at dawn. The miners and Millilith were already up, the Millilith engaged in morning training while the miners prepared for their descent into the caves. Standing on the elevated platform near his villa, Ryan looked across the river at the vast grassland stretching beyond the horizon. For some reason, he was reminded of the dream he had last night, and a flicker of irritation crossed his heart. Still, he didn't let it show. After a moment, Ryan activated physique synchronization and spoke. Ningguang, go retrieve your equipment and gather some food supplies. Cloud Retainer, we don't know how long we'll be gone this time, so I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the base. As for the miners, Xiao, I'd like you to oversee them. There are still 3 or 4 caves in the area that remain untouched that should be enough to keep them busy for a while. For now, no one should leave this base. Even if all the nearby mines are exhausted, do not venture beyond the known areas. Getting lost would be troublesome. The group nodded in agreement. Ryan knew that after spending so much time here, everyone had a good understanding of how to proceed. Without further ado, he glanced at Ganyu and the others with a soft smile. I'll be waiting on the floating island above. Once you're all ready, we'll head to the Nether. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 99.99 arriving in the Nether. This is clearly hell. 99.99 arriving in the Nether. This is clearly hell. On the floating island, Ryan didn't have to wait long. Or rather, during the wait, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of last night's dream. The grasslands beyond his base. His initial plan had been to establish a city there after activating some modernized mods. But now, a new idea had taken root. That area was already a perfect match. It looked nearly identical to the grasslands in his dream. If that was the case, then it was the perfect place to fulfill his promise to Nahitha. A garden, a floral carriage, the sanctuary of Surasthana. If Sumuru could not provide a home for Nahitha, then Ryan's Minecraft world would. He would personally create a little paradise for her. Nahitha had endured 500 years of suffering. Ryan would make sure to make up for all of it, one way or another. Lost in thought, he barely noticed the arrival of Zhongli and the others on the floating island. Cloud Retainer had already gone off to study architectural blueprints, while Xiao. The miners were heading into a newly discovered cave today, and Xiao had decided to accompany them for a survey. If there were monster spawners inside, he would be the best one to deal with them. Of course, there was another important reason for Xiao staying behind. Ryan had enchanted a diamond pickaxe with fortune earlier, leaving behind an iron pickaxe with silk touch as well. Mining gold ore and diamond ore required these 2 tools. Ryan, I brought a full stack of grilled pork chops, and Ganyu brought a full stack of bread. That should be enough, right? Ningguang walked up to Ryan and asked in a soft voice. At this moment, the entire group stood clad in full enchanted iron armor, equipped with either enchanted iron swords and longbows or enchanted iron pickaxes. By now, they could be considered a decently well-prepared team. The food is fine, Ryan said with a grin, then his tone grew slightly more serious. But I still need to remind you all, be prepared to go a long time without sleep. He looked around at the group and warned, never bring a bed into the Nether. If you try to sleep there, it will explode instantly. This was something Ryan had already explained countless times. Under normal circumstances, there was a crucial item that players should bring before heading to the Nether. A respawn anchor. Whatever else it could do wasn't important. The only thing that mattered was that it allowed you to set a respawn point in the Nether. Ryan really wanted to craft one. But while glowstone was easy to get, crying obsidian was a different story. As of now, since they hadn't explored beyond their immediate surroundings, there was no way to obtain it. Don't worry about it. Hu Tao grinned mischievously and patted her completely flat chest. We've already burned that into our minds. It's just a little sleepless trip, no big deal for us. And she was absolutely right. Just look at this group. Ganyu. She was infamous for pulling several all-nighters in a row when overworking. Hu Tao. She walked the boundary between life and death every day. Her constitution was unlike any other in Teyvat. Zhongli, come on. He was the Geo Archon. Why would a god need sleep? The only one with a weaker constitution was Ningguang. But then again, Ningguang was currently benefiting from Ryan's physique synchronization. And what kind of physique did the legendary Steve have? Let's just say in the Nether, there was no phantom spawning mechanic due to lack of sleep. Even if they didn't sleep for a full year, it wouldn't matter. Seeing how eager everyone looked, Ryan decided not to say anything more. He simply smiled and nodded. This time, our primary objective in the Nether is to locate the portal's entry point. After that, we'll focus on gathering as many different minerals as possible. The miners won't be able to enter the Nether anytime soon, so for now, our goal is to fill every available inventory slot with resources before we leave. And, if possible. Before Ryan could even finish speaking, Hu Tao interrupted excitedly. Yeah, we know. Blazes and the Hell Fortress, right? You've told us like 800 times already. It's called a Nether Fortress. Stop saying, Hell Fortress sounds way too ominous. Ryan shook his head helplessly. He understood Hu Tao's perspective. She had long since come to terms with the cycle of life and death, so she didn't care about such things. But Ryan wasn't like that. To him, death was still something best kept at a distance. How's the gold ingot supply? Ryan turned to Ningguang, who answered in a calm voice. I've prepared half a stack of gold ingots. That should be enough for trading with the piglins, right? Half a stack of ingots was about 71 tons of gold. In the past, spending such a fortune would have made Ningguang's heart ache for days. But now, it didn't matter anymore. There were still 4 or 5 gold blocks sitting in the golden house. A few days ago, she had even considered experimenting with gold tools just to see what made them special. Extravagant, to say the least. Lost in thought, Ryan waved a hand. Zhongli, shields up. Let's go take a look. Zhongli nodded slightly, activating his jade shield, then raised his shield and stepped forward. Ryan, meanwhile, pulled out his fully enchanted bow. Zhongli and I will go in first. If we don't come out in 5 minutes, the rest of you follow. Ganyu looked like she wanted to say something but ultimately nodded silently. Ryan exchanged a glance with Zhongli leading the defense, the other covering from behind. They both stepped into the nether portal, fully alert. The swirling purple light enveloped them, and from the other's perspective, their figures seemed to distort and warp. But from Ryan and Zhongli's perspective, for the first time, truly stepping into the portal, the world around them shimmered and pulsed like waves. There was a brief but distinct sense of nausea. A moment later, darkness. They had arrived in the nether. The intense feeling of spatial distortion surged through them. Even Zhongli, with his unshakable composure, felt slightly nauseated upon arrival. But his battle instincts kept his body in a constant state of readiness. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. And what he saw, even as someone who had witnessed countless great battles, left him utterly shocked. At last, he understood why this place was called the Nether, a hell. Because there was no better way to describe it. The entire world was a deep, blood-stained red, as if dried blood had seeped into every inch of this space. The Nether portal stood silently atop a platform of netherrack, its dark red terrain stretching endlessly in all directions. Unlike the overworld, which had a relatively flat landscape, the Nether was a nightmare of jagged cliffs and deadly drops. Not far away, a lava fall cascaded down from the ceiling, endlessly spilling molten rock onto the ground below. A wave of scorching heat blasted them the moment they arrived. There was no fresh air here, only the suffocating stench of sulfur, carried by the lava. If anyone had ever wondered what hell smelled like, this was it. Compared to this, even the abyss of Teyvat's life and death seemed like a paradise. To the side, clusters of twisted, unnatural trees grew densely. But, even if Zhongli racked his brain, he could not call these things trees. Their blood-red bark, covered in unnatural tendrils of fungus, looked anything but natural. Hanging from their branches were faintly glowing cubes, resembling lanterns. But even those were some kind of grotesque, unnatural plant. And that wasn't the worst part. Within a few hundred meters of the portal, there were already at least 4 lava pools. Strange magma blocks lined their edges, pulsing with heat. Perhaps, given enough time, one could grow accustomed to these things. But what truly shocked Zhongli was the endless ocean of lava, stretching beyond the nether cliffs in the distance. A sea of glowing, molten red, so vast that its end was nowhere in sight. His eyes were filled with its terrifying brilliance. To be honest, not even during the Archon War had Zhongli ever seen such an extreme, inhospitable environment. This was a place where life had no place. A realm of pure death. And above them there was no sky. Only an endless, chaotic expanse of netherrack, littered with clusters of glowstone. Zhongli had thought that, after the fall of Kenria, nothing could truly shock him again. But this place was an exception. The danger that the nether radiated was far beyond even Kenria. In fact, Zhongli was convinced that even Celestia itself, if it were subject to the same laws as this world, would be forced to cower in fear within the nether. At this moment, he no longer agreed with Ryan's terminology. This wasn't the nether. This was hell. No matter how you tried to phrase it nicely, this place was the ultimate taboo for all living beings. Hell. Unconsciously, Zhongli released his elemental energy, causing his jade shield to thicken. Yet even that failed to bring him a sense of security. Raising his shield, he scanned the surroundings with absolute vigilance. Not far away, 7 zombie piglins stood idly. Ryan had explained before, as long as you didn't attack them, they wouldn't become hostile. However, 50 meters away, near one of the lava pools, a giant magma cube was already watching them with its massive, lifeless eyes. It had started bouncing toward them. Above the lava, several ghostly white cubes floated aimlessly in the air. Ghasts. Their haunting whispers and cries echoed through the empty nether. If Zhongli wasn't so accustomed to death, he might have felt a chill down his spine. A little further, an enderman flickered in and out of view. So far, Zhongli had only seen 4 different creatures. But one thing was clear. Aside from the zombie piglins, who at least weren't openly hostile, everything else was a monstrous, malicious abomination. And what concerned Zhongli even more was the striders roaming the lava sea, calmly walking across the molten surface as if they were merely taking a warm bath. No wonder you insisted on us bringing fire protection enchantments and preparing full gear before coming here. Zhongli's expression darkened as he muttered. This place is far too hostile. In my 6,000 years, I have never seen a land so utterly forbidden. Ryan, though initially stunned by the sheer realism of the nether, quickly recovered. With a sigh, he admitted, if I didn't desperately need the materials in here, I wouldn't have come at all. TCH, calling this place the nether doesn't do it justice anymore. Shaking his head, Ryan turned his gaze toward the approaching magma cube, drawing his enchanted diamond sword. Well, before the others get here, let's make this place a little safer. Seeing Zhongli raising his shield, ready to block the magma cube, Ryan said nothing. Magma cubes dealt contact damage, and using a shield rapidly drained durability. But they had plenty of shields, so the wear and tear didn't matter. Use the enchanted diamond sword I gave you, the one with looting. After confirming no other threats nearby, Ryan smirked. Magma cubes are annoying, sure, but as long as we don't let their numbers get out of hand, they're no big deal. Besides, Their drops are something I really need. Magma cream is essential for fire resistance potions. For the first time in 500 years, Zhongli felt his battle instincts awaken. Drawing his diamond sword, he murmured, "It seems that now that we're here there will be no end to the fighting." What? Not a fan? No, it's been a long time. Let's see if I still remember how to enjoy a fight. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon. 100, the Netherite Cradle for Alchemy Ingredients. 100, the Netherite Cradle for Alchemy Ingredients. From the moment Zhongli and Ryan stepped into the portal, Ganyu had been restless. She paced back and forth around the portal, unable to shake off the unease growing in her heart. Ningguang and Hu Tao, standing nearby, understood her concerns all too well, but there was nothing they could say to ease her mind. That was a world filled with malice toward all life, a place of constant danger. The only reassurance was that Ryan knew exactly how to navigate it. After circling the portal dozens of times, Ganyu finally looked up at Ningguang, her eyes filled with urgency. "It's been 5 minutes, hasn't it? We can go in now, right?" Seeing the worry in Ganyu's gaze, Ningguang sighed inwardly. She quickly estimated the time and, finding it to be about right, gave a slight nod. "Hu Tao, make sure our defenses are in place. We're entering the Nether." Hu Tao, knowing this was no time for her usual playful antics, nodded seriously and readied her trident and shield. The three of them exchanged glances, then stepped carefully into the portal. A wave of spatial distortion washed over them, disorienting and nauseating, followed by complete darkness. By the time they regained their senses, they had arrived in the place they had been so anxious about. The acrid stench of sulfur filled the air, and scorching heat pressed against their skin. But before they could fully adjust to the harsh environment, Ryan. Ganyu's eyes widened as she spotted him and Zhongli not far away, standing back to back, each engaged in battle with a massive magma slime. Horrified, she instinctively reached for her bow, preparing to fire. "Ganyu, stop." Ryan's urgent voice cut through the air. She froze mid-action, confused but obeying. Just as she hesitated, the magma slime slammed into Ryan's shield with a resounding boom. Flames erupted on impact, rapidly eating away at the shield's durability. But there was no time to dwell on the damage. With a swift counterattack, Ryan slashed his enchanted sword through the molten creature, cleaving it apart. The magma slime burst into several smaller versions of itself, scattering across the ground. "These things aren't that dangerous. Just wait a moment, we've got this under control," Ryan called out without turning back, already lunging toward the fragmented slimes. At first, it seemed as though the fight was under control, but just as they thought they were gaining the upper hand, 2 more magma slimes suddenly appeared. Even so, Ryan remained unfazed. If anything, he seemed almost excited. Alchemic ingredients were invaluable, and magma cream, one of the key drops from these creatures, was a crucial material for crafting fire resistance potions. Meanwhile, Zhongli, having fought off his first magma slime, realized these creatures were more intimidating in appearance than in actual combat. Their sluggish movements and massive bodies made them nothing more than oversized targets. The real issue was how quickly they drained the durability of shields. After just a few attacks, the shield he carried was already close to breaking. But that was hardly a concern. He had his jade shield and a full set of enchanted armor. With fire protection magic infused into his gear, even standing amidst the sweltering inferno of this realm wasn't unbearable. 4 or 5 magma slimes at once might be troublesome, but 1 or 2, they were nothing. 1 minute. Ryan muttered, and Zhongli nodded in understanding. With that, both men dashed forward, enchanted diamond swords flashing as they cut through the remaining slimes. Despite their immense size, the magma slimes were swiftly reduced to nothing but splattered remains, leaving behind precious drops. Seeing that the battle had ended so quickly, the 3 women finally let out the breaths they'd been holding. Moments later, Ryan bent down to collect the loot while Zhongli walked over, handing him a handful of magma cream. "Here's what you wanted." "Thanks." Ryan grinned as he took the materials but soon let out a sigh. "Still not enough. Oh well. Since we're already in the Nether, we'll gather plenty sooner or later." Zhongli gave him a long-suffering look. "You're still calling this place the Nether?" "Well, calling it hell just feels unlucky." Ryan shrugged, grinning as he turned to Ganyu and the others. "So, what do you think? Can you handle this place? If not, you should head back while you can." Only now did the 3 women really take in their surroundings. And the moment they did, their reactions were identical to Zhongli's earlier. Hu Tao stood in stunned silence for a long moment before she turned to Ryan, utterly baffled. This is what you've been calling the Nether instead of hell. Ryan, what the hell is wrong with your brain? Even the border between life and death in Teyvat isn't this horrible. If this doesn't count as hell, then what does?" Ryan laughed awkwardly and raised his hands in surrender. "The Nether, hell, it's all just names. But don't you think calling it hell and then willingly coming here is a little ominous?" The group fell silent for a moment before Ningguang sighed deeply. "You have a point. But honestly, with an environment like this, does it even matter anymore?" Rather than continuing the debate, they chose to let the topic drop. Still, it would take time for them to truly accept this place. It was just too hostile. Everything here was a threat. At least in Teyvat, even when mining deep underground, they rarely had to fight the moment they entered. Ningguang cast a glance around, taking in the treacherous landscape. It seems Laya's miners won't be coming to the Nethy's place for resources anytime soon. The oppressive environment of the Nether left them all feeling uneasy. If even they seasoned fighters found it unsettling, how could the miners of Laya, with their far weaker means of self-defense, possibly endure it? But Ryan merely chuckled and shook his head. That's not entirely true. The Nether holds many things we absolutely need. The minerals here are secondary. The real priority is hunting monsters like that magma slime we just fought. As he spoke, Ryan pulled out a handful of magma cream and grinned. This stuff is an essential ingredient for alchemical potions. Alchemy. The three women perked up in curiosity. Their knowledge of alchemy was quite limited. In Teyvat, the most advanced understanding of alchemy had once belonged to Kenria. Now, the most well-versed alchemist was Mondstadt's Albedo. As for the specifics of what alchemy could truly achieve, Ningguang and the others had never investigated deeply. They only knew that most alchemists seemed to focus on repairing broken objects, while Albedo specialized in some kind of creation-based alchemy. Ryan, are your alchemical potions particularly special? Ganyu leaned in to examine the magma cream closely. It didn't look all that extraordinary, just hot, radiating warmth even through the air. Magma cream is a key ingredient for brewing fire resistance potions, Ryan explained. I probably don't need to elaborate on what that means, right? It works like the fire protection enchantment, reducing fire damage. Hu Tao guessed hesitantly. Ryan's lips curled into a playful smirk. Think bigger. If you drink a fire resistance potion, you could literally jump into lava and take a bath without a single burn. Fire resistance potion might sound like it merely reduces fire damage, but in reality it grants complete immunity to fire. Silence. A long, stunned silence. Of all of them, Hu Tao looked the most emotionally devastated. From the moment they had begun preparing for the Nether, everything she represented had been mercilessly countered by this world. First, the fire protection enchantment. Now, a potion that made fire itself irrelevant. Hu Tao felt personally attacked. Did no one in this world consider the feelings of fire element vision holders? After a long pause, Hu Tao grasped at one last desperate hope. Ryan, she asked weakly, eyes full of reluctant expectation, this kind of broken potion must be incredibly hard to make, right? She needed him to say yes. But Ryan hesitated. Then, after an awkward moment, he coughed lightly and admitted. Actually, fire resistance potions can be mass-produced in the later stages. Aside from using magma cream directly, they can also be brewed with blaze powder and slime balls. Blaze powder drops from blazes, which have their own spawner cages in nether fortresses, and as for slime balls, he smirked. You do remember that I have a slime farm, right? Hu Tao's world shattered. Her pupils trembled as realization dawned. This was personal. Ryan. She wailed, looking utterly betrayed. You're targeting me. The others finally snapped out of their shock, and upon seeing Hu Tao's aggrieved expression, they couldn't help but laugh. Fire resistance potion was indeed incredible. But if it could be mass-produced and released into Teyvat, then every pyro-related being from Murata, the Pyro Archon herself, all the way down to Pyro Slimes and Abyss Mishas would be completely crippled. Because if an entire army could bathe in lava without a scratch, then pyro-based attacks would become practically useless. It was an absolute Count-era fundamental, law-defying level of suppression. In short, Natlan would riot. And poor Diluc, already reduced to nothing more than an overworked bartender, would probably be completely broken by this revelation. Ryan scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Honestly, in the Minecraft world, fire-based abilities were ridiculously easy to counter. Unlike the other 6 elements, Pyro was uniquely singled out. Ningguang pursed her lips, suppressing her amusement as she patted Hu Tao's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Hu Tao. Strategic resources like fire resistance potions wouldn't be allowed to spread freely across Teyvat. Otherwise, I imagine even Natlan would lodge an official complaint. Besides, she added with a sly smile, you could also drink a fire resistance potion yourself. Just think about Idea would become immune to fire too. Wouldn't that make fighting the Pyro Regis Vine a lot easier? Hu Tao blinked. She hadn't thought of that. The idea of gulping down a potion and tanking the Pyro Regis Vine's flames without even dodging was oddly thrilling. Maybe this wasn't entirely bad. Still, she shot Ryan a wary look. Either way, you better not spread this potion around too freely. She warned, puffing up her cheeks in indignation. If this gets out, my reputation as the mighty 77th director of the Wangxing funeral parlor will be ruined. Ryan couldn't help but find her reaction adorable. He was so tempted to tell her that, no matter how she acted, she never really had any mighty aura to begin with, just a lot of chaotic energy. But considering how much damage her ego had already taken today, maybe it was best not to push it further. So, he simply nodded with a smile. Got it, I'll be careful. Then, shifting the topic back on track, he spoke firmly. I just wanted to make sure you all understood something. The Nether is essential. He gestured at the land beneath them. This place is too valuable to ignore. Many critical alchemical ingredients can only be found here. In fact, alchemical potions cover a ridiculous number of effects. There are strength potions to enhance raw power, swiftness potions to make you faster, jump boost potions to let you leap higher, potions of slowness, fire resistance, night vision, invisibility, water breathing, healing, poison, instant damage. And these aren't just for personal use, you can turn them into throwable splash potions that affect entire groups at once. As Ryan listed more and more effects, their eyes began shining with excitement. Even Zhongli started to look intrigued. Sensing their interest, Ryan pressed on. Now, imagine this. One day, a war breaks out. You take a squad of elite Millilith soldiers and give them strength, swiftness, jump boost, invisibility, and night vision potions. Then, you throw slowness and weakness potions at the enemy forces. And mid-battle, you heal your allies with instant healing potions and inflict instant damage on your enemies. What kind of battlefield do you think that would create? As Ryan spoke, Ningguang's gaze sharpened. Ganyu and Hu Tao held their breaths. Even Zhongli, who had experienced the wars of old, looked genuinely astonished. After a long silence, Zhongli finally murmured, "If this is true, then even a single invisibility potion would have allowed Liu to preserve countless lives during the Archon War. Alchemy is a truly formidable force." Ryan grinned, spreading his arms. "So now you see." His voice carried a resolute certainty as he pointed downward, toward the burning nether landscape. "No matter what it's absolutely necessary to explore this place. More than that, we must build harvesting machines to gather its resources efficiently. Get 25 plus additional chapters on Patreon."
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.